The young Lin Feng in the heart of Qingfeng County lies the magnificent Chongyun mountain range. As its name suggests, Chongyun Mountain ascends like a colossus, reaching into the heavens. The peaks are perpetually shrouded in a veil of clouds, lending an ethereal quality to the landscape, which remains largely unexplored and shrouded in mystery. The mountain range is named after this towering peak, with dense forests that stretch endlessly, rumored to be so vast that even from its highest summit, one cannot glimpse the boundaries of the range. As autumn approaches, the leaves flutter down with the wind, imparting a serene stillness to the woods. The fallen leaves, gentle breezes, and weary birds together weave a tapestry of autumn's essence, rendering the mountains even more tranquil. Nestled between two towering peaks lies a secluded valley, where a winding stream meanders along the base of the mountains, bordered by a patch of flatland that still nurtures lush green grass. Behind the grassy expanse stands a formidable stone mountain, steadfast and imposing. At the foot of this rocky edifice, the grass flourishes more abundantly, reaching heights akin to that of a young child, though tinged with the fading hues of autumn. Concealed within this verdant thicket is a youthful boy, Lin Feng, approximately 6 or 7 years of age. Despite the chill of fall, he dons a simple garment crafted from animal hide, exposing his bare arms. A short bow rests upon his back, while he clutches a spear tightly in his right hand. The spear, though wooden, boasts a sharp, gleaming tip with traces of dark red, suggesting a formidable striking power. Hidden amidst the tall grass, Lin Feng remains utterly still, his expression solemn as he gazes intently ahead, awaiting the emergence of his quarry. Suddenly, a spark ignites in his eyes as he instinctively raises his neck to behold 3 wild deer approximately 20 meters away. It becomes evident that Lin Feng intends to employ a strategy of patience and stealth to capture one of these deer. The sight of the deer ignites a sense of exhilaration within him. His eyes shimmer with fervor, knowing that this marks his inaugural solo hunting endeavor, a trial set forth by the hunting team. The challenge requires him to complete a hunt independently. Failure is acceptable, for there will always be subsequent opportunities. However, repeated failures will subject him to ridicule from his peers. The deer, blissfully grazing on the tender grass, occasionally glance around for signs of danger. The serene atmosphere encourages them to indulge in the feast before them. As time elapses, the deer appear to lower their guard, blissfully unaware of the impending threat, drawing ever closer to Lin Feng's hiding place. They remain oblivious, likely perceiving the thicket as merely a source of delectable nourishment. Observing the unsuspecting deer, Lin Feng feels a surge of anticipation and tightens his grip on the spear. However, he refrains from making a move, aware that the vigilant deer will grant him but a single opportunity to strike. To enhance his concealment, he deliberately averts his gaze from the deer. With their keen ears twitching, the deer remain blissfully unaware of Lin Feng's presence as they close in, inching closer to the critical distance of 8, 7, and 6 meters. Although he is within striking range, he remains poised, determined to execute the perfect ambush for a more assured attack, knowing that proximity increases his chances of success. As the deer drift nearer, Lin Feng's heart races with excitement and a tinge of anxiety, hoping fervently for a successful outcome. The distance feels interminable, yet with only 5 or 6 meters separating them, the deer remain oblivious to his presence, a testament to Lin Feng's skill in concealment, aided significantly by the tall grass. As the deer's vision begins to encroach upon his hiding place, Lin Feng senses the moment has arrived. He suddenly raises his head, squints his eyes, and propels himself upward with a burst of energy, swiftly lunging forward with his spear aimed at the neck of one deer. The sudden movement startles the trio of deer, prompting them to instinctively evade the threat. However, only 2 manage to escape. Lin Feng's spear strikes true, piercing the neck of one deer with remarkable speed and force, driving it into the ground, leaving it helplessly pinned to the earth. Though the creature does not succumb immediately, its frantic thrashing is futile, as death is an inevitable fate. After an hour of patient waiting, Lin Feng is not content with just one deer. Without a moment's hesitation, he springs into action, pursuing the two fleeing deer. They dart away with remarkable speed and agility, splitting in opposite directions, a testament to their survival instincts. Despite his youth, Lin Feng possesses extraordinary strength, evident in the power of his earlier strike. However, his most notable attribute lies in his speed. He races after the deer, a solitary figure in pursuit. With a swift motion, he targets one deer, launching himself forward with the grace of a gazelle, his agility unmatched. In mere seconds, the deer have already distanced themselves by 50 meters. Yet, with Lin Feng's rapid response and swift pace, the gap closes to a mere 20 meters, revealing his superior speed in this primal contest. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. Striving for Wild Deer. Chapter 3. Returning to the Village with Abundance. Chapter 4. The Warmth of the Lin Family. Chapter 5. The Smiling King of Hell. Chapter 6. Reflections on the Marketplace. Chapter 7. Within the Stone City. Chapter 8. The Slave Lin Wei. Chapter 9. The Reunion of the Lin Family. Chapter 10. In the Martial Arts Arena. Chapter 11. A Natural Baptism. Chapter 12. The Warrior Lin Feng. Chapter 13. The Demon Beast Wind Wolf. Chapter 14. The Blood of the Demon Beast Tempering the Body. Chapter 15. Completion of Body Tempering. Feng Lan gazed at Lin Feilong with a triumphant smile. However, this smile left Lin Feilong utterly astonished. Logically, one would assume that being embraced by such a beautiful wife each night would render him immune to such feelings. Yet he remained captivated. Observing Lin Feilong's reaction, Feng Lan's charming visage flushed a delicate shade of red. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, and their two children were blissfully asleep, sparing them from potential embarrassment. Casting a playful glance at Lin Feilong, she held the Wind Wolf Demon Stone delicately between her jade fingers. With her eyes slightly narrowed and her lips seemingly murmuring incantations, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. With a flick of her fingers, the Wind Wolf Demon Stone split perfectly in half. Lin Feilong stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded as he watched the two halves of the Wind Wolf Demon Stone fall into two earthen jars. Filled with envy, he inquired, "Sister Lan, I have been stuck at the peak of the postnatal realm for nearly 2 years. How can I attain the innate realm? Moreover, to attain the standards of cultivation, one must endure for a considerable duration. Is there not a swifter method to expedite my progress towards this goal?" Lin Feilong's tone was laden with confusion. Feng Lan gazed at Lin Feilong with an expression of helplessness, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as she remarked, "Brother Long, it has been a decade since our paths first crossed. How swiftly time has flown." As she reminisced about their initial encounter, a wistful smile graced her face. She continued, "I recall the moment you rescued me. You were merely an ordinary man with an extraordinary physique. Though your talent was modest, your physical prowess was formidable. In just a few short years, you transcended from an ordinary mortal to reach the pinnacle of the acquired realm, a remarkable feat indeed. Remember, in the pursuit of cultivation, haste often leads to stagnation. Previously, you had not transcended the limits of your body, which confined you to the realm of the mundane. However, now that you have embraced the path of a warrior, focus diligently on your training. Consider the countless individuals who, at the age of 200, have yet to enter the innate realm. Such progress cannot be rushed. The transition from the acquired to the innate realm is a matter of profound understanding and cultivation, a realization that cannot be achieved merely through a unique constitution. It is a personal journey, one that cannot be facilitated by external means. Lin Feilong let out a soft sigh, reflecting on the past. Before encountering Feng Lan, he was merely a destitute youth, possessing only raw strength and lacking the status of a true martial artist. It was through Feng Lan's secret techniques that Lin Feilong ascended to the rank of a true warrior, and with the training methods of the Feng family, he diligently achieved the pinnacle of postnatal martial arts within a mere 7 years. However, the stagnation he faced over the past 2 years instilled a sense of impatience within him. Upon hearing Feng Lan's comforting words, his restless heart gradually found solace. Observing Lin Feilong's reaction, Feng Lan smiled with relief and remarked, "Moreover, Weir is also a gifted individual, possessing the rare black spiritual root. You two have indeed stumbled upon a treasure in Stone City. It seems that Weir is also quite filial. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Understanding the circumstances, Lin Feng approached and embraced Feng Lan, tenderly running his fingers through her dark tresses, offering words of comfort. What has happened is in the past. Now we must focus on living well. If only our strength were sufficient. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companion, immersed in a vat filled with the blood of wind wolves, were oblivious to the exchange between Lin Feng and Feng Lan. They were entirely focused on resisting the overwhelming reactions their bodies experienced from the wolf's blood, an intense and searing heat. From the moment they came into contact with the wind wolf's blood, they felt as though their skin were being scalded by boiling water, causing unbearable pain. Yet, both were individuals of strong will, resolutely enduring the torment. An hour had passed, and the searing sensation of pain persisted. The two stood motionless in the vat, resembling lifeless corpses, their only sign of vitality being the sweat cascading down their crimson faces, which were exposed above the blood-stained water. Were it not for this evidence of life, one might have been compelled to pull them from the vessel. Their exposed faces had turned a deep shade of red, and as they experienced the relentless flow of sweat, Lin Feng seemed to be undergoing a sauna-like experience, reveling in its extreme comfort, nearly succumbing to slumber in this state of bliss. In this world, Lin Wei observed the visage of his parents, a family living a simple yet warm existence, and he found himself entranced by this essence, ready to dissolve into the river of time, carried along by its currents. Suddenly, a wave of coolness jolted the drowsy Lin Wei awake. His gaze fell upon a turquoise stone, the wind wolf demon stone, pulling him from his reverie. It seemed that the notion of combining beast blood with demon stones was not without merit. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that everything he had just experienced was but an illusion, leaving him with a pang of disappointment. How wonderful it would have been had it been real. His infatuated gaze fixed upon the ceiling, he recognized that the wind wolf blood was no longer scorching. Indeed, this was the special concoction prepared for them by Uncle Long. He was not alone. He had his own kin, right beside him. Clarity washed over Lin Wei's eyes as understanding dawned upon him. He then turned to Lin Feng, who stood silently in the vat, and without uttering a word, they remained together. Just as Lin Feng appeared on the brink of slumber, he suddenly shivered. Was he truly content to remain in a state of complacency, to endure pleasure without challenge? No, this is merely the beginning. A longer and more exhilarating journey awaits. One that embodies my dreams. How could I possibly cast it aside? Stimulated by this thought, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually returned, sensing the flowing wind wolf blood around him. No longer searing, it had transformed into a gentler warmth, suggesting that he had traversed the most arduous phase. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, indicative of the true torment he had endured. Both Lin Feng and his companion had persevered through the tempering of the demon blood, and now the wind wolf blood had grown cold, losing its efficacy. Lin Wei, lost within the softest recesses of his heart, ultimately succeeded in this trial due to the wind wolf demon stone. In contrast, Lin Feng had endured through sheer will, marking yet another simple yet profound mental fortitude. The two gradually opened their eyes, and upon witnessing their successful completion of the tempering, Feng Lan expressed her relief. For now, remain still. The absorption and purification stages preceding the tempering have concluded. There remains the transformation. Continue to stand within the vessel, quietly attuning to every inch of your skin. Heeding Feng Lan's words, the two refrained from any further movements, standing silently in the vessel as they meticulously sensed the changes within their bodies. After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Lin Feng and his companion began to perceive an itchiness on their skin, followed by a tingling sensation in their bones and flesh. It appeared this was indeed the transformation, and the effects were remarkably pronounced. After nearly half an hour had elapsed, the two bare bodies exuded a viscous substance, dark as night, clinging to their skin like a black paste. However, the substance on Lin Wei's body was of a deeper hue and greater quantity, for Lin Feng had previously undergone a natural cleansing in the martial arts arena, thus possessing fewer impurities. Observing the thick layer of black residue on their bodies, Feng Lan exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Feng, and then addressed the two. Well done. Your body tempering is now complete. Take a moment to sense the changes within yourselves. This passage is extracted from Chapter 16, The Strength Test, Chapter 17, The Baptism Begins. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Golden Order, Chapter 19, The Divine Light Shines, Chapter 20, The Baptism Concludes, Chapter 21, The Cultivation System, Part 1. Chapter 22, The Cultivation System, Part 2, Chapter 23, The Theory of Spiritual Roots, Chapter 24, The Elder of All Transformations, Chapter 25, The Scheme of the Red Robe. Chapter 26, The Death Scepter. A fortnight later, the 10 gods in a state of readiness suddenly heard the Red Robe declare, "All right, I have pinpointed his location. Prepare yourselves." Without any unnecessary movements, the 10 gods immediately assumed an offensive posture. Having confirmed the position, the Red Robe unleashed a radiant attack upon a grain of yellow sand. Instead of disintegrating under the assault, the grain of sand remained suspended in the air, no longer swirling with the tempest. After a brief moment, the Elder Wanhua transformed from a state of sand back into human form. Upon witnessing this restoration, the Red Robe offered him no respite. Fully aware that if he did not strike first, the outcome could dramatically shift, he bellowed to the 10 deities, commanding them to act without hesitation. In an instant, 10 meticulously prepared beams of attack surged toward the Elder Wanhua. Seeing the oncoming assault, the Elder's expression turned grave, despite his formidable strength. He knew he could not withstand the onslaught in his weakened state. Contemplating an evasive maneuver, he prepared to dodge when a faint voice echoed from above, "Master, do not struggle." Ashue has been preparing for this moment for quite some time. Everything unfolded according to the Red Robe scheme. There was no possibility of allowing the Elder Wanhua to escape. Thus, upon pinpointing his location, the Red Robe positioned himself to obstruct the Elder's retreat. The Elder, startled by the sudden turn of events, noticed the 10 deities encircling him and failed to detect his disciple concealed above. In this fleeting distraction, the powerful attacks reached the Elder Wanhua, who was struck before he could fully react. The force of the blow sent him reeling, and the poison coursing through his veins left him grievously wounded. A mouthful of blood was violently expelled, yet the Elder's expression remained one of disbelief. "Why is it you? I considered everyone but you. Why?" His face darkened, and his eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. Upon witnessing the grievously injured Elder Wanhua, the red-robed leader felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gently addressed Elder Wanhua, stating, "Because I desire the object you possess, Master. If you willingly surrender it to me, considering our long-standing bond, I shall ensure that your soul remains unvanquished, allowing you to be reborn in another life. So, will you relinquish it, or will you refuse?" Just as Elder Wanhua was about to respond, the red-robed leader interrupted him. When he posed the question again, his aura surged with intensity. He was determined to possess the supreme cauldron. Observing the red-robed leader's demeanor, Elder Wanhua let out a resigned sigh, lamenting, "Throughout my life, I, Wanhua, have never committed any wrongdoing, yet I am met with such retribution. How unjust is the heavens?" He then narrowed his eyes and addressed the red-robed leader. "Ashue, do you truly believe that your mere band can extinguish my life?" Upon hearing Elder Wanhua's words, the corners of the red-robed leader's eyes twitched involuntarily, yet he maintained a cold demeanor, retorting, "Facing death, you still cling to bravado? Let us put it to the test." Elder Wanhua gazed at the 11 individuals before him, a flicker of malevolence crossing his eyes. Suddenly, a staff emerged in his hand, ancient and venerable. A miasma of death emanated from it. As the deathly aura spread, the surrounding turbulent air fell into an eerie stillness. Not tranquility, but a chilling semblance of death. Life itself seemed to be snuffed out. Even the ferocious winds dissipated without a trace. Ah, the staff of death. Was it not thought to have vanished long ago? To think it resides within Elder Wanhua's grasp. This is the end. Upon witnessing the staff of the Elder Wanhua, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To achieve divinity signifies an unwavering resolve. Yet, even the most extraordinary occurrences can evoke surprise. Thus, the Death Staff's emergence is profoundly unexpected. While all other information regarding the staff remains shrouded in mystery, one legend persists. The appearance of the Death Staff heralds dominion over the battlefield, relentlessly culminating in the demise of all foes. As the Death Staff manifested, the crimson-robed figure was acutely aware of this legend. His expression grew increasingly grim, remaining motionless as he coldly regarded Elder Wanhua. The Elder, too, remained silent, brandishing the Death Staff and pointing it directly at one of the 10 deities, a lesser deity, to be precise. The assault launched by Elder Wanhua was not as overwhelming as anticipated. A flicker of light emanated from the tip of the Death Staff, pulsating like a firefly, drifting slowly toward the indicated deity. Despite its leisurely pace, the targeted deity found himself immobilized, compelled to watch helplessly as the light penetrated his forehead. The onlookers refrained from acting impulsively, eager to witness the outcome of the Death Staff's attack. The light glided seamlessly into the deity's forehead, causing a flicker of panic in his eyes as he sought assistance from his comrades. Yet, his allies scattered, leaving him to struggle in vain, as if awaiting judgment. The wait was not prolonged, and the outcome soon unfolded. The once vibrant eyes of the attacked deity suddenly dimmed, losing their luster. A fissure appeared at the point where the light entered its forehead, resembling a shattered vase, with cracks radiating outward, multiplying in number. The entire form of the deity fractured like porcelain, yet curiously, no blood seeped from the crevices. At last, the entire divine body collapsed, scattering into fragments upon the ground. Silence. The remaining 11 individuals stood in stunned astonishment. Indeed, even the spell-casting elder of metamorphosis bore an expression of disbelief. This was, in fact, the elder's inaugural use of the Death Scepter, for with his prowess, opportunities to wield such a formidable artifact were scarce. Initially, the elder had intended to slay a deity of a higher echelon, but during the incantation, he discovered that the Death Scepter consumed his remaining divine power as ravenously as a ferocious beast. Had he been in his prime, the elder would have wielded the Death Scepter with ease. However, now, severely wounded and seeking to preserve his own existence, he opted for a slightly weaker deity. Yet, this still drained a considerable portion of his divine energy. Nonetheless, the outcome was indeed remarkable, as evidenced by the reactions of the others. For this singular act had awed all present. Such was the extraordinary might of the Death Scepter. It became evident that no one had comprehended the true nature of the Death Scepter, for beneath its power, not a single soul remained alive. It was over. It seemed that death was an inescapable fate. A palpable panic spread among the deities, which the elder observed in silence, aware that speaking could unveil vulnerabilities. Should they discern the state of his being at this moment, all would be lost. Beside him, the figure clad in crimson was equally astonished. The assault from the Death Scepter was nothing short of bizarre, and he remained stationary, realizing that the initiative was no longer in his grasp. His gaze swept over the elder of transformation, only to discover that the elder too had not stirred. This was perplexing. He had already captivated the entire audience, and it was indeed an opportune moment to strike. Given his prowess, it seemed unlikely that anyone else, apart from myself, could evade his grasp. Why then? Did he refrain from action? The crimson-clad figure was engulfed in confusion. This book encompasses the following chapters. Chapter 27. The Void Shattered. Chapter 28. The Primordial Body. Chapter 29. Mastering Initiative. Chapter 30. Reaching Consensus. Chapter 31. Cultivating Away from Home. Chapter 32. The Essence of the Long Spear. Chapter 33. The Theory of the Six Senses. Chapter 34. A Visit Home. Chapter 35. The Hunt Begins. Chapter 36. The Newly Emerged Wolf Demon. Chapter 37. Battling the Gray Wolf. Chapter 38. Slaying Four Wolves. Chapter 39. Confronting the Flower Leopard Beast. Chapter 40. The Flower Leopard Transformed into a Demon. Chapter 41. The Leopard Demon Submits. Chapter 42. The Five Realms of Warriors. Chapter 43. The Harmony of Motion and Stillness. Chapter 44. The Acquired Warrior. Chapter 45. The Innate Warrior. Chapter 46. Secrets of the Wind Family. Chapter 47. Anticipated Departure. From Home. Chapter 48. The Selfless Village Chief. Chapter 49. Obstacles Encountered in Jiang City. Chapter 50. The Ancestor of the Two Family. Chapter 51. Perils Abound. Chapter 52. The Green Demon Senior. Chapter 53. Lin Wei's Departure. Chapter 54. Alone and Unaccompanied. Chapter 55. The Initial Battle of the Great Competition. Chapter 56. Constant Interference. Chapter 57. The Master of Hidden Arrows. Chapter 58. Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 59. First Place in the Competition. Chapter 60. The Place of Cultivation. Chapter 61. Returning to the Mountain Path. Chapter 62. Spear Technique Practice. Chapter 63. Have you all eaten? Chapter 65. Easily Resolved. Chapter 66. The Encounter of Blade and Spear. Chapter 67. Defeating Chun-Hu. Chapter 68. First Encounter with Array Techniques. Chapter 69. The Essence of Martial Arts. Chapter 70. Introduction to Array Techniques. Chapter 71. External Sect Martial Competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was filled with emotion. 3 and 7. I never anticipated such meaning. I understand now. This embodies the concept of the interdependence of all things in heaven and earth, the mutual generation and restraint, and through various arrangements. Reaching a state of existence, this is the array. Indeed, while your current understanding of formations remains rather rudimentary, now that you have mastered the art of setting up a gathering spirit array, it is imperative that you use this as a foundation to solidify your grasp of formations, gradually expanding upon it. A faint smile graced my face, indicating my comprehension. I then deftly flicked my brush, allowing a single drop of ink to fall precisely upon the recently drawn gathering spirit array, landing perfectly at one of the triangular vertices. In an instant, the equilibrium of the array was disrupted by this solitary droplet, causing all the ink to scatter across the table, as the subtle aura that had converged due to the array dissipated into the air. The intricacies of formations are indeed wondrous. Having spoken, I set down my brush and retreated to the inner chamber to rest. Outside, within the forest surrounding the training ground, a figure deftly maneuvered through the branches, not disturbing a single twig. With each brush against the foliage, leaves cascaded to the ground. Swiftly navigating the branches, Lin Feng moved with the agility of a spirit monkey, his presence nearly imperceptible. As the leaves spiraled downward, Lin Feng quickly drew his spear. With a series of swift thrusts, the spear tip pierced through the falling leaves, soon becoming adorned with them. A sudden shake caused the leaves to disintegrate into fragments, their inherent lightness rendering them easily shattered, a feat that demands both strength and precision. Yet, Lin Feng executed this with remarkable ease. After scattering the leaves, he immediately darted towards those that had remained unpierced. This is the novel method conceived by Lin Feng. To prevent leaves from cascading to the ground, one must employ a rapid firing technique, enabling the shot to pierce the leaf before it lands. Furthermore, targeting leaves suspended in midair proves to be a formidable challenge, necessitating a moment of explosive power to penetrate the foliage and impale it upon the spear shaft. This approach not only serves to enhance one's striking ability, but also acts as a training regimen for exerting force, thereby yielding a dual benefit. The results appear to surpass the mere piercing of tree trunks, as the falling leaves significantly broaden Lin Feng's array of targets, thus allowing him to refine his agility and movement. It is evident why his prowess on the branches is so remarkable. Observing the ground littered with fragmented leaves, Lin Feng feels an immense sense of satisfaction. Achieving such results after a month is indeed commendable. At that moment, a resounding bell tolled throughout the outer sect, echoing in the air. The bell rang thrice, summoning all outer sect disciples to gather at the outer sect plaza within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, with attendance being mandatory. This is a rule of the sect, and having been part of it for over 10 months, this marks Lin Feng's first experience with the tolling of the bell. He is well aware of the necessity to assemble at the plaza. After donning the ceremonial garb of an outer sect disciple and exchanging greetings with a hua, he proceeded to the outer sect plaza. Before long, the plaza of the Luyun sect was filled with thousands of disciples, the congregation of all outer sect members creating a striking spectacle. Lin Feng was truly taken aback, reflecting on his humble village where a single martial artist was revered as a treasure. He now found himself amidst a sea of individuals who were all at least at the postnatal martial artist level. Shortly thereafter, several elders descended gracefully from the elevated platform of the plaza, soaring through the skies. Upon observing that the elderly figure at the forefront possessed no visible means of support beneath his feet, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was true aerial flight. At that moment, a disciple from the Luyun sect, standing beside Lin Feng, exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder Yun is personally presiding over this martial arts competition. He is indeed the strongest among the outer disciples." Noticing the unfamiliar faces of the elders on the high platform, Lin Feng courteously inquired, "Esteemed brother, I am the newly initiated disciple Lin Feng. I possess limited knowledge regarding the affairs of our sect. May I ask who this venerable elder is?" It is no wonder that Lin Feng was unaware of the elder's identity. Previously, all new disciples had their selections conducted by 2 inner sect elders. This was his first encounter with these particular elders since joining the Luyun sect. However, based on the disciples' description, Lin Feng surmised that these individuals were the overseers of the outer sect. To his surprise, the disciple he had just questioned did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, uncertainly asking, "Are you Lin Feng?" "Indeed, I am Lin Feng." Noticing the disciple's expression, it seemed he recognized him, which left Lin Feng feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he still replied accordingly. He has long been honing his skills in the sacred grounds of cultivation. thus remaining oblivious to the extent of his burgeoning renown. Initially, during the newcomer's initiation, he garnered fame by shattering the record for the ascent duration. Subsequently, his rigorous training along the mountain paths inspired numerous disciples to embark on their own journeys of refinement. Over the years, Lin Feng emerged as the first to successfully elevate himself to the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Ultimately, he secured a position in a C-grade cultivation site, a feat unprecedented in the history of the Luyun sect. Notably, rumors circulated that Lin Feng was merely a youth, which undoubtedly contributed to his soaring reputation. However, Lin Feng rarely made appearances, rendering him an enigmatic figure among the outer sect. Almost all outer sect disciples familiar with Lin Feng believed that he was destined to firmly enter the inner sanctum of the Luyun sect. Indeed, many sought to befriend and curry favor with him, yet they were silently repelled by an unseen force, leaving even the individuals themselves bewildered. At this moment, the elderly figures on the platform instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Feng. "So it is truly Lin Feng, my junior brother. I am Yang Xiaodao," one of them proclaimed. Bowing respectfully, he continued, "It is entirely normal for you, being new to the sect, not to recognize the esteemed individuals present. The elders on the platform oversee the outer sect and seldom show themselves, with the foremost being the formidable Yun Steward, the most powerful presence within the outer sect." Lin Feng's initial suspicions were confirmed, and he inquired, "I appreciate your clarification, Brother Yang. May I ask the purpose of our gathering here? I overheard you mention something about a martial competition." The martial competition, known as Wu Bai, is an event held by the outer sect of the Flowing Cloud Mountain. Initially, the disciples within the sect found their training to be exceedingly monotonous. However, this competition serves to enrich their lives with a touch of excitement, primarily due to the generous rewards it offers. Wu Bai occurs annually, and particularly during the years when disciples of the inner sect are promoted, it is held twice. The principal aim of the competition is to provide resources to the outer sect disciples, thereby facilitating their rapid advancement and invigorating the overall activity among the sect members. Yet, there exists a significant disparity in the cultivation levels of the outer sect disciples. The innate talents cannot be compared to those who cultivate through acquired means. In such contests, the latter are often overwhelmingly outmatched, making it exceedingly difficult for them to secure resource rewards. Lin Feng perceives this as a considerable disadvantage for the acquired talent warriors. In response, Yang Yitao addressed Lin Feng, stating, "Not so, junior brother Lin. During the Wu Bai, innate and acquired warriors are separated. Each competition selects 50 distinguished participants, 30 innate warriors and 20 acquired warriors. Apart from the special rewards for the top 3, all other awardees receive the same prize, bailing pills, with 10 allotted to innate warriors and 5 to acquired warriors. The bailing pills serve to enhance one's physical constitution, which is immensely beneficial for acquired warriors aiming to break through to innate levels. As for why innate warriors can also utilize them, I am uncertain." Reassured, Lin Feng inquired whether registration was necessary for the competition. Upon hearing of the rewards, he felt a surge of excitement, confident in his abilities at this stage. No registration is required. All disciples must participate. Even those who are aware they may not win rewards will still engage in the contest. With so many brothers and sisters present, it would be a shame not to partake in the fun. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude towards Yang Yitao, expressing, "Thank you, senior brother Yang, for your enlightening words." Yang Yitao, ever the warm-hearted individual, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for such formality. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand." The two then awaited the commencement of the martial arts competition. Before long, after the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, the elder at the forefront of the high platform, known as Elder Yun, whom Yang Yitao had mentioned, gently cleared his throat, instantly silencing the entire square. Observing the tranquility that enveloped the scene, Elder Yun addressed the assembly. "Have all disciples gathered? I trust you are all aware that this gathering signifies the onset of this year's martial arts competition. For some of the newly inducted disciples, the specifics of the competition may be unfamiliar. However, fret not. Simply remember that this is a contest of martial prowess, where overcoming your opponents and enduring until the end will yield rewards. The rules of the competition are quite straightforward. The innate and acquired martial artists will compete separately. The top 30 from the innate category and the top 20 from the acquired category will receive rewards. Therefore, whether you secure a reward is entirely dependent upon your own capabilities. Additionally, Those who wish to abstain from participation may do so without penalty. After noting that no one expressed a desire to forfeit, Elder Yun continued, "All disciples, please position yourselves at the edge of the square. We shall commence with the bouts of the acquired disciples today. Prepare yourselves accordingly." Upon hearing Elder Yun's words, all outer sect disciples vacated the center of the square, gathering at its periphery. Observing the exodus, Elder Yun proclaimed, "Raise the platform." Just as he uttered this command, Lin Feng witnessed the square, which had comfortably accommodated thousands without feeling crowded, begin to stir, leaving the unaccustomed disciples in awe. In a mere moment, the once smooth expanse of the plaza transformed, revealing 99 platforms identical in height to the central dais, culminating in a total of 100. Each platform spanned approximately 100 square meters, presenting a striking visual impact. In 2 days, a total of 13,756 disciples would gather, among which 97 were innate disciples. The martial competition would commence with the acquired disciples, followed by the innate disciples upon their conclusion. The format would adhere to an elimination system, devoid of any defensive stances. Participants would face off in pairs, with the defeated swiftly eliminated while the victors advanced to the next round. In instances of an odd number of competitors before reaching the top 100, a participant would be randomly granted progression. Once the competition to enter the top 100 began, a draw would determine the matchups, while the innate martial artists would commence in the first round. Is that understood? Understood. The audience responded in unison. Thus, let the competition begin. This narrative is derived from Chapter 72. The martial competition commences, Chapter 73. The reappearance of Chun Hu, Chapter 74. A stunning arrow, Chapter 75. The humiliation of the king, Chapter 76. 10 consecutive victories, Chapter 77. The top 20 emerge, Chapter 78. The conclusion of the martial competition, Chapter 79. A clash of titans. At the center of the highest platform, Lin Feng and Wu Hong faced each other from afar. Observing Lin Feng, Wu Hong grinned widely, twisting his neck as he spoke. Lin Feng, to have reached this stage with the cultivation of a late-stage heaven realm, regardless of whether it is due to the previous incompetence of your peers or your sheer fortune, I hold you in great esteem. You have consistently been one step ahead. I have long desired to engage you in combat, and now the opportunity has finally arrived. In Wu Hong's grasp, the halberd, forged from cold iron, measured over 10 feet in length and weighed 100 pounds, its tip remarkably sharp. The halberd was versatile, capable of piercing and slashing, embodying a fierce presence among weapons, perfectly mirroring Wu Hong's combative nature, ferociously brutal. The weapon pointed directly at Lin Feng while Wu Hong continued to smile, though he remained silent, his intent to provoke abundantly clear. While Wu Hong appeared exceedingly arrogant, Lin Feng understood that anyone capable of reaching this point was far from ordinary. Take Lu Qingshan, for instance. With his ability to neutralize force, had Lin Feng's strength not exceeded Lu Qingshan's threshold, he likely would not have so easily triumphed over him. Among these 5, Lu Qingshan was perhaps the only one who had suffered a defeat, and that was only due to encountering Lin Feng early on. The others, like Lin Feng, had maintained an unblemished record in prior matches, having fought numerous battles amid the throngs of thousands without a single loss. Such an undefeated streak had nothing to do with luck. It was a testament to their formidable strength. Now that everyone was acquainted, Lin Feng chose not to say much more. "If you wish to fight, then let us engage," he declared. "Prepare yourself." With a thunderous roar, Wu Hong unleashed his halberd, which transformed into 8 phantoms, surging towards Lin Feng in a fierce assault. The halberd sweeps in all directions. Unexpectedly, Wu Hong launched a fierce assault right from the outset, exhibiting remarkable speed and force in his attack. Lin Feng, after a brief glance, reached this conclusion and did not remain idle. He wielded his spear with precision. Employing the technique Ling Snake probing the immortal, Lin Feng responded with utmost caution, executing this maneuver with exceptional finesse. The spear danced gracefully in all directions, perpetually seeking the opponent's vulnerabilities, ultimately aiming to deliver a decisive blow. The clash of the long spear produced a fierce spark, filling the arena with the metallic scent that lingered long after. After numerous battles, Lin Feng's practical experience had significantly enriched his skills. In his confrontation with Wu Hong, his techniques had evidently evolved, with the offensive power of Ling Snake probing the immortal surpassing his previous capabilities. If Chun Hu were to receive this attack now, even with his peak postnatal cultivation, he would likely struggle to withstand it. Speaking of Chunhu, he was indeed a formidable fighter but had vanished from the scene after suffering defeat against Yuanan. Lin Feng, possessing a keen understanding of force application and explosive points, did not squander his strength. He coordinated his efforts to unleash the most potent attacks upon his adversary. In this match, he finally sensed a modicum of resistance, adding an intriguing layer to the engagement. Wu Hong's long spear was inherently ferocious, and coupled with his relentless assault strategy, he managed to gain a slight upper hand in this brief interval. From the unfolding battle, it appeared that Lin Feng had been predominantly on the defensive. As the bout intensified between Lin Feng and Wu Hong, the two had exchanged dozens of blows without either revealing signs of defeat, leaving the audience on the edge of their seats. Little did Wu Hong know that after such a prolonged struggle, he suddenly let out a mighty roar, his disheveled hair billowing wildly, resembling a frenzied lion. In that brief moment, it seemed his martial prowess had ascended to new heights. With his eyes ablaze, he bellowed, "A 1,000 June strike! Celestial crane asks the heavens." Observing Wu Hong's transformation, Lin Feng sensed that something extraordinary had occurred within him. Acting swiftly, he unleashed the celestial crane asks the heavens technique. This move, seemingly simple in execution, concealed an immense power within. Initially, Lin Feng anticipated that his technique would preempt Wu Hong's strike, but to his astonishment, Wu Hong's 1,000 June strike followed suit. Bang! The two techniques collided, producing a thunderous impact that sent both Lin Feng and Wu Hong sprawling several meters apart. Lin Feng, having been thrown aside, felt a tingling numbness in his hands, noticing traces of blood appearing within the patterns of his palms. This was the most formidable blow he had endured since the commencement of the martial competition. It felt as if he had collided not with a mere individual, but with a colossal mountain. He was astounded, never expecting Wu Hong to unleash such a powerful attack. Conversely, Wu Hong was equally taken aback, for this technique represented the pinnacle of his offensive capabilities. The 1,000 June strike was designed to concentrate his strength into a singular point, delivering a devastating blow to his opponent. Although Wu Hong's earlier display seemed sudden, each preceding attack had been a prelude, a build-up for this explosive moment. Initially, he had felt a sense of pride at Lin Feng's decision to confront him head-on, only to be shocked that Lin Feng had managed to withstand it. Without further delay, both combatants rose to their feet, ready to continue the battle. This time, Lin Feng no longer underestimated Wu Hong. As he prepared himself, he charged at Wu Hong with a gun in hand. Wu Hong, seeing this audacious young man daring to launch an attack, felt his wild temper surge uncontrollably. The long spear in his grip danced with an almost hypnotic grace, the sound of it swishing slicing through the air. He was not one to favor a passive defense. Instead, he swung his spear to confront Lin Feng's long gun. Yet, the positions of the two seemed to have shifted, for although Wu Hong shunned defense, Lin Feng's spear tip assailed him from the most unexpected angles, leaving him flustered on multiple occasions. After enduring several of Lin Feng's assaults, Wu Hong finally faltered in his defense. The tip of the spear grazed his shoulder, appearing almost effortless, yet a bloody wound emerged upon his skin. Subsequently, the frequency of Wu Hong being struck increased, as he found himself continually pressed by Lin Feng's relentless onslaught. To his astonishment, he recognized the young man's extraordinary marksmanship. Despite the excruciating pain from his injuries, Wu Hong did not furrow a brow. Instead, his gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly frigid, acknowledging the formidable strength that lay within him. Nevertheless, he was resolute that defeating Wu Hong would not come easily. With a powerful sweep, he deflected Lin Feng's long gun and withdrew from the fray. His wounds truly a grotesque tapestry of torn flesh, resembling blossoms of blood. With one hand freed, he paid no heed to the pain, forcefully grasping his wounded shoulder, crimson fluid seeping through his fingers. The blood dripped onto the ground, scattering into a vivid array of crimson flowers. Even this hardened warrior could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, yet his expression remained a narrowed-eyed semblance of deep, pained enjoyment, as he marveled at the mercilessness he could inflict upon himself. Slowly releasing his grip and gazing intently at Lin Feng, he spoke calmly, "You are formidable, yet not fearsome enough." As he finished speaking, Wu Hong's body began to swell gradually. His ornate robes burst apart, revealing bulging muscles. His already impressive physique now appeared even more powerful, towering over 10 feet tall. With a height exceeding 3 meters and muscles inflated by sheer strength, he resembled a giant. Transformation technique? Elder Yun observed keenly, being the most knowledgeable one present. However, Even he could not discern the nature of Wu Hong's skill, which seemingly allowed him to enhance his physical prowess out of thin air. It was likely that his strength surpassed that of an early innate stage, a truly unfathomable feat, and Lin Feng was likely to be in trouble. Yet, this transformation seemed to be Wu Hong's secret, as he chose not to elaborate, merely watching Lin Feng in silence. Lin Feng gently trembled his spear, meeting Wu Hong's gaze without a trace of fear. "Good," Wu Hong exclaimed, his voice resonating like a heavy bell, echoing within the heart. Now, Wu Hong's long spear was perfectly suited to his massive frame, and he advanced towards Lin Feng with deliberate steps. Each stride caused the platform to tremble slightly, underscoring the immense power behind his movements. Lin Feng had no intention of waiting passively for Wu Hong's assault. Given the circumstances, he resolved to no longer conceal his strength. Up until now, he had only exerted 40% of his power. In that moment of initiative, he unleashed 60% of his might, wielding his spear with even greater swiftness and force, discovering that there was still room for further ascension. Observing the duel in silence, Steward Yun was utterly astonished to witness Lin Feng's remarkable enhancement of his own abilities. An expression of profound surprise etched across his face, swiftly followed by an intense curiosity. Lin Feng and Wu Hong soon engaged in fierce combat. Although Wu Hong's physique had grown more robust, his strength appeared somewhat diminished. The clash of their long spear and halberd resonated with thunderous sounds, each strike echoing like the ringing of steel. The rhythmic clangs signified the relentless assault of the spear, striking, smashing, and slicing against Wu Hong, producing a sound akin to iron's resilience. What manner of physique is this? It is astonishingly impervious, as even 60% of my strength fails to inflict any harm upon him. With each encounter, Lin Feng's astonishment deepened. How could one possess such formidable resilience? Each thrust of his spear bore the force capable of shattering a fully grown bull, yet it failed to affect him in the slightest. The bewilderment and helplessness on Lin Feng's face elicited a hearty laugh from Wu Hong. Casting aside his halberd, he swiftly formed a fist and unleashed a powerful blow directly to Lin Feng's chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng, bewildered by Wu Hong's laughter and the sudden discarding of his halberd, was caught off guard by the swiftness of the punch, leaving even Steward Yun unable to intervene in time. The force behind Wu Hong's punch surpassed Lin Feng's current 60% attack power, sending him sprawling 6 or 7 meters away, collapsing to the ground without emotion. Ha 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 ha. I, Wu Hong, am the mightiest. Lin Feng, you are merely a country bumpkin. How can you possibly contend with the secret techniques of the Wu family? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's fallen state, Wu Hong's joy surged, and in his elation, he inadvertently revealed a glimpse of his own secrets. Upon hearing Wu Hong's words, and observing Lin Feng still lying on the ground, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. What? Is it truly over? Has he slain Lin Feng with a single blow? Wu Hong is astonishingly powerful. What is this secret technique? Silence. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Elder Yun conducted a thorough investigation and addressed all the disciples, having discovered that Lin Feng had not perished. Then a voice emerged. Is that so? You shall be disappointed. It was Lin Feng's voice. No sooner had he spoken than he sat up from the ground, rubbing his chest and grimacing, a clear indication of his excruciating pain. This book comprises the following chapters. Chapter 80, The Pressure of Martial Arts. Chapter 81, The Contest of Champions. Chapter 82, Lin Feng's Injury. Chapter 83, The Consciousness of Battle. Chapter 84, The First Martial Competition. Chapter 85, The Concept of Dantian. Chapter 86, The Consumption of 100 Spirits. Chapter 87, The Innate Martial Competition. Chapter 88, Guidance of Transformation. Chapter 89, Familiarity with Oneself. Chapter 90, Gun Type Configuration. Chapter 91, The Brink of Breakthrough. Chapter 92, Innate Lin Feng. Chapter 93, Beast Arena Trial. Chapter 94, Level 4 Demonic Beasts. Chapter 95, The Serpent's Ambush. Chapter 96, The 7-Inch Location. Chapter 97, Insights from Experience. Chapter 98, The Innate Realm. Chapter 99, The Sudden Anomaly. Chapter 100, The Long Gun is Forged. Chapter 101, The Instrument Approaches the Way. Chapter 102, Refinement of Gun Techniques. Chapter 104, Stirring the Four Directions. Chapter 105, The Heart of Chaos. Chapter 106, The Azure Scale Serpent King. There are 999 wooden stakes. the larger ones being the size of a palm, and the smaller ones no thicker than a thumb. Each stake is firmly anchored to the ground. Yet Lin Feng must achieve a state of unwavering stability, where his form does not sway and the stakes remain undisturbed, in order to deem his endeavor a success. Most importantly, within the array of wooden stakes, there are 500 pendants that perpetually sway, each uniquely shaped, some composed of delicate silk, others adorned with iron thorns, and even variously sized stones. As Lin Feng navigates the wooden stake array, he must also be mindful of these pendants suspended above. Should he inadvertently collide with an inappropriate one, or if his spear fails to strike where it ought, it would not be deemed a success. The challenge is immensely formidable, rendering this wooden stake array the most arduous training ground for Lin Feng. Nevertheless, he perseveres quietly, during which his physical strength, speed, agility, as well as his spear technique, formations, and realm have all experienced substantial enhancement. With a clear objective and the determination to pursue it, Lin Feng finds no fatigue in his endeavors. Cultivation knows no bounds of time. It is a monotonous existence, yet persistence invariably leads to rewards. Thus, engaging in any endeavor is akin to cultivation, with steadfastness being paramount. After a month, Lin Feng completed all the foundational training assigned by the Elder of Transformation and devoted himself entirely to the refinement of qi. On one particular day, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a mat, silently performing the technique of creation, channeling spiritual energy to clear his meridians. The energy flowed like a relentless stream, continuously converging into his meridians. Were an ordinary innate martial artist to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Given the extreme fragility of the meridians and the inherent energy of the spiritual force, typical innate martial artists cautiously control the influx of energy, allowing it to enter the meridians gradually. A moment's carelessness could result in injury to the meridians, rendering their efforts futile, and thus, they prefer to proceed slowly rather than risk catastrophe. Yet Lin Feng was continuously channeling spiritual energy into his meridians, a quantity potent enough to cripple the meridians of an ordinary warrior. However, Lin Feng had long since tempered his meridians through the Panga body refinement technique, and with his innate physique surpassing that of common folk, he dared to proceed thus. Nonetheless, the sensation was akin to his meridians being ruthlessly scraped by a sharp blade, causing him considerable pain. Yet, all of this remained within his threshold of endurance, which is one of the reasons he could clear 8 meridians in just a month. Before long, a soft sound emerged from within Lin Feng's body, and he felt a tremor as the 9th meridian was unblocked. Rather than ceasing his efforts, he remained seated on the mat, intending to unify all his meridians. By doing so, he aimed to attain the mid-stage of the innate realm, where the convergence of all meridians would enable him to cultivate spells. Lin Feng had long yearned for the mastery of such techniques. The unification of the meridians can be likened to a straight line, one end connecting to the dantian, while the other links to the meridians of heaven and earth. This configuration would allow the meridians to circulate throughout his body. Should all meridians be interconnected, the speed of spiritual energy transfer would be extraordinarily swift. In confrontations, possessing even a slight advantage in spiritual energy over an opponent would prove to be a significant edge, as the velocity of energy circulation serves as a standard for gauging the strength of a cultivator. Previously, one end of all meridians was connected to the dantian. Now, what Lin Feng needed to do was merely connect the other end to the dual meridians of heaven and earth. This act of linking the meridians was not particularly difficult. However, the degree of pain experienced was significantly more intense than that of merely unblocking the meridians. To put it more severely, it involved altering one's very structure, which, of course, was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, such pain was insufficient to disturb Lin Feng's focus, and he seamlessly unified the 9 meridians with the dual meridians of heaven and earth. Consequently, the nascent framework of Lin Feng's qi refining system was rendered complete. As the meridians within his body harmonized, Lin Feng felt a surge of strength replenishing him, and a state of fluidity returned, allowing him to practice simple spells. However, on the following day, Lin Feng departed from his cultivation site and made his way towards the outskirts of the Luyun sect. 3 months later, deep within the beast arena, a tattered youth stood with a spear in hand, silently observing the azure-scaled serpent before him. This serpent measured over 20 zhang in length, its body several times thicker than a water barrel, adorned with golden scales shimmering on its abdomen, a clear sign of its impending evolution. Compared to the azure-scaled serpent Lin Feng had first encountered in a desperate struggle, this creature was akin to the ancestor of its kind. This azure-scaled serpent had dwelled here in solitude for over 300 years, and in all that time, it was the first to encounter someone daring enough to provoke it. Rising upright, the serpent regarded Lin Feng with a frigid gaze, its eyes devoid of any trace of emotion. 2 months prior, Lin Feng had nearly completed all fundamental training. The Elder Wanhua advised Lin Feng that without practical combat experience, no amount of training would amount to anything more than a paper tiger. Thus, upon finishing his training, Lin Feng immediately ventured to the Beast Arena, his preferred locale, where he could truly witness the splatter of blood. The ragged youth before you is none other than Lin Feng himself. During these 2 months, he had arrived at the gathering place of 4th-level demon beasts on the very first day, with a Hua closely following him. However, this time it was Lin Feng who took the initiative, engaging in battle regardless of the foe's strength. When encountering weaker demon beasts, he would temper his own power, honing his combat experience. In the earlier stages, Lin Feng had yet to face formidable adversaries, thus he relentlessly pursued the refinement of his skills. Often, after a battle, he would spend 2 or 3 days contemplating the experiences gained, leading to a remarkable acceleration in his combat expertise. Today, he found himself at the deepest recess of this territory, standing before the azure-scale serpent, the sovereign of this realm. The peak mid-tier beast known as the azure-scale king. Lin Feng regarded the azure-scale serpent with a calm demeanor. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. However, through prolonged training, he had cultivated an unflappable composure, especially since this time he had approached the challenge willingly. At last, the azure-scale king, unable to wait any longer, lunged fiercely toward Lin Feng. With a snort, Lin Feng steadied his long spear, propelling himself toward the azure-scale king to engage in combat. The azure-scaled king moved with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before Lin Feng. It opened its serpent mouth, measuring a full yard in length, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. Its venomous fangs, harder than steel, transformed to a deep, sinister hue, and a noxious stream of black venom surged toward Lin Feng, reminiscent of a century-old sludge, foul and repugnant. Employing the windward secret technique, Lin Feng executed a nimble roll just as the toxic liquid struck him. In the same motion, he thrust his spear toward the azure-scaled king. Clang! The spear collided with the creature's armored scales, sparks flying in all directions. While the scales appeared impenetrable, the spear found its mark, piercing slightly. With a deft flick of his arm, a fragment of azure scale was torn from the azure-scaled king, eliciting a pained roar that echoed through the air. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a gust approaching from behind. Without glancing back, he swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding a golden serpent tail as thick as an infant's arm that flashed past him. Observing the gleaming tail, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the creature's refined prowess. Yet, his actions remained swift. He seized the golden tail that had just brushed by him and pulled forcefully. To his surprise, the azure-scaled king's tail could not budge an inch. However, the creature reacted with remarkable agility, pivoting to strike at Lin Feng with a fierce bite. Seeing the azure-scaled king's intent, a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He summoned all his strength in his arms and legs, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, soaring to a height of 10 yards. The azure-scaled king's tail, firmly gripped in Lin Feng's hand, followed suit. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, Lin Feng descended rapidly, landing with a resounding thud that left a half-meter deep imprint in the ground. The body of the azure-scale king undulated like waves, and just as its serpent head was about to strike Lin Feng, it was forcefully yanked back, letting out an indignant hiss in the air. The venom spewed from the azure-scale king's mouth danced through the sky, causing every tree and flower that was touched by the droplets of poison to wilt instantly, while not a single drop marred Lin Feng's form. Bang! This time, the serpent's head of the azure-scale king was violently slammed into the ground. Such an impact was trivial for the azure-scale king, which immediately turned to lunge at Lin Feng once more. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, a spear struck fiercely at its jaw. The cold gaze of the azure-scale king flickered with a hint of caution upon seeing the cold seven. It harbored an unshakable shadow in its heart regarding the one who had effortlessly dislodged its scales. In that instant, it resolved that despite its unwavering confidence in its own resilience, it would not engage in a direct confrontation. A creature that had lived for centuries understood the art of discernment. However, Lin Feng was unyielding. Spirit Snake seeks immortality. This was Lin Feng's inaugural display of martial prowess in the beast arena. The cold seven transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the retreating Azure Scale King. As a demonic beast, the Azure Scale King's instincts were exceptionally acute. It felt the spear's velocity surge dangerously as it accelerated, realizing that this strike possessed the potential for a lethal blow. This was a level of attack far superior to the previous one. Who is this youth? The Azure Scale King desperately wished for wings to flee swiftly from this perilous encounter. As the cold blade of the spear was poised to pierce the back of the serpent's head, a resplendent golden tail suddenly appeared between them. If one were to pinpoint the most obstinate aspect of the Azure Scale King, aside from its formidable teeth, it would undoubtedly be this golden tail. With a resounding clash, the spear struck the tail, the tip forged from mysterious iron, and the blade of frigid steel effortlessly piercing through the serpent's appendage, causing crimson blood to erupt forth. As the spear embedded itself in the tail, Lin Feng swiftly drew back and slashed, cleaving the tail not merely with a gash, but severing it completely in two. The Azure Scale King's blood spilled forth, saturating the earth in a vivid scarlet hue, the metallic scent overwhelmingly pungent. Hiss! A profound terror gripped the Azure Scale King. After laboring for centuries, was it to end in failure on this very day? This book comprises the following chapters. Chapter 107, The Demise of the Azure Scale King. Chapter 108, The Commencement of the Great Election. Chapter 109, Lin Feng Takes Action. Chapter 110, The Conclusion of the Great Election. Chapter 111, The Intersect of Flowing Clouds. Chapter 112, The Grand Entrance Ceremony. Chapter 113, The Contest for Quotas. Chapter 114, Lin Feng Demonstrates His Power. Chapter 115, The Progeny of the Sect. Chapter 116, The Sect Master's Reward. Chapter 117, The Emergence of Leisurely Peak. Chapter 118, The Shadows of Spears Across the World. Chapter 119, The Sect's Trial. Chapter 120, Shunlong's Provocation. Chapter 121, A Bloodbath Against the Wolves. Chapter 122, The Combined Assault of Three Wolves. Lin Feng was certainly aware of the situation and nodded in agreement. As he activated his creation, he felt an intense eagerness to engage in a fierce battle. For him, the most effective means of solidifying his cultivation after an enhancement was to confront an equally matched opponent, thereby stabilizing his realm in the shortest possible time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an imposing figure, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the pack of wind wolves. This creature was indeed another wind wolf, but it was significantly larger than the ordinary ones. Lin Feng had only encountered 3 such giants within the entire pack, and the one that approached him was howling in his direction. Lin Feng was undoubtedly oblivious to the intentions of his adversary, yet he could distinctly sense the fury emanating from the wind wolf directed towards him. It was evident that having just slain numerous companions of the creature, a more formidable opponent had now come to confront him. Casting a cold gaze upon the wind wolf, Lin Feng mused that when the opportunity for conflict arises, assistance often appears. Without further speculation on the wind wolf's intent, he promptly drew his cold spear, aiming it menacingly at the beast. The wind wolf, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, perceived this as a blatant challenge to its authority. It immediately bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng, while the other wind wolves stood by, silently observing, seemingly unwilling to intervene. The tension in the air thickened once more. Lin Feng had been eager for a confrontation, and he was the first to strike, launching an attack towards the wind wolf. In response, the creature surged forward with astonishing speed, its massive form darting like a flash. Lin Feng, however, refrained from channeling his spiritual energy for this bout, as he was not yet adept in its manipulation. To engage fully in battle, he sought to unleash his abilities to the utmost. His own speed was not to be underestimated, as he deftly maneuvered with the windward secret technique, dancing around the wind wolf. Initially, the wind wolf relied solely on its brute strength to overpower Lin Feng, but its steel claws merely left white marks upon his body, failing to inflict any real harm. The resilience of this human was astonishingly high. With a howl, the wind wolf opened its maw wide, gathering spiritual energy between its teeth to form a small whirlwind orb. This orb, propelled with remarkable swiftness, hurtled towards Lin Feng. However, with a swift thrust, the tip of his cold spear shattered the whirlwind orb into a myriad of dispersing fragments. The wind wolf gazed at Lin Feng, infuriated by how effortlessly he had dispelled its magical attack. Two swirling orbs of wind formed between its jaws, splitting into two paths as they hurtled toward Lin Feng. Sensing the force behind these orbs, Lin Feng clenched his fist and struck one of the swirling orbs directly, shattering it in an instant. While the other was deflected by the tip of his spear, this was insufficient. One wind wolf was simply not enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the two additional wind wolves observing from the side. These two were equally imposing in stature and undoubtedly formidable. Suddenly, he dashed forward, delivering a swift kick at the opposing wind wolf, which narrowly evaded the strike. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng redirected his assault toward the two larger wind wolves. The spear glinted with chilling intensity, causing the surrounding smaller wolves to retreat in a frenzy. The two larger wind wolves, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, let out a furious howl and lunged at him with ferocity. However, Lin Feng swiftly withdrew after delivering his initial blow, raising his spear once more before the three wind wolves. The trio instantly comprehended Lin Feng's intentions, roaring in unison with rage. The first wind wolf, in particular, was consumed by fury, its claws elongating ominously, the stark contrast between its obsidian claws and the gleaming white of its fangs strikingly evident. It lunged at Lin Feng with blinding speed. The other two wind wolves followed suit, converging upon Lin Feng in a coordinated assault. Just as Lin Feng was about to throw the first wind wolf aside, he felt the second one strike from behind, its claws leaving a long, vivid crimson gash across his back. Though Lin Feng felt the sting of pain from the assault, his countenance bore an expression of exhilaration. This was precisely the effect he desired. Thus, he engaged in a fierce duel with the three wind wolves, battling for what seemed like 1,000 rounds. The four beings grew increasingly valorous with each encounter, both sides adeptly targeting each other's vulnerabilities in a bid to inflict decisive blows. Despite Lin Feng having achieved a state of unity with his own form, he still sustained considerable injuries under such relentless onslaughts. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to endure the turmoil, otherwise he might have succumbed to the strain. The wolf pelts that had initially adorned his body were long lost amidst the chaos, replaced by a myriad of crimson scars, grotesque in their appearance. With blood oozing from some wounds, evidently the result of numerous encounters with the wind wolf's steel-like claws. Yet, the three wind wolves fared no better. One had its tail severed in twain, another portion reduced to a gruesome pulp, while one had its left eye violently punctured, a deep gash visible down to the bone on its visage. The last wolf, though slightly less injured, still suffered the fracture of 3 bones. Amidst the swirling dust, the two factions of beings clashed with fervor, each equally matched in their struggle. The exhilaration was palpable, a rapture in the thrill of battle. If only his attacks could be a fraction swifter, victory would be within his grasp. Despite his injuries, Lin Feng's formidable physique rendered these wounds relatively inconsequential. In fact, he considered himself to be gaining from this engagement. As the skirmish progressed, he continuously pushed the limits of his speed, executing his strikes with breathtaking rapidity, stripping away any superfluous flourishes to focus solely on direct, lethal maneuvers, significantly enhancing his attack velocity. Thud, thud. With a swift motion, Lin Feng struck, and in an instant, all 3 wind wolves were assailed. The price he paid was the tearing of his own skin by one of the beasts, exposing vivid crimson flesh. Even Lin Feng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, after enduring Lin Feng's attack, the 3 wind wolves simultaneously retreated from the fray. Observing their withdrawal, Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. What was occurring? He decided to remain vigilant, even if a sudden turn of events rendered him unable to fight. As long as a creature of the demon sovereign caliber did not appear, his chances of escape remained substantial. Furthermore, if a demon sovereign did materialize, he feared that escape would be futile. The 3 wind wolves, now outside the battle circle, howled towards the heavens. From their mouths emerged 3 objects, radiating a faint azure light, glimmering enchantingly. However, Lin Feng recognized these as the demon stones of the 3 wind wolves. They paid no heed to Lin Feng's decision not to seize the opportunity to attack, as the 3 demon stones rapidly absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, coalescing into a rotating sphere. The absorption intensified, causing the surrounding wolf demons to leap with excitement, as if witnessing something sacred. Lin Feng did not have to wait long. In merely 3 breaths, a massive sphere of spiritual energy gathered around the trio of demon stones, gradually solidifying. From this luminous sphere emerged a wolf-like entity. its entire form radiant and translucent, with eyes wide open, a striking crimson hue devoid of pupils, exuding an extraordinarily eerie aura. As the bizarre wolf-shaped entity emerged, the three wind wolves visibly relaxed, silently observing from the sidelines. It was not that they lacked the desire to assist in attacking Lin Feng. Rather, the manifestation of this wolf-like creature was indiscriminate, targeting only the nearest presence. Furthermore, given their injuries, it was more prudent for them to rest and recuperate rather than hinder each other in combat. It was evident that this was a collaborative offensive tactic employed by the wind wolves, and Lin Feng did not underestimate it. As his cold seventh spear was already poised for action, the wolf-shaped entity struck with remarkable swiftness, lunging at Lin Feng with ferocity. The clash was fierce. Lin Feng's cold seventh spear delivered a powerful blow against the entity, but ultimately left behind a mere white mark. The three wind wolves, witnessing this, smirked in unison, seemingly mocking Lin Feng. In contrast, the entity's speed and strength were formidable. A single claw struck Lin Feng, leaving 5 crimson trails across his body. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Such formidable defense, coupled with rapid attack speed and immense power, was indeed daunting. However, after a moment of reflection, a smile broke upon his face. Wasn't he here seeking a worthy opponent? As long as the adversary could not overpower him, that was sufficient. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the technique Celestial Crane Asks the Heavens, channeling his substantial offensive power into the wolf-shaped entity. Upon impact, a brilliant flash enveloped the creature before it vanished. Did it possess autonomous defense? Lin Feng's astonishment deepened. Yet, as he observed the dimming bloodlust in the eyes of the wind wolves, he seemed to uncover a revelation. Once more, the cold seventh spear surged forth, invoking the same technique. Celestial Crane Asks the Heavens. The wolf-like entity shimmered with a sudden brilliance, once again deflecting Lin Feng's assault. However, the crimson light in its eyes seemed to wane slightly. Realizing this, Lin Feng understood that an energy entity was ultimately just that, an entity of energy. Expend a bit, and it diminishes. The greater the force of the attack, the more energy consumed. Gazing at the wolf-like figure, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he proclaimed, "Let us see how you fare against this move. Shadow of the gun, world of shadows." In truth, this technique, after Lin Feng's personal refinement, had never been showcased before others, for its speed and power reflected his current prowess. Yet, he felt that deploying it against this wolf-like creature was most fitting. As the shadow of the gun was unleashed, nearly 3,000 strikes were executed in an instant. The assault upon the wolf-like entity continued unabated, its shimmering form ultimately dissolving into a wisp of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. The three-headed wind wolf stood by in astonishment, its 6 eyes displaying a remarkably human-like incredulity. Had it truly vanished? With merely a single move? Observing the expressions of the three-headed wind wolf, Lin Feng discerned that they had exhausted their options. Pointing his spear at the trio, he addressed them, "I do not know if you can comprehend my words, but I must convey this. In light of our fierce battle today, should you choose to depart now, I shall spare your lives, and our grievances shall be resolved once and for all. If not, not only will the 3 of you face my wrath, but your other companions shall also find no escape. With my speed and strength, you can roughly gauge how many of your allies might evade the inevitable." The 3 wind wolves let out furious roars directed at Lin Feng. The principle of honor, which dictates that a warrior can be slain but not insulted, transcends the realm of humanity and holds significant weight among the beastkin. Clearly, Lin Feng's words have grievously wounded the pride of the 3 wind wolves. Anyone with sense would understand the message they intended to convey. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the spear. This narrative is derived from Chapter 123, The Dance of the Armored Beast, Chapter 124, Slaying the Armored Beast, Chapter 125, The Golden Python, and Chapter 126, The Unblocking of Meridians. The windward secret technique seemed to become more fluid, and Lin Feng's figure gradually took on an ethereal quality, appearing everywhere around the python. This is the true art of movement. Lin Feng danced around the circumference of the golden python, laughing heartily, for to him, it seemed the creature's speed had significantly waned. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was not the python's pace that had diminished, but rather his own speed that had increased with his elevated mastery. Old Man Wanhua had initially intended to lend his aid, but he did not anticipate Lin Feng experiencing such an enlightening moment at this critical juncture. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Listening to Lin Feng's laughter, Old Man Wanhua stroked his beard, shaking his head with a smile. This is the true joy of cultivation, in the struggle between life and death. Breakthroughs arise amidst peril. The golden python, of course, heard Lin Feng's laughter. With a fierce roar directed towards the heavens, it unleashed its long tongue, launching an attack alongside its serpentine tail. At this moment, it refrained from expelling fireballs, fully aware of the immense power behind such an assault. Although it could withstand the impact of its own fireballs, the resulting damage would still be considerable, rendering the effort to eliminate a seemingly feeble adversary a futile endeavor. In a sudden motion, it coiled its massive body, intending to ensnare Lin Feng within its grasp. Lin Feng observed all of this keenly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he slipped through the gaps in the golden python's body, emerging unscathed. As he did so, he seized the opportunity to strike at a vulnerable spot merely inches away from the python's form. Yet, the creature's formidable defenses proved nearly impenetrable, allowing Lin Feng's attack to leave only a faint mark upon its scales. With that singular strike, he swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance while regarding the golden python with a smile and a respectful gesture. Lin Feng expresses his gratitude to the esteemed python. Judging by your strength and speed, it appears you have yet to reach the level of a demon sovereign. Nonetheless, you are undoubtedly a 9th-tier beast. Currently, your speed cannot match mine, and my attack fails to inflict any real harm upon you. Perhaps it would be wise to cease hostilities? What do you think? Only after Lin Feng had finished speaking did the golden python's massive form once again unfurl, resembling a golden dragon in its grandeur. Paying no heed to Lin Feng's words, it conjured a fireball, which it launched at Lin Feng with fervor. In a flash, Lin Feng evaded the fiery projectile, deftly retreating several dozen meters beyond its reach. Observing the golden python, he continued, "What now?" The golden python regarded Lin Feng coldly, refraining from further aggression. Observing the golden python in such a manner, Lin Feng clasped his hands and declared, "Should fate allow us to meet again, let us engage in a battle of life and death." With that, he turned and departed. The golden python did not pursue Lin Feng, but merely watched him leave from a distance. Soon, he exited the python's territory, and as he surveyed the surroundings, the scenery appeared to be transformed anew. Having experienced the brink of life and death, Lin Feng's state of mind had become profoundly steadier. He exhaled softly and remarked, "I must seek a place of tranquility." Upon a colossal boulder towering 30 zhang, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, channeling the creation divine technique within his body. The surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into small whirlpools, converging towards him. After the technique had circulated through 100 cycles, Lin Feng directed the gathered spiritual energy into the final unblocked meridian. Having just attained enlightenment in the art of movement, he realized that the last meridian could indeed be unblocked, prompting him to find a serene location to achieve this breakthrough. While the unblocking of meridians does not enhance Lin Feng's offensive capabilities, it does provide an abundant reservoir of spiritual energy. The essence of refining qi and cultivating lies not only in one's own attributes but also in the abundance of spiritual energy, which is fundamental to the path of immortality. The greater the supply of spiritual energy, the more formidable one becomes. Initially, the differences may not be stark, as the foundational phase before establishing a base is crucial. However, subsequently, the quantity of spiritual energy becomes a yardstick to measure a cultivator's prowess, underscoring its significance. With every pore of his body beginning to breathe, the surrounding spiritual energy continued to accumulate in greater volumes. Each inhalation and exhalation seemed to stir the very air, as if Lin Feng had become the sovereign of this realm. Yet the true master of this territory was racing towards Lin Feng. Pain. The final hidden vein seemed to be the last threshold. The sensation of agony intensified tenfold. As the spiritual energy barely grazed it, the entire hidden vein began to tremble, appearing to be both excited by the arrival of the energy and fearful of its convergence. Despite the excruciating pain, Lin Feng harbored no intentions of retreat. An immense amount of spiritual energy gathered, just as before, as Lin Feng directed his dantian to unblock this final meridian. Each meridian is interconnected with the central dantian, allowing for the swiftest unblocking through simultaneous advancement. Gradually, the meridian was cleared, yet beads of sweat the size of mung beans broke out upon Lin Feng's forehead, as even his resilience was nearly overwhelmed by this torment. Nevertheless, he could only grit his teeth and endure. At last, after half an hour, a long-awaited sound resonated from within his body. To Lin Feng's ears, This sound was as melodious as celestial music, for it heralded the unblocking of the final hidden vein. As soon as the last meridian was cleared, a torrent of spiritual energy began to flow freely through it, and Lin Feng connected this final meridian to the dual pathways of heaven and earth. Consequently, all 51 primary meridians within Lin Feng's body were unblocked and unified as a single entity, signifying his attainment of the late stage of energy gathering in the creation divine art. The next step was the final preparation before foundation establishment, refining the Dantian. The day the Dantian refinement was completed would mark Lin Feng's initiation into the realm of foundation establishment in his cultivation journey. As Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickered within them. He had finally progressed a step further. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged into his body, coursing through his meridians and ultimately infusing his Dantian. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered within the Dantian. Yet the first to benefit from this energy was a small brown orb situated above it, which devoured half of the energy before the remainder could act upon the Dantian itself. This was Lin Feng employing the Dantian refinement technique, a branch of the divine art known as creation, primarily aimed at refining the Dantian. The Dantian refinement technique operated with great speed, causing the spiritual energy to churn within the Dantian, transforming into various forms, seething magma, ancient frost, sharp chisels, and even voracious ants. The process of refinement was, of course, not a simple task. Lin Feng endured the relentless onslaught of spiritual energy, finding it even more arduous than unblocking his meridians due to the frailty of the Dantian in comparison. After an hour had passed, Lin Feng's refinement of the Dantian finally concluded. He opened his eyes, weary yet savoring the experience of the recent endeavor, having tasted the bittersweet essence of hardship. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath a massive boulder. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng gazed down at the source of the sound, where a colossal lion circled the stone. Observing the claw marks etched into the boulder, Lin Feng understood that the lion had attempted to scale it multiple times. But the sheer size of the stone rendered it impossible for the lion to ascend, as its massive form lacked the agility that allowed Lin Feng to easily climb. It appears that my own spiritual aura has once again disturbed the lord of this realm. With a leap from the towering boulder, Lin Feng descended 30 zhang with remarkable grace, landing deftly upon the verdant grass below. No sooner had he touched down than a fierce lion lunged toward him. As a formidable beast of higher order, it would not permit any trespass upon its territory. To Lin Feng's surprise, the lion wasted no time in launching an attack. With a resigned smile, he brandished his cold 7 spear, not thrusting it forward, but rather swinging it horizontally, delivering a powerful blow to the lion's flank. The impact resonated. The cold 7 seemed to tremble under the force exerted by Lin Feng. The lion, unable to withstand such might, was sent sprawling 10 meters away. After weighing the cold 7 in his hands, Lin Feng concluded it was time for an upgrade. The lion, having been struck aside, refrained from immediately retaliating. For it sensed that Lin Feng had shown restraint, a heavier blow would have sent it even further afield, perhaps causing injury. Nevertheless, it glared menacingly at Lin Feng, baring its teeth in a threatening display, as though longing to devour him whole. Lin Feng, with a playful demeanor, addressed the lion. I am surprised that the sovereign of this territory is none other than a lion. I mean no offense. I merely wish to depart this northern grassland. However, I would prefer not to traverse on foot. If you are willing to grant me a ride, I shall spare your life, and you may continue to reign as the ruler of this land. What say you? Lin Feng's intent was unmistakably clear. He sought the lion's assistance for transportation. Roar. The majestic lion was acutely aware of Lin Feng's words, its eyes ablaze with fury, and its mane bristling in a display of unmistakable anger. How could such a noble high-ranking beast ever consent to be a mount for a mere human? Not even for a fleeting moment. Observing the lion's reaction, Lin Feng sighed regretfully, then once more directed the cold 7 spear towards the lion in a fierce assault. This time, it was a lethal strike. As cold 7 surged forward, the spearhead became chillingly sharp, manifesting into a stunning celestial crane that viciously lunged at the lion. Celestial crane asks the heavens. Lin Feng's formidable technique was palpable to the lion, yet it was too late to retract its advance, and it lunged forward regardless. With a sharp thud, the crane's piercing beak swiftly penetrated the lion's neck, shredding flesh and sinew to pieces, even fracturing the vertebrae with one thrust. causing blood to splatter profusely. The lion could scarcely fathom that this diminutive human possessed such overwhelming power as a beast of the wild. It was astonished to find its body so easily pierced by this mundane weapon. Strictly speaking, the cold 7 spear remained an ordinary weapon, not even qualifying as a treasured artifact. However, underestimating it could lead to dire consequences, as evidenced by the lion's own fate. With a resounding crash, the lion collapsed. A dignified 8th-tier beast felled by a single strike from Lin Feng. In contrast to his earlier battles against armored beasts, Lin Feng had made tremendous strides. His meridians now flowed as a cohesive system, his agility had reached new heights, and his combat experience had deepened significantly. Having faced life and death, and having savored moments of beauty, Lin Feng's journey of training had been immensely enriching. He extracted the lion's demon stone and subsequently departed from the scene. 10 days later, a formidable high-tier beast known as the Euthuma emerged at the outskirts of the Tombay Prairie, galloping across the vast expanse. All surrounding beasts, struck with fear, made haste to retreat. The Euthuma appeared exceedingly docile. However, its offensive capabilities were undeniably fierce, making it a creature that ordinary beasts dared not provoke lightly. Perched atop the Euthuma was a youth clad in animal hide, wielding a spear. His hair, aligned with his brow, danced in the wind. And though his visage bore a semblance of youth, his bright eyes reflected a serene depth, as if no surrounding beauty could stir his emotions. He gazed steadily ahead, and had he donned armor, he would surely present himself as a gallant young general. This individual was Lin Feng, a disciple of the Luoyuan sect. Having just completed his trials, the narrative unfolds in Chapter 127, The Spear Cuts the Foundation, Chapter 128, The City of Tongbei, Chapter 129, Returning to the Luoyuan sect, Chapter 130, The Peril of Luoyuan, Chapter 131, On the Life and Death Stage, and Chapter 132, The Fierce Duel. In the life and death battle, there were no judges, for it was a contest of existence itself, devoid of mediators. In a previous silent confrontation, Qianlong had found himself at a disadvantage against Lin Feng, and thus he urgently sought to regain his momentum. The Jiao Long golden blade whirled swiftly in his grasp, as he fervently channeled spiritual energy towards the blade. The gathering energy intensified, illuminating the blade with a burgeoning brilliance, signaling to any discerning observer the terrifying nature of Qianlong's impending strike. Observing Qianlong unleash his technique, a disciple seated in the stands turned to his companion with a look of perplexity, remarking, "I never anticipated that Qianlong would place such importance on a mere qi-gathering disciple, initiating his strike with the Golden Flood Dragon." This disciple, one of the top 10 at Golden Peak, possessed strength that surpassed even that of Qianlong. The individual seated beside him appeared indifferent, his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly lost in a brief reverie. The speaker, undeterred by his companion's aloofness, assumed they were well acquainted. Lin Feng, too, sensed the formidable nature of Qianlong's move. The technique of creation surged within him, as deep blue spiritual energy coursed through the cold 7 spear. As he wielded the spear, the air rippled as if stirred by water. At that moment, amidst the brilliance of Qianlong's blade, a ferocious roar resonated, and the surrounding golden spiritual energy converged violently. A golden dragon, measuring 10 zhang in length, soared forth, as if it had just broken free from its confines. The golden dragon danced exuberantly around Qianlong, filling the arena with a cacophony of howls. This was evidently Qianlong's ultimate technique. Lin Feng gazed coldly at Qianlong, stating, "Senior brother Qian, you certainly hold me in regard. I welcome your guidance." With a sinister smile, Qianlong replied, "To be frank, your talent is exceptional. However, I harbor a dreadful habit. I take delight in extinguishing outstanding disciples. Many have perished at my hands, and you shall be among them. Prepare to meet your end." Without allowing Lin Feng a moment to react, he swung his golden blade forcefully, and the golden dragon let out a thunderous roar as it charged towards Lin Feng. As the golden serpent approached with ferocity, Lin Feng's spear seemed to lose its swift momentum, while the surrounding air began to ripple in harmony with the creature's chilling frequency. Concealed in the shadows, 2 individuals observed Lin Feng's technique with astonishment. While the maneuver appeared deceptively simple, its ability to disturb the air indicated a level of martial prowess that could only be achieved through the unity of man and nature. Yet, both swiftly shook their heads, recognizing that he was still far from that pinnacle. These 2 were none other than Lu Qingtian, the leader of the Luoyuan sect, and his deputy, Li Yun. Lin Feng's reaction was evident in Chunlong's eyes, who scoffed dismissively, likening it to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The golden dragon, fierce and relentless, extended its claws towards Lin Feng with tremendous force, each strike resonating with a sound that shattered the air. The faces of nearby disciples turned pale. Had they faced such an assault, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. This exemplified the formidable strength of the Foundation establishment disciples, with some already envisioning the gruesome fate that awaited Lin Feng. As the claws descended mercilessly, Lin Feng thrust his spear, conjuring a sphere of water beneath the oncoming assault. The claws failed to shatter the water barrier immediately. Seizing this moment, Lin Feng swung his spear again, channeling his spiritual energy with increasing velocity, causing the ripples at the spear's tip to stabilize. This technique was the culmination of Lin Feng's month-long contemplation and practice, an ingenious fusion of spear artistry and water attributes. Designed primarily for defense, he aptly named it rippling waves. The waves cascaded, one after another, ceaselessly dissipating the force of the onslaught against him. It was actually blocked. This notion did not merely flicker in Chunlong's mind. The audience was collectively astounded. What appeared to be an ordinary maneuver effortlessly thwarted the golden claw beyond 10 feet. With narrowed eyes, Chunlong realized he had underestimated his opponent. He clasped his hands together, channeling his spiritual energy, and pointed decisively at the golden dragon, which instantly erupted in a resplendent golden glow, resembling a magnificent divine dragon exuding an air of dominance. As the golden claw remained hindered by the waves, it intensified its force, pressing down vehemently upon the water. The waves began to tremble, and before Lin Feng could devise a countermeasure, the other golden claw advanced in a swift assault. One claw was barely manageable, but the moment the other claw made contact with the waves, a shattering sound echoed. The water was effortlessly shattered. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. With a flicker, he vanished to a distance of 20 feet. Observing Lin Feng evade, the golden dragon was relentless, swiftly turning to pursue him once more, baring its sharp teeth, intent on delivering a decisive blow. The divine art was continuously in high operation. Lin Feng had merely sought to assess the efficacy of his wave defense, yet it was evidently insufficient. As the golden dragon surged towards him, the cold 7 spear trembled in Lin Feng's grasp, its tip pulsing with swirling spiritual energy, preparing for the impending strike, a culmination of his gathered strength. When the golden dragon was almost upon him, Cold 7 erupted into action, unleashing a torrent of spear shadows that filled the air. Clang, clang, clang. The long spear struck the golden dragon, producing a thunderous collision that resonated through the air. The radiant golden light enveloping the dragon dimmed dramatically, as if it had sustained a grievous wound from this single assault. As the shadows of the spear technique dissipated, Lin Feng pressed on, summoning the celestial crane, which appeared in an instant. With its dark golden beak, it fiercely lunged toward the dragon's forehead, momentarily immobilizing the dragon's head. However, the dragon's body thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from the crane's grasp. Observing the erratic movements of the golden dragon, a subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Meanwhile, the spear, known as Cold 7, was raised high by Lin Feng, drawing an immense surge of spiritual energy that coalesced around it, surpassing even the quantity of energy emanating from the golden dragon itself by several folds. Suddenly, this concentrated force of the Cold 7 spear struck fiercely against the dragon's head. Boom! As the spear tip made contact, the Tinjiang-long golden dragon instantly transformed into a cloud of spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace, utterly and completely. Previously puzzled by Chunlong's premature use of the technique frenzied dragon rising from the sea, a disciple suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "How can this be? How could a mere gathering energy disciple possess such profound spiritual energy?" Meanwhile, a figure who appeared to be resting nearby opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. The crowd was left in astonishment as the golden dragon was effortlessly dispelled by Lin Feng's strike. Those who had previously dismissed Lin Feng as merely seeking attention now fell silent, realizing that regardless of the outcome of this battle, Lin Feng had earned the right to challenge the Blade Master. The golden serpent was shattered, leaving Chunlong utterly astonished, for this move represented his most formidable strike. Its destructive power was sufficient to vanquish an ordinary foundational cultivator. He had regarded Lin Feng with a heightened sense of respect, believing him worthy of such a formidable attack. Yet he never anticipated this outcome. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to these thoughts. As the golden serpent dissipated, he soared towards Chunlong. Observing Lin Feng's fierce assault, a bead of sweat trickled down Chunlong's cheek. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. The golden serpent blade materialized before his chest in an instant. Clang! The golden serpent blade successfully intercepted the attack from the cold seventh spear, yet an unmistakable imprint of the spear tip marred the high-grade weapon. Chunlong was momentarily engulfed in disbelief. What? I have studied his spear. It is crafted from merely high-quality, mundane materials. How could it possess such formidable power? My golden serpent blade is a high-tier treasure. How could it be so easily overwhelmed? These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant when suddenly, a gust from the spear surged towards him. Ah! This was the sole exclamation that pierced Chunlong's mind. Even so, he endeavored to evade the impending strike. Whoosh! The spear tip sliced through Chunlong's side, the fierce wind shredding his garments to tatters, while the razor-sharp blade inflicted a severe gash upon his skin, blood gushing forth from the wound. As the spectators beheld Chunlong's injury, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Chunlong has been wounded. Is this Lin Feng truly just a cultivator of the gathering energy stage? It is simply inconceivable. As he gazed upon the flowing blood, Chunlong's countenance darkened like water. Yet his eyes blazed with fiery intensity. He fiercely declared to Lin Feng, "You have forced my hand. I shall ensure your demise is not a pleasant one." With that, a vivid red pill materialized in Chunlong's grasp, which he swiftly consumed. On the arena of life and death, all manner of tactics were employed, devoid of any rules, the sole objective being the obliteration of one's opponent. This crimson pill was Chunlong's ultimate resort. Upon ingesting the pill, his face flushed a deep crimson, and his hands gradually tightened around the hilt of the golden dragon blade. With determination, he raised the blade above his head and fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, bellowing. Third form of the Chun family blade technique, Raging Dragon's Roar. This technique had previously been demonstrated by Chun who before Lin Feng during their time in the outer sect. However, due to its overwhelming power, Chun who had been unable to master it, ultimately falling prey to Lin Feng's keen perception of its flaws. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon blade struck the arena, causing the defensive runes inscribed upon it to shimmer with energy, revealing the sheer force of the attack. Had it not been for the protective formations, the arena itself might have been cleaved in two by Chunlong's strike. As the blade made contact with the arena, a blood dragon materialized instantaneously, charging towards Lin Feng without a hint of hesitation, while Lin Feng's rippling waters were already prepared. The blood dragon, akin to an ancient beast of prey, bore emotionless, pale yellow eyes as it collided fiercely with the undulating waves. The moment the tranquil waters were disturbed, they were shattered as the blood-red dragon claw struck fiercely against Lin Feng's chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng was sent hurtling 20 zhang away. Yet, the blood dragon did not relent, launching another devastating blow towards him. In the instant of impact, Lin Feng deftly evaded, glancing back at the blood dragon. Surprised by its incredible speed, rubbing his chest, he revealed an imprint of the dragon claw, the pain excruciating, though merely a superficial wound, posing little threat to him. Gazing at the ferocious blood dragon, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreating, employing the windward secret art to pursue it. Meanwhile, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy converged towards Chen Qi's long spear. Observing Lin Feng charging towards him, the blood dragon let out a deafening roar. Viciously lunging at Lin Feng, the spear's shadow, a manifestation of might, seemed almost tangible as it struck the blood dragon with tremendous force. Each thrust was countered by the dragon's claws, yet Lin Feng's assault momentarily halted the relentless onslaught of the blood dragon. The dragon's brutish momentum was finally stymied by Lin Feng's fierce strike. Beside them, Chunlong, who had grown weary from employing the wild dragon technique, witnessed this turn of events with wide, frantic eyes. A fierce glint sparkled within him as he struck his chest with a palm imbued with flickering spiritual energy. A plume of blood mist erupting forth. His hands swiftly formed a spiritual incantation, and a radiant beam shot from his fingertips, soaring towards the blood dragon. As the light melded with the dragon's form, its body began to shimmer with a flickering spiritual glow. This book comprises the following chapters. Chapter 133, The Path of Life and Death. Chapter 134, Lin Feng's Foundation Establishment. Chapter 135, The Transformation of the Dantian. Chapter 136, The First Battle of Foundation Establishment. Chapter 137, Utterly Defeating Chu Yin. Chapter 138, The Emergence of Crisis. Chapter 139, An interception on the journey Chapter 140. Confrontation with King Yuntian Chapter 141. Devouring spiritual power Chapter 142. The leader's rescue Chapter 143. The Valley's chaotic battle Chapter 144. Confronting the condensation of Dan Chapter 145. Bloodbath at the Chun family Chapter 146. Departing from Lihua City Chapter 147. The Flying Post Station Chapter 148. Exchanging for Star Abyss Stones Chapter 149. Setting Sail Chapter 150. The Immortal Selection Conference Chapter 151. The Emergence of a Beautiful Figure Chapter 152. Enlightenment and Arrays Chapter 153. The Water Moon Cave Heaven Chapter 154. Lu Family Steward Chapter 155. Repelling Lu Fei. Chapter 156. The Purple Gold Lotus Let Us Descend and Observe. The bold thrive while the timid perish. Contemplating this, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings before leaping into the water. With a splash, he plunged into the cool depths, sending ripples across the surface. The water was refreshingly cold, prompting an involuntary shiver from Lin Feng. However, he quickly acclimated and continued his descent towards the bottom. Fortunately, the pool was not particularly deep, merely 100 meters, and he soon reached the base. At the bottom, he discovered a swirling vortex, at the apex of which was a small hole, less than a yard in diameter, his newfound discovery. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng swam towards the opening. Upon entering, for the sake of safety, he devised an illusionary trap at the entrance, presenting the appearance of an unremarkable stone floor. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, concealed within the fifth layer of rock, found himself in a state of indecision. He pondered whether Lin Feng had deliberately set a trap for him, or if there truly was a new discovery to be made. Should it indeed be a trap? Even with his numerous life-preserving treasures, escape would not be guaranteed. The memory of the pale blue hawk that had soared towards him lingered, causing his eyelid to twitch involuntarily. The energy contained within that hawk was certainly potent enough to inflict harm, though not fatal. The pain would be significant nonetheless. Yet, if there were a genuine discovery, the rewards would be plentiful. Regrettably, he had not examined his surroundings closely upon entering, leading him to this perplexing dilemma. Torn between the desire to investigate further and the apprehension of falling prey to Lin Feng's trap, Lu Fei's emotions were akin to a cat's claw, restless and yearning for resolution. At this moment, deep within the water pool, the small passage that Lin Feng had entered extended a full 1,000 meters in length, with countless forks along the way offering choices for exploration. Guided by his innate senses, Lin Feng advanced through this serene, deep blue pool, which was not particularly large, measuring merely 10 zhang in circumference. In the center of the pool stood a magnificent plant resembling a purple gold lotus, its diameter impressively wide, approximately half a zhang. Gone was the delicateness, replaced instead by an air of elegance and grandeur, still breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, with a splash, a fountain of water erupted from the depths of the pool near the rocks, revealing a young boy who emerged, gasping for breath. This was Lin Feng, who had entered from the 5th level of the Water Moon Cave. Following the guidance of his instincts, he had finally reached his destination. Although he had already attained foundational cultivation, he had been submerged for at least an hour. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have perished in the depths of the pool. Once he regained his breath, Lin Feng leapt from the water onto the rocks, meticulously surveying his surroundings. In this unfamiliar environment, he maintained an outward calm, yet his mind was taut with focus. The journey had not come without its hardships, and he could not afford to falter before even encountering his quarry. However, after searching for some time, he found no signs of life. Suddenly, Lin Feng froze in astonishment. He beheld the exquisite purple gold lotus in the water, its beauty beyond words. Noble, graceful, elegant, an array of commendatory adjectives flooded his mind. Lin Feng felt that even an exhaustive application of vocabulary would fall short in capturing the essence of this extraordinary lotus. At that moment, the excited voice of the elder Wanhua resonated within Lin Feng's mind. What a remarkable treasure! It is indeed the 9 heavens purple Xian lotus. However, judging by its color, it has likely existed for around 100,000 years. Fortunately, it is already ripe. Lin Feng, you have stumbled upon a great treasure this time. I had wondered why this place was infused with such dense water spirit energy. Even spirit crystals could not exert such a profound influence. It turns out to be the 9 heavens, purple Xian lotus. From the tone of Elder Wanhua, Lin Feng discerned that the exquisite purple golden lotus before him possessed an extraordinary origin. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he inquired, What is the origin of the nine heavens purple Xian lotus? What are its uses? The elder replied slowly, the nine heavens purple Xian lotus is a water-based entity, imbued with a rich essence of water spirit energy. This location is indeed well suited for its growth. As for its uses, every part of it is a treasure. Its purple golden hue signifies its exceptional quality. To begin with, the flower symbolizes purity and resilience, emerging untainted from the mud, representing clarity and freedom, which endears it to humanity. Its esteem reaches the pinnacle within the Buddhist realm, where many revered Buddhas and bodhisattvas seek high-quality lotuses to forge sacred treasures. There exists a saying in Buddhism that meditating upon a lotus seed yields remarkable results with half the effort. The nine heavens purple Xian lotus before you is a coveted item among many Buddhas. Both the Buddha and the Taoist ancestor transcend ordinary deities. What do you think of this treasure? Lin Feng was astounded by the extraordinary value of the lotus before him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he spoke slowly. So, does this mean I have struck a great fortune? The venerable Wan Hua gazed at Lin Feng and chuckled. To be precise, you have struck gold. Your fortune is indeed celestial. He continued. However, the most precious aspects of the nine heavens purple mysterious lotus are not the blossoms themselves, but rather the lotus roots and seeds. Logically, Lin Feng had already surmised that these two items would hold considerable value, and he listened attentively as Wan Hua elaborated. First, let us consider the lotus seeds. The nine heavens purple mysterious lotus yields a remarkable 13 seeds, each possessing extraordinary properties. Just a single seed has the miraculous ability to revive the deceased, restoring life to flesh and bone with the utmost ease, provided, of course, that the spirit of the departed has not completely dissipated. Upon consuming the lotus seed, the very essence of the revived being is significantly enhanced. Then, Wan Hua shifted his discourse, stating, however, for an alchemist, to consume the seeds directly is akin to committing a grievous waste. If the nine heavens purple mysterious lotus were to fall into the hands of a seasoned alchemist, its efficacy could be doubled. The ability to resurrect the dead. To extend one's life with these seeds, would that not grant immortality? Such power. Yet, Wan Hua countered, immortality? That is not to be. Fate is ordained by heaven. The act of resurrecting the dead is already a defiance of destiny. The more precious a substance, the greater the limitations imposed. The effects of a second consumption may very well be less than half of the first. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng comprehended this notion. If it were truly as he imagined, one could simply gather to seek out such miraculous medicines capable of altering fate, and with sufficient quantity, they might indeed brew their way to ascension. Nevertheless, possessing such power was already remarkable. But what of the lotus root? What purpose does it serve? The venerable Wan Hua stroked his beard and remarked, both lotus root and lotus seeds are remarkable entities birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured by the entire lotus plant over the course of time. The medicinal value of lotus root remains extraordinarily high, rivaling that of lotus seeds. However, its paramount significance lies in another realm. At this juncture, Wan Hua paused, seemingly to pique Lin Feng's curiosity. Just as Lin Feng was enraptured by the narrative, Wan Hua abruptly fell silent, prompting Lin Feng to inquire eagerly, what are you teasing about? Do continue. With a sly grin, Wan Hua resumed. The most crucial value of lotus root is the ability to reshape one's true form. Reshape one's true form? Upon hearing these four words, Lin Feng's mind immediately conjured images of the mythological figure Neza, the lotus flower boy. Indeed, Neza was reborn through lotus root. Within the myriad worlds, there exists such a celestial being named Li Neza. In ancient times, Li Neza sought to forge a magical artifact and, in his quest, encountered the third prince of the true dragon, whom he defeated, stripping him of his sinews and scales. The true dragon is among the most esteemed of the beast clan. Upon learning of the demise of his third prince at Li Neza's hands, the Dragon King was consumed by fury, unleashing a tempestuous assault that swiftly claimed Li Neza's life. Although the account recounted by Wan Hua diverged slightly from the myths Lin Feng had encountered, the essence of the outcome remained largely unchanged. He refrained from interrupting Wan Hua, choosing instead to listen attentively. Fortunately, the timely intervention of the heavenly king Li Jing, who, using the exquisite pagoda, located Li Neza's soul among the countless spirits in the underworld, ultimately expended a tremendous cost to procure lotus root for the rebirth of Li Neza's true form. After enduring a millennium of refinement, Li Neza has finally succeeded in reconstructing his true form. Upon achieving this transformation, his physique ascended directly to that of a true immortal. Remarkably, in merely 10,000 years of cultivation, he attained the status of a golden immortal. The materials utilized for his rebirth were none other than the lotus roots of the nine heavens' purple mysterious lotus. Lin Feng realized that mentioning the lotus boy at this juncture was undoubtedly linked to the nine heavens' purple mysterious lotus. He was astonished that the newly formed body had reached the true immortal physique, a quality that is typically only attainable post-ascension. While others toil for millennia, ultimately facing heavenly tribulations to obtain this true immortal form, Lineza has acquired it with such relative ease. Despite the 1,000 years of refinement, Lin Feng found this phenomenon utterly unfathomable. The offspring of affluent families invariably commence their journeys from a different starting point. This immutable truth applies at all times. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Rebirth? Did not grandfather Wanhua require this very item? However, before Lin Feng could voice his inquiry, Elder Wanhua chuckled heartily and remarked, I appreciate your kind intentions. While I exist merely in the form of a soul, both my divine essence and divine body have been obliterated, my divinity having long since merged with my soul. A mortal vessel cannot possibly bear my divine nature. The nine heavens' purple mysterious lotus before us certainly meets the criteria, yet it is not feasible at this moment. Not feasible? Lin Feng questioned. Why is that? Elder Wanhua replied candidly, your strength is insufficient. Only when your power is adequate will I be able to undergo rebirth. Indeed, Lin Feng was merely at the foundation establishment level, his prowess lacking. He inquired, what level of strength is required to facilitate your rebirth? Even if my own strength is insufficient, I can seek the aid of those who possess greater power. Surely, many would be willing to assist a divine being, would they not? However, the venerable Wanhua shook his head and replied, the process of reconstructing one's true form is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It may take a century or even a millennium. Furthermore, you must at least reach the golden immortal cultivation level to aid me in this endeavor, which is the bare minimum. As for your suggestion to find others to assist in my reconstruction, it is unnecessary. Since my betrayal, I have ceased to trust anyone. Even now, I can only place my trust in you. The saying once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope comes to mind. I wonder if it is fitting for this moment, but it is clear that the wounds in Wanhua's heart run deep. Not wishing to dwell on this topic any longer, Lin Feng stated, very well, I shall reserve the nine heavens purple Xian lotus for you, and once I attain the golden immortal level, I will assist in your reconstruction. Yet, the venerable Wanhua once again declined, saying, though this extraordinary item is immensely valuable and exceedingly rare, our current objective is to elevate your strength. There is no need to preserve this item. With your remarkable fortune, you will undoubtedly find even more suitable materials for my reconstruction in the future. Moreover, this item is a miraculous herb that will undoubtedly enhance your Panga body refinement technique, so it is best that you utilize the nine heavens purple Xian lotus, as it will bring you boundless benefits. After Wanhua's analysis, Lin Feng ceased to be reluctant and made his way directly toward the nine heavens purple Xian lotus. However, at that moment, he sensed an unusual phenomenon unfolding. This book comprises the following chapters. Chapter 157, The Birth of Beings. Chapter 158, Lin Feng's Enlightenment. Chapter 159, The Lotus Flower's Might. Chapter 160, The Servant Lu Fei. Chapter 161, The Gathering of Spirits. Chapter 162, The Genius Lin Feng. Chapter 163, Ice Breakthrough. Chapter 164, Successful Breakthrough. Chapter 165, Rumors of Treasures. Chapter 166, The Ground Beneath Our Feet. Dear friends, please pause for a moment. In the spirit of seeking good companions, I take inspiration from a saying of the immortal Shingongbao. If you find enjoyment in this book, I kindly ask you to lend your support. Though my daily commitments often keep me occupied, I assure you that I have never faltered in my dedication to this work. I sit at my computer daily, sometimes grappling with chaotic thoughts, struggling for an hour or even an entire day to conjure a compelling narrative. The fear of discontinuation weighs heavily on me. For over 100 days and nights, I have refrained from publishing, hoping to attract more readers to my creations. Your presence would invigorate my spirit. I do not seek monetary rewards or donations, merely your support in the form of bookmarks. If you have the time, I would be grateful for your assistance in spreading the word. Thank you for considering this request as I navigate this vibrant phase of youth with purpose. Thank you to all my friends. This book is derived from Chapter 167, The Initial Mastery of Eye Techniques, Chapter 168, The Art of Auspicious Eyes, Chapter 169, A Surge of Killing Intent, Chapter 170, The Manifestation of Precious Treasures, Chapter 171, The Astonishing Appearance of the Sea Tribe. As Zhao Qingyun made his entrance, a cultivator shouted loudly, "Look, there is movement on the sea." Upon hearing this call, the crowd shifted their gaze from Zhao Qingyun to the waters of Donghai Bay. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Qingyun's eyes. Yet he couldn't help but look towards the sea. Lin Feng had also noticed the changes occurring on the water's surface. The currents began to tremble, and numerous fish, shrimp, and sea monsters leaped out of the water, as if the sea had become inhospitable for them. However, everyone observed that the water currents were flowing gently, not downstream, but rather swirling around a certain focal point. Gradually, the rotation of the water intensified, and the crowd finally beheld that focal point. A small whirlpool began to form, its diameter expanding. Yet, it was still night, and thus, they could not discern what lay within the whirlpool. Just as someone was about to leap forward, several figures emerged from the distance above the water, moving with extraordinary speed. Even from afar, they projected an overwhelming presence. Sensing this earth-shattering aura, everyone felt a tremor within. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This aura was even more potent than that of the King of Killers, indicating at least a purple mansion cultivation level. At that moment, Du Shihai, Zhao Qingyun, and Shimin Lian all furrowed their brows. Previously, they had feigned high-mindedness, but now they were unexpectedly inserting themselves into the matter. What did this signify? Instinctively, the trio regarded the newcomers as adversaries. Suddenly, Zhao Qingyun spoke up. No, it's the Sea Clan. The words, though softly spoken, resonated throughout the gathering, prompting all to turn their gazes toward the few figures racing toward them, filled with profound confusion. Lin Feng also cast his eyes in that direction. Leading the Sea Clan was a young cultivator with partially white hair, who bore a trident upon his back, as pristine as snow. Following him were peculiar creatures, unmistakably denizens of the ocean. The Sea Clan could be regarded as a branch of the Beast Clan, predominantly residing in the vastness of the sea. Given the expansive nature of their habitat, the Sea Clan was numerous and undeniably formidable. However, it was rare for members of the Sea Clan to venture onto land in pursuit of resources, as the ocean itself was a treasure trove of wonders. No one anticipated encountering the Sea Clan here today. Could it be that there were treasures in Donghai Bay that even the Sea Clan coveted? The thought crossed their minds, and they resolved that the Sea Clan must not be allowed to contend for these treasures, which rightfully belonged to Donghai Bay. This region had long been regarded as the domain of the In Kingdom and the E Kingdom. It was unthinkable for the Sea Clan to lay claim to it. Just as Du Shihai and the others were about to engage the approaching figures in conversation, the young cultivator with the partially white hair, leading his companions, plunged headlong into the whirlpool. Such decisiveness took them by surprise. Upon witnessing this bold act, Du Shihai's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "This is trouble." In the midst of battle beneath the waves, the aquatic beings thrive as fish do in water. It seems that the three of us must temporarily set aside our grievances and join forces. True to their seasoned nature, they quickly assessed the situation and articulated their thoughts to Zhao Qingyun and Shimin Lian. Indeed, the combat prowess of the aquatic race diminishes significantly on land, just as the abilities of land cultivators are considerably reduced, by at least fivefold, when they engage in combat within the water. This is a conservative estimate, as the currents greatly hinder a land cultivator's power, speed, and the casting of spells. Unless equipped with powerful artifacts, most would hesitate to engage in battle in aquatic environments. Without further hesitation, Zhao Qingyun and Shimin Lian nodded in agreement, recognizing that collaboration at this juncture would yield the greatest advantage. Thus, it was prudent to avoid lingering. After Shimin Lian concluded his remarks, he leaped gracefully, his feet propelled by crimson spiritual energy, soaring towards the turbulent waters of the eastern sea bay. Zhao Qingyun, having drained the jade cup, followed suit, riding his flying chariot into the fray. Du Shihai also wasted no time. His moonlight divine vessel transformed into a beam of light, piercing directly into the swirling vortex. The three formidable figures entered the maelstrom, and others did not delay either. The core formation cultivators soared in on their own, while those of the gathering spirit or foundation establishment stages utilized their artifacts to traverse the waters. Some formidable individuals even plunged directly into the sea, navigating through the currents toward the whirlpool. Seeing that many were unable to reach the turbulent waters, Lin Feng chuckled, producing his cloud vessel. With a change of hand gestures, the vessel transformed into a grand ship, standing majestically above the flying craft. Addressing those who sought a way to enter the sea, Lin Feng proclaimed, 50 spirit stones to access the whirlpool, spirit stones first, then board the vessel. Limited to 100 individuals. We shall depart once we are full. 50 spirit stones? Why not just rob someone? Some scoffed, incredulous at his greed for such a short distance. It was vexing that he and T brought his second brother soaring sparrow. 50 spirit stones, I will give them to you. Upon Lin Feng's declaration, some hurled insults while others opted to board the ship. In comparison to the coveted treasures, 50 spirit stones seemed trivial. The opportunity to enter first and secure the treasures was far more significant. In just a few moments, 80 individuals had gathered aboard the vessel. Eventually, even those who had initially protested could no longer resist the urge to board and enter the turbulent waters, realizing that without this vessel, they might have to swim the distance themselves. Lin Feng distinctly remembered one of the critics, yet he did not refuse the individual boarding. Flashing a bright smile, he announced, the last 20 spots are now 100 spirit stones each. As for any potential price increases thereafter, that shall depend on my mood. At that moment, Lin Feng finally grasped the experience of a shrewd merchant, as this was evidently price gouging. Upon hearing his words, several who had hesitated immediately produced 100 spirit stones to board the ship. With so many vying for treasures within the whirlpool, remaining as mere spectators would render their efforts futile. They could not afford to miss this opportunity, especially with the price already increased to 50 spirit stones. Who knew how much higher it would soar later on? Ultimately, one must reluctantly yield the spirit stones. In no time, the 100 seats were filled. Lin Feng altered the spiritual formula in his hand, and the cloud-soaring boat surged towards the turbulent whirlpool. On board, Lin Feng held a lustrous spirit stone, a grin spreading across his face, realizing he possessed the potential to be a merchant. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at a few individuals in the crowd. Smiling subtly, people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food, he mused, hoping they would deliberate wisely to avoid becoming unwitting benefactors. Lin Feng's decision to unveil the cloud-soaring boat at this juncture was not without intention. He aimed to incite the greed of others. For his strength was perfectly suited to feign weakness while striking decisively. Naturally, this was a spur-of-the-moment idea. His primary focus remained on the precious treasures within the whirlpool. In a flash, the distance of 10 miles was traversed in mere breaths, and the cloud-soaring boat soon hovered above the whirlpool. At that moment, the whirlpool's expanse was no less than 500 zhang in width. With a gentle sway, the boat effortlessly slipped inside. Previously, Lin Feng had merely agreed to ferry them to the whirlpool. This additional journey was merely a bonus. The whirlpool did not descend vertically but resembled a hollow conduit. Along the way, Lin Feng observed numerous entities navigating the swirling waters, yet the speed of the flying boat surpassed theirs significantly, inciting envy among the passengers. Aware of their envious gazes, Lin Feng merely shook his head and smiled, choosing to disregard them. After a substantial duration of half an incense stick, despite the boat's swift pace, they had yet to reach the whirlpool's terminus, while the diameter of the waterway continued to constrict gradually. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, Lin Feng and his companions finally beheld the ocean's depths. However, the whirlpool remained ever present, stabilizing the vessel with his magic. Lin Feng addressed the group, saying, "Esteemed friends, we have nearly arrived. Now, let us each seek our own fortunes." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, many nodded in agreement, and even some spirit gatherers expressed their gratitude with a respectful gesture, stating, "Thank you for your efforts, fellow cultivator." Throughout their journey, they had witnessed numerous solitary practitioners being swept away by the whirlpool. For cultivators, such harm typically did not result in death. However, the ocean harbored various unknown and formidable entities. A novice swimmer caught in these waters would face slim chances of survival, even for those at the Dan condensation stage. Along the way, they had encountered several spots marked by pools of blood, underscoring the peril they faced. After expressing their thanks, many began to cast their spells and depart. Suddenly, just as the group was disembarking, a cry pierced the air. Turning towards the sound, they saw a foundational stage cultivator being drawn into the whirlpool, quickly vanishing from sight. Observing the fate of the unfortunate practitioner, Lin Feng sighed and cautioned the others. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and one must not be careless in these treacherous depths. Following the incident of the cultivator being engulfed by the whirlpool, a palpable air of vigilance settled over the group. For the stakes were high. No one wished to perish before even catching a glimpse of the coveted treasures. On the flying vessel, apart from Lin Feng, 3 individuals remained, all possessing the cultivation of spirit gathering, with the most formidable having reached the pinnacle of this realm. Lin Feng was well aware of their reasons for staying, yet feigned ignorance and inquired, "Do you friends have any matters to discuss?" One of them, with a sinister smile, replied, "We remain here, of course, for a beneficial purpose." Haha. Another stepped forward, asserting, "In consideration of your role in our transport, we shall grant you a chance for survival. However, the flying vessel and your Chinkoan bag must be relinquished, otherwise." The threat lingered ominously in the air. Lin Feng, however, merely smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he turned to the silent cultivator and asked, "Might I inquire if you share their sentiments?" This individual was the one at the pinnacle of spirit gathering. Upon being addressed by Lin Feng, he frowned slightly. The young man appeared unnaturally calm, and a seemingly feeble foundation establishment cultivator exhibited no signs of anxiety in the presence of 3 spirit-gathering masters. What could be the reason for this? Despite his inner confusion, he was a seasoned wanderer of the martial world. How could he be intimidated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? He then spoke coolly. "To possess such cultivation at such a young age, along with such a precious treasure, you must be backed by a formidable force, I presume?" Though he did not directly answer Lin Feng, his words sent a chill down the spines of the other 2. They had initially intended to let Lin Feng go, but the prospect of facing the might of his unknown benefactors in the future filled them with dread. As this thought crossed his mind, the 2 individuals in front of him were suddenly engulfed by a murderous intent, silently observing Lin Feng without uttering a word. These rogue cultivators of the Jianghu were indeed ruthless, for killing and seizing treasures were commonplace for them. Murder was merely a matter of swift execution. Lin Feng, of course, discerned the implications behind the words of the peak-gathering spirit cultivator. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, in the back and forth, "I've yet to secure a path for survival. How utterly foolish." It was unclear whether the phrase utterly foolish referred to Lin Feng himself or to the 3 of them. As he pondered this, the eyes of the 3 gathering spirit cultivators were suddenly illuminated by a cold glimmer. This narrative is sourced from This Is a Difficulty. Chapter 172, Desperate Dagger Revealed, and Chapter 173, The Power of Flowing Water. What force could it possibly be? Once this notion took root in Lin Feng's mind, he clung to it tenaciously, firmly believing that such a power must exist. The practice of Tai Chi continued unabated. Had he not just waved his hand with such ease? Upon contemplating the concept of power, Lin Feng intentionally began to sense the forces surrounding him, completely releasing his mind and earnestly executing each movement of Tai Chi. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt an unparalleled lightness in his actions, even more effortless than on solid ground. Despite the questions swirling in his mind, he did not halt, continuing to delve deeply into the sensation of that elusive power. At that moment, a vibrant blue water dragon encircled Lin Feng, brimming with excitement, as flecks of blue light converged towards it, causing the color of the dragon to deepen gradually. This transformation signified Lin Feng's further enlightenment regarding the way of water. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who is immersed in his thoughts, the transformation of the water dragon eludes him as he diligently deconstructs his own insights. Resistance? Flow. Resistance impedes our progression through the water, while its antithesis, flow, enables us to glide effortlessly. But where does this flow reside? Through layers of contemplation, Lin Feng seems to have unearthed the essence of this force. Water can traverse the depths of the ocean with ease. Undoubtedly, due to the existence of this flow, all water is in motion, creating currents. Currents. When this familiar term reemerges in Lin Feng's mind, he feels as if a vibrant, multicolored flower has blossomed within his consciousness, an exhilarating response indeed. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes spring wide open. I understand now. It is the current. I once believed that currents were formed by the movement of water, but it appears to be the opposite. Currents give rise to the movement of water. Though currents may seem elusive and intangible, they are, in fact, a vital aspect of the way of water. The power of the current, although seemingly gentle and insubstantial, can cause the heaviest waters of the deep sea to move gracefully. This thought brings to mind the thunderous waves. Without the force of the current, Not even the fiercest winds could stir the water. Without the power of the current, the waves would be akin to the lifeless, offering no opportunity for audacity. However, its nature is not that of a powerful crash like a mighty wave, nor is it the insipid drizzle that falls without a trace. Its existence serves solely to affirm the strength of water, which can be both exquisitely pure and gentle, yet also unyieldingly strong and fierce. When the power of the current is subtle, it is remarkably ordinary, omnipresent, yet its force is ceaseless and eternal, perpetually generating subsequent strength. However, in moments of strength, it can also be wildly exuberant. The power of water can shake mountains or unleash natural disasters. When the concept of the power of water emerged in Lin Feng's mind, the water dragon was simultaneously undergoing a profound transformation. Previously referred to as a dragon solely due to its resemblance to a long serpent, the water dragon, after Lin Feng's insights, was genuinely evolving towards a true draconic form. At that moment, a patch of scales sprouted upon the water dragon, symbolizing Lin Feng's comprehension of the way of water. His thoughts became instantly clear. As his understanding of the way of water deepened, the structure of the deep sea unveiled itself before his eyes with remarkable clarity. He had merely touched upon the power of water, and what remained was to harness it. Adopting the closing posture of Tai Chi, Lin Feng once again closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to meticulously sense every strand of spiritual energy. Thus, time seemed to stand still as Lin Feng remained motionless at the ocean's depths, akin to a wooden figure. Suddenly, a colossal creature swam towards him. Despite its immense size, it moved through the deep sea with astonishing speed. For aquatic beings, the power of water is not merely a profound principle. It has consistently accompanied their growth. To them, swimming in the depths of the ocean is a given, and they do not ponder its significance. They remain unaware that without the power of water, navigating the deep sea would be an arduous challenge. A creature resembling a fish, yet as large as a room, glimmered with scales of a dark, yellowish hue, indicative of its long existence. Observing Lin Feng, who stood motionless on the ocean floor, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it sensed the remarkable vitality emanating from him. Consuming him would undoubtedly enhance its own power. This being had transcended into a form of demonhood. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, though his eyes remained slightly closed, extended one hand, summoning a sphere of blue light that materialized from thin air. The surrounding seawater began to converge toward this blue orb, increasing in volume until a small vortex of water formed in his palm, seemingly detached from the depths of the ocean, a mere plaything for Lin Feng. Had he grasped this principle so swiftly? While the vortex appeared ordinary, an illusion easily conjured by any cultivator, ancient man of transformation realized that achieving this feat in the immense pressure of the deep sea could only imply one thing. Lin Feng had gained a deeper understanding of the way of water. The blue water dragon encircling him brimmed with exhilaration, its scales continuously condensing, resembling a mighty dragon even more now. Lin Feng, extending his consciousness outward, was acutely aware of the fish-like creature lunging toward him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Even without comprehending the way of the flowing water, he could effortlessly handle the situation. He chose to keep this creature alive merely to validate his thoughts. With his eyes still slightly closed, he gestured gently with the hand that cradled the water vortex, sending it swiftly toward the approaching monster. The path of the swirling water flow is not a straight line. It meanders left and right like a spinning top. Its movement, although peculiarly erratic, is remarkably swift, allowing it to reach the side of the monster in the blink of an eye. Should there be an adept in the ways of water flow present, they would undoubtedly observe that wherever the whirlpool traverses, there exists a current. The force of water is irreversible. To oppose it is to encounter resistance, making movement in water exceedingly arduous. However, the whirlpool that Lin Feng currently commands embodies his own mastery over the water's power, which accounts for its astonishing speed. With eyes wide open, he gazes at the swirling stream he has summoned, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I comprehend now. Water can indeed conquer rigidity. It can be swift or turbulent, fast or slow, yet most importantly, it flows endlessly, with each layer surpassing the last. Could it be that marksmanship can also embody such principles? One cannot help but admire Lin Feng's remarkable cognitive agility. Just moments ago, he was contemplating the ways of water, and now he seamlessly connects it to the art of shooting. The principles of the Tao are omnipresent and can certainly be applied universally. At that moment, the swirling water he unleashed erupted before the monster with a thunderous explosion. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, yet the surrounding seawater remained undisturbed and chaotic. On the contrary, the water, nearly a yard wide, ceased its movement instantaneously, while the fish-like creature emerged unscathed. However, its speed of advance was abruptly diminished, a flicker of panic flashing in its eyes. From a distance, the creature's actions appeared to Lin Feng as though played in slow motion, exceedingly languid. He nodded and smiled. It seems this water force can indeed be disrupted, yet water flows eternally. It can be broken but never extinguished. I fear it shall soon reconstitute itself. As if to validate Lin Feng's perspective, the once tranquil waters surrounding the creature regained their vitality, beginning to flow once more. The currents reformed, propelling the fish-like monster swiftly toward Lin Feng, its gaze fierce yet betraying a flicker of fear deep within its eyes. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though even its heartbeat had stilled, akin to a being awaiting its inevitable slaughter, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. At this juncture, the cold 7 spear materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. Being a mundane weapon, the spearhead remained intact, yet the shaft appeared unable to withstand the immense water pressure. As soon as Lin Feng retrieved it, faint, nearly imperceptible cracks began to mar the shaft. Lin Feng noticed immediately, shaking his head lightly as he realized the urgency of seeking a more suitable material for crafting a spear. At that moment, a surge of water energy emanated from Lin Feng's palm, enveloping the shaft of the cold 7 spear, alleviating the pressure it endured. With newfound ease, Lin Feng executed a graceful flourish, causing the spear to dance in the air. A series of techniques emerged from the spear: thrusts, entanglements, explosions, points, penetrations, cleaves, circles, lifts, deflections, and sweeps. One could only ponder what state Lin Feng aimed to achieve. The cold 7 spear at times soared through the air in a flurry of shadows, while at others, it moved with exquisite slowness, gliding gently through the water. Although the techniques appeared somewhat chaotic, the momentum was steadily building. Strands of blue light coalesced along the spear's shaft, embodying the essence of the water's path. Upon comprehending the force of the currents, Lin Feng began to infuse this quality into his spear techniques, testing the viability of his concepts. As time passed gradually, the spear's momentum coalesced into a singular flow. At that moment, the fish-like creature was still several hundred meters away from Lin Feng, a distance that, for the creature, would be traversed in mere breaths. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he pointed his spear towards the fish-like creature. The blue light converging along the spear's shaft transformed into a razor-sharp blade, which shot forth from the tip with astonishing speed. With a swift and decisive strike, the blade cleaved the creature in two, leaving a remarkably clean cut. With a resounding thud, the creature's body disintegrated into a spray of blood, carried away by the currents. As the first blade raced toward the fish-like monster, a second blade began to form at the spear's tip, targeting the same creature. Following the first blade's successful strike, the second blade followed closely behind, its power exponentially greater than the first, shattering the creature's remains into a crimson mist. It is important to note that the physical resilience of the beast was formidable. Thus, the ease with which it was reduced to blood attested to the terrifying potency of Lin Feng's assault. Observing the blood drifting with the water, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement, "The power of this dual wave is truly remarkable. At last, I possess a spear technique worthy of recognition." Indeed, while Lin Feng's prior training had focused on form and strength, the infusion of his understanding of the Tao into his spear technique had dramatically amplified its efficacy, making this dual wave his most formidable skill to date. As Lin Feng executed this technique, even the venerable Wan Hua could not help but exclaim in admiration. The integration of Taoist principles into your spear technique undoubtedly renders it immensely powerful. The essence of your move lies in the concept of ceaseless vitality, each layer surpassing the last in strength. Should you cultivate it to the 10th wave, the 100th wave, or even beyond, the force would be inexhaustible. With merely the current second wave, one can only imagine the magnitude of this technique. It is rare to receive such praise from Wan Hua, and Lin Feng felt a swell of pride, exuberantly declaring, "Since this move is so formidable, I shall name it waves soaring to the sky." In the context of this narrative, Lin Feng had been deep in thought, contemplating how to defeat an opponent of equal or even superior strength. The dynamics of their impending confrontation played out repeatedly in his mind until, after 2 hours of intense deliberation, he arrived at a conclusion. After all, this was not a genuine combat scenario. Hence, Lin Feng could afford to ponder for so long. In an actual battle, instinct would guide him to act without such contemplation. Firstly, he resolved to feign weakness while simultaneously presenting a genuine opening, enticing his adversary to attack. When his opponent struck, they would inevitably reveal subtle vulnerabilities. By keenly observing and seizing upon these flaws, Lin Feng believed he could deliver a decisive blow. This approach demanded an exceptional level of combat awareness, yet Lin Feng had faith in his capabilities. To put it plainly, his first strategy was to inflict 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining only 800 in return. Secondly, this matter is quite simple. Encapsulated in a single word: wait. Although the concept is exceedingly straightforward, Lin Feng believes that only through this approach can he hope to unravel the essence of the Xuanwu formation. The initial strategy of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return is inapplicable here. For the Xuanwu formation is primarily defensive and does not launch attacks unless manipulated. However, this entire four symbols formation has been abandoned for countless ages and remains devoid of control. The notion of waiting serves to temper Lin Feng's character. This character is not merely a reference to matters of gender, but rather a crucible for the refinement of his entire being. Though Lin Feng's combined lifetimes amount to little more than 40 years, his disposition lacks the necessary composure. The first step in deciphering the formation is to achieve a tranquil state of mind, allowing for deep contemplation. With the assistance of the gathering spirit formation, the array will operate incessantly, revealing its operational cycles. It is then through calm introspection that the patterns of the formation can be discerned, bringing Lin Feng closer to its resolution. He envelopes his consciousness over the entire formation eye, refraining from hastily seeking a point of entry. Instead, choosing to observe the trajectory of the formation's operations in silence. Concurrently, he mentally calculates and rehearses the unfolding patterns. A day passes without any progress. The defensive formation has yet to complete even its first operational cycle. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remains composed and unperturbed. 2 days yield no results. On the third day, the first cycle finally concludes. Lin Feng meticulously records the operational cycle in his mind, and as the initial cycle comes to an end, he simultaneously observes the formation's operational patterns while calculating the cycle he has deduced. 6 days later, the second operational cycle concluded, and Lin Feng discerned some indications. Yet he refrained from acting impulsively. With 3 days constituting a cycle, there was ample time ahead. Just over 9 days had passed when the third cycle was completed. Upon the completion of this cycle, Lin Feng's consciousness transformed into a colossal hand, the index finger raised, casually pointing towards the core of the Xuanwu formation. This seemingly casual gesture precipitated a monumental shift in the formation. It came to a halt, as if Lin Feng's action had been premeditated. In truth, Lin Feng had identified a flaw in the defensive array of the Xuanwu formation during the second cycle. But he chose to wait until the conclusion of the third cycle to decisively execute this gesture, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. Now, it appeared he had made the right choice. With the defensive formation immobilized, Lin Feng's consciousness wasted no time and surged directly towards the mouth of the Xuanwu serpent, where he had previously detected the vestiges of the formation left by the Great Yu during his calculations. The remnants of Great Yu's formation were now stripped away, allowing Lin Feng to inscribe his own markings, thereby seizing control of the Xuanwu formation. Having gained dominion over both the Qinglong and Xuanwu formations, Lin Feng found himself in an almost invincible position in this treasure hunt, possessing the power of life and death in certain respects. The forthcoming events promised to be nothing short of spectacular. After calculating the time, he noted that only 2 days remained until the month's end, which provided ample opportunity. Manipulating his consciousness to traverse the realms of Qinglong and Xuanwu, it was now the opportune moment to seek out the treasures. After wandering for a while, Lin Feng felt somewhat disheartened. In these areas, he had not discovered any treasures of worth. Many of the abandoned spiritual artifacts had lost their luster, and some were even rusted and utterly useless. Indeed, time is the most formidable blade. If there were truly any significant treasures, they would likely reside in the heart of the city, and it would be wise to allow them to explore further. In truth, those waiting outside the city were filled with regret, questioning why they had squandered their time on this mere foundation establishment cultivator. With the month drawing to a close, many were prepared to take action. Now, as Lin Feng opened his eyes, one individual stepped forward first, none other than the infamous king of killers, Shimin Lian. His icy gaze fixated on Lin Feng as he inquired, "Young one, Can the formation be unraveled? Shimin Lian's eyes were frigid, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, as if ready to strike the moment Lin Feng uttered a negative response. Upon hearing Shimin Lian's question, aside from the Sea Tribe cultivators, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the human cultivators, wishing to resolve the matter without resorting to force. With his composure elevated once more, and sensing the murderous intent emanating from Shimin Lian, Lin Feng responded with a serene smile. I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. Has this young lad truly succeeded? These simple 4 words escaped Lin Feng's lips, eliciting a myriad of reactions among the onlookers, some quietly gathering their strength in anticipation of entering the castle at the earliest opportunity, while others remained skeptical, observing quietly and simultaneously preparing themselves, ensuring they would not fall behind should this turn out to be true. As for the Sea Clan cultivators, their brows were furrowed in concern. The young cultivator from the Sea Clan discreetly communicated with his attendant behind him, and Lin Feng distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Sea Clan. However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, as the malevolent aura was swiftly neutralized by Zhao Qingyun and Du Shihai before it could fully envelop him. At this moment, Lin Feng was regarded as a treasure by all, and they were determined to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, Du Shihai addressed Lin Feng, saying, since you are capable of unraveling the formation, then proceed to open the city gate. Rest assured, your rightful share will be granted to you. Lin Feng nodded gently, without further delay, and swiftly rose to his feet. Approaching the city gate, he began tapping it repeatedly, executing a series of movements that included left and right jabs, leaps, and bounds, totaling an impressive 81 taps. Following this, he chanted an incantation that seemed to demonstrate the complexity of his task. In this moment, Lin Feng resembled not a cultivator, but rather a sorcerer summoning malevolent spirits. This elaborate performance consumed a full hour. Finally, Lin Feng came to a halt, observing the expressions of those around him. A smile crept into his heart, as he hoped that everyone noticed the effort he had put into this prelude, understanding that unraveling the formation was no simple feat in truth. Lin Feng could have opened the city gate with a mere thought, but such ease might attract unwelcome repercussions. Thus, he opted for a more intricate approach to make it easier for others to accept. Once steady, he placed his hands to his temples, then slid them down to his dantian, forming a peculiar hand seal. At the same time, a radiant light flickered in his hands, causing the great city gate to tremble gently. A deep, resonant sound echoed from within the castle that resided in the hearts of the observers. Unmistakably the sound of the bolt being unfastened. Ahem, in his deceptive antics, Lin Feng has indeed played numerous tricks. The sound was not that of a bolt, but rather a ruse orchestrated by him behind the city gates. However, at the moment this sound resonated, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a chilling murderous intent approaching with astonishing speed. Reacting instinctively, he immediately dodged to the side. Upon evading, he noticed a flying spear had struck the very spot where he had just stood. This spear was remarkably compact, exhibiting a streamlined form that indicated its capability for swift projection even through water. So rapid was its trajectory that even Du Shihai and his companions were caught unawares. The sound of surprise originated from a subordinate of the young Sea Clan cultivator who had hurled the spear. Had Lin Feng not enhanced his understanding of the water's essence, this strike could have proven fatal. With a cold gaze, Lin Feng regarded the Sea Clan and remarked, I have taken note of this attack. Those who seek to take my life have never fared well. Such is the reality. Within the depths of the ocean, the advantages of the Sea Clan are unmistakable. While acknowledging Lin Feng's awareness, the 3 surrounded him, meticulously observing every movement of the Sea Clan, wary of another ambush. This was not the time for confrontation. The true chaos would ensue once they entered the castle. Creak. After nearly an hour of waiting, the sound of the city gate moving finally echoed, rousing the group with a sense of anticipation. Indeed, this young man had managed to open it. The attention of the crowd was entirely focused on the city gate. As they gazed at the impeccably intact structure, a sense of bewilderment washed over them. The traces left by several Purple Mansion cultivators' simultaneous assault just a month prior had mysteriously vanished. It appeared that the gate possessed a self-restorative capability, rendering it a treasure in its own right. Lin Feng had long since discerned this remarkable feature of the gate. Its material was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet the fundamental reason for its restorative power lay within the formation itself. When Dayu established the array, he had anticipated the possibility of its premature dissolution, thus incorporating a formation with regenerative properties. This particular formation could not only mend the gate's structural integrity, but also restore any triggered formations. In essence, every array within this formation could exist and be utilized indefinitely. This was precisely why the city had remained steadfast and robust throughout the ages. At last, the gate swung wide open. Just as the crowd was about to soar into the city, an ancient plaque materialized above the threshold. Two characters gradually emerged upon the plaque, confirming Lin Feng and the elder Wanhua's conjecture. Qinglong Castle? Many cultivators speculated that this was a fortress, leading to their assumptions. Qinglong, the four divine beasts? Could there also be Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu castles? The concept of the four divine beasts was well known among them, and the appearance of the character for Qinglong immediately prompted thoughts of other entities. Should such castles indeed exist in quadruple, it would undoubtedly represent a substantial fortune. Numerous cultivators were eager to enter the city. However, the silence of the preceding Purple Mansion cultivators rendered the gathered core formation practitioners hesitant to act rashly. The city gates swung wide open, yet none dared to step inside, apprehensive of the lurking dangers within. It was Du Shihai who broke the silence. Addressing Lin Feng, "Young friend, is it permissible to enter now?" At first glance, his inquiry seemed to pertain to whether the formations guarding the city had been dispelled. However, the underlying implication was unmistakable. "Since you dismantled the formations, you ought to lead us inside." A surge of indignation welled within Lin Feng as he contemplated the audacity of these ingrates, who expected him to serve as their stepping stone. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he coldly retorted, "If you fear for your life, then remain at home and refrain from wandering about, lest you inadvertently break a leg." With that, he strode purposefully toward the gates of Qinglong City. Though he did not name names, it was evident to all that his words were directed at the cowardly, particularly aimed at Du Shihai. Many individuals flushed with embarrassment at Lin Feng's admonition, their faces turning a deep shade of crimson. Was it wrong to exercise caution while seeking treasures? Yet, none dared to confront Lin Feng openly. To do so would be to acknowledge their own timidity. In the presence of so many cultivators, they could not afford to lose face. Consequently, Lin Feng's words left the crowd in a state of uncertainty. However, as they watched him enter the city, some could no longer restrain themselves and attempted to rush in, only to be seized by Du Shihai, who crushed them mercilessly. He fixed a seething gaze upon Lin Feng. It was the first time in his cultivation journey that he had been looked down upon by someone so much younger. The thought of not exacting vengeance on this impudent youth left him seething with rage. Thus, a condensing pill master perished in vain. After dispatching the unfortunate cultivator, Du Shihai and his companions entered the city, followed by the young Sea Clan cultivators along with their entourage and other human cultivators. Upon entering the city, they were astonished to discover the vastness of the space within. One could not help but exclaim, "This is no mere castle, it is indeed a grand citadel. Behold, the statue of the Azure Dragon, which already exudes an aura of divinity, a treasure of considerable worth. The material of this merit stone tablet is also an exquisite stone. Were it to be fashioned into stone axes, it would yield at least a high-tier spiritual weapon. Such a substantial stone tablet could undoubtedly produce 10 pairs of stone axes. Truly a precious gem." Many discerning eyes, upon entering the citadel, quickly identified numerous treasures. Hearing their remarks, Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. He had just asserted that there were no treasures, only to discover they were abundant, simply unnoticed by him. This reflects a lack of perspective. Yet such skill cannot be acquired overnight. It requires gradual cultivation. "Friends, these are the treasures of our East Sea Bay, unrelated to your sea tribe. We kindly ask you to depart." As Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings for other treasures, a cold voice pierced the air. It was none other than Du Shihai. His tone laced with lingering anger, indicating that his earlier ire had not yet subsided. Undoubtedly, Du Shihai's admonition was directed at the Sea tribe. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Qingyun and Shimin Lian stepped forward, casting a frosty glare at the Sea tribe members. At this moment, the citadel lacked seawater, resembling the land itself. Though the spiritual energy was not as abundant as on solid ground, it effectively countered the Sea tribe cultivators, granting the human race a distinct advantage. The Sea tribe's attendants, upon hearing Du Shihai's declaration, were visibly incensed. They were thwarted at a time when they sought to seize treasures. Were they to return empty-handed? At this moment, the young monk from the Sea clan halted the reactions of his companions and stepped forward to address Du Shihai and the others. The emergence of a precious treasure grants everyone the right to compete for it. Dividing territories? This East Sea Bay is but a corner of our eastern sea, and in truth, you are the outsiders here. Shimin Lian, with a stern expression, retorted. Are you threatening us? The young monk from the Sea clan shrugged lightly and replied, if that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. You seek death. A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Shimin Lian. Sensing this, the retainers behind the young monk instantly stepped forward, glaring at Du Shihai and the others. And the atmosphere thickened with the impending tension of battle. Many cultivators, wary of the potential conflict, discreetly began to withdraw. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air as a cultivator fell victim to a hail of arrows. The onlookers turned to see the unfortunate soul pierced through the heart, Dantian. And Niwen Palace, resembling a hedgehog in his demise, utterly lifeless. The arrows had been shot in an instant from all angles, rendering any defense futile. One cultivator, who was about to claim the merit tablet, immediately halted, swallowing hard as he beheld the tragedy. These arrows are all low-tier spiritual artifacts. Such a grand display, he murmured. He had refrained from approaching further because he had witnessed the man who had touched the dragon's claw of the Qinglong statue trigger the formation, resulting in his untimely death by arrows. Terrified, the would-be claimant of the merit tablet quickly withdrew, fearing he might also trigger the deadly array. Fortuitously, his retreat was timely. Otherwise, he would surely have been the next to perish. At that moment, an irate individual confronted Lin Feng, questioning fiercely, You brat, haven't you already dispelled the formation? Why are there still casualties? Are you up to some nefarious scheme? Upon hearing this inquiry, all eyes turned towards Lin Feng. If the accusation held any truth, the young man would indeed be deserving of dire consequences. However, Lin Feng appeared oblivious to the man's words, engrossed in surveying the entire city. As he sought to ascertain the safest route to penetrate the heart of the formation, by mastering the core, he could exert control over everyone present. Though Lin Feng entertained such thoughts, the accuser was unable to maintain his dignity, feeling humiliated for being disregarded in front of so many peers. With a fierce determination, he seethed, If I do not teach you a lesson, then all this muscle of mine would be for naught. With that, he charged toward Lin Feng, ostensibly intent on delivering a reprimand, yet his actions betrayed a lethal intent. The other cultivators observed with detached interest, although they recognized Lin Feng's exceptional prowess. They understood that a foundation establishment practitioner was ultimately inferior, and it was unnecessary to offend a core formation cultivator over him. As the assailant rushed toward Lin Feng, Lu Fei couldn't help but smirk, thinking, a mere mid-core formation cultivator seeking his own demise. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed lightly and addressed the approaching cultivator. Let me demonstrate how utterly ineffectual you truly are. In an instant, the cold seven spear materialized in his grasp, its spiritual energy swirling as he noted the distance separating them. Such sluggishness, and yet you dare to vie for treasure? Pathetic. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the swiftly advancing cultivator stumbled, his eyes ablaze with fury. The flow of spiritual energy within him surged to its peak as he bellowed, You wretched scoundrel. I shall kill you. But before he could finish his declaration, he felt a chilling sensation in his dantian, an overwhelming dread coursing through his body. It was as if he had become an observer of his own existence, ultimately rendered powerless, his eyes darkening into oblivion, devoid of consciousness. With a resounding thud, the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator fell lifeless before the monument of virtue. As the onlookers beheld the still warm corpse, a shiver ran through them, instinctively retracting their necks in apprehension. Their gazes fixated on Lin Feng. Was this individual truly just a foundation establishment cultivator? Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. The act of slaying a foundation establishment cultivator was as trivial to him as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. His emotions remained utterly unperturbed. He brazenly collected the deceased Qiankuan bag, simultaneously and discreetly absorbing the power of his Yuan Dan, causing his own spiritual energy to swell anew. With a single finger raised, a flame materialized at his fingertip, and with a gentle flick, it soared towards the corpse, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Lin Feng then spoke. To be greedy and meet your demise, yet seek to reason with others, is foolishness. I cannot be bothered with such trivialities. The treasures lie before us. Let the capable claim them. If you wish to seize the prize, be prepared for death. As the saying goes, those with faint hearts should retreat early to avoid becoming an obstacle. As he spoke, He made his way towards the Azure Dragon. I unraveled the formation, allowing everyone to enter safely. To not express gratitude is one thing, but to demand an explanation is quite another. An explanation? Very well, I shall provide one. After uttering these words, Lin Feng had already vanished behind the Azure Dragon statue. At that moment, his voice resonated as if from the heavens. I advise you all to refrain from greed. This 9 dragons trapping heaven formation is imbued with multiple layers of intricate arrays, where peril lurks at every turn. Currently, you stand at the very edge of the formation, where its power is still feeble. The deeper you venture, the more treacherous your path becomes. Most importantly, the arrays within are far more malevolent. Lin Feng imparts this earnest warning, and I hope my fellow cultivators take heed. Indeed, Lin Feng spoke the truth. This formation is rife with lethal traps, and a moment's carelessness could lead to one's untimely demise. Such a design was implemented by you to better preserve this city. At that moment, Du Shihai shouted, "Alas, this lad has evidently unraveled the formation entirely. He speaks of insurmountable danger, yet he himself delves deep into the city, where treasures surely await. What a pity, what a pity! After hundreds of years of cultivation, I, today, have been outmaneuvered by a mere youth." Du Shihai's exclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, it seemed this young man regarded his companions as mere spectators, preaching caution while silently advancing into the depths of the city where treasures undoubtedly lie. With this thought, many cultivators could not help but move in the direction Lin Feng had taken, believing that following in his footsteps would lead them to fortune. Lu Fei chuckled softly. With my master's strength on the rise, it appears my role will be less significant this time. I shall blend into the crowd and gather intelligence for my master. Certainly, there were those who did not join the throng. Among them sat a formidable man resembling a steel tower, muttering to himself, "Damn it. This is the first time I've seen a foundation establishment practitioner so audacious in front of a Zifu cultivator. Just for that, I concede my admiration." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of anguished cries echoed from within, prompting him to chuckle and remark, "It's certainly better to be alive. Happy New Year." The first new year of 10,000 Paths to the Supreme wishes everyone joy, health, and happiness. Let us strive together. Happy New Year from 10,000 Paths to the Supreme. The content is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the updates are complete, refresh the page to receive the latest content. Remember the website for the full text updates. Happy New Year from 10,000 Paths to the Supreme. Chapter 179. Lin Feng leads the team. As for the imminent clash between Du Shihai and the Sea Tribe, it was considerably diminished due to Lin Feng's presence. Ultimately, both sides exchanged furious glares for a moment, huffed at each other, and proceeded in the direction Lin Feng had taken. In this city, which was rife with formations, those unfamiliar with the arrays were left in the dark, wary of venturing recklessly. Most would choose the path where someone else was scouting ahead, as it offered significantly greater safety. As Lin Feng entered the grand architectural edifice concealed behind the Azure Dragon sculpture, he found himself in an expansive hall, which, despite its vastness, was eerily vacant. Through his mastery over the formation of the Azure Dragon domain, Lin Feng discerned that this seemingly empty space was fraught with numerous lethal traps, beyond his control, rendering any reckless movement perilous. However, being a formation, Lin Feng adeptly identified the locations of these deadly arrays within the hall, skillfully circumventing them until he reached the elevated dais. The dais was adorned with minimalistic furnishings, merely a cushion and a long table. Upon the table lay an array of crimson brushes, animal hide scrolls, a striking wooden tablet, an inkstone, and a divination tube containing 4 wooden sticks. Each object shimmered with a faint aura, unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Upon further exploration, Lin Feng indeed uncovered a concealed killing array beneath the cushion. After dismantling the lethal formation, he settled cross-legged upon the cushion. Suddenly, an authoritative resonance reverberated in his mind, akin to the lamentations of countless beleaguered citizens offering their homage in a court of law. This cushion was undoubtedly the designated seat of authority. Those who occupied it were bound to deliberate on governance, uphold their responsibilities, adjudicate cases, and enforce the law with unwavering integrity. Initially, as Lin Feng took his place upon the cushion, he felt somewhat disoriented. Yet, it was not long before he sensed his spirit undergoing a profound refinement. The resonant voices gradually faded, and his perception of the surrounding world sharpened, not merely through the clarity of sight, but through an enhanced discernment of reality. This cushion, too, was a treasure in its own right. With a single hand, he deftly stowed the mat into the Qinkuan pouch. As for the numerous items upon the table, Lin Feng chose not to collect them, for they were merely ordinary spiritual objects of little significance. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze fell upon a scroll of animal hide on the table. Upon perusing its contents, he discovered it detailed the engineering and plans employed by Diyu in his efforts to control the floods. However, it was the signature at the end of the scroll that piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, messenger of the Azure Dragon. It became apparent to him that this city had served as Diyu's administrative center during his flood control endeavors, to prevent future calamities. The city was thus constructed as a formation to suppress malevolent forces. As he read further, a flicker of astonishment ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Could it be that there were indeed sinister entities imprisoned within this city? Yet, the identity of this Azure Dragon messenger remained shrouded in mystery, as all that was known was that Diyu had expended considerable effort to confine this entity, ultimately subduing it. The scroll also chronicled a grand banquet held by Diyu post-subjugation, a gesture to proclaim good fortune to the world. Upon removing the scroll, Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered an Azure Dragon jade pendant concealed beneath it, a symbol of the messenger's status. Holding the pendant in his hand, he weighed it thoughtfully. Though devoid of spiritual energy, it emanated a calming aura, suggesting it too was a precious artifact, which he then placed into the Qinkuan pouch. Having secured all his possessions, Lin Feng was on the verge of exiting the Grand Hall when the cultivators of the condensation dance stage arrived at the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Feng, one of them called out loudly, "Young friend Lin Feng, please hold on. The formations within this city are intricate, and the battle arrangements possess formidable power. Even we, as condensation dam cultivators, find it nearly impossible to progress. We kindly ask for your assistance." Then others chimed in, expressing their agreement. Indeed, we kindly request young Lin Feng's assistance. In truth, Lin Feng had also grown somewhat unfamiliar with the subsequent formation. If someone were to assist him in testing the array, it would not be unwelcomed. Just as he was about to acquiesce, another voice emerged, laced with scorn. A group of alchemical practitioners yet seeks the aid of a mere foundational cultivator. How utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this remark, Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, curiously inquiring, "Is that so?" He then calmly replied, "Eliminate this individual, and I shall lead you all into the city to explore treasures." At that moment, a soft snicker escaped the air, as the derisive speaker struggled to observe the three distinct assaults converging upon him from various angles, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. With the individual dispatched, Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "Please toss his Qinkuan bag over here." Without hesitation, the crowd complied, hurling the bag in Lin Feng's direction. As the Qinkuan bag neared Lin Feng's grasp, a sudden flame erupted within the Grand Hall, incinerating the bag to ashes. Gulp. Although the Qinkuan bag lacked defensive spiritual energy, its inherent functions warranted the deployment of a protective formation comparable to mid-tier spiritual artifacts. It was astonishing that it had been reduced to mere cinders in an instant. Had anyone dared to ascend within this hall, they would likely find themselves engulfed in flames. Whether one would survive remained uncertain, but the damage would undoubtedly be severe. Moreover, the onlookers were oblivious to the potential presence of additional lethal formations. Lin Feng himself had not anticipated that the array would not spare even the Qinkuan bag. Had he known, he would have instructed them to pass it over more cautiously. However, this is not the time for entanglement. Lin Feng addressed the assembly. "If you stand in these specific positions, you shall be safeguarded." With that, he flicked his wrist, unleashing spiritual energy that struck the floor of the Grand Hall. Among the group of merely a dozen alchemy cultivators, some audacious individuals ventured elsewhere in search of treasures. Lu Tianyi, the head of the Lu family, and Kong Bo were among those present. Only Lin Feng possessed a modicum of understanding regarding formations. Should anyone recklessly wander, they would undoubtedly incur significant harm. Following Lin Feng, however, offered a different assurance. For his audacity to enter such a formidable formation must indicate he had discovered something of great value. The two had resolved to remain behind Lin Feng, confident in their choice. At that moment, Kong Bo quietly conveyed to Lu Tianyi, "Brother Tianyi, is this Lin Feng truly the one from Urinyang City?" Kong Bo nodded subtly, adding, "Regardless of his identity, should a precious treasure appear, we must first eliminate this fellow. His presence instills a sense of unease within me." Lu Tianyi acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating his understanding. Little did Kong Bo realize that the faint trace of murderous intent he had inadvertently revealed was sensed by Lin Feng. As Lin Feng pondered the identity of this individual, the elder Wanhua interjected, "Aside from the one you sensed, there is another accomplice, and that person stands at the back." Though elder Wanhua's physical form had been destroyed, his formidable spiritual essence allowed him to endure. While he was unaware of the content of Kong Bo and Lu Tianyi's conversation, he could perceive a connection between them. Given that one among them harbored ill intent towards Lin Feng, it was certain that the other was not to be underestimated. As the crowd journeyed onward, they encountered neither peril nor treasure, for this location was merely a city established by the Great Yu for flood control in ancient times, rather than a genuine trove of riches. Nonetheless, there was no sense of urgency among them. They speculated that the true treasures lay at the heart of the city. Upon traversing the Azure Dragon district, they safely arrived at the very center of the four-symbol city, where an imposing palace unveiled itself before their eyes. The palace's grand gates stood firmly shut, encircled by a visible aura that enveloped the entire structure, indicating its extraordinary nature. It seemed evident that this was the site where malevolent entities were sealed away. To an untrained observer, the aura might resemble the radiance of precious artifacts. Yet Lin Feng discerned that it was a sealing formation, primarily designed to contain, albeit now revealing a slight flaw. The Elder of Transformation spoke. "It appears that something alive resides within. The flaw in this sealing formation has emerged due to a strike from lightning, granting the spiritual entity a chance for escape. I suspect that, barring any external factors, this entity is indeed the malevolent one. Although the Great Yu descended in his avatar to manage the floods, his power should not be underestimated. He was still fervently engaged in suppressing this evil, even proclaiming its significance to the world. This indicates that the entity is remarkable, and after enduring countless ages, it has surely grown even more sinister. Thus, we are now at a critical juncture. We must exercise utmost caution upon our entry." Lin Feng nodded gently, signifying his understanding. With one hand raised, he addressed the crowd. "I trust that you all have your speculations. Indeed, the treasure lies within this palace. However, I have previously informed you that this city is ensnared by the 9 dragons confinement array, which suppresses an extraordinary malevolent entity. Should we manage to vanquish it, we would undoubtedly acquire unparalleled treasures. Yet should we falter?" At this juncture, a cultivator inquired, "Master Lin, is there any method to unravel this palace's secrets?" Gazing contemplatively at the palace, Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "Regardless of whether we break or decipher this formation, it will unleash the ferocious beast. With our current prowess, we are ill-equipped to confront it. Please wait a moment. The tall ones will soon emerge." The tall ones Lin Feng referred to were, of course, Du Shihai and other cultivators of the Purple Mansion. He pondered whether they had procured the treasures. While lost in thought, Lin Feng inadvertently caught sight of an individual within the throng and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "In truth, there exists a method to dismantle the array, but it necessitates a sacrifice." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Lin Feng turned to Kong Bo and said, "Esteemed elder, your dignified demeanor and flowing brows suggest you are a person of great fortune, compounded by your aura that resonates with those nearby. Most importantly, you possess a protective treasure. Among us, you may be the one most likely to breach the array. Would you be willing to take the risk?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What did a dignified demeanor have to do with breaking the array? Yet, if Master Lin claimed he could breach it, there must be at least a slim chance worth pursuing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's tenuous reasoning, Kong Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of logic was this? In conclusion, Lin Feng even wore an expression that implied, "You know what I mean. I request a day off. There are pressing matters that I cannot divulge. This month, I plan to diligently accumulate my writings, and next month, I shall attempt to update twice daily." Alas, it presents quite a challenge. As for the Supreme Lord of 10,000 Paths, I am taking a day off and currently engaged in manual typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. In the 180th chapter, Dupe Kongwa, it is worth noting that since Lin Feng began to engage with the world, he has encountered a myriad of characters and is no longer the aloof and taciturn person he once was in his previous life. He has now mastered the art of conversing appropriately with whomever he meets. As for deception, who does not possess that skill? Observing Lin Feng's gaze, Kongbo instinctively touched his own face, genuinely believing himself to be among the elite. coupled with the startling flashes that occurred prior to the appearance of the treasured item. It seemed perhaps as this young man suggested. However, after much contemplation, he still felt a sense of unease. His growing fear of death rendered him hesitant to engage with this ominous entity. Nevertheless, his retort was once again interrupted by another, this time by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng possessed some skills in geomancy, they proved of little use within this formation. Thus, he refrained from recklessly exploring the perilous array and chose instead to accompany Lin Feng, for the safety of the young master was paramount. When Lin Feng reached out to seek assistance from Kong Bo, Lin Feng discerned that Lin Feng had intentions. Observing Kong Bo's hesitant demeanor, Lin Feng realized that all that remained was a spark to ignite the situation. He promptly exclaimed, "Master Lin, it seems this fellow Taoist is somewhat reluctant. Might I suggest that I also possess a modicum of fortune? If this Taoist is unwilling to proceed, I would gladly take his place." The implication was unmistakable. It would be unwise to miss out on such a rare opportunity to tame ferocious beasts. Casting a surprised glance at Lin Feng, Lin Feng silently commended him. Indeed, the youth was worthy of guidance. Lin Feng's declaration acted as a catalyst, prompting the surrounding alchemists to jostle for attention, each eager to have Lin Feng read their fortunes, hoping to be deemed as fortunate individuals. "Master Lin, what are my prospects? I too am at the late stage of alchemical condensation, and my strength is comparable to that of this Taoist. I believe I can give it a try. Master Lin, do consider me as well." "Master Lin." The atmosphere became electrifying, to the point where Lin Feng felt as though the palace housed treasures rather than ferocious creatures. Prior to revealing his own capabilities, the alchemist had scarcely deigned to glance in his direction, yet upon witnessing his formidable strength, they sought to curry favor, thus creating a scene where alchemists were ingratiating themselves with Foundation establishment practitioners. This highlighted a poignant truth within the realm of cultivation. To earn respect, one must first attain strength. The clamor was overwhelming, as Kong Bo pondered whether to take the plunge. "You, old fellow, are indeed cautious," Lin Feng remarked with a gentle smile. "Very well, if this esteemed friend is unwilling to proceed, we shall seek another." With that, Lin Feng began to search among the other alchemical cultivators. Fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity, Kong Bo could not restrain himself and shouted, "Hold on. Hey, you old rascal, you've finally taken the bait." Kong Bo's exclamation was filled with determination, revealing that he had made a challenging decision. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, he understood that even if this young man intended to deceive him, he had at least retained a safeguard by revealing only his alchemical cultivation level. If they were indeed able to subdue the ferocious beast, it would be worth its weight in gold. Having come to this realization, Kong Bo ceased his deliberation and laughed heartily at everyone, saying, "After all, this is a matter concerning life and death." I pondered it for a moment, and since Master Lin has spoken, I shall take the risk and guide everyone. He concluded with a reminder to himself of his own contribution. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, though inwardly he mused, hoping that the old fellow would still be able to laugh later. Kong Bo then approached Lin Feng and clasped his hands, saying, "How shall we break the formation? I implore Master Lin to instruct me." Recognizing the advantage of having a formation master assist in this endeavor, Kong Bo took the initiative to seek Lin Feng's guidance. Observing Kong Bo's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled inwardly. But on the surface, he immediately returned the gesture of respect, saying, "There is no need for such formality, senior. This endeavor is meant to benefit everyone. Should you succeed in subduing it, I shall shamelessly seek a portion of the spoils." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Kong Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He chuckled heartily and replied, "Master Lin, you flatter me. It is as it should be. Very well, if that is the case, I shall commence the formation to assist you in breaking the array." With that, Lin Feng settled into a cross-legged position, entering a meditative state. However, within his mind, he queried the elder Wanhua, "Grandfather Wanhua, is there a way to outsmart this old rascal?" A flicker of amusement danced at the corners of Elder Wanhua's mouth as he considered. This individual is likely beyond redemption, employing both overt and covert tactics, leaving others defenseless, all the while managing to persuade them wholeheartedly. Of course, there is a method, just wait and see. After perusing the text, Lin Feng expressed his astonishment to Elder Wanhua. This spell is indeed formidable, rendering one nearly defenseless. However, his strength is substantial. I wonder if it will be effective. Elder Wanhua shook his head with a smile, responding, "Do not underestimate this minor technique. The reason I possess this skill is largely due to fortune. The originator of this technique is a renowned Yin deity from the great spirit world, who never confronts others directly, preferring instead to discreetly set traps for them. I happen to have a slight acquaintance with this individual, which is why he imparted this small self-defense technique to me. This spell is effective even against deities, so dealing with mere cultivators is trivial. Lin Feng did not retain much of the conversation, but was intrigued by Elder Wanhua's connection with the Yin deity. He exclaimed, "Aren't you proud to consider yourself a righteous person? How is it that you have ties with such a nefarious figure?" At this, Elder Wanhua bristled, retorting, "Who says that a righteous individual must only befriend others of the same ilk? The camaraderie between those of different ages and backgrounds is abundant. The distinction between righteousness and malevolence is merely a superficial classification of the world. Ultimately, it is only through interaction that one discerns who the truly wicked are." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng found this reasoning compelling and smiled as he declared, "Very well, I shall use this individual to test my skills." As he spoke, a cerulean lotus manifested in his hand, its beauty unparalleled, resembling a celestial maiden untainted by the mundane, gently spinning amidst a sprinkle of starlight, enhancing its regal allure. The onlookers gazed in envy at Lin Feng's cerulean lotus, yet Lu Fei could not suppress a gulp. Despite its exquisite appearance, its power was formidable. The mere thought sent a shiver through Lu Fei, for he had narrowly escaped annihilation by this cerulean lotus. Indeed, this was the manifestation of Lin Feng's understanding of the paths of wind and water, the cerulean lotus. In the words of the venerable Wanhua, this cerulean lotus could not yet be considered a complete technique. Had Lu Fei not interrupted that day, the lotus would have surely evolved into a true art form, its potency instilling dread even in the divine. Lu Fei's expression revealed that even an incomplete technique was already enough to inspire fear within him. In truth, the comprehension of the Tao is independent of one's innate power. All cultivation hinges upon the concept of enlightenment. Understanding the Tao can be gradual or sudden. The gradual path involves the accumulation of insights over time, whereas sudden understanding arises from a fleeting thought or a single utterance that illuminates the path. Such epiphanies are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. In his previous encounter within the Water Moon Cave, Lin Feng experienced a moment of profound enlightenment. Sparked by the gentle caress of the breeze upon the nine heavens' purple mysterious lotus. This initial brush with the Tao led him to a recent realization of the way of water in the deep sea, where he meticulously unraveled his thoughts to uncover their essence. The nature of Tao and magic is intrinsically similar, making it difficult to distinguish superiority between the two. However, the Tao exists within the cosmos, nearly indestructible and eternal, while magic relies on a force akin to spiritual energy for its sustenance. From this perspective, Tao possesses the upper hand. Moreover, as Kong Bo observed the azure blue lotus in Lin Feng's grasp, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, his perception of danger was notably heightened, and he sensed an ominous presence looming over him. Just as he was about to send a message to Lu Qianni, Lin Feng rose from his seat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he addressed Kong Bo, saying, "Senior, this azure blue lotus harbors formidable array power. The green hue symbolizes defense, while the blue signifies aggression. Although the fierce creature within this palace is wounded, I shall deploy this formation as a precaution." As he unfolded the azure blue lotus before the gathered crowd, he continued, "This lotus is both offensive and defensive, and its refinement is exceedingly challenging. I urge you, Senior, to safeguard it diligently, lest one becomes disoriented within the array. Should the ferocious beast prove too powerful to confront, this lotus can retaliate on your behalf, and its ultimate defensive capabilities will enable you to exit the array unscathed, ensuring your safety. Thus, it is revealed that the azure blue lotus inherently possesses a lethal formation, which explains the faint sense of danger I have felt. Master Lin is indeed meticulous in his considerations." With this thought, Kong Bo could not help but clasp his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin. Should you successfully subdue the ferocious beast, I, Kong Bo, owe you a great favor. In the future, if there is anything you require my assistance with, do not hesitate to inform me." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, several accomplished cultivators of the condensation dance stage felt compelled to forge connections with him. Finding such a benevolent individual is a rarity. Genuine companions among cultivators are few and far between, and to encounter someone trustworthy is even more scarce. Master Lin truly seems worthy of such camaraderie. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, His persuasive words had garnered him numerous commendations. The trap had been set, and it was merely awaiting the participant to leap in. Without further delay, Lin Feng directly presented the azure blue lotus to Kong Bo, exclaiming, "I wish you a bountiful return, esteemed senior." Kong Bo opened his hands, gently cradling the azure blue lotus as if it were a precious treasure. Little did he know, at the very moment he accepted the azure blue lotus, a stream of pitch-black energy silently flowed through his palm and into his body. This was, in fact, Lin Feng's hidden ploy. Observing the dark energy penetrating Kong Bo's being, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a smirk before adopting a serious demeanor and stating, "Although this formation has endured the strikes of thunder, its power remains formidable. Senior, prepare yourself." With that, a sudden gush of crimson blood erupted from Lin Feng's mouth, his hands swiftly forming seals. The blood, suspended in midair, instantaneously transformed into a deadly array, hurtling towards the palace with great speed. Bang! After the palace's formation was struck by thunder, it indeed could not be deemed stable. Following Lin Feng's assault, a slight flaw emerged, which Kong Bo seized upon, launching a fierce attack at that very weakness, resulting in a gash appearing. In a flash, Kong Bo entered the formation. Chapter 181. The manifestation of the formation's power. As Kong Bo stepped into the formation, envy flickered in the eyes of many, who wished fervently that they could be the one to enter. Others lamented seeing this Yun surnamed cultivator take the initiative to forge connections. However, Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of his earlier words and immediately expressed his gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, Senior Yun, for your generosity. My robust constitution renders a mere trickle of blood inconsequential." Lin Feng's statement was not a deception. The substance he had expelled was merely ordinary blood, having no adverse effect on him whatsoever. The Yun cultivator chose not to linger on the matter, as his purpose for approaching was solely to cultivate a relationship with Lin Feng, and his intentions had been sufficiently conveyed, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, and a figure emerged into the sight of the crowd. It was Du Shihai. As he stepped forth, two more figures appeared behind him. One was Shimin Lian, and the other was a young cultivator from the Sea clan. Standing behind Du Shihai, Shimin Lian spoke coldly. "It would be prudent to surrender the treasure. Otherwise, do not blame me for the slaughter of the residents of Haiguan City." Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng and the others deduced the unfolding circumstances. Undoubtedly, the three were vying for a treasure, which ultimately fell into Du Shihai's possession. The alliance between the young cultivator and Shimin Lian against Du Shihai indicated that this treasure must be exceedingly precious. The young aquatic cultivator coldly addressed Du Shihai, saying, "You despicable wretch, if you do not surrender that item, I shall seek vengeance for the 6 generals of my aquatic clan, flooding Haiguan City in retribution." Upon hearing their words, Du Shihai let out a hearty laugh and replied, "With this treasure in my possession, why should I care about Haiguan City? Once I depart from this city, I shall vanish into the distance. The fate of Haiguan City is of no consequence to me." However, he quickly amended his statement, saying, "There is no need for you two to elaborate further. I shall certainly not relinquish this treasure. Admittedly, I may not withstand the combined might of you two, yet I possess a few tricks for evasion. Thus, I advise you not to waste your energy on me. Do you not see that the true treasure lies before us?" As he spoke, Du Shihai turned his gaze towards the central palace of the city. Shimin Lian, ignoring Du Shihai's words, became even more menacing. Yet he too directed his attention towards the palace, as all present sensed that this was indeed the location of the coveted treasure. The young aquatic cultivator regarded Du Shihai with a cold stare, contemplating how to outwit him, especially if Shimin Lian would not cooperate. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a resounding roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, exuding an overwhelming presence. Startled by the sound, everyone wondered if the treasure had finally emerged. The direction of the vermilion bird indicated the appearance of a great treasure, having been present for some time. Many were aware that this city was primarily arranged in a 4 symbols formation, with that particular direction corresponding to the vermilion bird. Meanwhile, Du Shihai whispered, "Is it possible that the treasure has been summoned by the dragon's ascension from the abyss?" Immediately following, a bird's cry resonated, seemingly imbued with an overwhelming force. Many individuals struggled to withstand this pressure. Could it truly be the mythical creature, the vermilion bird? Excitement flickered across the faces of many as they contemplated the immense advantages of taming such a divine beast. While not invincible among their peers, Having a companion of such prowess would undoubtedly elevate their combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. With this thought, many could not help but gaze towards the palace, safeguarded by the array, pondering whether the cultivator had succeeded in subduing the ferocious beast. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded the direction of the vermilion bird. From his understanding, the four symbols array was merely a formation. The true divine beasts could not possibly manifest. Moreover, both he and the venerable elder Wanhua speculated that the malevolent entity was imprisoned within the palace at the heart of the city. Boom, boom, boom. A clash echoed through the air as a serpentine beast abruptly emerged into view, twisting and turning in the sky. The onlookers observed clearly that within this serpentine creature, Zhao Chengyun stood resolute, a swirling mass of visible energy pulsating in his grasp as he engaged in a fierce battle against a bird-like beast. The majestic bird, resplendent in vibrant red plumage, stood silently before the serpentine creature, exuding an aura of ferocity that compelled many alchemical cultivators to retreat. What? Is it truly the vermilion bird? Lin Feng's eyes widened as he inquired of Elder Wanhua. However, the elder shook his head and replied, "The four divine beasts are unique entities of the cosmos, possessing immeasurable strength. How could they have been captured by the great you of antiquity? Even if they were captured, would you truly be willing to suppress such a divine beast without taming it? The four divine beasts are the sole existences of heaven and earth. Are they not part of the same lineage? This is a limitation of perspective, and it is no wonder that Lin Feng is unaware." The elder Wanhua slowly elucidated. The four divine beasts are the only existences in the realm, a fact beyond dispute. However, behind these four divine beasts lies a family of divine creatures, which may comprise humans, demons, or beasts. Every member of the divine creature family possesses a trace of the divine beast essence. Should the contemporary divine beast perish, a new member will be sought from this family to ascend as the next divine beast. The entity currently battling Zhao Chengyun is indeed a member of the Zhuke family. Lin Feng nodded gently and then looked towards the other three directions, stating, "If my conjecture is correct, the other three must also harbor fierce beast souls." Yet I felt no awareness while refining the formation. Only through experience can one grasp the profundity of such matters. Mere narration fails to establish a corresponding concept. Since they had encountered the situation, Elder Wanhua naturally aimed to elucidate it for Lin Feng. The concepts of breaking and resolving formations are distinct. The methods of resolution do not harm the fundamental integrity of the formation, whereas breaking a formation entails its destruction. It is at this moment that fierce beast souls would manifest to protect themselves. Zhao Chengyun's intention must be to seize a precious treasure, striving to forcefully dismantle the formation, ultimately provoking the fierce beast soul. As their conversation unfolded, Zhao Chengyun finally evaded the attack range of the bird-shaped fierce beast. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lin Feng and commanded, "Boy, quickly open the formation and let me out." At this moment, Zhao Chengyun's appearance bore no semblance to the elegance of yesteryear. His hair was disheveled, his garments tattered in numerous places, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicating significant injury. Observing Zhao Chengyun in such a state, Lin Feng subtly nodded, his eyes darting as a flicker of conjecture ignited within him. As the crowd recalled Zhao Chengyun's ordeal, they instinctively recoiled, casting nervous glances toward the direction of the vermilion bird. Although that ferocious beast had retreated, it was evident that this was no realm for mere mortals like themselves. Remaining in the company of formidable experts was decidedly safer. Upon hearing the authoritative tone in Zhao Chengyun's command, Lin Feng remained unfazed, a sly grin crossing his face as he remarked, "Senior Zhao, your valor is indeed commendable. After all, you have faced the divine beast, the vermilion bird, and managed to escape. Surely, within those depths lie treasures of unparalleled worth. Might it not be more prudent to unveil them for our collective admiration before departing? Furthermore, should you desire my assistance in opening the formation to facilitate your exit, I might consider it, provided you adopt a more respectful tone and perhaps offer some spirit stones, as the energy expended in activating the formation is considerable." Being the sole formation master present, it was not unreasonable for him to request a service fee. As Lin Feng concluded his statement, Zhao Chengyun regarded him with a mix of astonishment and ire, ultimately bursting into a sardonic laugh as he retorted, "You little rascal certainly know how to exploit customers. While I am presently nursing minor wounds, eliminating you would be a trivial task." The more he spoke, the more sinister his tone became. He realized that lingering here was unwise, especially considering the bloodthirsty king beside them, who was struggling to contain his murderous intent. Such a display of uncouthness was intolerable. However, after Lin Feng uttered those words, he turned his gaze toward the palace, entirely disregarding Zhao Qingyun's presence. How audacious it was for a younger generation to chastise him for his lack of decorum. Zhao Qingyun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng and bellowing, "You seek death." After uttering these words, Zhao Qingyun's spiritual energy surged, containing an immensely powerful aura, potent enough to annihilate all the core formation cultivators present. This was the kind of elemental force that could barely be wielded by those who had ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, indicating his earnest intent to eliminate Lin Feng. However, sensing the formidable power of the elemental force, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, slowly articulating, "For this single action of yours, the price will be doubled." The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator display such audacity, daring to negotiate amidst the precipice of life and death? Did he possess some hidden trump card? Contemplating this, the other Purple Mansion cultivators observed quietly, realizing that if this were indeed the case, it would be wise not to provoke Lin Feng. In his fury, Zhao Qingyun disregarded all caution, waving his hand with a flourish as the energy in his grasp morphed into a monstrous beast, clawing and gnashing its teeth as it lunged toward Lin Feng. The beast moved with astonishing speed, reaching within mere yards of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Bang! In that fleeting moment, just as the beast was about to engulf Lin Feng, a resounding crash echoed. Though only half a meter separated Lin Feng from the beast, the creature was suddenly halted midair, unable to advance any further, as a shimmering barrier materialized between them. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Who was it that shielded Lin Feng? The barrier was capable of withstanding an attack from a Purple Mansion cultivator. Zhao Qingyun's eyes widened in urgency as he altered his hand seals, summoning another surge of elemental force to bolster the beast. Bang! 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 Crack! The monstrous creature charged with full force 3 times, finally breaking through the barrier of light. However, just as Zhao Qingyun was about to rejoice, another barrier of light swiftly formed between the beast and Lin Feng, blocking the monster once more. Zhao Qingyun was poised to exert himself again, but Lin Feng calmly advised, "I suggest you recognize the gravity of the situation. Angering me could lead to your immediate demise. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test your luck." Lin Feng's tone was unremarkable, devoid of any trace of malice, and his expression bore a slight smile. Yet, his words left the others utterly astonished. All present were left in a state of disbelief. What was happening? He was merely a foundational cultivator. Chapter 182. Entering the palace upon hearing Lin Feng's statement, Zhao Qingyun's brow furrowed, and he refrained from exerting further effort. Lin Feng spoke up. "I trust everyone is aware that we currently find ourselves within the 4 symbols formation. This formation, as you surely know, is divided into the 4 cardinal directions. The east is represented by the azure dragon, associated with wood and embodying the power of restoration. The south is represented by the vermilion bird, associated with fire and embodying the power of destruction. The west is represented by the white tiger, associated with metal and embodying the power of slaughter. And the north is represented by the black tortoise, associated with water and embodying the power of defense." At this juncture, Lin Feng smiled gently and continued, "To be candid, I have already refined this formation, mastering the powers of restoration, destruction, slaughter, and defense. The luminous barrier you witnessed earlier was indeed a manifestation of the defensive power, and its efficacy was evident for all to see. I wonder if Senior Zhao might be interested in experiencing the power of slaughter?" As he concluded his words, Lin Feng secretly employed the art of auspicious eyes to elevate his aura. Zhao Qingyun's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He hesitated to engage, recalling that merely brushing against the formation in the vermilion bird's domain had nearly ensnared him. To now contemplate the slaughter formation, directed by another, would likely lead him to a certain demise. There was no doubt that Lin Feng had activated the defensive formation, as evidenced by the door in the Azure Dragon's domain, which he had indeed opened. Coupled with Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd was now convinced, to a large extent, of his mastery over this 4 symbols formation. As Zhao Qingyun pondered these revelations, Shimin Lian grinned widely, revealing his chilling white teeth, and remarked, "I suspect that the esteemed crown prince of the Wenyang dynasty would find it difficult to bow before a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, I am quite intrigued to learn how you intend to extricate yourself from this four symbols formation. Upon hearing the voice of Shimin Lian, Zhao Chengyun furrowed his brow. Having already sustained injuries, he feared that Shimin Lian might seize the opportunity to attack him, which could prove exceedingly troublesome. As the precious treasure had yet to appear, Shimin Lian would not act against him for the time being. However, if this delay were to prolong, danger would surely loom. Regarding others, Zhao Qingyun held no illusions that anyone would aid him in confronting Shimin Lian. Diverting even a portion of Shimin Lian's attention would be advantageous for them. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qingyun narrowed his eyes and addressed Lin Feng, stating, "It appears fortune has eluded me this time. I hope an opportunity does not arise for me to take you down. Otherwise, your suffering shall be profound." Acknowledging Zhao Qingyun's concession, Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "Well then, let us see if you possess such capability. Enough of the pleasantries. Payment first, and then we shall proceed with the matter. Spare us the embarrassment of your inadequacies." Seizing the rare chance to engage Zhao Qingyun further, Lin Feng directly stated his price. Having already acquiesced, Zhao Qingyun refrained from further discussion. A jade slip materialized in his hand and soared towards Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng grasped the jade slip, and his consciousness quickly scanned its contents. An image of a twisting dragon emerged within the slip. Though the dragon's movements were simple and brief, Lin Feng could sense its formidable aura emanating from the depiction itself, not merely contained within the jade slip. If one were to witness it in person, the terror would undoubtedly intensify. Realizing the extraordinary nature of the object, Lin Feng weighed the jade slip thoughtfully before furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What is this?" This object is likely not the first recorded jade slip. Upon hearing Lin Feng state that this item is not the initial recording jade slip, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Qingyun's eyes. He had initially intended to use the Longting jade slip to outmaneuver Lin Feng, yet Lin Feng's demeanor was remarkably calm, completely evading the punishment he had anticipated. This Longting jade slip was acquired by Zhao Qingyun during his spirit-gathering phase. When he first obtained the jade slip and scanned it with his divine consciousness, he was instantly overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the dragon, taking quite some time to regain his composure. He had not expected Lin Feng to handle it with such ease, especially considering that Lin Feng was merely at the foundation establishment stage. A glimmer of malice flashed in Zhao Qingyun's eyes as he realized that Lin Feng's innate talent far surpassed his own. As the prince of the dynasty, it was disconcerting to find himself outshone by a mere villager. The seeds of animosity began to sprout within him. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment to turn hostile. He could only conceal his feelings in silence. The subtle hint of hostility that emerged was sensed by only two individuals, the infamous killer, Shimin Lian, and Lin Feng himself. With a soul-see that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, he was acutely aware of even the slightest fluctuations. However, Lin Feng chose not to make a scene. Zhao Qingyun was not inclined to escalate matters, and Lin Feng himself wished to maintain the status quo, fully aware of his own circumstances. In a brief moment, the tension dissipated, and Zhao Qingyun smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "This is a unique technique of the Wenyang dynasty. Known as the confining dragon ascending abyss, this jade slip is indeed a replica, yet it is sufficient for spirit-gathering cultivators. Its purpose is simply to assist oneself in escaping peril during confinement. It is an invaluable life-saving technique. I kindly ask that you do not disclose this to others." My friend Lin, confining dragon ascending abyss. Upon hearing Zhao Qingyun utter those words, many cultivators in the vicinity, who were knowledgeable of this technique, could not help but express their astonishment. Some even exchanged glances, yet ultimately shook their heads gently, realizing that the power to slay a condensation dan cultivator and negotiate terms with a purple mansion cultivator was beyond their reach. At that moment, Shimin Lian spoke in a somber tone. The technique confining the dragon and ascending to the abyss is a secret art of the Wenyang dynasty, known only to the direct descendants of the imperial lineage. Setting aside the authenticity of this technique, should Lin Xiaoyu truly master it, he may inevitably attract insurmountable troubles. Shimin Lian's words were spoken with sincerity, which only served to further tense the atmosphere. Both Lin Feng and Zhao Qingyun were viewed with contempt by Shimin Lian, who sensed a potential opportunity to incite conflict between them, though he was aware that such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. In response to Shimin Lian's remarks, Zhao Chengyun chuckled softly and replied, "The Wenyang dynasty has always been known for its gratitude and reciprocity. Today, Lin Xiaoyu has rendered me assistance. Bestowing upon him a few trinkets is hardly significant. Brother Shiman, please do not judge a gentleman's heart with the narrow-mindedness of a petty person. Many present understood Shiman Lian's intent, and Lin Feng was no exception. However, he was not intimidated. Instead, he offered a slight bow to Shiman Lian and responded with a gentle smile. I appreciate your warning, Senior Shiman. As cultivators, we strive against the heavens and dare to contest fate. Why should we concern ourselves with mundane conventions? It matters not, it matters not. The tone of Lin Feng astonished all those present. Even the young cultivators from the Sea clan regarded him with newfound respect. However, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. It was understandable that Zhao Qingyun harbored intentions to undermine him, yet Lin Feng felt no fear. As he himself stated, it was merely a matter of worldly conventions. Why should he be overly concerned? He then turned to Zhao Qingyun and remarked, Senior Zhao, let today's affairs conclude here. If you harbor any resentment towards me, we may settle it in a future sparring match. Lin Feng's tone was remarkably calm, akin to bidding farewell to a friend. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that made Zhao Qingyun increasingly wary. With cupped fists, he slightly bowed to Lin Feng and solemnly stated, I shall inform His Majesty of today's events. Thank you for your understanding. Waving his hand lightly to indicate that it was unnecessary, Lin Feng then gestured with a single motion, and a circular portal materialized at the point he indicated. Zhao Qingyun glanced at Lin Feng, but said nothing more. His figure flickered, and he swiftly departed from the city of four symbols. As they watched Zhao Qingyun leave, the remaining crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Feng. A treatment befitting a formidable figure, signifying a shift in status. Du Shihai and others noticed the subtle change in Zhao Qingyun's demeanor, and even the four cultivators from the Purple Mansion present, including Lu Tianyi, felt Lin Feng's significance elevate once more, rendering the sentiments of the other cultivators unnecessary to express. With a swift motion, Lin Feng retracted his arm, causing the circular portal to vanish in an instant. Just as the portal disappeared, a loud shout resonated from within the palace's formation. The crowd recognized it unmistakably as the voice of Lord Kongbo. Upon hearing Kongbo's voice, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He then let out a hearty laugh and addressed everyone, saying, There is commotion within the palace. It seems that Senior Kong has already engaged in battle with the ferocious beast. Who among you dares to accompany me into the formation for observation? To journey alongside Master Lin is a rare opportunity. I wish to join him. I shall go as well. Let us enter together. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, several voices chimed in agreement. The four Purple Mansion cultivators involuntarily furrowed their brows. It was absurd that numerous core formation practitioners and their few Purple Mansion peers would regard a Foundation establishment novice with such reverence. Although they held Lin Feng in high esteem, he was ultimately still at the Foundation establishment level and did not merit their deference. With a slight bow towards Lin Feng, Du Shihai took the lead and charged towards the palace's formation. The formation had been battered by thunder and was now exceptionally weakened, allowing Du Shihai to enter the palace with ease. Shiman Lian snorted coldly and followed Du Shihai into the palace formation. Shortly thereafter, two more figures entered the formation. One was a young Sea clan cultivator, and the other was Lu Tianyi. Having discerned the underlying fear in Kongbo's earlier shout, Lu Tianyi no longer concealed his intentions and swiftly made his way towards the formation. This was indeed a prime opportunity to seize the treasure. If he continued to hide, there would be nothing left for him to claim. As Lu Tianyi soared into the formation, many cultivators looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated that another Purple Mansion cultivator was concealed among them. It would likely be no easy feat to obtain the coveted treasure, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Once again, Lin Feng received unspoken flattery, yet he remained indifferent to it. With a grave expression, he addressed the assembly. Whether there is a treasured relic within the palace remains uncertain. However, I can assure you that there are certainly malevolent entities present. Esteemed seniors, please ponder this carefully. This was not a mere attempt to intimidate. Lin Feng had long been aware of the presence of sinister beings inside, and he offered this warning out of goodwill. After all, he harbored no deep-seated enmity. He could not regard human lives as insignificant. Ultimately, a small contingent chose to depart from the Four Symbols City. With numerous peers and several Purple Mansion cultivators in attendance, coupled with the ominous presence lurking within the palace, the prospect of seizing the coveted treasure seemed rather bleak. It would be wiser to preserve their lives and seek other opportunities. Nonetheless, some were resolute in their belief that they were favored by fortune, undeterred by the looming dangers, and chose to follow Lin Feng into the palace. Having made their decisions, Lin Feng did not impede their resolve and led the group into the palace's array. Chapter 183, The Manifestation of Treasure. The array outside the palace was merely a defensive formation, designed to signify the perilous nature of the entities contained within. The shimmering barrier served this very purpose. As they stepped inside the palace, a fragrant aroma wafted towards them, invigorating all present. Lin Feng had long suspected that this palace harbored peculiarities. Thus he had meticulously prepared his senses in a state of alertness. However, despite his vigilance, a fragrant aroma flowed unfettered into his nostrils. While the scent was delightful, Lin Feng instinctively sensed an underlying strangeness and sought to uncover its source, yet he remained at a loss. Reluctantly, he set this concern aside and lifted his gaze. Within the palace, there were but 4 figures, and the one who had previously called out, Kong Bo, was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng could only faintly perceive the presence of the azure-blue lotus, but he could not ascertain its exact location. The intricacies of the formation filled him with trepidation, urging him to remain cautious and avoid carelessness that might invite disaster. The palace was square in shape, constructed from an unknown material, with towering walls that reached nearly 100 feet high. The walls were adorned with murals depicting the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, each corresponding to the cardinal directions. In addition to the divine beasts, numerous figures and narratives were illustrated, as it seemed that in that era, stories were often conveyed through art. 8 stone pillars supported the ceiling of the hall, each entwined with fierce beast sculptures, all exhibiting menacing postures, their crimson eyes glinting ominously, blood dripping from their claws, and flesh flying from their mouths. The presence of these pillars imbued the entire palace with an aura of malevolence. Upon witnessing the 8 stone pillars, all the cultivators instinctively tightened their garments, for the pleasant sensation brought by the earlier fragrance had vanished without a trace, leaving only a hushed atmosphere of watchfulness. Aside from the murals and stone pillars, a statue stands majestically at the center of the grand hall within the palace. This sculpture features flowing azure hair, adorned with a jeweled golden crown. In its right hand, it wields a shimmering longsword, while its left hand is elegantly outstretched, exuding an air of refined grace, juxtaposed with a fierce spirit reminiscent of valiant warriors. The extraordinary presence of the statue compels many to bow their heads, as if common folk in the presence of royalty, hesitant to display even a hint of disrespect. In the city, it is evident that the figure depicted in the sculpture is none other than Si Xiaowenming. Upon entering the gates of Qinlong City, one immediately recognizes it as the legacy of Si Xiaowenming. However, due to the passage of time, the tales of his exploits have faded into obscurity. For the Xianxin continent is not Earth. It is a realm filled with extraordinary beings and countless legends of ascension and divinity, rendering the populace less astonished. Yet, upon beholding the statue of Si Xiaowenming, many are captivated by the aura it emanates, prompting them to abandon their prior dismissiveness. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates through the air. The crowd turns to witness a young Sea tribe cultivator advancing toward the statue, dual swords in hand, with the intent of seizing the long sword held by Si Xiaowenming. As the sound echoes, a grand formation materializes around the statue, encasing it in a blood-red aura that appears both sinister and otherworldly. On the luminous screen, a series of characters appeared, representing the common language of the Xianxin continent, which everyone could comprehend. Upon reading, a collective frown emerged among the crowd, for the content was utterly simplistic. It warned them against proceeding further, as malevolent entities lay hidden within. These sinister beings were exceedingly vicious, capable of launching attacks that were both unpredictable and perilous. Any who fell victim to such an assault would face dire consequences, death in severe cases, or the loss of their very essence in milder instances. In the past, to subdue these malignant forces, the losses among the cultivators had exceeded 100. Si Xiaowenming even sacrificed his own blood to create a formation, ultimately incurring tremendous costs to bring the entities under control. However, this was not true submission. After such a lengthy period, had it not been for the formidable strength of the formation, these malevolent beings would have surely escaped and wreaked havoc upon the cultivators. Yet, the passage of time had allowed these sinister creatures to attract the wrath of thunder, revealing a flaw in the formation laid by Si Xiaowenming. If not suppressed promptly, it was inevitable that the malevolent being would break free and unleash disaster upon the world. as a defensive formation materialized around the statue of Si Xiaowenming. Several spheres of light appeared within the open palm of his left hand. Each sphere was encased in a translucent bubble, and as a gentle breeze blew, the bubbles began to drift away from his grasp, escaping the protective formation surrounding the statue. There were 5 spheres of light, taking the forms of a longsword, a thick shield, a steel dagger, a fierce whip, and a piece of golden paper. The 4 weapons exuded an ancient aura, radiating a sense of grandeur. While the paper appeared unremarkable, however, its presence alongside the other 4 indicated that it was far from ordinary. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long journey, they had finally encountered treasures. Someone could not contain their enthusiasm and shouted, "Is that not the essence of a spiritual artifact? Could it be a primordial artifact? Are there even more advanced Dao instruments?" Weapons are categorized into various tiers, with mundane weapons rarely employed by cultivators unless they possess special significance. Among the practitioners of the Xinjiang continent, the most common are treasured artifacts and spiritual tools, both of which are relatively easy to refine. The terms Yuan Qi and Dao instruments referred to in conversation signify entities of a higher echelon than spiritual tools. While treasured artifacts and spiritual tools can be produced through refinement, Yuan Qi cannot be directly forged. Instead, it is the result of prolonged gestation. This process involves nurturing a spiritual tool within the Yuan force emanating from a Zifu cultivator. Over time, the spiritual tool is nourished by the Yuan force, gradually enhancing its inherent quality. Once its quality reaches a state of fullness, it naturally metamorphoses into a Yuan instrument. Beyond Yuan instruments lie Dao instruments, immortal artifacts, and divine weapons. Dao instruments are weapons imbued with the essence of the Dao, and their grade must at least reach the pinnacle of Yuan instruments before they can transform into Dao instruments. These weapons serve not only in combat but also enable the wielder to glimpse the true essence of the Dao during their cultivation. However, the Dao is silent and formless. Thus, to comprehend the Dao, one must reflect on their own potential for understanding the Taoist principles through their practice. Dao instruments merely facilitate a closer encounter with the essence of the Dao. The emphasis of Dao instruments lies in their Dao essence, rendering their quality exponentially superior to that of Yuan instruments. A single Dao instrument is sufficient to serve as a treasured heirloom of an imperial dynasty. Due to their association with the Dao, Dao instruments are among the rarest of weapons. As for immortal artifacts and divine weapons, they are wielded solely by celestial beings and true deities, existing in the realm of legend, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. At that moment, many anxious individuals, upon witnessing the emergence of the treasure and harboring their own speculations about it, could no longer contain their impatience. Ignoring the presence of the purple cultivators surrounding them, they soared towards the treasure. Observing the fierce competition, some felt a sense of urgency, while others remained indifferent, merely watching to see who would succeed in claiming the prize. However, Lin Feng shook his head slightly, aware that the entire palace undoubtedly concealed numerous lethal formations. Such a precious object could not be so easily obtained. To rush forth in pursuit of the treasure was merely to serve as a pathfinder for others. He paid no heed to the treasure seekers, instead signaling to Lu Fei with a glance, indicating the need for caution in their actions. His attention then turned to the statue of Si Xiaowenming, which bore no face. Ordinary individuals were deemed unworthy of beholding the true visage of the exalted. Yet, the statue exuded an aura of perpetual scrutiny, evoking a sense of reverence that deterred any hint of disrespect. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Feng smiled faintly, his consciousness swiftly extending towards the source of the noise. Upon entering the grand hall, he had intended to decipher the array concealed within the palace. However, upon his arrival, he found himself momentarily stunned, for he could not perceive any formations within the palace. Even when the array surrounding the statue manifested, he remained oblivious to the existence of any other formations. It appeared as though the array encircling the statue existed in isolation, rendering it impossible to use it as a reference point to explore other formations within the palace. Moreover, the formations of the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise, which Lin Feng had comprehended thoroughly, proved ineffective in this place. The formations within the palace were, to Lin Feng, nothing short of enigmatic. Perhaps this was the heart of the arrays. The more this was the case, the more Lin Feng felt the need to remain vigilant, refraining from wandering aimlessly. He was acutely aware that within this palace, numerous formations were meticulously arranged, as someone began to probe the formation, triggering a lethal array. Lin Feng eagerly unleashed his divine sense. This killing array was undoubtedly intertwined with the palace's formations, and he could utilize it as a focal point to decipher the intricate patterns. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massive crimson stone materialized out of thin air, hovering ominously in the sky. The treasure seeker, with astonishing speed, was caught entirely off guard by the sudden appearance of the stone, unable to react in time before crashing into it. As a cultivator, such an impact was not lethal. However, the cultivator, still shaken by the collision, attempted to retreat swiftly. Yet, at that very moment, an uncanny occurrence transpired. The blood-red stone transformed into a gaping maw, resembling a ferocious beast, its jagged, crimson stone teeth menacingly displayed. With a fierce roar, it engulfed the fleeing cultivator whole. In the instant that the cultivator was swallowed, the stone vanished as if it had never existed. Similar events unfolded for the other cultivators present, who were unable to approach the 5 treasures before being devoured by the stone. Within mere breaths, 7 nascent soul cultivators had been consumed, effortlessly and with alarming ease, prompting everyone to retreat in trepidation from the fearsome crimson stone. Lin Feng's divine sense swiftly expanded. As the killing array emerged, he sensed the presence of the formation, and using the stone as a reference point, he discerned the subtle formations hidden within the palace. In the depths of the divine sea, Lin Feng addressed the Elder of 10,000 Transformations, stating, "The primary structure of the formation is fundamentally based on the 5 elements, which interact through mutual generation and restraint, complementing one another. This gives rise to various formations such as illusionary arrays, lethal arrays, defensive arrays, traction arrays, restorative arrays, and chaotic arrays. With such a multitude of formations intertwined, how does one decipher them?" For Lin Feng, who had only just grasped the concept of formations, the amalgamation of so many arrays had long surpassed his comprehension. In the perils of this lethal formation, even a slight misstep could lead to his demise, compelling him to seek counsel from the Elder of 10,000 Transformations. The Elder gently shook his head and replied, "The outer formation is guarded by the 4 symbols, giving rise to the 28 celestial positions as the eyes of the formation. The inner formation is protected by the 5 elements, primarily focused on offense, with defense as a secondary concern. Moreover, the chaotic formation incessantly alters its structure, creating a perplexing complexity. Attempting to unravel the formation through divine consciousness is utterly impossible. Unless one personally explores the key points of the formation, it cannot be deciphered. I too am incapable of doing so. Mastery of formations is not measured by one's cultivation level, but by one's understanding of the formations themselves. Although I possess considerable knowledge of formations, I am likely lacking when compared to true masters. Even I cannot unravel this formation by sheer will. There are many gifted individuals, and it is unexpected that you, having just ventured into the martial world, would encounter such a formidable challenge. There is but one method that may offer a chance to decipher the formation, to personally enter it. However, I do not recommend you take this course of action, for there are still malevolent entities lurking within this palace." Upon the Elder's mention of these sinister beings, Lin Feng's eyes widened, and a profound sense of danger ignited deep within his mind. To be cautious, the novel Wandao Tianzuan is currently being updated. Please wait a moment, and once the content has been refreshed, you may acquire the latest updates. Chapter 184. The Appearance of the Malevolent Entity. The Malevolent Entity. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if jolted awake. He swiftly turned to observe the other cultivators beside him. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and in an unguarded state, he succumbed to unconsciousness. This was a room imbued with a strong sense of modern artistry, where dim lighting cast a gentle glow upon a plush bed. Upon the bed lay a young man, his body wrapped in bandages. Although he was not particularly handsome, his complexion was somewhat pallid. Nevertheless, he exuded an air of remarkable cleanliness and extraordinary demeanor. This individual was none other than Lin Feng. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Feng felt an unbearable throbbing in his head. He raised his hand to massage his temples, took a sip of refreshing water, and called out while reclining on the bed, "Linger." Upon hearing his call, the door swung open, and a lady entered from outside, dressed in simple yet elegant light blue jeans that accentuated the allure of her long legs. Paired with an ivory down jacket, she radiated youthful vitality. Her long, straight hair cascaded down, and her tranquil demeanor was strikingly evident. Upon witnessing Lin Feng awaken, Ling Er immediately rushed to the bedside, her eyes shimmering with tears as she exclaimed, "At last, you have awakened. You have languished for a fortnight, and the doctors declared you beyond salvation. Yet, I refuse to accept such a fate. Heaven has finally bestowed upon us the miracle of your revival." As her voice trailed off, Ling Er buried her face in Lin Feng's chest and wept softly. Gently stroking Ling Er's long hair, Lin Feng managed a faint smile, his pallid visage betraying a sense of contentment. Having never experienced such care in his youth, the companionship of this remarkable woman was more than sufficient for a lifetime. Reflecting on the mission undertaken a fortnight prior, he remarked, "I never anticipated they had already devised a trap. I remain uncertain if the mission was accomplished." Lin Feng then coldly chuckled, "No matter, this task has a year's duration. Once I have recuperated and crafted a new strategy, I refuse to believe they will continue to enjoy such fortune." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ling Er did not intervene, which piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, though he chose not to dwell on it. In the days that followed, Lin Feng devoted himself to his recovery. Contemplating the conspiracy, he resolved to heal in solitude. Not wishing to endanger Ling Er, while tending to his wounds, he caught sight of the injury on his chest, a sight that struck him as oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall when he had last seen such a mark. This period of recuperation extended for several months, and upon its conclusion, Lin Feng intended to engage once more in the mission, for time was of the essence. The smiling king of hell had never faltered in his undertakings, and this instance would be no different. With meticulous planning, Lin Feng tracked down the location of the Black Hall's leader. Yet, before he could act, he beheld a familiar figure beside the leader, Ling Er. Boom! A tempest of fury ignited within him. Throughout his life, he harbored the deepest disdain for betrayal and deceit. Now, with Ling Er appearing before him, everything became strikingly clear. The failure to complete his previous mission was not his own fault, but rather a consequence of someone else's treachery. As this realization struck him, the scar upon his chest surged vividly in Lin Feng's mind. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and with a light laugh, he mused, "So this is merely a dream. I had not anticipated its vividness. In my past life, I met my demise shrouded in mystery, a burden that lingered in my heart. Yet, this time, I find solace in eradicating it within this dream, which is sufficient." He then turned to Ling Er and declared, "You are not my dream. Rather, you are my demon." With a gentle smile, Lin Feng dashed towards Ling, resolute in his intent to vanquish the demon before fulfilling his mission. Meanwhile, within the palace of the four-symbol city, beads of sweat adorned Lin Feng's forehead as a wisp of murky smoke emanated from the crown of his head. His chaotic heart, divine sea, and Dantian underwent profound transformations, while the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged towards his form. Within the dreamscape, Lin Feng's psychological scars from past betrayals began to mend, restoring him to a state of wholeness. At that moment, the Panga body refinement technique and the creation divine art surged through his being, his physical prowess nearing perfection, and the spiritual energy within his Dantian rapidly escalated. Ling Er, alongside the leader of the Black Hall, fell effortlessly before Lin Feng's might. As he embraced the void, he sighed softly, "Earth, may we meet again by chance." With a sudden jolt, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber. The walls of his abode were adorned with beast bones and hides, and a flying deer skull was affixed above the doorframe. This was indeed Lin Feng's home in Maple Tree Village. Awakening from a restful slumber, Lin Feng felt invigorated and was about to rise and stretch when the sound of hooves striking the ground echoed, mingled with the ferocious roars of beasts. Having long been a part of the hunting team, Lin Feng instantly recognized the growls of the rock cattle. Although a few resided in Maple Tree Village, their presence could hardly account for such a cacophony. Could it be bandits? These marauders often descended from the mountains to prey upon the weaker villages. In Lin Feng's recollection, thanks to his father, Lin Feilong, Maple Tree Village had never suffered the ravages of banditry. Had something dire occurred? With a sudden burst of determination, he sprang from his dwelling. The thunderous bellowing of the rock cattle reached his ears as he stepped outside, only to be seized by three individuals who forcefully pressed him atop a rock cattle, directing him towards the village square, the very site of the barbarian temple. Bound by the strength of the three captors, Lin Feng found himself utterly immobilized, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. Upon reaching the square, familiar faces came into view. The village elder, Lin Wei, Lin Shan, Zhang Hu, Li Biao, Guzi, Lu Deshan. All of Maple Tree Village had been gathered, yet they were mere prisoners, battered and unable to move. At the center of the square stood a blood-soaked wooden frame, upon which lay a severed head. Though marred with blood, Lin Feng recognized it unequivocally. It was his father, Lin Feng. Father! The sight pierced Lin Feng's heart, and he cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He yearned to break free and rush to his father's side, but the bandits held him firmly, rendering him powerless. The sound of clanging echoed ominously. Amidst the fierce battle against the ruthless bandits stood another individual. Mother. This person was Feng Lan, who at that moment was covered in wounds, her garments soaked with blood. She was besieged by a group of 7 or 8 assailants. Upon seeing Lin Feng captured, tears welled up in Feng Lan's eyes. With a face streaked with tears, Lin Feng shook his head in terror, desperately struggling to free himself from his restraints. He knelt fervently on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and imploring, Mother, please let go. You cannot defeat them. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead left bloodstains on the floor. Yet Feng Lan could not cease her actions. She then shouted, Fenger, do not be afraid. Your father and I will always be with you. Suddenly, Feng Lan faltered, a steel blade finding an opening and plunging directly into her heart. The knife was swiftly withdrawn, blood gushing from the wound. Feng Lan's vision began to blur as she softly uttered, Fenger, we will always accompany you, no matter when or where. With a resounding thud, Feng Lan's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Mother! Lin Feng's anguished scream pierced the air, veins in his eyes bursting forth with crimson fury, transforming his gaze into a bloodshot horror. His tears flowed, red as blood, while his teeth gnawed at his lips until they bled, evoking the image of a malevolent spirit from the abyss. His face contorted, veins pulsating grotesquely like dark, writhing worms, an unsightly sight. Within the palace of the four-symbol city, an aura of rage enveloped Lin Feng. His eyes glowed a fierce red, the veins on his face darkening, mirroring the Lin Feng from Maple Tree Village. Lin Feng, awakened swiftly. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's transformation, the Elder One Hua was overcome with anxiety, unable to awaken him through the transmission of his spirit. A malevolent aura emanated from Lin Feng's being, his eyes devoid of reason, save for a fleeting glimpse of anguish directed at the severed head of Lin Feng and the corpse of Feng Lan. Lin Feng, with his eyes aglow in crimson, rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings like a predatory beast, bloodthirsty and devoid of humanity. The trio who had previously subdued him, witnessing this alarming metamorphosis, swiftly prepared to restrain him once more. Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression blank and his gaze vacant, yet his arms moved with ferocity, transforming into claw-like appendages as he lunged at 2 of his assailants. With a sickening sound, the 2 were caught off guard as Lin Feng effortlessly pierced their bodies. With a fierce grip, he crushed their hearts to a pulp, ultimately consuming the remnants with a grotesque relish. The last remaining survivor, pale as a ghost, trembled in terror at the sight of Lin Feng's gruesome feast. As Lin Feng approached him, fear propelled him to deliver a desperate kick. With a thud, Lin Feng was momentarily sent reeling, his abdomen ruptured and exposing the gory insides. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the sensation of pain, charging towards his assailant and delivering a devastating blow that obliterated the man's skull. Unceasingly, after vanquishing his foe, Lin Feng strode towards the 7 or 8 assailants besieging Feng Lan, his presence formidable. Yet, all were keenly aware that Lin Feng was merely depleting his own essence. Such a state could not be sustained for long. Thus, the onlookers chose to momentarily distance themselves from Lin Feng, biding their time for the moment when he would exhaust his energy. Standing within the palace, Lin Feng's countenance was ashen, a pall of death enshrouding his entire being. The Elder of Transformation employed various awakening techniques, yet none could revive him, and the nature of Lin Feng's ordeal remained a mystery. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that he would exhaust his essence and perish. Even if you manage to slay us, your parents are already beyond the grave. Moreover, you lack the ability to kill us, the bandits jeered, observing Lin Feng, whose face was marred by death's grip, striking out erratically. Lin Feng remained deaf to their taunts, his mind singularly focused on one thought: kill. As time elapsed, Lin Feng's breath grew increasingly faint, and his pace slackened. He acutely sensed the presence of death trailing closely behind him. Should he falter, his soul would likely be snatched away in an instant. His vision began to blur, and his legs lost all strength. Within the palace, Lin Feng swayed precariously, on the brink of collapse. As Lin Feng's condition deteriorated, the sapling rooted in his dantian, intrinsically linked to him, appeared equally wounded and dispirited, unable to assist him in this critical moment. The Panga body refinement technique and creation divine art also slowed their operations, relying solely on their inherent mechanisms to restore Lin Feng's vitality. As consciousness began to dissipate, Lin Feng felt a droplet of pure water fall upon his awareness, instantly clarifying his mind, and the world around him gradually came into focus. Chapter 185. Escape from the illusion within the palace of the four-symbol city. A jade pendant intricately carved with an azure dragon floated from his chincoin bag, gently touching Lin Feng's forehead and emanating a faint glow. This was the azure dragon messenger pendant Lin Feng had previously acquired, unexpectedly coming to his aid at this critical moment. As the azure dragon pendant manifested, Lin Feng slowly regained his clarity. In the square of Maple Tree Village, just as Lin Feng began to regain his senses, a voice rang out. "Oh, you've come to your senses? Alas, you have exhausted your essence and are on the brink of death." Turning towards the voice, Lin Feng recognized the speaker as the bandit chief, who was now observing him with keen interest. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and, clearing his throat, declared, "You are the malevolent being suppressed beneath the palace." With a flick of the bandit chief's hand, all surrounding figures and the village of Maple Tree vanished without a trace, leaving only Lin Feng standing alone. At that moment, laughter echoed from above as the bandit chief exclaimed, "Malevolent being? Suppressed? I merely harnessed the formation to absorb the fortune of heaven and earth. In my early existence, I acted on instinct and was bound by humans, who did not anticipate that this four-symbol city serves as a vessel for suppressing fortune. Upon entering the formation, I not only escaped suppression but gathered infinite nourishment to enhance my being, which is why I have thrived in such a short span of time." The figure spoken of by the bandit leader is undoubtedly the revered Yu. I never anticipated that the intricate formation I had laid out would ultimately fall prey to this malevolent being. The bandit leader's words continued to echo. "What astonishes me is the formidable strength of your soul. Even the intricate layers of my domain could not vanquish you." Just as I was on the brink of depleting your vital essence, that shattered jade intervened unexpectedly. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands. A piece of friendly advice. Should you perish within my illusion, your demise in reality is inevitable, which is precisely why I am regarded as a malevolent entity." As he concluded, the bandit leader erupted into a sinister laughter, so otherworldly that Lin Feng could not discern whether the voice belonged to a male or female. With Lin Feng's consciousness restored, the sapling within his dantian thrived once more, pulsating with vitality. The sapling swayed, and the Panga body refining technique along with the creation divine art commenced their rapid operation anew, as Lin Feng's physical strength and spiritual energy began to coalesce within him. His power slowly returned. A refreshing breeze swept through, causing Lin Feng's cultivation in Maple Village to plummet drastically, ultimately diminishing his martial prowess to naught. Apart from possessing a robust physique, his spells and spiritual energy had entirely vanished. However, within the palatial confines of the four-symbol city, Lin Feng's condition was steadily recuperating, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into him. The malevolent entity boasted, "In my illusion, I am the sovereign. Cultivation is utterly ineffective, entirely at my whim. This is why so many formidable practitioners perished in the past. I have shared this with you for a long time, yet you remain enshrouded in your boundless glory." As the sinister entity's voice faded, Lin Feng felt a refreshing breeze surge forth, signaling the commencement of its assault. "Your soul is remarkably potent. If I were to devour it." The entity trailed off, seemingly salivating at the prospect. Suddenly, the gentle wind transformed into a sharp blade, piercing Lin Feng's soul sea. This fragile realm, already delicate in nature, could hardly withstand the assault. Upon the blade's intrusion, Lin Feng instinctively clutched his head in agony. Yet the torment dissipated within moments, giving way to an intriguing glimmer in his eyes. Who truly possesses the superior soul power? Before long, the voice of the malevolent presence echoed within Lin Feng's soul sea. "What is happening? Why is there a cauldron within your soul sea? Why do I feel as if I am being torn apart?" As it delved into Lin Feng's realm, the entity was met with overwhelming pressure, rendering it incapable of consuming Lin Feng's essence. The vast expanse of Lin Feng's soul sea left the entity bewildered, unsure of where to begin. "In my soul sea, I am the sovereign. Your soul power is utterly ineffective. Your annihilation rests solely within my discretion. Would you care to test that?" Simultaneously, Lin Feng transformed his consciousness into a dark, colossal hand, reaching for the blade. This shadowy appendage had manifested during his moment of enlightenment, and once again, it effortlessly averted the crisis. The blade found itself immobilized within the soul sea, easily grasped by the dark hand. No. The dark hand of the malevolent entity unexpectedly seized my soul with such ease. An overwhelming pressure emanated from its palm, rendering the evil spirit incapable of movement. It was acutely aware that should the dark hand so desire, it could be consumed in an instant, becoming mere sustenance for Lin Feng's ocean of souls. To have one's soul devoured meant only one fate: annihilation. In the vast expanse of the universe, there would be no trace of the soul left. The dark hand, now wielding a sword, held complete dominion over the situation. Lin Feng, unfazed, questioned the malevolent entity. How did I enter your illusion? What exactly are you? The malevolent being, gripped by terror, divulged everything to Lin Feng. My true form is the enrapturing fragrant divine wood. The sweet aroma you encountered upon entering the palace emanates from me. This fragrance can permeate numerous barriers and infiltrate the senses of others. It serves merely as a lure. Whenever I wish, you can traverse into my illusion. Within my realm, I can discern the vulnerabilities of those who enter, crafting boundless illusions to exploit the weaknesses I identify. While I have discovered numerous frailties in other cultivators, I have only perceived two in you. One is the figure of Linger from the first illusion, yet her impression merely leaves a subconscious flaw, not a fatal one. Your parents, however, represent your most critical vulnerability, which is why the scene of Foshu village manifested. Deep within your soul, you harbor the unsettling thought that your parents may have perished, yet you steadfastly refuse to acknowledge it. However, the illusion manifests your unacknowledged fears, aiming solely to breach the fragile defenses of your heart, ultimately leading to your silent demise. Upon hearing the malevolent entity claim that his parents have met their end, Lin Feng's darkened hand instinctively tightens, causing the entity to cry out in pain. Indeed, in Lin Feng's subconscious, there lingers the belief that his parents have fallen victim to tragedy. Yet, he is determined to deny this grim reality, convinced that without sighting their remains, one cannot proclaim their demise. At this moment, the voice of the venerable Wan Hua elder resonates from the supreme cauldron within Lin Feng's mind. Fear not, Lin Feng. All beings of heaven and earth have their destinies. Even in death, there exist myriad choices. The most common is rebirth, while the formidable may even pursue ghostly cultivation. As you embark upon your own journey of cultivation, these profound truths will soon become less daunting. When Lin Feng sees the malevolent entity's spirit, Wan Hua elder re-established contact with him, especially since they were currently enveloped in Lin Feng's chaotic sea, the very sanctuary of the elder. Wan Hua's final words were unequivocal, and Lin Feng grasped the gravity of the situation. Moments ago, his life and death lay within the entity's grasp, yet now their roles had entirely reversed. Turning his gaze towards the malevolent entity ensnared within his dark hand, Lin Feng inquired of Wan Hua elder, "Grandfather Wan Hua, this entity cannot be allowed to escape. Do you possess a method to manage it?" After consulting Wan Hua elder, Lin Feng's dark hand exerted a slight pressure on the entity, continuing, "Bring forth this individual from the illusion." As he spoke, Lu Fei's image materialized within Lin Feng's sea of souls. In the illusion, Lu Fei was searching for the existence of the Qingfu sect, determined to avenge his kin. However, he found himself utterly powerless before the Qingfu sect. On the verge of being slain, when the illusion dissipated and Lu Fei finally broke free, he must remember to protect I and remain vigilant during his actions. Lu Fei was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, yet he could not defy Lin Feng's wishes and could only nod in agreement with his plans. Currently, Lin Feng had not fully comprehended the palace's formation and was unable to unlock the grand doors. Thus he could only have Lu Fei wait nearby. At that moment, the Elder of 10,000 Transformations spoke. This creature's existence is not long-lasting, and its spiritual power is exceedingly frail. Its ability to slay numerous cultivators relies solely on its innate capabilities. I have not heard of this intoxicating scent, for in the vastness of the world, rare and divine objects abound. Regardless of whether it is indeed a divine wood, it seems to me that its essence would make excellent material for forging your spear. Having grown for countless ages without decay and possessing spiritual intelligence, it is undoubtedly a treasure of heaven and earth, its quality beyond question. More importantly, the unique fragrance of this intoxicating essence can either ensnare the senses or bring clarity. Regardless of the effect, Any slight alteration in one's state during battle could yield boundless benefits. Should you manage to further harness the illusory powers of this intoxicating essence, the spear in your hand would surely become a legendary weapon, combining illusory attacks with physical strikes, leaving few capable of withstanding its might. The Elder One spoke at length, yet failed to explicitly mention whether the spirit of the malevolent entity should be preserved. However, Lin Feng discerned that the spirit was of little significance. It was the entity's corporeal form that held paramount importance. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he formulated a plan. Chapter 186. Entering and resolving the formation, Elder Wanhua's thoughts rapidly transitioned from the potential annihilation of the malevolent spirit to Lin Feng's endeavor of forging a spear for combat. Upon receiving Elder Wanhua's reminder, Lin Feng experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, it was to be so. The optimal spear shaft must be crafted from the finest timber. Though some may opt for sturdier materials such as iron, hard stone, or even beast bone, spears constructed from such materials exhibit remarkable resilience and enhanced defensive power. However, they possess a notable drawback, sacrificing a degree of agility, which did not align with Lin Feng's intentions. For Lin Feng, the essence of spear technique lay in dexterity and swiftness, as encapsulated in the adage, "The spear in a lifetime is a testament to the art of technique," not merely a blunt force attack. Moreover, Lin Feng was confident that the spear, wielded by him, would not lack in lethality. With this thought in mind, he felt an urgent desire to seek out the corporeal form of the intoxicating fragrant divine wood. Casting his gaze around the palace, Lin Feng observed that many cultivators had succumbed to lifelessness, evidently having been eradicated within the illusory realm. He could not help but admire the formidable prowess of the intoxicating fragrant divine wood, which silently dispatched the nascent soul cultivators. From Lin Feng's current perspective, its power was undeniably extraordinary. Dozens of Dan condensation cultivators entered the four-symbol city together. Aside from the more than 10 cultivators who halted at the gates of the Azure Dragon City, only 5 or 6 Dan condensation cultivators remained within the palace. As for the other 4 Purple Mansion cultivators, their auras were gradually becoming chaotic. Suddenly, Lin Feng inquired of the spirit of the intoxicating fragrance. "Where is the cultivator who entered the palace earlier?" The spirit described none other than Kongbo. The formations laid within the palace were beyond the comprehension of the intoxicating fragrance, which is why they attracted the thunder to strike at their vulnerabilities. The sentient spiritual beings possess an acute perception of the heavenly laws, hence they were reluctant to provoke the azure blue lotus. The malevolent entity suppressed within the palace is solely the intoxicating fragrant spirit wood, is it not? Lin Feng had long speculated that there were ferocious beings within. And with the emergence of this malevolent entity, he wondered if other unknown existences lurked inside. It is difficult to say. The cultivator with a face full of flesh exuded an overwhelming killing intent and possessed unwavering determination. Whether he could be slain remains uncertain. Another young cultivator, protected by an extraordinary treasure, would likely escape from the illusion at a critical moment. As for the middle-aged cultivator, seemingly unremarkable, he harbored a Xuanwu jade pendant within his Qinkuan bag, comparable in effect to your Azure Dragon jade pendant, which would undoubtedly awaken at a crucial juncture. It would not be easy to eliminate them within the illusion, but I can deplete their essence. Regarding the other individual, it is likely he would not be able to endure even for 10 days. The first 3 he spoke of were none other than the notorious killer Shimin Lian, the young cultivator of the Sea Clan, and Du Shihai, while the last mentioned, Lu Tianyi, would not be able to last a single day. With a gentle nod, Lin Feng addressed the intoxicating spirit, saying, "If you heed my command, there remains a glimmer of hope for you. Should you entertain any extraneous thoughts, death shall be your only fate." Under the grasp of the shadowy hand, the intoxicating spirit dared not resist, obediently acquiescing with a nod. Lin Feng wasted no time and issued a directive. "Utilize your methods to detain the cultivators of the Purple Mansion. How long can you prolong this?" Entering the illusion. Everything that transpires is but a thought away. Altering the course of events can extend the duration of the illusion. However, some may possess formidable treasures, making them difficult to control. Yet, I am confident that 3 months will suffice. 3 months, you say? Lin Feng was uncertain whether he could unravel the formation within the palace in that time, but he resolved to give it his utmost effort. Indeed, to acquire the essence of the intoxicating fragrance, the entire formation must be dismantled. Thus, Lin Feng planned to risk entering the formation to discern its mysteries and unlock it to obtain the essence of the intoxicating fragrance. One must discover and seize opportunities to achieve significant progress. Nodding towards the intoxicating spirit, he commanded, regardless of life or death, extend the time for those cultivators who may awaken to the utmost. They must not interfere with my endeavors, nor must they disturb the formation within the palace. Upon finishing, the shadowy hand in the Sea of Souls released its grip on the sword, allowing Lin Feng to no longer restrain the intoxicating spirit, permitting it to focus solely on controlling the illusions of all. Bound by Lin Feng's dominion in the Sea of Souls, the intoxicating spirit had no choice but to comply. After ensuring the intoxicating spirit's compliance, Lin Feng turned to Lu Fei and instructed, "Do not move recklessly. Await my signal to escort you out." Without a word, Lu Fei dared not make any sudden movements, and even Lin Feng refrained from extraneous actions. Extending his consciousness, he located the position of the previously discovered formation. With a mere flick of his finger, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking the formation's location. As the energy made contact, tongues of flame erupted, revealing the fiery assault of the five elements formation. Witnessing the emergence of the flames, Lin Feng instantly conjured a protective barrier that enveloped him. In a swift motion, he dashed forward just as the flames receded, entering the formation set within the palace. Upon entering, a relentless barrage of lethal attacks surged towards him. Massive boulders, fiery tongues, steel blades, and arrows came crashing down in rapid succession, each emanating a faint glow, signifying their formidable offensive power. The onslaught of these sudden attacks was terrifying, embodying the true essence of a ferocious beast. Gulping nervously at the sight of the myriad assaults, Lin Feng instinctively swallowed hard. The simultaneous emergence of so many lethal strikes posed a challenge even the most adept practitioners of the Purple Mansion might struggle to withstand. The moment of reckoning had arrived. A greenish light flickered at his feet as Lin Feng invoked the Windward Secret technique. The attacks continued unabated, closing in on him without respite. Lin Feng meticulously controlled his speed to evade the deadly strikes, ensuring not to accelerate or decelerate even a fraction, for any miscalculation could result in catastrophic consequences. As the velocity of the assaults intensified, so too did Lin Feng's pace. At times, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, while at others, he paused, anticipating the next change. Thanks to the existence of a restorative formation, the relentless onslaught persisted. Although he suffered injuries due to a few miscalculations in his maneuvers, his robust constitution prevented any fatal harm. A day later, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed amidst the deadly array. The lethal moves had begun to repeat, indicating that the formation operated on a daily cycle. While under attack, Lin Feng silently memorized the array's maneuvers. Although the formation was profound, it adhered to a set pattern, revealing underlying rules that could potentially expose its vulnerabilities, thereby providing an opportunity to dismantle it. The chaotic formation had yet to activate, so he pressed on. The purpose of the chaotic formation was not to disrupt the array, but rather to alter its configuration. Once the formation shifted, both offensive and defensive maneuvers would transform accordingly, serving as a protective mechanism for the array. Due to the existence of the chaotic formation, attempting to unravel the array would require at least tenfold the effort. Lin Feng had long recognized the presence of the chaotic formation and was mentally prepared for the challenge ahead. As another day slipped by, the palace's array had completely transformed. Yet Lin Feng remained immersed in his exploration of the formation. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. Bang! With a swift thrust, he deflected a flying steel blade. Although fatigue was evident on his face, his eyes sparkled with newfound insight. During these 10 days, Lin Feng had evaded the lethal array while simultaneously calculating the formation with the elder of 10,000 transformations in his spiritual sea, all the while diligently noting the trajectory of the array's operations, including the fluctuations of the chaotic formation. Throughout this period, Lin Feng's body, spiritual sea, and mental fortitude had been in constant motion, and it was only natural for him to feel weariness. However, just moments ago, a spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, for he had finally grasped the operational cycle of the chaotic formation, precisely 10 days. With a flourish, 3 streams of spiritual energy materialized from Lin Feng's hands, soaring towards 3 designated points within the array. Clapping sounds echoed as they struck their targets. The ethereal force struck at a designated point, causing the onslaught of the killing formation to diminish slightly. It turned out that these three locations were the foundational points of the array that Lin Feng had discreetly deciphered over the past 10 days. The reason for not resolving them earlier was the fear of disrupting his control over the operation of the entire formation, now that he had mastered it. There was no longer any cause for concern. With the assault weakened, Lin Feng felt a significant reduction in pressure. Concurrently, the voice of the venerable Wan Hua resonated within Lin Feng's mind. These are the 53 foundational points of the killing formation. To meditate and dismantle the array, one must first unravel the killing mechanism. Besides the 3 foundational points you have identified and the 63 I have calculated, there are an additional 42 foundational points, totaling 108. Should this formation be shattered, even cultivators with the strength of avatars may find it impossible to survive within. To establish a killing array with 108 foundational points is indeed a grand undertaking. However, this is not the time for lamentation. With a surge of spiritual energy, Lin Feng swiftly extinguished the 63 foundational points indicated by Wan Hua. As these points were sealed, the ferocity of the attacks diminished drastically, failing even to reach the previous 3-tiered intensity. In this newfound environment, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to dismantle the array. Although utterly fatigued, he did not pause for a moment, fully dedicating himself to the task at hand. Chapter 187, The Contest for the Precious Treasure. The following day, Lin Feng strolled leisurely through the palace's array, casting a glance at the lifeless Lu Tianyi. He shook his head gently, reflecting on the sorrow of a cultivator who had spent centuries honing their craft, only to meet such a silent demise. It was a pity, indeed, and a lamentable fate. As for the other practitioners of the essence refinement, apart from Lu Fei, the rest had long since succumbed into silence. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng chose a vacant space to sit cross-legged. This particular spot was precisely where Lin Feng had deduced to be the safest, as it experienced the least frequency of lethal strikes. By accurately calculating the timing of the impending attacks, he could remain unharmed within this formation. He then inquired about the status of the other 3 Purple Mansion cultivators from Yezue Xiang, confirming that all was well. With his eyes gently closed, Lin Feng gradually extended his consciousness, beginning to explore the entirety of the formation. Years ago, Si Xiao Wanming had meticulously arranged the formation within this palace, an endeavor demanding immense effort. The overlapping formations not only required exceptional mastery of the craft, but also a touch of fortune, for formations, much like the Tao, are known to exist, yet remain elusive to complete control. Immersed in contemplation, Lin Feng swiftly traversed the entirety of the formation with his consciousness. Feeling an overwhelming sense of uncertainty, nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for it was within such a formation that he could rapidly refine his understanding of its intricacies. 3 days later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. With a single sweep of his arm, an enigmatic aura surged forth from his sleeve, and as this energy flowed out, the grand doors of the palace swung wide open. Without any further movement, Lin Feng remained seated, speaking, "As per my previous instructions, lead a Yi away from Bay City." Without concern, there was no need for questions. This statement was naturally directed at Lu Fei, who respectfully complied with the command. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a radiant sphere of deep blue light erupted from his hand, slowly drifting towards Lu Fei. This pearl is a water avoidance pearl, which grants you the ability to navigate freely in the depths of the ocean, ensuring a safe passage. The water avoidance pearl was the fruit of Lin Feng's efforts in unraveling the array over the past 3 days. The palace's sealed formation was fundamentally based on this very pearl. Now that Lin Feng has successfully unlocked the palace's array, it is only natural for him to acquire this treasure. Lu Fei said little, bowing deeply to Lin Feng before swiftly departing the palace. He realized that he could not assist Lin Feng here, and it would be prudent to preserve his own strength for other matters. Outside the palace, Lin Feng effortlessly dismantled the surrounding formation, and Lu Fei vanished into the deep sea in a flash. As Lu Fei departed, Lin Feng once again delved into the intricacies of the array. Lost in the process of deciphering the formation, he became oblivious to the passage of time, captivated by his understanding of the array. Throughout this period, Lin Feng's expressions were a tapestry of emotions, at times perplexed, at times elated, occasionally displaying a rapturous fascination as if entranced by some exquisite phenomenon. He would rise abruptly, traversing the vast array, gesturing toward the void. Each manifestation of Lin Feng was a testament to his immersion in the art of array formation, both testing and unraveling the complexities before him. Thus, Lin Feng remained enshrouded in the realm of array analysis, each encounter with an unfamiliar aspect prompting him to ponder deeply. When faced with insurmountable challenges, he would seek the wisdom of the venerable elder Wanhua. Through this process, Lin Feng's comprehension and mastery of the arrays grew increasingly refined. Engulfed in the depths of array theory, he remained unaware of the passage of years. He sat in contemplation for nearly 50 days. One fateful day, Lin Feng's eyes sprang open, a brilliant light flickering within. Although his overall demeanor bore a hint of fatigue, the radiance in his eyes illuminated the entire palace. The complexity of the formation is indeed remarkable, as it is the very heart of the array. With a gentle shake of his head, Lin Feng lamented that 3 months was far too short a span of time. At that moment, the spirit of the intoxicated fragrance cautiously addressed Lin Feng, revealing a change in circumstances. The situation has altered. My spirit within your sea of consciousness lacks sufficient control. I fear that within 10 days, they will escape the illusion. The tone of the intoxicated fragrance spirit was timid, as if dreading Lin Feng's wrath upon hearing such news. 10 days? Lin Feng's thoughts flickered, and he cast a cold gaze at the intoxicated fragrance spirit. How could it be so much sooner? Are you not deliberately easing the pressure, attempting to coerce me? The spirit trembled under the weight of Lin Feng's soul sea, fear evident in its voice. In your chaotic sea, I possess no retreat and must adhere to your commands. Daring not to harbor any deceitful intentions. Over the course of the past 2 months, Lin Feng had gained a profound understanding of the entire formation. Yet, the more he comprehended, the more he felt a sense of helplessness. After such an extensive period, he had unraveled less than 30% of the array. More critically, this location served as the core of the entire city's formation, rendering it nearly impossible for him to dismantle it given his current capabilities. In truth, Lin Feng surmised that the intoxicated fragrance spirit dared not entertain other thoughts, for it faced the peril of being consumed. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng took a moment to gather himself before once more entering the state of unraveling the formation. As Lin Feng closed his eyes, his figure vanished from the palace. Not because he had departed, but due to the partial deciphering of the palace's formations he had accomplished over the past 2 months. Within this segment of formations lay a concealed array. Upon activating this hidden formation, Lin Feng, who was ensconced within it, naturally became obscured. This concealed array was also the reason Lin Feng had not detected the presence of any formations during his earlier foray into the palace. Days passed, 1, 2. On the 8th day, Lin Feng was abruptly roused from his deep contemplation by the sound of a collision. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a young sea tribe cultivator clearly exerting himself to wield magic in an effort to seize a treasured item from Sea Zaiwenming's grasp. This item was a diamond-shaped shield, emanating a soft blue radiance, one of the 5 treasures in Sea Zaiwenming's possession. Given its form as a shield, its defensive capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. Observing the sea tribe youth in his fervent attempt to claim the treasure, Lin Feng raised a hand, channeling his spiritual energy into a large hand that reached towards one of the 5 treasures. The sea tribe cultivator, engrossed in his pursuit, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this spiritual energy, unable to discern the identity of its wielder or their location. Fortunately, there were 5 treasures in total, and they were not competing for the same one. Given the urgency of the situation, the sea tribe cultivator did not linger in investigation, focusing instead on securing the magical artifact he coveted. He sensed that the diamond-shaped shield was imbued with rich water attributes, aligning perfectly with his own abilities. In truth, this diamond-shaped shield is an exceptionally powerful defensive artifact, possessing the quality of a high-grade primordial weapon and a rarity seldom seen in the present world. Its former owner was none other than Sea Zaiwenming, one of the envoys of the Xianqing continent, known as the Black Tortoise Envoy. Lin Feng's target was the golden paper among the 5 treasures. The other 4 items were weapons, yet Lin Feng held no desire to further investigate these armaments. The appearance of this paper alongside the 4 items hinted at a reverence from the 4 directions, suggesting its significance was undoubtedly substantial. Drawing upon his understanding of formations, Lin Feng conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy that soared effortlessly through the air. As the moment approached, he leaped into action, swiftly heading towards the golden paper. With a resounding clap, he grasped the golden paper and instantly stowed it within his Qiankuan bag. The young sea tribe cultivator, who was collecting the shield, was taken aback upon realizing that the figure soaring through the air was Lin Feng. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. So many powerful individuals have perished, yet you have managed to survive." Realizing his words could be misinterpreted, he quickly corrected himself. I am Lin Feng, the son of the Dragon King of the Central East Sea. May I ask how to address you? Would you be willing to forge a friendship? Throughout their journey, the Sea Tribe cultivator had witnessed Lin Feng's actions and understood that, although he appeared relatively weak, he should not be underestimated. The ease with which he seized such a precious treasure indicated that his true strength was formidable. At the very least, it would be unwise to provoke Lin Feng within this palace, for the rarity of such treasures could even cost one their life. Having previously experienced the devastating effects of the illusion, which struck at the very core of his being, Lin Feng recognized the immense peril he had narrowly escaped, thanks to the invaluable protective treasure bestowed upon him by the Dragon King. Evading the lethal strikes of the formation, he turned his gaze toward the young sea cultivator and, with a gentle smile, remarked, I am Lin Feng, and I would not be opposed to forging a friendship. However, I have taken a liking to this shield. Might I inquire if you would part with it? The young sea cultivator, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, felt a surge of urgency. He had initially intended to seize the shield and depart, but was now confronted with Lin Feng's challenge. With no time to ponder, he disregarded the numerous lethal formations and, channeling his spiritual energy, summoned a single pristine shrimp claw that shot toward Lin Feng with great speed. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed as he waved a hand, directing the whirling steel blades within the formation to counter the incoming claw. With a mocking tone, he taunted, You just expressed a desire to befriend me, and yet you turn hostile so swiftly. Such behavior is rather unbecoming of you, my esteemed senior. With another flourish, he commanded at least 10 steel blades to launch toward the young cultivator of the sea. In battle, one must assess both victory and defeat, and this principle applied equally to formations. An experienced formation master would first dismantle the lethal and defensive arrays to secure an invulnerable position. Lin Feng, having unraveled portions of the killing formation, was now able to manipulate the blades to target the sea cultivator. In that case, esteemed senior, would you be interested in experiencing the 5-element killing formation within this palace? Lin Feng spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if everything hinged solely on his own thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the expression of the young sea tribe cultivator shifted dramatically. Previously, Lin Feng had been able to manipulate the 4 symbols array outside the palace. And now, within the palace, he was still capable of controlling the killing formation. The young sea tribe cultivator dared not act recklessly. Just as the sea tribe cultivator hesitated, 2 figures suddenly darted forward, their forms barely visible before 2 bursts of light surged towards Lin Feng with the intent to obliterate him. Yuan power. They sought to eliminate Lin Feng here and now. It was evident that aside from Kong Bo, who remained ensnared in the formation and oblivious to his fate, only Du Shihai and Shimin Lian lingered in the palace. The 2 fortuitously emerged from their illusion simultaneously, just in time to hear Lin Feng's declaration, and instinctively launched their assault upon him. Within the depths of the sea palace, the young sea tribe cultivator no longer posed a threat. Instead, it was Lin Feng, a mere youth of not yet 18, whose cultivation had barely reached the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 188. The power of fortune. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Du Shihai and Shimin Lian would emerge from the illusion together, nor did he foresee their unyielding intent to target him. Why must this be? I am but a humble foundation establishment cultivator. Sensing the same level of power that Zhao Chengyun had wielded against him, a cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Du Shihai had already made it onto his list of those to eliminate. However, this Yuan power should not be underestimated. While he had previously been able to employ defensive formations outside the hall, he was uncertain whether the palace's arrays would still provide adequate protection. Spiritual energy surged, striking against the void at 5 points of the formation. A massive boulder suddenly materialized before Lin Feng. Yet, in that very instant, it trembled once more. And within a mere 3 breaths, it was cleft asunder, transforming into dozens of fragments that scattered and vanished. Lin Feng hardly contemplated how long the boulder could shield him. As soon as he summoned it, he swiftly drew forth several luminous barriers before him. Concurrently, his consciousness surged, morphing into a colossal hand that reached for the diamond-shaped shield. At this moment, he remained intent on seizing the coveted treasure. With a resounding crack, he swiftly dismantled the formation, propelling himself towards the diamond shield, grasping it firmly, and, with a gentle exertion, dislodged it before stowing it away in his spatial pouch. Observing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Ling Kuen's eyes. With a swift alteration of his hand gestures, a dense surge of elemental energy coalesced into a gigantic claw aimed directly at Lin Feng. After executing this maneuver, Ling Kuan flipped his hand, swallowing a pill the size of a dragon's eye, clearly indicating the significant toll this technique had on him. Ling Kuan's determination to eliminate Lin Feng was evident, underscoring the formidable power of his strike. Bang, bang, bang. The assaults from 3 Purple Mansion cultivators shattered the defensive formation Lin Feng had erected, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon him. After all, within the formation, Lin Feng moved with ease, unperturbed by the potential dangers of the array, allowing him to evade with ample time. Gazing at the shattered defense, Lin Feng shook his head gently. Being primarily designed for offense and sealing, its defensive capabilities were indeed somewhat lacking when compared to the Xuanwu formation. With the treasured artifact already in his possession, he deemed it improbable to seize another. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to temporarily evade the trio's combined onslaught. Just as Lin Feng was about to activate the concealed formation, the statue of Si Xiaoan behind him suddenly turned. The square tiles on the palace floor shifted unexpectedly, vanishing to reveal a gaping maw, a blood-red orifice. A long, crimson tongue emerged from this sanguine abyss, exuding a palpable stench of blood. The tongue moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching Lin Feng's body in the blink of an eye, lightly coiling around him and drawing him into the cavernous mouth. The entire sequence of events transpired with alarming suddenness. Having spent over 2 months comprehending the formation, Lin Feng possessed an intimate understanding of its intricacies and had never perceived the existence of such a monstrous maw within the array. Thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, and in that moment, he felt the chilling presence of death. How could this happen? Could it be a ferocious beast? These questions flitted through his consciousness as darkness began to envelop him. He sensed his entire body being subjected to an overwhelming force, while a highly corrosive liquid assailed his form, rendering him utterly immobile. The horrifying realization dawned upon him. He was being digested by this dread creature. This thought lingered in Lin Feng's mind, casting a shadow over his spirit. A glimmer of golden light flickered across his body, a testament to the efficacy of the Pangu refining body technique. Though it was not particularly advanced, its strength was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Nevertheless, Lin Feng harbored no illusions of hope. Trapped within this belly, he was utterly powerless to escape. Grandpa Wanhua, do you know what kind of ferocious beast this is? Is there a way to counter it? Not quite right. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, for this sensation felt oddly familiar. The Supreme Cauldron was absent. The Elder of 10,000 Transformations was nowhere to be found, and even the intoxicating spirit he had bound was nowhere in sight, leaving the Sea of Souls desolate and empty. A mirage. Lin Feng comprehended that he had once again succumbed to an illusion. As the realization dawned upon him, his heart gradually found solace. With the jade pendant of the Azure Dragon emissary in his grasp, there was no cause for alarm. Yet, Lin Feng found it difficult to fathom why the intoxicating spirit, under his dominion in the Sea of Souls, harbored no fear of his potential annihilation. Such audacity. He sighed softly, remarking, "Heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards life. I intended to spare you, yet you prove so ungrateful. What a pity." This statement was uttered in the Sea of Souls, causing the intoxicating spirit to tremble in fear as it sensed Lin Feng's overwhelming intent to kill. While the Elder of 10,000 Transformations looked on with a cold smile, amused by the spirit's audacity to harbor ill intentions, ready to face the consequences. Although Lin Feng, trapped in the illusion, could not witness the occurrences within his Sea of Souls, he could still imagine the changes in the intoxicating spirit, speaking lightly. If I were to be freed from this illusion now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The intoxicating spirit dared not believe Lin Feng's words. It wished fervently to obliterate him in a single move, for as long as Lin Feng existed, it would find no peace. At that moment, a voice resonated from the Sea of Souls. Lin Feng, clutching the Azure Dragon Jade pendant, began to channel his energy to awaken it. The pendant radiated with brilliant light, akin to a beacon in the darkness, guiding the lost souls to discover their rightful path. However, beneath the brilliance of the radiant light, Lin Feng found himself utterly unable to escape the illusory formation, as if the Qinglong Jade pendant held no power here at all. Observing this scene, the spirit of Mizui Xiang, infused with a semblance of humanity, instinctively wiped its brow, relieved that its true form remained intact. Otherwise, Relying solely on its spiritual strength would not have sufficed to withstand the jade pendant's purifying energy. Could this truly bring you solace? Just as Mizui Xiang's spirit began to feel a sense of relief, an unremarkable voice resonated within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, enveloping the entirety of his mind. Mizui Xiang, being a spirit that had entered Lin Feng's soul realm, was acutely sensitive to all occurrences. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Mizui Xiang's spirit trembled violently. The sound seemed to echo directly beside it, and concurrently, an overwhelming pressure coursed through its entire being. Countless icy arrows aimed at it, ready to obliterate it at the slightest movement. Filled with terror, Mizui Xiang's spirit could not restrain itself from glancing upward. Upon witnessing the scene above, Mizui Xiang's spirit displayed an expression of utter horror, unable to suppress a scream. For what it beheld was not a void of darkness, but rather a pair of extraordinarily noble violet eyes, radiating a gentle glow, exuding an enchanting beauty. Mizui Xiang felt this light as if plunged into an icy abyss, its entire essence chilled to the core. These were Lin Feng's eyes, capable of discerning the world's illusions, a technique revered by the Elder of 10,000 Transformations, likened to the legendary fiery eyes of truth. Gazing lightly at Mizui Xiang's spirit, Lin Feng chose not to speak further, as the luminosity within his violet eyes intensified, rendering Mizui Xiang's spirit completely immobile, on the verge of being crushed by the immense pressure. At the moment when the intoxicating fragrance threatened to shatter his spirit, the voice of the Elder Wan Hua resonated. Lin Feng, wait a moment. Preserving this object may yield significant results. Lin Feng generally chose to trust the Elder Wan Hua's counsel, for wisdom often accompanies age, especially in a being that has endured countless epochs. The Elder chuckled softly, stating, "This object embodies the essence of the intoxicating fragrance. It may serve a purpose when you later gather its corporeal form. Retaining it for a while poses no harm." Every action was meticulously calculated to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. The Elder's methods were flawless, and Lin Feng wholeheartedly concurred with his perspective. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's true form, beyond the realm of his consciousness, had extricated itself from the illusion. The scenery before him was no longer a sea of blood and viscera, but rather a tranquil, secluded cavern. It was termed a cave, for in Lin Feng's eyes lay an expanse of darkness devoid of any light. Then, Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with a subtle violet glow, revealing the entirety of the cavern before him. The cave was circular in shape, its dimensions modest, measuring merely 50 zhang in width. Within this confined space, there were few extraneous objects. At its center lay a circular pool, approximately 24 zhang in diameter. The water glimmered with an ethereal, milky white hue, emanating wisps of vapor, resembling a heated milk, gently flaring his nostrils. The tendrils of vapor flowed into Lin Feng's mouth and nose, transforming into countless fine threads that coursed through every part of his body, gradually warming him with an unparalleled smoothness. It was exquisitely fragrant, profoundly rich, and utterly enchanting. Enveloped in this exquisite realm, savoring the unparalleled joy that coursed through him, Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, The spiritual energy is actually increasing gradually. After such an extended period, the number of complete spiritual energies in Lin Feng's dantian had reached 73. As time progressed, the rate of spiritual energy growth had become increasingly sluggish, and it had been a long while since Lin Feng had experienced the sensation of growing spiritual energy. To his surprise, he could distinctly feel the increase this time, and this was merely from absorbing a trace of the flowing aura. At that moment, Elder Wanhua shook his head and remarked, "Truly worthy of being the city of the four symbols that suppresses fortune. Though submerged in the deep sea and devoid of anyone controlling the formation, it still gathers such an abundance of fortuitous energy. Lin Feng, this is a genuine windfall." The subtle astonishment conveyed in Elder Wanhua's tone filled Lin Feng with immense excitement. An existence that could astonish even the divine must possess a value beyond his imagination. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Lin Feng quickly inquired, "Fortuitous energy? Could it enhance the energy of fortune?" However, Elder Wanhua shook his head and replied, "Whether it can elevate personal fortune remains uncertain. Yet, this substance is indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Absorbing it will yield boundless benefits, and your cultivation will undoubtedly experience rapid growth." Elder Wanhua seemed to relish in creating suspense, providing much information without revealing any substantial details. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Feng pressed, "Then please enlighten me on what exactly this fortuitous energy is." Sensing the urgency in Lin Feng's words, Elder Wanhua stroked his beard and chuckled. Very well. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Do listen closely. Chapter 189. Contending with heaven. The power of faith you are familiar with is the culmination of the devout beliefs of numerous pious followers, gathered meticulously over an extended period. It requires not only a multitude of devoted disciples but also the passage of time to yield even the slightest effect. To my surprise, the Venerable Wanhua has shifted the discourse to the power of faith, a concept with which Lin Feng is intimately acquainted, as he himself has been a beneficiary of such power. However, sensing the emphasis in Wanhua's tone, it became clear that this was not the crux of the matter. Indeed, Wanhua continued, stating, however, the power of fortune is far more challenging to amass, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more difficult than the power of faith. The magnitude of difficulty in gathering the two cannot even be compared. This revelation was astonishing. It turned out that Wanhua had merely mentioned the power of faith as a prelude to highlighting the uniqueness of the power of fortune. Lin Feng, fully aware of the arduous nature of acquiring the power of faith, was taken aback by the daunting challenge presented by the power of fortune. He refrained from interjecting, quietly absorbing Wanhua's elucidation. Wanhua, undeterred, continued, while there are avenues to gather the power of faith, the power of fortune imposes stringent requirements, effectively eliminating any channels for collection. The power of faith is derived from the thoughts of living beings, whereas the power of fortune is extracted from the very essence of the heavens and the earth. The essence of the heavens and the earth? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The audacity to gather the fortune of the cosmos was indeed a bold and grand endeavor. However, the elder Wanhua shook his head and remarked, not at all. The fortunes of heaven and earth do not truly represent the celestial fortunes. The celestial is the origin of all things and the convergence of all entities. No one dares to harbor even the slightest disrespect towards her. Here, the fortunes of heaven and earth refer to a spatial continent, specifically the fortunes of the Xianqing continent. The fortunes of the Xianqing continent are composed of various elements. Aside from its inherent fortunes, they also include human beings, beasts, malevolent entities, even stray dogs, plants, and all other existences that possess fortunes. The abundant reservoir of fortune power indicates the Xianqing continent's considerable vitality, suggesting that 100,000 years ago, it must have been teeming with talents. Had it not been for the obstruction of the ascension pathway, the Xianqing continent would likely have frequently witnessed the manifestation of tribulation thunder. Regarding fortune, Lin Feng instinctively perceived it merely as a reflection of one's luck. However, after Elder Wanhua's discourse, it appears that this fortune power is not just a name, but a tangible force. Indeed, the power of fortune exists, yet the average individual lacks the capacity to gather it. The fact that such a significant amount of fortune power can be amassed here suggests one thing. This city, or this palace, has gained celestial recognition, bestowing upon it the ability to gather fortune for the service of the celestial. This is the true essence of acting on behalf of heaven. To act on behalf of heaven, who would have thought to uncover the shadow of the celestial? How profound it truly is. What kind of entity is the celestial? An organization? An individual? Or perhaps a mere figment of imagination? The elder Wanhua refrained from providing extensive explanations, for even he was uncertain of what the heavens truly were. He continued to elucidate to Lin Feng, having discussed the origin of the power of destiny. Let us now delve into its significance. Since we previously touched upon the power of belief, we shall continue to draw comparisons to it. The power of destiny, much like the power of belief, possesses the ability to transform a person's innate qualities. The power of belief can elevate an ordinary individual to possess the constitution of a true martial artist, while the power of destiny can bestow upon an ordinary person the potential for spiritual roots, enabling them to ascend as a cultivator. To transform one's qualities and augment their spiritual roots into that of a cultivator, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He marveled at the wonders of the world. Unable to restrain himself from murmuring, how much power of destiny is required to transform an ordinary individual? Just that single trace you inhaled is sufficient to successfully transform a person into a cultivator. What? Merely that trace can yield such an effect? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Then, with a sudden glint in his eye, he remarked, if I were to transport this power of destiny elsewhere, could I not utilize it to create numerous cultivators? Realizing this, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. However, at that moment, Elder Wanhua's uncertain tone interrupted him. Unless. Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, unless what? If I could transport this power of destiny, I could first rectify the physiques of all the villagers in Maple Tree Village, ensuring its enduring prosperity, unless one were to relocate an entire city or palace to the sea. The rationale lies in transporting the objects that have garnered the recognition of heaven and are endowed with the ability to harness fortune. Only then will the power of fortune naturally persist. However, this is merely my conjecture. Whether it can truly succeed remains uncertain. To move such a vast city or palace, that seems implausible. Shaking my head, I remarked, at least with my current cultivation, I cannot disturb this place. Thus, I shall first indulge myself. No sooner had I spoken than I prepared to leap into the pool formed by the confluence of fortune's power. Suddenly, the voice of the elder Wanhua resounded once more. Hold on. Eh? What is it? I inquired, bewildered. With a tone imbued with earnestness, Elder Wanhua cautioned. This place is one where heaven acts through agents. The fortune gathered here is intended for celestial purposes. Should you partake of it first, you may inadvertently invite calamity. Understanding the elder's message, I realized that this locale was where the great Yu had once gathered fortune for the heavens. Only the celestial realm is entitled to partake of such power. If I were to do so, it would likely contravene heavenly will. While an ordinary person might hesitate to entertain such thoughts, I, Lin Feng, felt no trepidation. Smiling, I responded to Elder Wanhua. Grandfather Wanhua, I comprehend your concerns. Pursuing the path of immortality is, in itself, an act that defies the celestial decree. How many cultivators exist beneath the heavens? During the ascent and tribulation of transcendence, one may encounter the formidable thunder tribulation. While you perceive this force of fortune as the exclusive possession of the heavens, I, Lin Feng, regard it as my own destiny. To encounter such an opportunity and not seize it would be to defy my own will. How then can one aspire to cultivate immortality and ascend to divinity? Such a notion is utterly untenable. To elaborate, this pool of fortune is a chance bestowed upon me in conjunction with the heavens. It is only fitting that I contend for it. Evidently, I shall partake of its essence before it does. This analysis suggests that my fortune surpasses that of the heavens, does it not? Having uttered these thoughts, Lin Feng disregarded the elder Wanhua's counsel and leaped into the pool of gathered fortune. Splash! Water erupted, transforming into a mist of ethereal fortune that danced in the air. However, after swirling for a brief moment, this abundance of fortune gradually re-entered the pool, seemingly destined to never dissipate. The elder Wanhua, within Lin Feng's soul sea, pondered the implications of Lin Feng's assertions, smacking his lips in contemplation, uncertain how to counter his arguments, hoping that such thoughts would not summon calamity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the outside, causing the entire cave to tremble. At that moment, as Lin Feng reveled in the waters of the pool, an irresistible pressure surged from the void, enveloping him from all directions without a single gap. Yet, this oppressive force dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace, and Lin Feng emerged unscathed. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's complexion turned ashen. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans oozed from his forehead, yet a victorious smile graced his lips. While an ordinary individual would have succumbed to the oppressive force in an instant, Lin Feng's formidable physical constitution and indomitable spirit allowed him to withstand this trial. He understood that the pressure he had just endured was the manifestation of the heavens, and now, this reservoir of fortune was rightfully his. At that moment, the terrified voice of the Elder of Transformation echoed within Lin Feng's divine sea. Lin Feng, what just transpired? During Lin Feng's encounter with the celestial pressure, the Elder of Transformation was also momentarily engulfed in panic, a panic that emanated from the depths of his soul, akin to an inexorable force he could never hope to resist. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, the Elder's spirit nearly shattered under the weight of that pressure. Saved only by the protective embrace of the Supreme Cauldron, Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further, merely gesturing lightly towards the void above his head. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's motion, the Elder of Transformation immediately understood to whom he was referring, astonished that he had truly stirred the heavens. After a prolonged silence, the Elder, still trembling with trepidation, slowly uttered, "One must refrain from such reckless actions in the future." Lin Feng, however, merely shook his head and smiled. Opportunities and dangers walk hand in hand. It all hinges on whether one possesses the means to contend for them and seize the fortuitous moments. And he indeed held that means. Meanwhile, within the central palace of the four-symbol city, Du Shihai and his companions were fiercely vying for the remaining three treasures: a long sword, a steel knife, and a fiery whip. However, none of the three understood the formation. The mingling of a slight amount of elemental energy with spiritual force swirled within the palace, activating various formations for offense, defense, and restoration. The trio engaged fiercely with the formations, their faces flushed with exertion, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, startling all three, filling their hearts with an inexplicable dread. At the moment the thunderclap resounded, the formations within the palace faltered, ceasing their operations instantaneously. This thunder was directed at Lin Feng, which left the three merely frightened. Being seasoned veterans, they seized the opportunity presented by the formation's momentary pause and swiftly claimed the precious treasures for themselves. Without delay, the triumphant trio soared away from the four-symbol city. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to confine them in this place, engaging them in a protracted battle. Given his familiarity with the formations, he believed he had a fair chance of victory. However, he had not anticipated that his unintentional actions would grant them an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, in the pool imbued with the power of fortune, Lin Feng reveled in its depths, absorbing the strands of fortuitous energy. The past 2 months had been exceedingly arduous, and he seized the moment to indulge in some relaxation. Just as he was about to absorb more of the fortuitous energy, he sensed a subtle tremor. Though faint, it was unmistakable. Within a breath's time, the surface of the pool trembled once more, not with great intensity, yet showing no signs of ceasing. With a series of splashes, a burst of water erupted from the center of the pool, as if something were emerging from beneath the surface. Chapter 190. Tranquil Breakthrough. To be cautious. Lin Feng swiftly made his way to the shore. The long spear of Cold 7 appeared in his grasp as he awaited the emergence of whatever lay hidden in the depths of the pool. The water at the center of the pond surged violently, yet Lin Feng could not discern the nature of the concealed entity. Suddenly, as if shattering the equilibrium of the world, a burst of vibrant green erupted from the water's surface. Gradually, this verdant hue ascended higher and higher, and as it multiplied, Lin Feng felt a momentary distraction. A jolt of awareness prompted him to shake his head, but just as he regained his focus, a wave of haziness swept over him once more, as if he could not fully concentrate on the phenomenon before him. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, the intoxicating fragrance of the spirit struggled fiercely, disregarding the oppressive pressure it endured, yearning solely to break free from Lin Feng's soul and soar towards that cluster of green. As the spirit wrestled in its state of ecstasy, Lin Feng remained acutely aware. He gazed in astonishment at the verdant display in the pool. The splashes of water had ceased, and the green mass no longer ascended, allowing Lin Feng a comprehensive view. What he beheld was a diminutive tree, small enough to be cradled between two hands. However, he could not discern a trunk. It appeared as though the entirety of the tree was composed of these lush green leaves. Standing at a mere 8 feet tall, it bore no extraordinary characteristics and seemed, at first glance, to be merely an oddly shaped, underdeveloped tree. Yet, in Lin Feng's heart, a realization began to dawn. This tree was indeed the embodiment of the intoxicating fragrance. Before Lin Feng could express his astonishment, the elder of infinite transformations could not refrain from exclaiming. Being suppressed here, yet nurtured for an extended period by the power of fortune, the quality of this object must be exceedingly high. It is aptly named divine wood. Its appearance may be ordinary, yet its noble quality is beyond doubt, to the extent that even I momentarily lost my senses. What? The elder of infinite transformations lost his senses? Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Even a divine soul could experience such disorientation. Moreover, he himself had also experienced a fleeting moment of daze. During the first instance of confusion, Lin Feng attributed it to fatigue, as the sensation felt rather commonplace. However, upon the second occurrence, he remained unperturbed. Had it not been for the struggle of his divine soul against the intoxicating fragrance in the sea of divinity, he might have succumbed to that state once more. After holding his breath for a while, with purple light flickering in his eyes, Lin Feng observed that the small tree in the pool remained motionless. He then said, his eyes shimmering with delight, "Having been steeped in the power of fortune for so long, even mundane materials would likely be nurtured into extraordinary treasures." coupled with its inherent quality of divine, would the spear's shaft is truly meant for you. With this thought, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. He leaped gracefully, swiftly approaching the essence of the intoxicating fragrance above the pond. Plop! In a moment of distraction, Lin Feng unexpectedly plummeted from the sky into the tranquil waters of a pond. The refreshing embrace of the cool water instantly revived him, and he gazed in astonishment at the essence of the intoxicating fragrance before him. His earlier day's state had felt so natural, catching him completely off guard, leaving him oblivious to the need to control the spiritual energy beneath his feet, resulting in his descent. Without gathering his spiritual energy once more, Lin Feng swam towards the essence of the intoxicating fragrance, resolute in his determination to seize it. As he approached, his consciousness began to falter increasingly, and his spiritual awareness grew weary. Yet, his eyes gleamed with heightened excitement. Should he succeed in crafting a spear from this wood, retaining even a fraction of its potent abilities would be an extraordinary boon. In battles among masters, even a moment's distraction can spell the difference between victory and demise. As Lin Feng drew nearer to the essence, fleeting visions began to manifest, visions of his parents, Lin Wei, Linger, Lu Qingtian, and Maple Village, all swirling within his mind. However, Lin Feng maintained the clarity of his perceptive gaze, employing the technique of the opened eyes, ensuring he could discern the truth from illusion, thus avoiding confusion. Had another been in Lin Feng's position, they might have succumbed silently within the mirage. With a swift motion, Lin Feng bit his tongue, propelling himself forward to stand before the essence, his hand reaching through the lush greenery to grasp the trunk of the intoxicating fragrance. Boom! Grasping the trunk of the tree, Lin Feng's eyes became bloodshot, as if his consciousness was under immense assault. At that moment, he found himself once again ensnared in an illusion. Within this mirage, Lin Feng remained lucid, fully aware of his surroundings, yet he could not locate an escape from the phantasm. Even employing the technique of the auspicious eye proved futile in discerning the truth from falsehood. In the realm of the illusion, time passed slowly, and Lin Feng experienced the cycle of life, embodying various roles. In his second existence, he transformed into a revered teacher, with disciples flourishing under his guidance. In the third life, however, he became a destitute beggar, scorned by society. Despite this, Lin Feng's heart remained clear. He understood that he was merely trapped in an illusion, and all he needed to do was to maintain his inner resolve, ensuring his safety. In the ninth existence, Lin Feng took on the guise of a carefree sage. His awareness waned slightly, yet he still recognized his entrapment within the illusion. In the 32nd existence, as a monk standing solitary atop a mountain peak, Lin Feng's gaze grew somewhat bewildered. Am I still truly myself? Doubt crept into his mind, but the environment continued unabated, seemingly intent on imprisoning Lin Feng within this illusion until death. In the 89th existence, as an ordinary man, Lin Feng achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, returning home in splendid attire, marrying a charming spouse. Subsequently, he devoted himself tirelessly to the affairs of the state and the welfare of the people, becoming increasingly worn down, to the point where he appeared to have entirely forgotten his true identity. That fleeting clarity had long since vanished from his mind. At long last, in the 100th realm, Lin Feng sat gracefully upon the golden throne, surrounded by the majestic 9 dragons. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed towards the vast kingdom, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign. Observing the united assembly of his ministers, Lin Feng, transformed into a king, erupted into hearty laughter. The reason for his majesty's mirth remained a mystery, yet soon the court officials joined in the joyful chorus. Beneath the palatial structures of the four-symbol city, within the mystical waters of fate, Lin Feng grasped the essence of the intoxicating fragrance with one hand. In an instant, his eyes regained clarity, still shimmering with a faint violet light. However, his gaze held an unfathomable depth, akin to an abyss, calm and unperturbed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of a smile gracing his features. Alas, he had yet to comprehend the profound mysteries of the Tao, merely brushing against the threshold. Yet, this small insight was indeed sufficient. With determination, Lin Feng exerted a powerful claw, lifting the essence of the intoxicating fragrance from the water. Despite its modest length of 8 feet, its weight astonished him. It must have weighed at least 15,000 pounds, heavier than the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong. Lin Feng was aware that the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang was 13,500 pounds, yet the essence he held surpassed it significantly. For Lin Feng, The ideal weight for his weapon lay between 18,000 to 20,000 pounds, ensuring he would not exhaust his strength unnecessarily. The combination of the 15,000-pound shaft and the spearhead was nearly perfect. After breaking free from the illusion of the intoxicating fragrance, Lin Feng had not experienced any further lapses in consciousness. It appeared that, like other spiritual entities, this divine wood could only be harnessed through subjugation. Placing the bewitching fragrance into the cosmic bag, Lin Feng, satisfied, patted the bag. This harvest was truly bountiful. Indeed. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. All that remained was the pool of luck and fortune. Plop. As Lin Feng leaped into the water, the voice of the Elder of Transformation echoed, "This object is indeed sinister, even causing me to fall into an illusion." It is worth noting that the Elder of Transformation possessed a divine soul, yet he too was ensnared by the bewitching fragrance, showcasing its extraordinary power. Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "Now it belongs to me, and I must contemplate how to refine it into a treasure." With this thought, two items appeared in Lin Feng's hands, a golden sheet of paper and a diamond-shaped shield, both of which he had seized from the palace. Lin Feng first examined the shield. Having been informed by the Elder of Transformation, he understood that this was a high-grade primordial artifact with formidable defensive capabilities. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly refined it, twirling it with one hand as it was absorbed into his body, transforming into his protective treasure. Subsequently, Lin Feng held the golden sheet of paper, sensing its significance, which is why he had chosen to inspect it further. The paper was adorned with peculiar characters, yet Lin Feng could comprehend their meaning. Boom! With a splash, Lin Feng suddenly stood up in the water, droplets cascading around him. This was indeed an extraordinary treasure. Holding the golden slip of paper in his hand, Lin Feng was utterly astonished, for this slip contained not just any information, but the writings of Si Xiaowenming. Within it were recorded insights and reflections on formations, and having experienced the recent treasure hunt, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the formidable power of these formations. Through their might, he, with his foundational cultivation, could contend with practitioners of the Purple Mansion, which spoke volumes. However, the surprises did not end there. Upon reaching the conclusion, Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter. Not only did he find insights into formations, but there were also techniques for crafting artifacts. It seemed that fortune truly favored him, and he laughed heartily. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about how to forge a spear, and now he stumbled upon Si Xiaowenming's writings. The spear he crafted himself would undoubtedly align best with his own aspirations. Lin Feng was not one to have his weapons forged by another's hand. Even the design blueprints and concepts for the Cold 7 spear originated from him. Elder Wanhua could not help but marvel at Lin Feng's extraordinary fortune. It was as if a pillow appeared just as one felt sleepy, with no delay whatsoever. After briefly perusing the contents recorded on the golden slip, Lin Feng committed many key points and highlights to memory, then settled into a meditative posture by the pond. It was time to absorb the fortuitous energies gathered from the heavens. He simultaneously initiated the Panga body refinement technique and the creation divine art. As a vast amount of fortuitous energy converged towards his being, this energy not only had the capacity to transform and enhance the physical constitution of mortals, but also to elevate the quality of the practitioner's own energy. The moment of ascension was within reach. Wishing everyone an increasingly prosperous life, and may Wandao Tianzuan flourish ever more abundantly. As I am currently typing, please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 191. The surge of the conference. The power of fate swirls around Lin Feng, transforming the entire pond into an ethereal realm, where Lin Feng appears as a celestial being long absent from the mortal world, exuding an air of otherworldly mystery. Within Lin Feng's dantian, a small tree firmly roots itself, gradually ascending, its hue subtly shifting. The trunk and branches grow increasingly robust, while a new bud emerges at the tip, slowly unfurling a fresh leaf. In the divine sea, the atmosphere is tumultuous, with fierce winds howling as the space seems to expand infinitely, becoming eerily expansive and profoundly dark. The force of attraction intensifies gradually, compelling the Elder of Transformation to cautiously seek refuge within the supreme cauldron. The Panga body refining technique operates ceaselessly, further enhancing Lin Feng's physical attributes. Flecks of gold begin to emerge on the heart of chaos, and once golden specks manifest within the dantian. The Panga body refining technique shall break through to the 4th level. However, the most remarkable transformation occurs within Lin Feng's internal spiritual energy, which surges at an astonishing rate. Upon entering the deep cave, his spiritual energy counted merely 73 strands. Yet, in this brief moment, it astonishingly increased by nearly half a solid strand of condensed energy. At this pace, within a month's time, Lin Feng's internal spiritual energy will undoubtedly reach the level of 100 techniques, thereby breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and attaining the spirit-gathering phase. With foundation establishment, he could easily vanquish those at the core formation stage. One can only imagine the terror of the spirit-gathering phase. All these transformations stem from the power of fortune. After enduring numerous battles and narrowly escaping death, he has finally arrived at the moment of harvest. Sitting cross-legged in the pool, absorbing the energy of fortune, Lin Feng's mind remains in motion, continuously contemplating and deciphering the notes left by Si Xiaowenming. These notes do not contain methods for breaking formations, but rather insights and reflections on the formations themselves. Yet, Lin Feng manages to extract what he seeks from them. Days pass, and the deep cave returns to its former tranquility, save for the presence of Lin Feng, who sits in meditation, seemingly devoid of life. 3 months have elapsed, and the treasure-seeking incident in Donghai Bay has gradually faded from the public discourse. Although numerous cultivators ventured into the deep sea that day, only the city lord of Donghai Bay, Du Shihai, and the infamous killer, Shimin Lian, emerged victorious in their quest for treasure. The crown prince of the Wentian dynasty, Zhao Qingyun, returned empty-handed, leading many to believe he had encountered significant difficulties and failed in his pursuit. As for the other deceased cultivators, few outside would concern themselves. Treasure hunting is inherently a perilous endeavor where one's life is at stake. Death? Such is the nature of the game. Lin Feng remains in silent meditation within the pool of fortune energy, yet the atmosphere of Su Inquing continent grows increasingly oppressive and humid. For the selection of immortals is finally about to commence. In truth, there remain 3 months until the regular election of the selection of immortals. Yet the elite disciples nominated from various city-states and capitals have begun to gradually converge towards the ultimate competition venue. The selection of immortals is an event that stirs the entirety of the Xianqing continent. From the impoverished commoners to the supreme monarchs, all aspire to partake in it. This grand assembly presents a golden opportunity for many concealed geniuses to showcase their talents. While numerous individuals are acutely aware that they may not make it onto the final roster of selected disciples, they remain undeterred in their desire to participate, driven by a singular motivation, to strive for recognition and gain entry into the deeply rooted sects of cultivation. The selection of immortals will host competitions simultaneously across 12 provincial capitals, where numerous cultivation sects will be present, seeking to recruit outstanding talents. It is virtually assured that any genius will be chosen during this grand event, offering a remarkable opportunity for impoverished cultivators to soar to great heights. The Xianqing continent is divided into land and sea realms, with the land realm further segmented into the 13 provinces of Xianqing, which are as follows: Dongzhou, Shifu, Nanyu, Beima, Tianyi Province, Ryu Province, Feiyu Province, Wuxing Province, Xingxi Province, Fandan Province, Xianxi Province, Huanlan Province, and Xianqing Province. Among these, Xianqing Province, also known as Central Province, is uniquely situated at the heart of the continent, surrounded by the other provinces. The 10 regions of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest represent the outermost provinces of the land realm, with Dongzhou bordering the sea realm, where the Donghai Bay marks the juncture between land and sea. As long as one enters the competition in Su Inquing Prefecture as a participant, an abundance of resources awaits. In addition to the resources provided by the 100 cultivation factions collaborating to host the Selection of Immortals Conference, there are numerous unexpected rewards. This is precisely why the Selection of Immortals Conference has stirred the entirety of the Su Inquing continent. With less than 4 months remaining until the formal competition, various prefectures have commenced their fervent selection process. However, this is merely a preliminary round, offering an opportunity for those who were previously eliminated or have yet to participate in the selection to facilitate the tallying. All participants will be officially registered by the time the Selection of Immortals Conference truly begins. Any cultivator appearing midway will be prohibited from competing. A competition must adhere to its regulations, and such structure elevates the significance of the Selection of Immortals Conference. Despite the fervor outside, the deep cavern, which gathers the essence of fate, remains undisturbed. Lin Feng sits cross-legged, the essence of fate swirling around him, continuously infusing him with energy. Although he has been in meditation for several months, he exhibits no signs of stagnation. On the contrary, he appears more spirited. Suddenly, his eyes slowly open, and a fleeting brilliance flashes within them, soon giving way to a profound depth, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. The intricacies of formations and their underlying principles are remarkably profound. As he speaks, Lin Feng gently bows to the void, as if paying homage to an unseen presence, murmuring, "Your insights into this formation have greatly enriched Lin Feng's understanding, for which I am eternally grateful." At this moment, it became apparent that Lin Feng was performing the ceremonial rites of Diyu, indicating that his profound understanding of the formation had indeed yielded significant benefits. Suddenly, a delicate sound emanated from within Lin Feng, akin to a gentle chime that shattered the tranquility of the world, resonating with exquisite clarity. Upon hearing this melodious sound, a brilliant spark ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, only to vanish instantaneously, replaced by a smile as he softly remarked, after a prolonged stagnation, "I have finally broken through the foundation establishment stage. I wonder what kind of power my spirit gathering stage will possess." The fortuitous blessings of destiny had conferred upon Lin Feng immeasurable advantages, the most remarkable of which was the substantial increase in the quantity of spiritual energy within his dantian. At that very moment, Lin Feng successfully gathered 101 strands of spiritual energy, thus transcending the foundation establishment realm and ascending to the spirit gathering stage. Typically, a cultivator can only accumulate spiritual energy upon reaching the spirit gathering stage. Yet Lin Feng had managed to gather it during the foundation establishment phase, using his spiritual energy to break through the barrier separating the mundane from the realm of cultivators. Now, he was utilizing 101 strands of spiritual energy to push beyond the pinnacle of foundation establishment into the spirit gathering stage. Even Lin Feng himself could hardly contain his anticipation for the effects of his ascension. However, there was another who was even more eager than Lin Feng, Old Man Wanhua. This ancient deity, having existed for countless years, was repeatedly astonished by the events surrounding Lin Feng. Now, he harbored immense expectations regarding Lin Feng's transformation, pondering what extraordinary and earth-shattering changes this unparalleled genius might undergo. Initially, it was Lin Feng's physique that underwent a transformation, emitting a crisp sound akin to the soothing resonance that arises from a prolonged sitting meditation when one gently stretches. Golden specks of light flickered upon Lin Feng's skin, resembling the legendary indestructible body. However, within Lin Feng's interior, his organs sparkled with glimmers of gold, save for a small section of his dantian, where golden points had yet to manifest. Should he ignite this final spot with golden light, he would ascend to the fourth layer of the Panga body refinement technique, further enhancing his bodily essence. Lin Feng understood that the absence of golden light in his dantian was not due to a deficiency in fortune's power, but rather that the advancement of the Panga body refinement technique required a catalyst. While the cultivation of qi could flow effortlessly like water finding its course, the refinement of the body demanded the discovery of a pivotal moment to shatter constraints and elevate one's inherent quality. As the power of fortune circulated to his Niwen palace, Lin Feng's spiritual realm remained as it had always been, an abyss of darkness, brimming with allure. Yet, he sensed that the range of his spiritual perception had suddenly doubled. Previously limited to a mere 10 zhang, he could now extend his awareness to 30 zhang. Where his consciousness reached, it was as if he could see clearly, with unparalleled precision. Although Lin Feng had not frequently wielded his spiritual power, its efficacy was extraordinary, marking a significant gain. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth from Lin Feng's dantian, causing the already robust little tree within to sway gently. Its leaves had multiplied to over 30, dancing in the breeze, as waves of vitality inexplicably manifested in his dantian, filling Lin Feng with immense joy. Roar, roar, roar. The young tree swayed gently, its leaves fluttering gracefully. Within Lin Feng's dantian, 101 strands of spiritual energy, akin to azure dragons, whirled around the small tree, occasionally mimicking a fierce roar towards the heavens. At that moment, all the spiritual energy seemed to possess a life of its own, and amidst their dance, Lin Feng experienced a surge of emotion, uncertain whether it was anxiety or exhilaration. Their spiraling grew increasingly rapid, and Lin Feng finally discerned that their sentiment was one of unparalleled excitement. Just then, a sudden pressure emerged from nowhere. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed, having surmised that this might be a sign heralding a breakthrough. Roar! Suddenly, One strand of spiritual energy let out a ferocious howl before soaring towards the tree's canopy. Roar, roar, roar. With one strand leading the charge, others swiftly followed, rushing towards the tree crown with immense force, exuding a reckless determination. What could this possibly signify? At that moment, Lin Feng found himself unable to control the multitude of spiritual energies, leaving him to observe in silence. As one strand of spiritual energy ascended towards the tree's crown, the others followed suit, soaring with great vigor, as if drawn to a place of profound significance. The first strand came to rest atop the canopy, a striking blend of gray and white, radiating a brilliant white light that rendered it breathtakingly beautiful. After settling atop the crown, this strand ceased its flight, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the other energies. Indeed, all the spiritual energies surged towards the treetop, and the second stream of energy swiftly encountered the first, merging effortlessly without the slightest pause. Lin Feng, observing this scene, felt somewhat perplexed. Was this convergence of all spiritual energies a precursor to forming a Dan? After pondering for a considerable time, he remained confounded. As for the Elder of Transformation, it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, and he chose not to elaborate. It was entirely normal for a foundational cultivation level to condense over 100 streams of spiritual energy, and for the gathering spirit stage to form a primordial Dan. Boom, boom, boom. Each stream of spiritual energy met the amalgamated energy without any delay, directly merging into it, resulting in increasingly robust energy. As it grew more substantial, diffused energy became lethargic, resembling a slumbering divine dragon, exuding an air of languor. However, Lin Feng discerned that the energy coalesced within his dantian was not immobile out of fear, but rather every movement it made stirred the currents within his dantian, even causing a slight tremor. The space within his dantian had been fortified by the roots of the small tree and the tempering of the Panga body refinement technique. Yet the spiritual energy now refrained from excessive movement, wary of disturbing the dantian space. From this alone, Lin Feng could perceive the formidable power encapsulated within the fused spiritual energy. He even sensed that if he were to unleash this amalgamated energy now, it would undoubtedly create fissures in the space, a testament to the immeasurable strength of this spiritual power. Boom, boom, boom. The integration of spiritual energy continued unabated, and the amalgamated power remained still at that moment. Yet, the force it summoned grew increasingly formidable, having merely unified 60 strands of spiritual energy. 70 strands brought forth an almost tangible pressure. With 80 strands, the oppressive force radiated outward from Lin Feng's body, causing the air around him to feel immensely heavy and viscous. As he approached the fusion of 90 strands of energy, a faint sound of fracture echoed through the external space. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, for he instinctively knew the source of that sound. It originated from the space before him. Such overwhelming might could indeed lead to the shattering of the surrounding space, an ability far beyond that of a mere gathering spirit stage cultivator. At that moment, Elder Wanhua spoke, cautioning Lin Feng, "You must remain vigilant. What unfolds henceforth is uncharted territory for us. The intensity of the spiritual energy amalgamated in your dantian far surpasses that of the gathering spirit stage, and even a purple mansion cultivator could not wield such power. A moment's carelessness may inflict harm upon your essence, so exercise utmost caution." Although Elder Wanhua had not experienced the phenomena Lin Feng was currently undergoing, his words were imbued with profound wisdom. Though lengthy, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, the 100th strand of energy fused into a singular entity, now resembling a legendary beast of unparalleled ferocity. Even the slightest movement of its form could potentially send tremors through the fabric of space. Lin Feng grew increasingly cautious, nearly holding his breath, fearful of disturbing the spiritual energy and inciting chaos. If a situation truly arises where the spiritual energy disrupts one's dantian, it could very well lead to an explosion, shattering the dantian, resulting in one's own catastrophic demise. Boom. The final strand of spiritual energy merged into the overwhelming force of energy. Crack. At the very moment the last strand integrated, a sound of shattering reverberated. Upon hearing this sound, a bead of sweat transformed into a stream, cascading down Lin Feng's forehead. This signified the fragmentation of the space within his dantian. While Lin Feng was engulfed in trepidation, the divine art of creation suddenly activated, manifesting as gentle streams that encircled the colossal force of spiritual energy. Sensing the pull of the divine art, The immense energy was filled with uncontainable joy. Roar. Suddenly, the formidable spiritual energy let out a thunderous roar, reverberating within Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng's body trembled. At that moment, did it not fear shattering the dantian's confines? Yet, he quickly steadied his heart and gradually set aside his apprehensions, for he realized that despite the roar and the ascendance, the overwhelming energy had not inflicted even the slightest harm upon his dantian's essence. Could it be the influence of the divine art of creation? At this moment, the spiritual energy within the dantian resembled a dragon swathed in blue silk, embodying both ferocity and gentleness simultaneously, roaring wildly in the space without damaging the dantian's core. Lin Feng certainly recognized the blue silk for what it was, the divine art of creation. Gradually, the blue silk began to seep into the body of the dragon, which seemed exuberant, commencing to spiral within the dantian, its speed escalating. Lin Feng could only perceive a swirling mass of blue and white. After spiraling for a duration equivalent to the burning of incense, the blue and white figure finally came to a halt. Upon coming to a halt, Lin Feng realized that the previously magnificent dragon had vanished, transformed instead into a round, blue and white orb. Though referred to as a small sphere, it was indeed substantial, roughly the size of an adult's head, gently rotating atop the treetops. This orb seemed to pulsate with boundless vitality, causing the small tree at the center of his dantian to tremble with anticipation. Had the primordial Dan truly manifested? As he observed the blue and white Dan swirling gracefully above the tree's crown, the elder Wan Hua could not contain his astonishment. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire of Elder Wan Hua, Grandfather Wan Hua, what characteristics accompany the condensation of Dan. Elder Wan Hua surmised that Lin Feng's question about the condensation of Dan stemmed from the appearance of the blue and white primordial Dan, and thus began to elucidate. The condensation stage signifies the gathering of all accumulated spiritual energy into a singular primordial Dan. Its function is akin to the demon stones of magical beasts. It not only provides boundless energy to the practitioner, but also serves as a critical vulnerability. Should the primordial Dan shatter, one's entire cultivation would be irrevocably destroyed. You must be referring to the transformations that occurred during the advancement of cultivation, correct? In the initial phase, the spiritual energy transmutes into the primordial Dan, while in the intermediate phase, the primordial Dan expands. A growth that is not defined by any specific unit but rather dictated by the practitioner's innate potential. Some may experience only minor growth, rendering their advancement virtually indistinguishable from their previous state, while others may witness a significant increase, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of their power. The significance of the Yuan Dan size cannot be underestimated. It is akin to a vessel for water. The larger the vessel, the greater the volume it can contain. Similarly, the Yuan Dan serves as a reservoir, one that holds spiritual energy rather than water. Furthermore, it pertains to the construction of the Purple Mansion. A larger Yuan Dan enhances both the spatial capacity and the stability of the Purple Mansion, rendering it closer to perfection. As for subsequent stages and peak levels of cultivation, all transformations are reflected in the dimensions of the Yuan Dan itself. When one ascends to become a Purple Mansion cultivator, the Yuan Dan absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, which serves as the foundation for establishing the Purple Mansion. Influenced by this essence, the Yuan Dan transforms into a purple hue, hence the term establishing the Purple Mansion. Elder Wanhua appeared somewhat perplexed, while he absorbed every word spoken by Lin Feng. He remained utterly oblivious to the underlying subject matter. He could only grasp the crux of the conversation and inquired, Yuan Dan 9 transformations? What does that mean? Lin Feng gently shook his head, indicating his own lack of understanding, and proceeded to recount the records within the creation divine art. At the moment, the Yuan Dan coalesced. The section on condensing the Yuan Dan from the creation divine art also emerged, detailing the method for cultivating the Yuan Dan 9 transformations. In essence, the practice of the creation divine art results in 9 transformations of the Yuan Dan. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Elder Wanhua was overwhelmed with envy, unable to restrain himself from striking his own body, lamenting, "Why can I not possess the primordial body?" I previously mentioned that the transformation of a Ningdan cultivator is reflected in the changes in the size of their Yuan Dan. A typical cultivator may only experience up to 4 transformations, yet you possess the remarkable ability to undergo 9. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Even a single additional opportunity for transformation is a rare fortune in life, but you are graced with 5 more than the average individual. Moreover, your Yuan Dan's essence is inherently much larger than that of others. Once you complete the 9 transformations, the purple mansion you construct will be extraordinary. The words of Elder Wanhua were left unfinished, yet their implication was unmistakably clear, based on Lin Feng's current foundation. The purple mansion he would establish is destined to be a marvel of the ages. After listening to Elder Wanhua's analysis, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. For a cultivator, who would not desire to possess a foundation, talent, resources, and opportunities that far exceed those of others, even Lin Feng could not maintain unwavering composure. Suddenly, changes occurred once more within his dantian. The small tree trembled vigorously, and the blue-white Yuan Dan abruptly ceased its rotation. Typically, a Yuan Dan rotates autonomously. Yet Lin Feng's Yuan Dan had inexplicably halted. Could it be that yet another unforeseen event was unfolding? Lin Feng had no choice but to rouse his previously set-aside concerns. Chapter 193. The Power of Creation. The blue-white Yuan Dan, originally fixed at the crown of the tree, suddenly ceased its motion. Although Lin Feng did not feel any discomfort, he remained inwardly anxious. For all that was transpiring now was intimately connected to his future path in cultivation. The small tree within the dantian trembled violently. Initially, Lin Feng believed this was due to the overwhelming pressure of the fused spiritual energy, compelling the tree to shake. However, now that the Yuan Dan had lost its oppressive force, the tree's quivering intensified even further. No, this was not mere trembling. It appeared to be brewing something. With heightened awareness, Lin Feng became acutely sensitive to the unfolding events, focusing intently on the small tree within his dantian. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the trunk, branches, and leaves of the tree were all in motion, not shaking, but seemingly, joyfully beaming, radiating exuberance. As the small tree stirred, a gentle breeze swept through. The Yuan Dan, resting atop the tree's crown, appeared to become as light as a feather, carried effortlessly by the zephyr, and gently descended into the heart of the tree. Upon reaching this central position, the small tree seemed to exude even greater joy, its branches and leaves transforming into a wide mouth that enveloped the Yuan Dan entirely. After encasing the Yuan Dan within its crown, the small tree ceased its movements, and Lin Feng sensed that it was poised in anticipation of something. Suddenly, a speck of light emerged from the trunk of the small tree, resembling a firefly against the night sky. Though its glow was faint, it was nonetheless conspicuous. The light, shimmering in green, floated momentarily within the dantian space before gravitating toward the heart of the tree. Observing the approach of the green light, the branches and leaves of the small tree did not obstruct its path. Rather, they parted to allow the luminous orb entry into the heart. Once the green light entered, it showed no signs of hesitation, darting directly towards the Yuan Dan. Snap! The green light point strikes the primordial pill, causing it to tremble as if desperately resisting the onslaught. Yet, the moment the primordial pill attempts to move, it is immediately ensnared by the branches, rendering it incapable of any retaliation. Gradually, the drifting green light point approaches the primordial pill, coming to rest upon its surface. Upon contact, the green light flickers brilliantly, seamlessly permeating the blue-white primordial pill. Consequently, a faint and feeble green dot emerges on the blue-white surface. With a flurry of excitement, the branches and leaves rejoice at the successful infiltration of the green light point, causing the entire tree to sway with exuberance. As the tree sways, a multitude of light points bursts forth from the trunk, branches, leaves, and even the roots, each exhibiting a kaleidoscope of colors, red, white, blue, and even black, suddenly springing into existence. Once released, all the light points begin to float gently within the dantian space, transforming Lin Feng's dantian into a vibrant and resplendent realm. The dazzling spectacle is breathtakingly beautiful. The emerging light points, akin to the earlier green point, do not linger long in the dantian space before soaring toward the primordial pill. Their intent is unmistakable. They aim to infiltrate Lin Feng's primordial pill just as the green light did. This time, the primordial pill is utterly incapable of trembling. Firmly held in place by the branches, all the light points converge towards the primordial pill, which at this moment resembles a brilliantly illuminated multicolored light bulb, radiating an exquisite luminosity, destined to become an extraordinarily precious work of art. Lin Feng was not kept waiting for long. Merely 10 breaths passed before all the luminous points successfully permeated his Yuan Dan. At last, the Yuan Dan regained its freedom, liberated by the branches and leaves, and slowly floated out from the crown heart. With a swift motion, the Yuan Dan emerged from the crown heart, and Lin Feng beheld it once more. The sight rendered him momentarily awestruck, for the appearance of the Yuan Dan had undergone a remarkable transformation. No, it was more accurate to say that its hue had entirely changed. Previously, the Yuan Dan exhibited only two colors, white and blue. When it was condensed, Lin Feng's spiritual energy manifested as a grayish-white, thus the Yuan Dan naturally mirrored that hue. The blue was a characteristic bestowed by the divine creation technique, a gift from the goddess Nuwa, who was associated with water, hence the presence of blue. A blend of blue and white was entirely normal. However, now the once blue and white Yuan Dan had metamorphosed into a resplendent array of colors. If each hue represented a distinct attribute or characteristic, then this Yuan Dan would undoubtedly possess dominion over all properties and traits in existence. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's secret admiration of himself. Whether it was true or not, even the venerable elder Wan Hua could not ascertain. Suddenly, as the vibrant Yuan Dan departed from the crown heart, it emitted a thunderous sound from within. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance, as if in that moment he had transcended some boundary. The Yuan Dan was formed, awakening the spirit of life. When all cultivators form their primordial elixir, it inevitably stirs their spiritual essence. This awakening of the spiritual essence is an experience that every cultivator who condenses elixirs must undergo. The so-called spiritual essence can be regarded as the lifeblood of the cultivator, intertwining their fate with the primordial elixir. Regardless of how many cultivators may have their gathered spiritual energy destroyed, they still retain the opportunity to recondense it. However, once the primordial elixir successfully coalesces and invokes the spiritual essence, it undergoes a profound transformation. Only by invoking the spiritual essence and imprinting their lifeblood's causality onto the primordial elixir can a cultivator wield control over the spiritual elixir. Otherwise, the primordial elixir remains merely a white entity within the Dantian. As a thunderous roar resonated, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be drawn by this resonant sound. In the depths of intuition, he sensed an emerging connection with the primordial elixir. He recognized its significance, rivaling that of the heart, Dantian, and divine sea. He understood that from this moment forth, should his primordial elixir shatter, his path of cultivation would be irreparably damaged. This represents a critical vulnerability for all cultivators. Those in a somewhat fortunate state might preserve their lives, but those less fortunate could very well perish as a result. As Lin Feng's consciousness first linked with the primordial elixir, before he could take any action, the elixir began to rotate once more. In its rotation, a kaleidoscope of colors emanated, illuminating the entire Dantian. Amidst this radiance, the small tree appeared exceedingly joyful, akin to being nurtured by spring rain. Several small leaves began to sprout from the branches, and in due time, the little tree would undoubtedly flourish and grow anew. The spinning primordial elixir, adorned in this vibrant glow, accelerated its rotation, and in the external world, Lin Feng's surroundings began to transform. Countless luminous points materialized out of thin air, converging toward Lin Feng. The Elder of Transformation observed this phenomenon, yet due to his limited understanding of the young tree, he remained uncertain about the nature of these colorful light points. However, upon witnessing the multitude of lights gathering around Lin Feng's form, the Elder could not help but exclaim, This is indeed the essence of attributes." After a brief pause, he continued, "I comprehend now. I finally understand why only the primordial body can cultivate the Panga body refining technique and the creation divine art. Other physiques are incapable of directly absorbing the essence of attributes, whereas your primordial body can." Suddenly, the Elder uttered a remark that left Lin Feng somewhat perplexed. Before he could inquire further, the Elder gently advised, "There is no need for questions at this moment. Focus solely on your ascension. Once you have succeeded, I shall analyze my conjectures with you." Lin Feng nodded lightly, redirecting his spirit into his Dantian. The myriad colorful light points seamlessly penetrated Lin Feng's body, drifting toward the primordial Dan within his Dantian, gradually infusing themselves into it, further enhancing the multicolored primordial Dan and aiding its growth. In the depths of the cave, Lin Feng opened one hand, revealing a swirling mass of vibrant spiritual energy resting in his palm. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The spiritual energy released by the primordial Dan, formed from the amalgamation of over 100 strands of energy, is indeed of a vastly different intensity compared to what I possessed before. If I were to liken my pre-Dan energy to a human arm, then this current energy is akin to a steel claw forged from alloy, entirely on a different level. Upon finishing his incantation, a vibrant swirl of spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a resplendent, multicolored blade. This petite sword was exquisitely crafted, radiating unparalleled beauty. As it took form, the blade began to whirl rapidly within the cavern, producing a cacophony of sounds, crackling and popping. The brilliantly condensed sword spun in the air at an astonishing velocity, generating an overwhelming friction that echoed throughout, making it hard to fathom that such a sound could emanate from a mere small sword. However, upon hearing this tumultuous noise, Lin Feng gently shook his head. The force was too great, rendering it difficult to control. If such a thunderous sound were to accompany an attack in battle, it was likely that the enemy would evade long before the strike could land. Indeed, every warrior possesses their own battle awareness. And while Lin Feng's spell was powerful enough to vanquish foes, the sound arrived before the attack itself, granting the enemy an opportunity to defend. This, in turn, diminished the elegance of his technique. Mastering the control of spiritual energy is not solely reliant on innate talent, but rather on a wealth of accumulated experience. Given the recent surge in his own spiritual energy, this was Lin Feng's first attempt at such control, resulting in this grandiose display. Nevertheless, for Lin Feng, the manipulation of spiritual energy was not a formidable challenge. Dismissing these thoughts, he conjured another strand of energy with his other hand, which spun rapidly within his palm, manifesting into a puppet at his will. Once Lin Feng concluded his spell, the puppet fell silently into his hand, devoid of any energy ripples. Truly, it was the power of creation. Observing the puppet nestled in his palm, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Holding the puppet delicately in his hands, Lin Feng continued. This is a mere puppet, devoid of any energy, and certainly not infused with my vibrant spiritual essence. Its very nature is nothing more than wood, ordinary wood. The vibrant spiritual essence, in Lin Feng's grasp, transformed into an unremarkable puppet. The Elder of Transformation observed this phenomenon with keen interest, murmuring, "The power of creation. A gift bestowed only by the heavens, now manifests in the hands of a mere cultivator who has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Could it be possible to truly conjure life? Or perhaps, is the goddess Inwa herself a celestial being, having diligently practiced the divine art of creation?" Lin Feng found himself momentarily bewildered as this formidable power coalesced in his hands. Such an ability was overwhelmingly potent. Simultaneously, he and the Elder of Transformation pondered the same question. Is it genuinely feasible to conjure sentient beings from nothingness? Chapter 194. The essence of attributes. This question remained unanswered, leaving Lin Feng to explore the possibilities on his own. As he strolled through the cavern, observing his surroundings, he turned to the Elder of Transformation and inquired, "Grandfather Wanhua, you mentioned my primordial body earlier. Have you made any discoveries?" After a brief pause, the Elder analyzed. "I presume you have begun to perceive the distinction between the Panga body refinement technique and the art of creation compared to ordinary martial arts and mental disciplines. These divine techniques unlock the utmost potential within the human body. The Panga body refinement technique, from its inception, encompasses the refinement of flesh, skin, and even hair, rendering it a flawless method of body forging. Now, you have directly ascended from the foundational stage to the Dan condensation phase, bypassing the Qi gathering stage. This is not a reflection of the inadequacies of the Qi refinement system. Naturally, no one would dare to claim that the techniques of the revered goddess Nuwa are flawed. Furthermore, since you condensed spiritual power during your foundational stage, I surmise that the cultivation system of the creation divine art transcends the traditional Qi refinement paradigm. Of course, this is assuming the absence of external factors. Upon hearing Elder Wanhua extol the Panga body refinement technique alongside the creation divine art once more, Lin Feng chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting further analysis from Elder Wanhua. With a gentle nod, Elder Wanhua continued, "Currently, the most prevalent cultivation system in the chaotic world is one inherited from ancient cultivators. This system has endured the test of time and gained the recognition of the heavenly path, rendering it an extraordinarily refined method of cultivation. However, due to your unique primordial body, you are engaging in a distinctly superior cultivation process. It is unfathomable whether this exceptional method was conceived by the great beings of that era or imparted by the heavens themselves. It is truly difficult to imagine the pinnacle of prosperity during the Pangu era, when perhaps everyone possessed a primordial body. Hearing Elder Wanhua's continued musings, Lin Feng could not help but inquire. Earlier, you mentioned the essence of attributes. What does that entail? Lin Feng expressed his growing confusion. Is it not exceedingly challenging to touch upon? When casting spells, is that not a manifestation of attributes, such as ice crystals and flames? The Elder Wanhua shook his head and remarked, these are merely manifestations of attributes, spiritual energy, and primordial force transformed into a form of attack. Such methods lack elegance. They are simply means of assault. However, the essence of attributes is fundamentally different, for it serves as a medium for comprehending the Tao of heaven. What do you mean by a medium for comprehending the Tao of heaven? Indeed, understanding the Tao of heaven is not merely about sitting in silence and achieving a state of ethereal thought to attain insight. It is akin to embarking on a journey. There must be a path to traverse. The essence of attributes is that path of understanding. For instance, water is the manifestation of the essence of the water attribute, while the Tao of water is the embodiment of the rhythmic essence of that attribute. Only with this rhythm can one comprehend the Tao of heaven and refine the Tao techniques. Your previous exploration of the Tao of water signifies that you have uncovered the essence of the water attribute. The force of flowing water is but a branch of the Tao of water, representing a facet of the essence of that attribute. Though the Elder Wanhua's description was somewhat enigmatic, Lin Feng grasped the general idea and, with a focused gaze, stated, so, each time my primordial Dan advances, it will draw forth the essence of the attribute, and this essence will merge with my primordial Dan, allowing me to comprehend the Tao of heaven and even refine Tao techniques in the future. Whether one can comprehend the Tao of heaven and refine Tao techniques through the primordial Dan, I cannot say. However, your primordial Dan possesses the ability to absorb the essence of myriad paths within the world. From this perspective, I suspect you have the potential to validate all paths. Do you understand what it means to validate all paths? Validate all paths? Lin Feng was indeed unfamiliar with this concept and inquired, what does it mean to validate all paths? Upon observing Lin Feng's earnest expression, the Elder Wanhua cleared his throat and remarked, in truth, the notion of validating the myriad paths was an idea that came to me rather spontaneously. Lin Feng, however, did not perceive the Elder's words as unreasonable. He merely felt a hint of perplexity. Within the chaotic realm, an innumerable array of multi-attribute cultivators exists, and possessing multiple attributes signifies the potential to wield a broader spectrum of spiritual energy. Yet, throughout this journey, it appears that you can swiftly master any form of spiritual energy, coupled with the uniqueness of your Yuan Dan. All of this suggests that your attributes are indeed extraordinary. Conversely, it seems you lack a predominant attribute. Should we seek to categorize it, I believe the term chaotic attribute would be most fitting. Chaotic attribute? Does such a classification exist? Every attribute can be regarded as a facet of the chaotic realm. Thus, they may all be termed chaotic attributes. However, why then are they further delineated into various categories? This is due to the unique characteristics each possesses. Now, why do I refer to your attributes as chaotic? It is because your attributes encompass the essence of countless others, and moreover, lack a singular dominant aspect. In this regard, your attributes indeed merit the designation of chaotic. To this day, I have yet to hear of another who possesses such chaotic attributes. Even remarkable figures such as Pangu and Nuwa cannot claim this distinction. If we were to seek out another being endowed with chaotic attributes, aside from yourself, it seems that only the heavens might share such a quality. With a gentle exhalation, the Venerable Wanhua concluded, all of this is merely conjecture. It may not necessarily be the case. If it is indeed so, your future cultivation will be fraught with challenges, requiring significantly more time, energy, and resources than that of an ordinary person, perhaps 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. As Wanhua meticulously analyzed each layer, Lin Feng grew increasingly astonished, realizing that every aspect of his being was so esteemed by the Elder. From the tone of Wanhua's analysis, Lin Feng instinctively felt that there was no error in his assessment. Perhaps he truly possessed the attributes of chaos. As for the arduous nature of cultivation, Lin Feng had long been aware of this during his body refinement phase and had already steeled himself for such challenges. This achievement was no trifling matter. Engaging with numerous Purple Mansion cultivators at the foundation level was itself a significant gain. It suddenly dawned on him that his mother's remarks about his peculiar attributes, which she could never fully elucidate, were likely due to this very reason. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng dismissed further thoughts. With a single wave of his hand, a radiant light emerged from the apex of the cavern. revealing a staircase that gradually unfolded before him. The steps extended until they reached Lin Feng's feet, prompting him to ascend. As he walked, he murmured, "As long as it does not harm me, no number of difficulties can be deemed obstacles. Time is of the essence. I must first accomplish what lies before me." It was revealed that during the 3 months Lin Feng had spent in secluded cultivation within the cavern, he had thoroughly explored the formation set by Si Xiaowenming. He had unraveled all the intricate arrays within the depths, which was why he could so effortlessly arrive at the palace. As Lin Feng stood before the statue of Si Xiaowenming, dozens of steel blades materialized from thin air, hurtling towards him in a vicious assault. Boulders, flames, timber, and various lethal strikes converged upon him with relentless ferocity. The restoration formations, chaotic formations, murderous arrays, and defensive formations underwent a surprising transformation in their operational methods once more. Effortlessly evading the onslaught, Lin Feng, after a moment of sensing, realized that the formations within this palace were utterly different from those he encountered 3 months prior. He could not help but admire Si Xiaowenming's profound mastery of formations anew. Had I faced this array alone 3 months ago, it would have taken me a year to unravel even half of its complexity. Coupled with the interference of the chaotic and restoration formations, the possibility of fully deciphering them was highly dubious. However, with Si Xiaowenming's manuscript in hand, the situation was markedly different now. With that thought, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Feng's hand, dividing into 36 distinct streams that targeted 36 specific points within the formation. These points varied in location, from the apex of the palace to the floor and even the seemingly empty air before him. A series of muffled thuds echoed as Lin Feng's surroundings cleared dramatically, the lethal strikes diminishing by 90%. Strolling leisurely within the palace, Lin Feng gestured with precision. All formations became vividly apparent to him. At that moment, everything was astonishingly clear in Lin Feng's eyes, and the formations could no longer obstruct his progress. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a halt, raising one hand towards the void. With a flourish, a lotus blossoming with azure light erupted into existence, the very same lotus Lin Feng had conjured months ago for Kongbo, intended for guidance and protection. The lotus was drawn into his being, immediately followed by a surge of spiritual energy that soared towards the location where the lotus ascended to strike. A resounding crack echoed as the formation unraveled, revealing an elderly man with a head of white hair, sitting despondently where the array had dissipated. It was none other than Elder Kong. At this moment, Kong no longer possessed the vibrant spirit he once had. His disheveled white hair and tattered garments, stained with blood, indicated the severe trials he had endured within the formation. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from Kong. Following this outburst, the weary elder lunged forth, his target being Lin Feng. Lin Feng had assumed that Kong had perished within the formation, yet to his astonishment, the elder had managed to survive and was now intent on delivering a lethal strike. Months prior, Lin Feng had ceased to fear the assaults of the Purple Mansion cultivators, and now, having successfully ascended to the Dan condensation stage, he felt even more resolute. With a single gesture, a defensive array manifested before him. Bang! Caught off guard, Kong collided solidly against the barrier of the defensive array, producing a resonant sound of impact. Observing Kang's obstruction, Lin Feng offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Elder, I advise you to refrain from rash actions within this realm. Taking even a single step further would be a recklessness towards your own life." In the Grand Hall, amidst an array of intricate formations, the confrontation reached a fever pitch. "Ah, I shall slay you, you wretched creature." The elder seethed, his voice echoing with fury. "In all my centuries of existence, I have never been so duped by a mere child, losing a precious artifact to your deceit. Prepare to meet your demise." Unperturbed by Lin Feng's attempts at reason, Kong Bo unleashed a torrent of primal energy, intent on bringing Lin Feng to his end. As Lin Feng observed the swirling energy in Kong Bo's hands, he realized with astonishment that Kong Bo was indeed a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. Retreating swiftly, he declared, "Had you not harbored intentions of murder against me, you would not find yourself in such dire straits. Very well, having just ascended, allow me to witness the true prowess of a Purple Mansion cultivator." With that proclamation, the defensive barrier shielding Lin Feng dissipated. Simultaneously, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted from his palms, radiating a formidable aura. The overwhelming display was primarily a testament to Lin Feng's still developing mastery over his spiritual force, but now both combatants were poised for a direct clash, unmasked and unrestrained. As Lin Feng aimed to ascertain the strength of his own power, Kong Bo's remnant form darted about, his primal energy seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Exuding tremendous might, Lin Feng's vibrant spiritual energy surged forth like a ravenous beast, undeterred by the formidable force of Kong Bo's energy. With a resounding crash, their energies collided, filling the air with a deafening roar. Kong Bo unleashed his primordial force with all his might, only for it to collide with Lin Feng's vibrant spiritual energy, resulting in an astonishing mutual cancellation. Neither party sustained any harm. Yet, as the initial strike dissipated, neither combatant paused. Each harbored their own intentions, immediately following up with subsequent moves. Bang, bang, bang. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce, barehanded struggle within the palace. After 20 exchanges, Kong Bo's eyes brimmed with terror. Merely months prior, this young man had been at the Foundation establishment level, and now he had ascended to the Dan condensation stage in such a brief span. What was more alarming was the remarkable stability of his foundation and the sheer potency of his spiritual power. I have expended my bodily essence in this battle, relying solely on primordial force, yet I find myself evenly matched against him. This is utterly terrifying. Realizing this, Kong Bo acknowledged that his aspiration to eliminate Lin Feng was utterly unattainable. A sense of retreat began to stir within him, a desire to evade. However, within this palace, and indeed throughout the entirety of the four-symbol city, Lin Feng held dominion. Escape? Such a notion was preposterous. Lin Feng, too, discerned the hesitation in Kong Bo's eyes, a cold smile creeping across his face, while his resolve for battle intensified. Confronting a cultivator of the Purple Mansion was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. With that thought, Lin Feng's fist wind underwent a sudden transformation, shifting from a fierce gale to a gentle breeze. In the course of their confrontation, Lin Feng had begun to familiarize himself with his spiritual energy, while Kong Bo felt the ferocity of each of Lin Feng's strikes intensifying, requiring him to expend even greater effort to contend with them. Coupled with the interference of the formation, Kong Bo found himself unable to relax for even a moment, lest a moment of distraction lead to his downfall. Yet now, Lin Feng's fist wind had inexplicably transformed into a gentle breeze. What could this signify? Kong Bo pondered, perplexed. Regardless of the circumstances, he now relaxed his fists, allowing himself the opportunity to seek out any flaws, with the prospect of achieving victory not entirely out of reach. After Lin Feng altered his fighting style, Kong Bo engaged him for a full 50 exchanges. Each of Lin Feng's strikes was gentle as a breeze and smooth as flowing water. Kong Bo consistently felt that each punch presented a chance for him to escape the fray. Yet, as he endeavored to probe for Lin Feng's vulnerabilities, he was abruptly pushed back by a surge of martial intent. After 100 exchanges, Kong Bo remained at a loss, while Lin Feng's spiritual energy became increasingly stable. Lin Feng's movements flowed effortlessly, exuding a sense of ease and tranquility, devoid of any pressure. At times, he even took the liberty to conjure intricate puppets and animals with his spiritual power, their forms becoming ever more vivid and lifelike. Observing this, Kong Bo finally grasped Lin Feng's intentions and bellowed, "You little beast! How dare you use me for practice, encircling yet not attacking, winning yet not annihilating? How infuriating!" This sight gradually chilled Kong Bo's heart. It seemed he would inevitably fall victim to this core formation practitioner. After a long while, Kong Bo found himself nearing exhaustion. Lin Feng's martial arts and spiritual energy were relentless. He could not extricate himself, yet found no means to counter Lin Feng. A profound chill enveloped Kong Bo's heart. A punch was thrown, fierce enough to obliterate 10 core formation practitioners, yet Lin Feng deftly evaded it, leaving Kong Bo's fist to strike nothing but air, producing a sound akin to a burst of wind. To think that I, a dignified Purple Mansion cultivator, would be forced to this point by you. I refuse to accept this. Lin Feng observed the transformation of Kong Bo, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After such a prolonged wait, he was eager to witness the true might of a Zifu cultivator's final strike. It became evident that Lin Feng's alteration of his combat style was not solely a demonstration of his mastery over spiritual energy. It also served a deeper purpose, provoking Kong Bo to unleash his ultimate attack. After all, Lin Feng's original intention was to experience the world beyond his confines. As Kong Bo bellowed his declaration, his complexion abruptly flushed, his beard bristled, and his pores widened, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards him with fervor. Lin Feng discerned that Kong Bo was likely concocting a formidable technique. Yet, rather than feeling trepidation, Lin Feng found himself tinged with anticipation. Beneath his garments, a phantom diamond-shaped shield materialized, one of the invaluable treasures he had secured within the palace. This high-tier defensive artifact was more than adequate to withstand the onslaught of a Zifu cultivator, which was one of the reasons Lin Feng dared to confront Kong Bo alone. Meanwhile, Kong Bo, with bloodshot eyes fixated upon Lin Feng, bore an expression of fierce intent, as if he wished to consume Lin Feng whole. It was evident that the strain of preparing such a spell had taken a significant toll on him, hinging all his hopes on this singular maneuver. In a swift moment, Kong Bo reacted. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a celestial drum, he elicited a slight frown from Lin Feng, who remained steadfast. His gaze locked onto Kong Bo's movements. Suddenly, Kong Bo's hand gestures danced with purpose, and a grand purple structure resembling a mansion erupted above his head. This was the Zifu he had constructed, as the Elder of 10,000 Transformations had cautioned. In truth, without the reminder from the venerable Elder Wanhua, Lin Feng had already surmised much. Could it be that the purple mansion could also serve as a means of attack? Was he not concerned about the possibility of me shattering it, thereby undermining his foundation? The term purple mansion derives from the fact that cultivators typically construct it in the form of a residence, built to be both square and sturdy, capable of harboring vast amounts of spiritual energy. Its purpose is to solidify a cultivator's foundation and nourish their primordial spirit, making its use for offensive purposes rather rare. Of course, there are practitioners who have fashioned their purple mansions into various forms, such as swords, steel blades, shields, or even flora. However, such unconventional constructions are often motivated by the specific cultivation techniques or personal idiosyncrasies of the cultivator. While these alternatives still retain the essence of the purple mansion, they lack the stability inherent in the traditional residence form. Now, this individual has audaciously summoned his purple mansion. It appears he has been driven to a corner. After listening to Elder Wanhua's explanation, Lin Feng let out a light snort and declared, "Let me witness the true might of his purple mansion's attack." With a sudden surge of spiritual energy gathering in his hands, Lin Feng, having adapted through prior experiences, gradually mastered the control of his spiritual power, enveloping his entire fist in a gauntlet of energy. After being summoned, Kong Bo's purple mansion remained motionless, merely hovering silently above his head. As Kong Bo's hand gestures quickened, a dense stream of primordial energy began to pour forth from his purple mansion, merging with his spells, amplifying their terrifying might. However, it seemed that Kambo could hardly control such a potent spell. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his entire body trembled incessantly. A small amount of primordial energy even shot forth, vanishing within the formation. Roar! Within moments, a beastly roar reverberated through the palace. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Kambo. At that moment, Kambo's eyes were still bloodshot as he stared at Lin Feng, his body enveloped in swirling primordial energy, encased within a transparent, beast-shaped aura. The roar just heard was emitted by this very beast. The creature resembled a tiger, its transparent form seemingly imbued with spirit. Fixated on Lin Feng and poised to attack, ready to pounce at a mere command. Observing that the tiger-shaped aura had been fully formed, Kambo glared at Lin Feng and growled, "You insolent wretch. You actually gave me the time to condense the tiger's intent. This form, entirely forged from primordial energy, is something even a cultivator of the Purple Mansion would be fortunate to survive against. Prepare to perish." With that, Kambo launched himself toward Lin Feng with a powerful kick, while the tiger-shaped aura simultaneously lunged at him. Roar! Fixing his gaze on the approaching tiger, Lin Feng clenched his fist, his innate creation divine technique operating at full speed. The multicolored spiritual energy surrounding his fist intensified, his momentum soaring. Crackle! Due to the excess of spiritual power, some of it eluded Lin Feng's perfect control, causing a cacophony in the air. Roar! Humph! The tiger's roar shook the heavens, but Lin Feng stood undaunted, unleashing his full might with a punch. Bang! 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 As the fists of Hu Zhang and Lin Feng collided, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the resounding echoes reverberating throughout the palace. At this moment, it appeared that neither was willing to yield. What is this colorful spiritual energy you possess? It rivals the essence of primordial energy. Lin Feng scoffed, with death approaching. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? How foolish. Flushed with indignation at being rebuked by a younger opponent, Kong Bo found himself with little time to ponder. He could only muster his strength to repel Lin Feng. In that moment, the tiger-shaped energy shield surged forward, charging at Lin Feng. If energy cannot overpower you, then I shall crush you with sheer force. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by the leaping tiger beast. Force? I have never feared anyone. He advanced rather than retreating, launching a straight punch aimed squarely at the beast's head. The distance between them closed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. This strike was a direct confrontation of strength, devoid of any flamboyant techniques. A muffled thud echoed as both figures staggered backward, seemingly evenly matched by the impact of their blow. In the novel Wandao Tianzuan, the narrative unfolds in chapter 196, titled The Panlong Ring, supplementing yesterday's events. The two adversaries collided, causing both the tiger beast and Lin Feng to retreat at an astonishing speed. A faint crack appeared on the protective shield of the tiger beast, imperceptible to most, yet the formidable Conger, embodying the will of the tiger, sensed its significance and swallowed hard. This manifestation of the tiger's essence was entirely composed of primordial energy. Should it shatter, the resulting dispersion of energy would be an indelible experience. Ignoring Lin Feng's reaction, Conger hastily retreated once more. Simultaneously, he struck his dantian, unleashing a torrent of fresh blood that splattered onto the tiger beast's shield. The blood seeped into the shield, causing the crack to gradually vanish. Yet, sensing the crack's disappearance did not alleviate Conger's apprehension. A shadow of gravity crossed his features. He deftly executed a series of hand seals, prompting the purple mansion above his head to respond. As the seals danced, it detached from Conger and soared toward the tiger beast's head, ultimately settling firmly atop it. At this juncture, Conger could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Feng. He gasped, "I never anticipated you possessed such astonishing power. Now, with the purple mansion binding the tiger, if you can still contend with it, then I shall consider myself unfortunate." His final words dripped with profound bitterness. A distinguished practitioner of the purple mansion, facing an opponent of mere core formation. Resorting to the invocation of the purple mansion, such an occurrence, if revealed, would render even him incredulous. Most importantly, this fellow exhibited an astonishing ease, brimming with combat fervor from beginning to end, utterly unafraid of being a mere purple mansion cultivator. To add a touch of absurdity, he was nothing more than a character for practice in the eyes of his opponent. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Is this the extent of your skills?" With a deeper understanding of Kongbo, Lin Feng estimated his cultivation to be at the early stage of the purple mansion, lacking the control over elemental power that Zhao Qingyun and Shimin Lian possessed. In their recent clash, Lin Feng only sensed the forceful impact of the tiger beast. Had a more adept cultivator executed that move, it would undoubtedly have unleashed more than just the power of the tiger beast. Robust as he was, Lin Feng felt no discomfort from the clash of strength, save for a slight turbulence in his vitality. Although the spiritual energy in his grasp wavered, it ultimately remained intact, primarily due to Lin Feng's insufficient mastery over the multicolored spiritual force. As the purple mansion's imprint settled upon his forehead, the tiger beast performed a somersault, its protective aura becoming more solidified, and its form appeared increasingly vivid and majestic. The fierce breaths emanating from the tiger's maw underscored Kong Bo's inadequate control over elemental energy, resulting in the tiger beast's persistent deflation. Without delay, the tiger beast leapt forward, hurtling toward Lin Feng with a roar. Each part of its anatomy, claw, fang, and tail, launched a ferocious assault, intent on devouring Lin Feng whole. The raging elemental energy propelled the tiger beast into a more majestic form, while Lin Feng, observing the oncoming beast, took a measured half-step back, his outstretched hand curling once more into a fist as he awaited the tiger beast's strike with quiet anticipation. Approaching. This young lad is exceedingly audacious, truly believing that I have placed the purple mansion here merely to ensnare the tiger. He is, after all, too youthful. Observing Lin Feng's arrogance as he stands still, awaiting the beast's assault, a glint of joy sparkles in Kongbo's eyes. This is an opportunity. Roar. The tiger beast, nearing Lin Feng, lets out another deafening roar, its head swelling dramatically as it opens its gaping maw, lunging to devour Lin Feng whole. In that moment, a flash of golden light flickers in Kongbo's eyes, who is tumbling within the beast's body. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's voice resonates in his ears. Shatter the heavens fist. Boom. Before Kongbo can react, a thunderous explosion reverberates. Splatter. As the sound of collision echoes, a torrent of dark blood erupts from Kongbo's mouth, and the colossal form of the tiger beast abruptly halts. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonates again. A profound sense of loss flickers in Kong Bo's eyes. Moments later, he bursts into laughter, fully aware that the arduous cultivation of hundreds of years is now dissipating rapidly, akin to a flood breaching its dam, utterly unstoppable. Whoosh! The chaotic surge of elemental energy goes uncontrolled, causing the tiger beast's form to disintegrate in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Elemental energy dances wildly, indiscriminately tearing apart Kong Bo's body. Within mere breaths, his hands, feet, and even his garments are obliterated, transforming into a mass of shredded flesh and bone. Boom! A fiery blaze shoots towards Kong Bo's lifeless form, igniting effortlessly, as the master of the Purple Mansion is reduced to a pile of ash. At this moment, Lin Feng gazed at his fist, which shimmered with golden specks, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "The Shattering Heaven Fist, a technique forged by the mighty Pangu, embodies sheer strength and directness, prioritizing form over essence, with the singular intent of vanquishing one's adversary." Earlier, when Kong Bo was engaged in securing the Purple Mansion's tiger, Lin Feng had already resolved to defeat him with a single strike, for the formidable nature of the multicolored spiritual energy had been unequivocally demonstrated, rendering Kong Bo of little further utility. Contemplating the prospect of his demise, Lin Feng recalled the Shattering Heaven Fist he had perfected. This technique was derived from the Panga body refinement art, attained at its third level. Although he had mastered it, he had yet to find an opportunity to unleash it, until now. As he quietly channeled the Panga body refinement art, the Shattering Heaven Fist gathered its latent power. Just as the tiger beast materialized before him and Kong Bo believed victory was within his grasp, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed his fist. A surge of golden light erupted, momentarily stunning Kong Bo, and the overwhelming aura of the Shattering Heaven Fist further immobilized him. While Kong Bo was taken aback, Lin Feng showed no signs of hesitation. His fist, glimmering with golden radiance, struck unimpeded against the tiger beast's forehead. This blow appeared ordinary, yet its potency was extraordinarily formidable. At the instant of impact, a stream of mysterious yellow energy emanated from Lin Feng's hand, seemingly light, yet as weighty as a vast expanse, overpowering the tiger beast and forcing it to the ground. Bang! Enduring for but a fleeting moment, the entire body of the tiger began to shatter. A flow of dark yellow energy coursed through its head, entwining around Kong Bo's spiritual abode. The purple abode, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, crumbled with ease, shattering the very foundation of Kong Bo's being. At that moment, blood spilled from his mouth. The purple abode, a manifestation of the essence of the primordial Dan, held an undeniable significance. Its destruction signified the dispersal of his entire cultivation. After vanquishing Kong Bo, Lin Feng's mind was remarkably tranquil. Before arriving at the East Sea Bay, his intention had merely been to broaden his horizons. Yet, through this experience of seizing treasures, Lin Feng found himself genuinely stepping into the realm of cultivation. The once exalted purple abode cultivator had now been slain by his own hand. Although aided by formations, each accomplishment was a testament to his own strength. Casting aside further thoughts, he recognized that a multitude of tasks lay ahead in the palace. Spiritual energy danced as all formations were unraveled by Lin Feng. Approaching the statue of Si Xiao Wenming, he pondered once more. The arrangements of your had seemingly gained celestial approval. How formidable must that true immortal have been? Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the outstretched hand of Si Xiao Wenming. Between the fingers lay an unassuming stone ring that piqued his interest. Previously, the 5 treasures had flown forth from this very hand. Might there be unexpected gains? With a swift motion, Lin Feng leapt into the air, delicately retrieving the stone ring from between the fingers of Si Xiao Wenming. A dragon ring? Extending his consciousness, he brushed against the stone ring. At that moment, a fine line emerged upon its surface, merely the beginning, as countless fissures slowly radiated from that initial mark. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. The surfaces of the Panlong ring have all fallen away, revealing its golden yellow essence. Truly, it is a storage treasure. Upon witnessing this transformation of the Panlong ring, Lin Feng's heart leapt with exhilaration. He had long coveted the treasures left behind by Si Xiao Wenming, and among the many invaluable items he had acquired on this journey, even the least remarkable water-repelling pearl was a rare gem. Now, unexpectedly discovering Si Xiao Wenming's storage treasure, Lin Feng could hardly contain his joy. With ease, he dispelled the seal on the Panlong ring and delved into its interior. As his consciousness entered the ring's space, a vast expanse measuring at least 10 zhang in length. Width and height unfolded before Lin Feng's vision. Is this truly a storage treasure? The interior of a Qinkuan bag is merely 3 feet in size, making it exceedingly limited in its capacity to hold items. Having experienced the Qinkuan bag, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the expansive space within the Panlong ring. At that moment, the elder Wanhua provided timely clarification. Indeed, this storage treasure can be considered a finished product, while the Qinkuan bag is merely a defective version. A defective version? Could it be that storage treasures are categorized by grades? Previously, Lin Feng's understanding of storage treasures was solely based on the Qinkuan bag, and he had only whimsically wished to ascertain whether the stone ring was a treasure, only to discover it was, in fact, a storage treasure. Hearing Elder Wanhua expound on the knowledge of storage treasures, Lin Feng could not help but inquire further. Elder Wanhua, like a seasoned master, shared his insights with Lin Feng. Storage treasures are indeed a type of artifact, but their primary function lies in storage. Each storage treasure is crafted from shumi stones, materials of the artifact, and inscribed formations. The storage artifact's interior is not merely a physical realm. Rather, it is a void space excavated through the medium of the shumi stone, ultimately resulting in a storage area. This void space tends to repulse nearly all entities, including time itself, rendering material existence impossible within. Nonetheless, the world is replete with exceptional entities, and the shumi stone is among them. The quality of a storage artifact is manifested in 2 main aspects. Firstly, the magnitude of the space. Larger spaces signify superior efficacy of the artifact. Secondly, it hinges upon stability. As I have previously elucidated, the excavation of void space is an immensely challenging endeavor, not easily accomplished even with the aid of the shumi stone. Consequently, such excavated spaces are often highly unstable. Would you entrust your precious belongings to an unstable environment? Therefore, it is imperative to employ formations to stabilize the created space. Once stability is achieved, the space can be deemed secure. As the elder Wanhua narrated, Lin Feng's mind conjured vivid images, and he nodded in understanding. Upon observing the walls within the coiling dragon ring, they appeared as solid as molten iron, confirming the uniqueness of the items utilized by Si Xiao Wenming. Within this expansive space, Lin Feng commenced his search for the treasured possessions housed within the ring belonging to Si Xiao Wenming. Chapter 197. 3 bookshelves. The contents of the storage space were sparse, a mere handful of items. Yet those stored within Si Xiao Wenming's ring were assuredly not ordinary. 3 bookshelves were adorned with numerous tomes, along with a plethora of beast skin scrolls, assorted jars and bottles, and a steel frame brimming with swords and magical artifacts. The joy of harvest is always so delightful. Lin Feng began to slowly examine these treasures. He picked up a scroll made of animal skin, which contained records of numerous cultivation techniques. To his surprise, the handwriting resembled his own on the golden slip of paper, suggesting these were techniques created by Si Xiao Wenming. Next, he turned his gaze towards the ceramic vials, which were inscribed with various names: Tribulation Pill, Ascension Pill, Feather Pill, and Spirit Condensation Pill. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. It appeared these vials contained elixirs. Beside the vials lay a volume titled Compendium of Elixirs. Though it contained merely 1,000 pages, Lin Feng immediately understood the essence of this book from its title and promptly began to peruse its contents. Notes of Huang Yaoshi. The first page bore these 5 bold characters, indicating that this was not originally Si Xiao Wenming's work. However, being part of his collection ensured that the contents were undoubtedly of immense value. As Lin Feng delved into the compendium, he began to quietly absorb the information within. Without a doubt, it described matters pertaining to elixirs, divided into 3 distinct sections. The first section elucidated the various medicinal herbs of the world, complemented by illustrations and methods of gathering. The second section detailed the refining methods of various elixirs, the materials required, and their ultimate effects. The third section conveyed Huang Yaoshi's personal experiences in refining elixirs. Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with books on elixir refinement. He had previously obtained notes of Yangtze from Lu Fei, which also discussed elixir refining methods alongside the author's own summative experiences. He picked up one of the ceramic vials, specifically the Tribulation Pill, and gave it a gentle shake, sensing that it did not contain an elixir. Upon opening the small vial, what spilled forth was not a precious elixir, but rather a mound of white powder. A gentle inhalation revealed a faint medicinal fragrance wafting from the powder. Indeed, this powder was the essence of the elixir itself. The ceramic vial was designed solely for the preservation of the elixir, yet it could not ensure the efficacy of its contents over time. Thus, it was entirely natural for it to have transformed into powder after such an extended duration. To preserve the elixir for the long term, one must employ specialized artifacts and vessels meant for the storage of medicinal substances. As Lin Feng proceeded to open all the vials, he discovered that every last elixir had completely metamorphosed into powder, without exception. Subsequently, he approached the iron rack that held weapons. There lay 18 identical steel blades, each gleaming with a cold light. Although these blades appeared formidable, Lin Feng sensed no vibrant essence emanating from them. It seemed they had lost their spiritual vitality, reduced to mere iron. A complete set of magical artifacts? Alas, such sets are exceedingly rare to acquire, and these 18 steel blades had succumbed to the loss of their essence, now rendered as scrap metal. Indeed, ordinary magical instruments, even those of superior quality, cannot withstand the ravages of time. After prolonged neglect and lack of activation, their spiritual essence inevitably wanes. Yet, exceptions do exist. Even artifacts sealed for 1,000,000 years may retain their formidable presence upon reemergence. This exemplifies the disparity in quality. The 108 flying swords had also lost their essence, now deemed worthless. The rare sound instrument, the heart-mind drum, had likewise become obsolete. One by one, treasures passed through Lin Feng's hands, for to a cultivator, artifacts devoid of spirit are naught but heaps of scrap metal. Suddenly, 5 flying swords of varying colors appeared in Lin Feng's grasp. Gazing upon the 5 flying swords, Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "The quality is exceedingly high." Yet they remain unawakened. If they undergo a process of refinement and are honed, and subsequently utilized in the arrangement of a 5-element formation, they could indeed prove to be a remarkable acquisition. The fact that these swords have not awakened means that there is no risk of malfunction. Thus, there remains the possibility of refining them into treasures. Aside from these 5 swords, all other weapons and magical artifacts are nothing more than a heap of useless scrap metal, devoid of any value. Ultimately, Lin Feng approached 3 imposing bookshelves, each spanning a width of 5 zhang, filled to the brim with an extensive collection of books. Upon a rough estimation, he surmised that there were at least tens of thousands of volumes. In Lin Feng's mind, these 3 bookshelves were perhaps the most precious treasures of all. He picked up one of the tomes, its cover emblazoned with the title Meteor Formation. It appeared to be an exposition on the arrangement of formations. Eagerly, he opened it to peruse its contents. The opening passage elucidated the layout and effects of the meteor formation, describing it as a lethal array that harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, creating a formation akin to a gathering of meteors, capable of annihilating any intruder. 10 deaths, no survival. Following this were more detailed explanations of the foundational principles of the arrangement, culminating in methods for dispelling the formation and the extensions of the meteor formation. Could formations truly be so versatile? The thought process of the arranger was extraordinarily imaginative. Each maneuver in the formation was whimsically conceived, yet the outcomes were entirely distinct. Remarkably, the meteor formation could transition from a killing array to a life-giving one. The skills of the formation master who created this array were undoubtedly exceptional. As Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the other tomes, he found, as expected, that they were all as meticulously detailed as Meteor Array, elucidating the intricacies of array formations. Some even encompassed the creator's thought processes, which represented exceedingly precious experiences for practitioners of such arts. Undoubtedly, this was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon them. Among the 3 bookshelves, 2 were entirely dedicated to the explanations and profundities of array formations, comprising a staggering 30,000 volumes. However, Lin Feng merely skimmed through them, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. An ancient adage states that reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Yet, even with just a cursory glance at these treatises on array formations, he gleaned substantial insights, finally comprehending the profound mastery of array formations possessed by Si Xiaowenming. Reaching the final bookshelf, he noted that many of the tomes had covers forged from metal, and even before opening them, Lin Feng sensed a potent aura of refinement emanating from them. The ability to convey such an essence through mere books indicated that the volumes on this shelf were certainly not ordinary. Approaching the shelf's end, he looked up to see an iron hammer intricately carved into it, resembling a striking motion. It appeared that this was indeed the tool of Si Xiaowenming's crafting prowess. Casually selecting a volume, he noted the title was strikingly straightforward, Heaven-Shaking Drum. Upon opening it, the first page commenced with a detailed account of the drum's production method. the necessary materials, the precise temperature and duration required for its refinement, with each step described in exquisite detail. Thunderous drum, with its resonant power. The sound it emits can be astonishing, tumultuous, and tragically majestic. It is predominantly utilized in the clashes of armies, its auditory assault impervious to defense, echoing throughout the world. Capable of vanquishing foes silently. Crafting considerations. Forge with intense flames for 3 days, followed by gentle heat for 1 day. And the quenching water must be pure mountain spring. After the passage of an incense stick, Lin Feng once again picked up a tome, inscribed with the ancient characters for crescent moon axe. Closing the book, he sat in stillness, before opening another volume. In this manner, Lin Feng immersed himself in the realm of forging, as countless streams of spiritual energy converged towards him, while the sapling in his dantian sprouted leaves as if nourished by abundant sustenance, unfurling in a remarkably brief span of time. 10 days later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This Rui Jingu Bang, upon its forging, has manifested as a top-tier primordial artifact. Yet due to the stabilizing forces of the vast ocean waves, it has been blessed by the heavens, transforming into a celestial instrument. Closing the Rui Jingu Bang, Lin Feng reached for the Jiu ending. A third of the tomes on the shelf had been perused by him, indelibly etched into his memory. On the 21st day, Lin Feng closed the final book, this time sitting in quiet contemplation for a whole hour. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes, casting a curious glance around the palace, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never imagined that this 4-symbol city is itself a treasure." Xiao Wenming crafted it into a relic. Could there be ulterior motives? Shaking his head, he dismissed further contemplation, recognizing that he was unworthy to delve into Xiao Wenming's intentions. However, a resolute expression suddenly flashed in his eyes, since he had arrived. Why not give it a try? After uttering these words, his consciousness withdrew from the Panlong ring, and upon the last book he had set down. The title Locking Dragon Palace was inscribed, with illustrations identical to those of the 4-symbol city. Rising from the ground, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and declared, it was time to forge the true body for Lang Qi. With that, he soared out of the palace. After more than half a year, he finally stepped beyond the palace's confines. This lengthy period had been immensely fruitful for Lin Feng. Each acquisition held a measurable value. He had immersed himself in the essence of fragrance, harnessed the power of fortune coalesced into a serene pond, and gathered golden slips along with numerous tomes from the Panlong ring belonging to Xia. All of these constituted Lin Feng's foundation, the very essence needed to navigate the world of cultivation and even ascend to immortality. Ascending to the pinnacle of the palace, he raised his arms into the void, causing the entire 4-symbol city to respond to his movements. The palace served as the heart of the city's formation, and now that Lin Feng had unlocked this core, he wielded control over all the formations within. Should a cultivator from the Purple Mansion seek to challenge him within this city, Lin Feng would require no physical confrontation. The formations alone could obliterate them. Gently sensing the surroundings, Lin Feng flew to a grand hall in the Vermilion Bird region. The entrance bore a single character, refined. Beside this character stood a statue of a hammer, unmistakably indicating that this was the site for crafting weapons within the 4-symbol city. Chapter 198. Forging Weapons and Refining Artifacts. Bang. As the doors of the artifact refining hall closed, Lin Feng commenced preparations to forge the true body of the Lang Qi spear. Standing beside the forge, Lin Feng chuckled softly, remarking that plans are often outstripped by unforeseen changes. Initially focused on alchemy, he unexpectedly found himself engaged in the art of forging. Within the grand hall of metallurgy lay numerous materials. Many had crumbled into fine dust, yet a select few still sparkled with vitality, their spiritual essence undiminished. Time possesses the power to erase all, but it can also elevate certain things to greater worth. These glimmering materials were slowly revealing their intrinsic value through the passage of time, and now, the moment to manifest that value had arrived. To his surprise, there remained embers within the forge. Indeed, the tools of Xiao Wenming were of exceptional quality. After a fragrant incense stick had burned, Lin Feng commenced the fire, only to discover flickering sparks deep within the hearth. The flame within the forge is the lifeblood of the blacksmith, always prepared for ignition. Thus, the significance of the fire within the furnace cannot be overstated. The prolonged burn time clearly attested to the extraordinary craftsmanship of Xiao Wenming's forge. Observing the forge before him, even the elder Wan Hua could not help but exclaim in admiration, noting the superior quality of the casting furnace. The presence of fire within the forge underscored the utmost importance of fuel. However, without the protective structure of the forge, even the finest fuel could not sustain a long burn. This endeavor was certainly proving to be less troublesome than anticipated. With a gentle nod, Lin Feng proceeded to supply the furnace with ample fuel, then began to organize the materials within the hall of forging. In no time, the furnace blazed to life. A surge of spiritual energy manifested as a colossal hand, placing a pristine ore into the forge. An hour later, the mineral had transformed into a handful of fine ash. Observing the white ash in his hand, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He had not anticipated any remarkable results from his initial attempt. Despite possessing the extensive experiences documented by numerous forging masters, this was his first endeavor. Failure was merely to be expected. Boom. On the second attempt, he encountered yet another failure, which was only marginally better than the first. Sighing, Lin Feng gently pressed his lips together, preparing to shape the liquid of spiritual energy into an ornate needle. However, once again, the solution erupted from his grasp, transforming into a cloud of white ash. Alas, there was no moment of relaxation for his mind. Having learned from his previous experience, he knew he must pay closer attention. It was through practical application that he would uncover the root of his issues and find solutions to the challenges he faced. The 10th attempt, the 20th attempt. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of materials being reduced to waste echoed throughout the refining hall. Although the experiences of failure far outweighed those of success, Lin Feng persevered with unwavering enthusiasm, immersing himself completely in the process. Unbeknownst to him, his spiritual prowess was gradually strengthening through the act of forging, and his mastery over spiritual energy was becoming increasingly refined. At this moment, Lin Feng conjured a hammer of spiritual energy and struck the glowing mineral. The fist-sized mineral began to deform under the relentless blows of the spiritual hammer, and soon, a rough sword blank, about the length of a palm, materialized in another hand formed from spiritual energy. It was only natural that, with the spiritual energy replacing the anvil and hammer, he would gain greater control over the spirit stone, honing his command of spiritual energy with each passing moment. Observing the meticulously crafted sword before him, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Within less than a day, he had successfully shaped the minerals into their desired forms, which was ample achievement. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated through the refining hall, as Lin Feng transformed raw materials into exquisite weapons, devoid of any waste. One by one, the weapons emerged from his diligent forges, beginning with the more common armaments. In just 10 days, he had forged nearly 30 blades. Although the output was not exceptionally high, it was undeniably swift, and as time progressed, the quality of the weapons became increasingly resplendent and refined. 5 more days slipped by. 18 weapons lay before Lin Feng, sustained by his spiritual energy as his consciousness swept over them. The blade measured 3 inches in width, while the spine was only 1 inch thick. Such dimensions would require an excessive expenditure of energy during combat, thus deemed unsatisfactory. Lin Feng held a finely crafted broadsword, its weight balanced, the edge razor-sharp, and the spine reminiscent of a flowing ribbon, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Yet, in Lin Feng's discerning eyes, it still fell short of perfection. His ambition was to create weapons of superior quality, adhering to the highest standards. With a decisive motion, he returned the broadsword to the forging furnace and picked up a spear, dedicating meticulous attention to its creation. After a thorough assessment, he gently shook his head, remarking, "The shaft is 1 inch too wide, the blade half an inch too thick, and the tip exceeds the ideal weight by a pound. Insufficient." The spectrum of weaponry he sought to master included an array of 18 distinct forms, 9 long and 9 short, comprising sword, spear, sword, halberd, mace, staff, fork, rake, whip, flail, hammer, axe, hook, sickle, shovel, crutch, bow, and shield. The sword needed to be extended by 1 inch, still lacking. The axe was 3 pounds too light, unacceptable. The 18 martial arts do not merely refer to these 18 categories of weapons. Rather, it serves as a quantifier. However, Lin Feng has forged these 18 weapons, not for any other reason but to hone his crafting skills. Although none of the weapons achieved the desired standard, Lin Feng's enthusiasm for weapon forging only intensified. As he observed the pieces of ore and iron transforming into weapon forms under his diligent hammering, a profound joy welled up within him. This endeavor was all in preparation for the creation of the cold 7 true body. Witnessing his own progress, He found himself harboring some fanciful notions about the finished product of the Cold 7. 10 days later, within the grand hall of weapon forging in the Four-Symbol City. Ding dong, ding dong. Beside the forge, Lin Feng had shed his shirt, exposing his bare arms as he supplied firestones to the furnace. His body was streaked with soot and sweat, his hair in disarray, and a hint of stubble adorned his jawline. At this moment, Lin Feng resembled a rugged brute. As he added fuel to the furnace, his spiritual energy manifested as 49 enormous hands, diligently placing the forging materials into the furnace for smelting. Among these, more than 10 hands wielded hammers, for not every material possesses the same melting and forging points. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike, the air resonated with the sound of steel colliding. The hammering, though seemingly haphazard, was executed with purpose and miraculously. Every object being forged gradually took shape without being rendered scrap. As more than 10 locations were struck simultaneously, the entire hall reverberated with a symphony of hammering sounds. Indeed, Lin Feng paid meticulous attention to every detail. Although his gaze was earnestly fixed on observing the fire's intensity within the furnace, his consciousness simultaneously fragmented into numerous facets, scrutinizing every subtle change occurring around him. At last, one weapon had completed its forging, only to be placed once more into the smithing hearth for further refinement. Once it had reached the requisite level of tempering, the shaped weapon was immersed into the quenching pool, with precise calculations made regarding the quenching duration. Upon the completion of each procedure, Lin Feng seized another handful of materials to commence a new round of forging. Time and again, he labored at the anvil, producing a succession of exquisite weapons. After a fortnight of relentless hammering, Lin Feng's craftsmanship and refining skills ascended to unprecedented heights. The dagger possessed a balanced width, albeit elongated and somewhat sinister in appearance. Its handle was perfectly designed for a single-handed grip, and its dimensions were just right, light and small. The dagger still bore a weight exceeding 100 kilograms, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to wield. On either side of the blade, 2 intricate designs were etched. One depicted a pair of mesmerizing, malevolent eyes, radiantly bright, yet tinged with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of the eye of hell, evil and foreboding. The other showcased a resplendent peony in full bloom, symbolizing stability and peace akin to that of a prosperous nation. The juxtaposition of the ominous gaze and the auspicious peony on this singular dagger created an unsettling dichotomy, as if one side represented the realm of humanity while the other embodied the abyss of the underworld. Gazing upon the peculiar dagger, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. To refine is to transform material. To temper is to forge iron. To hone yields steel. To craft results in a tool. Yet, I have subjected all the materials in the Hall of Weapon Forging to an astonishing 12,960 times of refinement and from countless resources. I have managed to produce but a single dagger. Let me see how this object fares. In an instant, his consciousness enveloped the entire dagger. Its density was extraordinarily high, with numerous formations intricately engraved within, constantly in motion, while wisps of spiritual energy danced within the arrays. This was clearly a weapon that had awakened its spirit, a spiritual weapon. After a moment, Lin Feng gently nodded and remarked, "Its length is precisely 7 inches and 7/10, neither more nor less. It weighs 120 kilograms. 9 taels and 6 coins. The measurements are impeccable, the density exceedingly high, and its material is remarkably hard. The blade, body, and hilt are unified, should one suffer damage. All are affected, and should one be honored, all share in the glory. It can indeed be regarded as a finished product." The elder of 10,000 transformations concurred, saying, "In just a month's time, transitioning from unfamiliarity to the creation of this spiritual dagger, your talent in weapon crafting rivals your aptitude for formations." Lin Feng chuckled lightly, replying, "Were it not for the tomes of weapon forging within the dragon ring, such an achievement would be unattainable." The elder smiled, saying, "Now, does this not all belong to you? You have amalgamated it all within your heart. It is rightfully yours. But why have you inscribed these 2 patterns upon the dagger?" Upon hearing the elder Wanhua mention the design on the dagger, Lin Feng shrugged and said, "In truth, it was an unintentional act. When the rough form of the dagger was taking shape, I whimsically carved a peony onto it, primarily to hone my control over spiritual energy. As for the other eye, it was born from a sudden inspiration. One side bears the peony, while the other is devoid of any embellishment. To achieve a semblance of balance between the two, I decided to inscribe this solitary eye." Elder Wanhua listened to Lin Feng's explanation, momentarily taken aback. He then remarked, however, your inadvertent act has imbued this dagger with a sense of Dao. Chapter 199. The Peculiarities of the Furnace. Dao? Elder Wanhua chuckled and replied, indeed. The contrasting essences of the evil eye and the peony can be perceived as the dichotomy of good and evil, embodying the branches of yin and yang. Evil and good? Branches of yin and yang. Lin Feng mused, reflecting that he merely sought to establish equilibrium. This was merely a casual creation, and my intent was solely to balance the two. I hadn't contemplated further. Since it has absorbed Dao, does that mean this dagger can be considered a Dao artifact? Or does it possess the potential to ascend to such a status? Elder Wanhua stroked his beard and smiled, saying, the youth is teachable. As you surmise, this dagger indeed possesses the potential to evolve into a Dao artifact. Once it transforms into such, there lies a chance for it to ascend to the realm of divine artifacts. Of course, while many weapons may absorb the essence of Dao, the number that successfully evolve into Dao artifacts remains exceedingly rare. Nodding slightly, Lin Feng recalled the Elder Wanhua's previous explanations regarding the essence of Dao artifacts. This dagger, though it possessed the potential to evolve into a Dao artifact, remained fundamentally a high-quality, low-tier spiritual weapon, despite being imbued with the principles of yin and yang. The dagger was primarily intended for assassination. Thus, it was aptly named the Ghost Blade, destined to slay all malevolence in the world and become a harbinger of souls beneath its edge. Having safely stowed the Ghost Blade, Lin Feng considered his mastery of the art of weapon forging to be at least rudimentary. He did not hasten to forge the true form of Lung Chi's spear, but instead organized his belongings before exiting the Grand Hall of Forging. Upon stepping out, Lin Feng swiftly departed from the City of Four Symbols. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, he once again re-entered the city. With a resounding thud, two monstrous entities were hurled from Lin Feng's hands. One was a sea turtle clad in golden shell, its visage fierce and its eyes blazing with wrath. Yet it remained utterly immobile. The other was a colossal shrimp, measuring a full 10 zhang in length, its antennae thicker than a man's arm, bearing an expression identical to that of the golden turtle. Both creatures were undeniably advanced magical beasts, their might surpassing even that of the golden python found on the Tongbei grasslands, clearly at least of the demon sovereign tier, if not possibly spiritual beasts. Do not gaze at me with such incredulity, Lin Feng remarked. In this world, it is survival of the fittest, nature selects, and as I find myself hungry, it is only natural that I seek sustenance. Alas, it seems that fortune has not favored you today. The golden turtle and the shrimp struggled incessantly, attempting to speak, yet found themselves utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Aware of my own tenderness, I have thus employed a technique of restraint upon you. Otherwise, granting you the opportunity to plead would lead me to falter, ultimately regretting the loss of a simple indulgence. Enough of this struggle. With that, Lin Feng unsheathed the Ghost Blade and approached the two. Just moments ago, he spoke of the Ghost Blade's purpose to vanquish all evils in the world. Yet now he wielded it to satiate his own desires. With a swift stroke, the enormous claw was cleaved open, and spiritual energy dispersed with the movement of the blade, enveloping the entire City of Four Symbols in a radiant aura. For hours later, Lin Feng rested one hand upon his distended belly while the other picked at the remnants of shrimp, revealing before him only a pristine golden tortoise shell and a heap resembling a small mountain of bones and shells. The two sea beasts had been dispatched in a single sitting, leaving even Lin Feng himself in a state of astonishment. A practitioner of body refinement, having achieved a significant level of mastery, could abstain from food for extended periods. However, when the need arose, the quantity required was indeed prodigious. Gazing at the mountainous pile of bones and shells, Lin Feng could not help but lament. After hundreds of years of cultivation, I have ultimately become sustenance for others. How regrettable. With that, he let out a hearty belch. Had the two sea beasts heard his lament, they would surely have been stirred from their eternal slumber. Nevertheless, these spiritual entities were indeed delectable, causing a notable surge in my spiritual power. Although the effect was minimal, I could clearly perceive the abundant spiritual energy they contained. Indeed, the energy that allowed Lin Feng to sense such growth was far from insignificant. The golden turtle and the blue shrimp contemplated various ways to meet their demise. Yet they never anticipated being devoured alive by a cultivator of the Ningdan clan, one singular individual. After centuries of cultivation, all their efforts amounted to naught. Gently patting the murmuring skin, Lin Feng resumed his leisurely stroll around the four corners of the four-symbol city, seemingly engaged in contemplation, occasionally touching this and that within the city. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lin Feng did not rush to forge the true form of the cold seventh spear. Instead, he offered incense and bathed, tranquilizing his mind and spirit. Once everything was in order, he began to sit quietly at the center of the hall, his mind persistently devising methods to forge the cold seventh spear, illustrating his earnestness in the creation of its true form. Thus, a day passed. On a bright and sunny morning, after gathering the purple aura, Lin Feng approached the forging furnace. Observing the furnace, his eyes were as steady as water, reflecting the tranquility of his mind. He ignited the fire, nurtured it, and stabilized it. Once everything was prepared, Lin Feng opened his hands, and two objects suddenly materialized between his palms. One was a jet black stone, procured earlier from the Flying Boat Tavern in Lihua City in exchange for a spirit tool crafted from a blade. While many cultivators present were unaware of the stone's significance, the Elder Wan Hua, hailing from the divine realm, recognized it at once as the Star Abyss Stone, known in the Great Birth realm as a divine-grade auxiliary material. According to Elder Wan Hua, merely adding a hint of Star Abyss stone powder during the refining process could elevate the crafted items by several tiers. Even the most challenging materials could be effortlessly shaped when paired with this extraordinary stone. Furthermore, there is another aspect that the venerable Master Wan Hua did not mention. The reason it is referred to as divine auxiliary material is due to its remarkably stable attributes, which can control the turmoil of forging materials. By incorporating a small amount of Star Abyss stone during the smelting process, one can prevent the catastrophic explosion of the furnace that could obliterate the tools. In the absence of such calamities, one can forge with peace of mind. The other item in question is the essence of the entrancing fragrance acquired recently from the mystical pool beneath the palace, which gathers fortune. At this moment, the intoxicating fragrance remains vibrant. The branches and leaves appear even more resplendent than before, exuding a delicate aroma. Were it not for Lin Feng's vigilance, he might have succumbed to an illusion. After all, the divine tree is indeed a divine tree. Even when removed from its place of growth, it continues to thrive. Suddenly, Lin Feng, with an expression of curiosity, inquired of Master Wan Hua, Grandfather Wan Hua, it seems that the Star Abyss stone is merely auxiliary material. What would happen if it were entirely forged into a spearhead? After a prolonged contemplation, Master Wan Hua uncertainly replied, the designation of auxiliary material implies its essence lies in assistance. However, whether it can be crafted into a spearhead is beyond my knowledge. Nor have I heard of anyone achieving such a feat, for I am not well versed in the art of forging. Alas, Lin Feng had long contemplated using the Star Abyss stone to create a spearhead, given that it is deemed divine material by the masters of the divine realm. It must possess extraordinary qualities. Yet, the fact that Grandfather Wan Hua had never heard of anyone crafting it into a tool left him pondering whether he should take a gamble. After much reflection, Lin Feng shook his head, realizing that he had been rather careless. The forging of the spear has become an urgent matter, and Lin Feng, a person of great ambition and capability, exhibited a resolute glimmer in his eyes after the passage of a single incense stick. I shall endeavor to try. However, upon observing Lin Feng's expression, Elder Wan Hua instinctively shook his head. For it is widely acknowledged in the great realm that the Star Abyss stone is regarded as a divine-grade auxiliary material. Yet there has never been any record of it being forged into a weapon. Whether this course of action is right or wrong remains uncertain. It is not entirely surprising that Elder Wan Hua has never heard of such an undertaking. After all, the production of Star Abyss stone is exceedingly rare. Even the most skilled divine-grade smiths would hesitate to use it for crafting weapons, as those fortunate enough to possess Star Abyss stone typically safeguard it as a cherished heirloom or a clan treasure. The extravagant decision made by Lin Feng to utilize an entire piece of Star Abyss stone for forging is indeed unprecedented. Having made his determination, Lin Feng did not linger in thought, but proceeded directly to the furnace. The forging platform, crafted by the renowned Si Xiaowen, was colossal, measuring 30 yards in both length and width, with a remarkable height of 50 yards, resembling a grand fortress. Lin Feng exerted all his effort to control the flames. With a breath, his spiritual energy manifested as two great hands, first delicately removing and preserving the branches and leaves of the intoxicating incense, before lifting the two items and placing them into the furnace. In times past, Lin Feng would have never considered placing such wooden materials as the intoxicating incense into the flames, for the element of fire is known to conquer wood. To introduce it into the forge would surely jeopardize the sacred wood. However, it was only after Lin Feng delved into the art of forging that he discovered the remarkable potential of wood to undergo transformation. Just as ores and metals are refined, the quality of wood too can be enhanced through this process, resulting in improved texture, increased quality, and a denser composition. Of course, precision in controlling the heat is paramount. Otherwise, it is not uncommon for divine materials to become mere waste. With a decisive motion, he placed the two items into the forging furnace. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Feng's eyes. After all, acquiring the Star Abyss stone was due to sheer fortune, and should this forging fail, the prospect of obtaining another opportunity remains uncertain. The flames roared with vigor as the Star Abyss stone and the enchanted fragrance were cast into the furnace. The forging commenced. Lin Feng unleashed his spiritual awareness to envelop the entire furnace, for spiritual perception moves swifter than the eye. Any unexpected occurrences within the furnace would be detected immediately. Thus, Lin Feng began the meticulous forging of the Star Abyss stone alongside the core of the enchanted fragrance. However, just a day into the forging, an unforeseen event transpired within the furnace. Crack! The sound jolted Lin Feng, his expression shifting as he recognized it all too well. The sound of the material fracturing during the smelting process, unmistakably that of the Star Abyss stone. How could this be? Crack! Although the spearhead remained uncrafted, the shaft must continue its creation, unaffected by this setback. He stabilized the heat within the furnace, allowing the enchanted fragrance spear body to be slowly forged over a gentle flame, while on the other side, the last fragment of the Star Abyss stone was subjected to intense heat, repeatedly fracturing as if it were destined to be reduced to mere sand. This, indeed, was the powder of the Star Abyss stone spoken of by the venerable elder of transformations. Before long, the remnants of the Star Abyss stone within the furnace were entirely smelted into powder. Observing the powdered Star Abyss stone transform, Lin Feng proceeded with a steady hand, sprinkling it delicately upon the body of the intoxicating aroma that had been gently roasted by the flames. The generous application of the Star Abyss stone caused the venerable elder Wan Hua to lament in his heart, bemoaning the extravagant use of such a large quantity. For during the forging process, one typically applies only a few scattered specks. Alas, the waste that flowed into the crucible was regrettable, truly regrettable. Just then, a sudden tremor shook the furnace. In the 200th chapter, titled Forging the Spear with Blood, Lin Feng had only sprinkled a small amount of the Star Abyss stone powder on the body of the intoxicating aroma for the forging process. An elder Wanhua sighed in disappointment. Yet, as he lamented, the forging platform within the Hall of Artifact Refinement began to tremble. Creak! Before Lin Feng could react, cracks unexpectedly appeared in the walls of the furnace surrounding the forging platform. Lin Feng was well aware that this furnace was specifically crafted for the use of Si Xiao Wenming, possessing exceptional quality. More importantly, Si Xiao Wenming had arranged multiple formations within the furnace to prevent any explosion from occurring. But now, could it be that Si Xiao Wenming's formations had failed? However, I am merely using gentle flames to forge the intoxicating aroma, without any powerful energy being unleashed, and the heat is exceedingly mild. Could the problem lie within the furnace itself? Just moments ago, when Lin Feng sprinkled the Star Abyss stone powder upon the body of the intoxicating aroma, a trace of that powder had seeped into the furnace, and although the scattered powder was minimal, it all converged toward a single point. At the convergence of their energies, there lay an object resembling a translucent red stone. As the powdered essence of the Star Abyss coalesced and seeped into the stone, it suddenly quivered gently. This tremor caused the entire forge to sway lightly, even resulting in fine cracks appearing along the walls of the furnace. Concerned that a problem had arisen within the forge, Lin Feng immediately extended his consciousness to investigate the structural integrity of the furnace. As his awareness swept around, he furrowed his brow in confusion. There were no abnormalities to be found. While contemplating this in his mind, he murmured softly, "The tremor only occurred after I added the Star Abyss powder. Could it be related to the powder itself?" With this thought, he scattered the Star Abyss powder from his hand onto the forge's anvil. Witnessing Lin Feng's actions, Elder Wanhua felt a pang of regret. After all, this was precious Star Abyss stone. This time, the powder did not fall upon the essence of the intoxicating fragrance, but instead gathered towards the translucent red stone. Lin Feng's consciousness followed suit, merging with a grain of the Star Abyss powder. Suddenly, The translucent redstone, having absorbed the powder, quaked once more as if a dormant heart had received a breath of oxygen. This was the revelation. The stone now stood before Lin Feng's perception. And although his awareness had previously swept through this space without detecting anything, how could this stone now manifest? Just as Lin Feng was about to grasp it, the translucent red stone began to ascend, making its way forward as the surrounding firestones instinctively parted. No, it was not merely parting. These firestones were vaporized by its very heat. What on earth is this stone? How could the temperature be so high? As Lin Feng spoke, he transferred everything he perceived with his divine consciousness into his divine sea, allowing the venerable Wanhua to witness this phenomenon as well. Grandfather Wanhua, what on earth is this? My divine consciousness had previously failed to detect its presence. Wanhua's gaze was instantly captivated, and he muttered in astonishment, "Fortuity? Fate? How is it that such wonders hold little value in your hands?" Upon hearing Wanhua's words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. With a resounding thud, the translucent redstone emerged from layers of fiery stones, gradually revealing itself upon the surface of the furnace. As it appeared, the surrounding heat seemed to be absorbed by it. Lin Feng was compelled to continue supplying fiery stones to the furnace. However, this translucent red stone exhibited an insatiable nature. Aside from the gentle heat required for the enchanting aroma of the alchemical process, all other heat converged towards it. Having perused numerous treatises by master craftsmen, Lin Feng discerned that this occurrence was not a mere trick of the redstone, but rather a testament to its extraordinarily high melting point. The more heat it absorbed, the higher its melting point and density became. Given the quantity of heat the translucent redstone had already ingested, it had surpassed the standards for refining and forging. Yet it remained unscathed, a true marvel. What a splendid treasure! With this thought, Lin Feng hastened to increase the supply of fiery stones, only to realize that the redstone absorbed them at an equal pace. At this rate, the supply of fiery stones would be insufficient. Lin Feng, do not cease the supply of fiery stones, and simultaneously, add the powder of the star abyss stone, Wanhua suddenly interjected. At this moment, Lin Feng chose not to inquire about the nature of the object from Elder Wanhua, deciding to seek understanding at a later time. Very well. Observing Lin Feng's resolute demeanor, Elder Wanhua also nodded decisively, deeming it worthwhile. The crimson stone absorbed heat with increasing rapidity, compelling Lin Feng to hasten the supply of firestones. Thus, the two exchanged in a rhythmic dance, as time gradually slipped away. By the fifth day, the firestones within the refining hall had burned nearly to ashes, forcing Lin Feng to resort to burning spirit stones as a substitute. Fortunately, his reserves of spirit stones remained ample, preventing the furnace from extinguishing. Another 5 days passed. Beside him, the fragrant incense gradually began to take form under the gentle heat of the forge. Meanwhile, the crimson stone continued to absorb warmth. Yet Lin Feng's spirit stones had been depleted by more than half. 3 more days slipped by. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the crimson stone trembled and lay still upon the surface of the forge, ceasing its absorption of heat. Lin Feng observed closely as the materials upon the stone began to flow gently, indicating that it was now ready for shaping. The forging commenced. The sound of hammering resonated once again throughout the palace. This time, Lin Feng was exceedingly meticulous, maintaining a thread of spiritual awareness over the furnace to ensure its fire remained alight. His spiritual power transformed into at least 30 assorted shaping tools, chisels, hammers, combs, and various refining techniques were deftly executed by Lin Feng's skilled hands. The rhythmic clanking continued for a full 10 days, gradually forming the rough shape of the spearhead. After 7 days of modifications and enhancements, the final, razor-sharp spearhead materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. The spearhead is a slender, triple-edged point, with the tip representing the spear's apex. While the 3 blades are elegantly crafted into the spearhead itself, the overall design flows seamlessly, still unquenched, glowing a deep crimson. Suddenly, the enchanting, fragrant spear shaft within the forge trembles slightly. Noticing the quivering of the mesmerizing spear shaft, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization, success. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly withdrew the fragrant spear shaft from the forge. Observing the glowing yet composed shaft, Lin Feng's expression radiated satisfaction. Nearly a month of gentle heat had not marred the shaft. Rather, it had shrunk slightly compared to its original size, a testament to the refining process that extracted impurities. enhancing its density and quality to a higher echelon. Achieving such a delicate balance of heat without causing damage required a profound mastery of flame control, a feat Lin Feng accomplished. The exquisite, fragrant spear shaft, having undergone the forging process, required no further hammering, as it was inherently a perfect spear, with an optimal length that necessitated no alterations. At that moment, Lin Feng produced the Cold 7 spear, which bore numerous scars from prolonged absence. Having engaged in countless battles beyond its means, the Cold 7 had demonstrated exceptional prowess in Lin Feng's hands, earning remarkable accolades. However, being crafted from mundane materials, its potential remained limited, though its quality was extraordinary. Nearing the realm of the Dao, a better material would undoubtedly amplify its lethality. Gazing at the battered Cold 7, Lin Feng chuckled, "Old friend, I apologize for keeping you waiting." With that, he gently lifted it into the forge using his spiritual energy. The forge is a crucible for tempering divine weapons, its temperatures reaching extraordinary heights, though the material of the Cold 7 spear is of superior quality. Mundane materials are inherently limited and cannot withstand such searing heat. Both the spearhead and shaft disintegrate into a plume of ash, vanishing into thin air. Yet, even as the original material dissipates, a transparent spear materializes, quietly suspended above the forge. This phenomenon signifies the weapon's approach to the Dao, culminating in a quality that is both profound and ineffable. It is now embodied in the form of a transparent spear that manifests before Lin Feng, who understands that this represents the quality bestowed by the heavens. The transparent spear is remarkably resilient. Despite the forge's intense heat, it remains utterly unaffected, steadfastly hovering in the air. The quality has emerged, and the material has taken shape. Lin Feng's task now is to unite the quality with the fully formed spear, thereby recreating the Cold 7 spear. He channels his consciousness to control the spear's quality, infusing spiritual energy to connect the spearhead and shaft with this newfound essence. However, merging the two proves to be a formidable challenge, as they repel each other, indicating a missing link between them. After all, weapons that receive heavenly acknowledgement and quality are exceedingly rare. At this moment, the Elder of Transformation interjects, stating, "This is a process for crafting your own weapon. Your blood serves as the most effective link between the two. The connection through blood will facilitate a more intuitive use in the future." My own blood? The shaft as the bone, blood as the sinew, and the spearhead as the heart. Then I shall use my own blood. With a single hand outstretched, a drop of blood gradually coalesces in the palm, thick and viscous, gathering yet remaining unscattered, exuding a profound strength. The blood is not a vivid red. Instead, it emanates a faint golden aura, accompanied by a subtle aura of deep yellow that lingers around it. This is Lin Feng's essence blood. Essence blood is undeniably one of the most crucial elements within a living being's body. A single drop can only be formed after numerous exchanges of bone marrow and blood, and it is a reflection of an individual's physical fortitude. The thicker and more potent the essence blood, the greater the strength of one's physique. For the average person, essence blood is not significantly different from ordinary blood and is nearly indistinguishable without meticulous examination. However, Lin Feng's blood is unmistakably pure essence blood. Observing the Cold 7 spear, Lin Feng spoke, "If we are to proceed, I shall exert my utmost effort to ensure you receive the finest refinement." With a series of soft sounds, 3 additional drops of essence blood materialized. With a swift gesture, 4 droplets of essence blood floated towards the Cold 7 spear. Chapter 201. The spear invokes the thunder tribulation. The essence blood gradually drifted towards the Cold 7 spear. The surrounding flames, sensing the immense power contained within the essence blood, clamored to devour it. However, the potency of the essence blood was overwhelmingly thick, impervious to the searing flames. Drop. The first droplet landed upon the transparent quality of the spear. Drop. The second fell at the junction of the spear shaft and spearhead. Drop. Drop. The final 2 droplets scattered upon the spearhead and shaft. As the essence blood made contact with the spear, it seamlessly integrated and vanished, as if both parts had absorbed an extraordinarily powerful energy, each radiating a shimmering glow. At the juncture where the gun barrel meets the muzzle, the essence of blood coalesces into a mist, enveloping both elements. The lifeblood inherent in the spear of Lung Qi also merges into this ethereal fog. The warmth of the flames within the furnace continues to transmit. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the quality and the true form of the spear gently shift, gravitating towards mutual integration. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng clenches his fists. Success is within reach. It is evident that intervention on my part is unnecessary, for both entities belong to the realm of spears. Once they become acquainted, they will inevitably begin to fuse. It is merely a matter of time. The Elder of 10,000 Transformations nods gently, affirming this notion. With this assurance, Lin Feng settles into a state of quiet anticipation for the successful amalgamation of the spear. An hour later, the quality of the spear and its true form have completely united. However, Lin Feng senses that they have yet to fully familiarize themselves with one another. Although the entirety of the spear embodies his will, both its quality and true form are products of the earth, each possessing their own distinct intentions. Achieving complete fusion in a short span is simply unfeasible. A day passes without any discernible movement from the spear, though it remains eerily silent. Lin Feng perceives rapid changes occurring within, akin to two armies clashing. A palpable spirit of combat emanates from the spear's body. 2 days later, the struggle persists, intensifying with each moment as neither side yields. On the third day, the commanders of both factions emerge, resolute in their determination to vanquish their adversaries, each seeking to assert dominion over all. This entire display of will emanates from the spear's essence, which Lin Feng can distinctly perceive. As the depth of this will intensifies, Lung Chi's spear sharpens increasingly, a formidable force surging skyward. Gunfire. On the fourth day, Lin Feng felt the battlefield reeking of blood, littered with corpses, and the ground soaked in crimson streams. Each warrior was consumed by a fervent rage, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens, vowing to annihilate their foes without respite. At that moment, the fierce thrust of the spear suddenly transformed, becoming chillingly sharp, its malevolence permeating the entire refining hall, extending throughout the four-symbol city, and even spilling out beyond its walls. A silvery sea creature drifted through the depths, its eyes glinting with a hint of red. Suddenly, it sensed an icy presence, not a physical chill, but a profound solitude emanating from the depths of its being, as if a pair of indifferent eyes were scrutinizing it. Thud! Before the silvery creature could discern the source of those eyes, it abruptly ceased all movement. It was dead. Meanwhile, within the refining hall, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, a bloody aura radiating from his body. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death, more ferocious than even the most notorious slayer. Having traversed numerous illusions, he struggled momentarily before breaking free from the suffocating murderous intent, gradually regaining clarity in his gaze. Casting a detached glance at the cold seventh spear, Lin Feng remained silent, awaiting the unfolding events. Yet, at that moment, the Elder Wanhua could only exclaim in awe. Before even crafting a finished product, such murderous intent had already manifested. It would undoubtedly become an unparalleled weapon. One could only ponder whether it was right or wrong to forge the spear shaft from sinister materials, and whether Lin Feng could withstand the onslaught of this lethal aura. On the fifth day, only the commanders of the two armies remained. All other warriors had perished. The battlefield was left resonating with the clash of divine weapons. On the sixth day, the arena was filled only with the labored breaths of two coaches, each pierced by the weapons of their adversaries, utterly devoid of the strength to rise and retaliate. By the seventh day, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene, devoid of any life. A chilling aura seeped from the weaponry, slow yet insidious, permeating every corner. Humph! This time, Lin Feng would not allow chaos to reign. With a mere huff, the deathly aura dispersed, extending outward for 10 miles from the four-symbol city. Great sea beasts meandered within this ominous haze, but upon entering, they were immediately beset by difficulty in breathing, their heartbeats faltering, as if lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise. In a panic, they hastily swam back, gasping for the fresh air of the outside world. Some were fortunate, while others, ensnared by the dark mist, found themselves without a chance to escape. At this moment, within the battlefield of the weaponry, all blood, corpses, and instruments of war seemed to be under the sway of some unseen force, gradually coalescing into a singular entity. The bodies, weapons, and blood melded together, forming the shape of a long spear. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, drops of blood materialized in the sky above the battlefield. The very essence of Lin Feng's blood, which, upon appearing, surged toward the spear formed from the corpses. As it permeated, the bodies became a grotesque amalgam, and the spear took on a vivid crimson hue, more radiant than Lin Feng's own blood. The liquid surged within, resembling a vast crucible. At that moment, a figure strolled in from the distant horizon, moving with an ethereal grace. This individual remained unfazed by the pulsating spear of blood, instead wearing a faint smile, as if he had come solely to claim this formidable weapon. Beneath the long spear, the visage of this individual was finally unveiled. Though not strikingly handsome, his countenance radiated a pristine quality, particularly emphasized by a pair of bright, yet profoundly deep-set eyes that would surely captivate countless souls. This individual was none other than Lin Feng. With one hand, he grasped the spear, his fingers slightly curled, as if summoning the very forces of the sky to converge upon his palm. The spear, lying horizontally in the heavens, offered no resistance, effortlessly yielding to Lin Feng's grasp. With a resounding thud, he lifted the spear and planted it firmly upon the solid ground, standing tall and resolute. Lin Feng cast a glance at the heavens above and, astonishingly, stepped into the crimson shaft of the spear. On the 10th day, Lin Feng had yet to emerge from within the spear, seemingly merging with it as one. Suddenly, the blood-red spear that had stood unwavering on the ground for an entire day soared into the sky, gradually expanding, as if to encompass the entirety of the world. Within its depths, a faint current of energy swirled, suggesting it was orchestrating the spear's transformation. Ultimately, the spear enveloped the entire expanse of the cosmos. Meanwhile, within the artifact refining hall, Lin Feng remained seated in meditation, awaiting the transformation of Lung Qi. With a thunderous roar, the spear belonging to Lung Qi, suspended above the forging platform, quivered gently. Upon witnessing the tremor of the spear, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It has succeeded. Rising to his feet, he let his spiritual energy dance around him, once again forming a great hand to lift the spear. The process of refining the spear was not yet complete. This was merely the culmination of its forging and integration. In essence, this stage was but the shaping within the art of crafting. There remained the final steps of quenching and solidifying. However, Lin Feng did not hasten to commence the quenching process. Instead, he retrieved a lump of dark, malleable mud and applied it to the blade of the spear. Once the application was complete, a resounding roar echoed through the air. A water-blue azure dragon materialized out of thin air within the refining hall, embodying the principles of the water path that Lin Feng had comprehended. The azure dragon let out a mighty roar towards the heavens before entwining itself around the cold seven spear. With a mere thought, the azure dragon, along with the spear, surged forth from the refining hall, transcending the confines of the four-symbol city and plunging into the depths of the ocean. The dragon coiled around the cold seven spear, ensuring it remained untouched by the salty ocean water. As the azure dragon twisted and turned, it cleared the surrounding waters, creating an astonishing vacuum within the deep sea, devoid of air and seawater. The cold seven spear floated serenely within this void, while the azure dragon began to swim with increasing velocity. The power of water flowed from its movements, causing the surrounding seawater to swirl and dance in tandem. Suddenly, a drop of pale blue water materialized from nowhere, gravitating toward the cold seven spear. Observing this phenomenon, the Elder of Transformation exclaimed in astonishment. To directly extract the essence of water from the ocean for the quenching of the spear, this is pure, natural, and imbued with the essence of the Tao. I've never witnessed such a quenching method before. I wonder what effects it will yield. As he spoke the final words, his face radiated anticipations. For not everyone possesses the ability to manipulate elemental essences directly. With the azure dragon's speed accelerating, the manifestation of water's essence multiplied, signaling the commencement of the quenching process for the cold seven spear. Soon, the void surrounding the cold seven spear was filled with the essence of water. The spear floated serenely within this essence. Lin Feng, standing outside, examined the cold seven spear meticulously. Its length and form remained unchanged, though the hue of the spear had slightly shifted. The spear's tassel was now complete, crafted by Lin Feng during the creation of the spearhead, firmly affixed to the tail of the spear shaft. The spearhead and shaft had fused seamlessly due to the infusion of vital blood, rendering the spear a singular entity. The quenching process was swift, with 3 changes of water completed in merely a day. This time, the intensity surpassed the last. With a furrowed brow, Lin Feng gazed skyward, pondering whether fate was truly against him. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in astonishment, "No, this is the heavenly tribulation. How can this be?" The records in C. Xiaowenming's journal state that only when a weapon ascends to a celestial artifact does it attract the heavenly tribulation. Why then? Would the cold seven invoke it upon its mere completion? Is the heavens truly conspiring against me? As he spoke, his eyes narrowed while he regarded the sky, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming within them. The heavens seemed displeased by Lin Feng's gaze, and a tremendous thunderclap erupted from the void. Yet, the pressure exerted by the storm did not affect Lin Feng. Instead, it converged entirely upon the cold seven spear. Was it destined to endure the tribulation immediately upon its creation? Was this a fortuitous opportunity or a looming disaster? Chapter 202. The Reappearance of the Precious Treasure? At this moment, the Elder of Transformation spoke solemnly. C. Xiaowenming is correct. Only when a weapon ascends to a celestial artifact does it provoke the heavenly tribulation. So, what could be the reason for this? Gently shaking his head, the Elder Wan Hua remarked, every occurrence carries with it a chance of uncertainty. It is not the first time that an artifact has attracted heavenly tribulation immediately after its refinement. Lin Feng, taken aback, inquired, have you witnessed this before? The elder nodded and recounted, at that time, I had just ascended to divinity and was invited to the grand inauguration of the heavenly court. Although I had attained godhood, I was merely a minor figure in that illustrious gathering. Lin Feng was astonished. One would presume that an individual like Elder Wan Hua would always shine brightly. Yet such an experience seemed inconceivable. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, the heavenly court? The elder affirmed, indeed, the heavenly court, as you envision it, is presided over by the Jade Emperor. The elder appeared reluctant to elaborate further, briefly acknowledging it before continuing. The celestial seal of the heavens, which he wields, faced tribulation immediately upon its completion. The seal gathers immense fortuity, so much so that even the heavens covet it, desiring to unleash thunder to obliterate it and absorb its celestial power. If it fails to endure, it shall be reduced to nothingness, ceasing to exist in this world. However, should it withstand, it will present an exceedingly rare opportunity. Now that the tribulation is upon us, whether it can endure lies in the destiny of this spear. Realizing it faced a similar fate as the celestial seal, he pondered whether his spear possessed any extraordinary attributes. Its quality had already been established and recognized by the cosmos. Thus, the impending thunderous tribulation could not be targeting the spear's quality. Rather, it must pertain to the spear's body. The intoxicating scent of the divine fragrance wood and the spearhead? Indeed, I too share this conjecture. Understanding Lin Feng's thoughts, the venerable Wan Hua also concurred. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze gradually drawn to the gun's tip, and he murmured, the intoxicating fragrance indeed originates from the divine tree. Yet I surmise that the artifacts crafted from sacred materials will be plentiful. Although labeled as sinister, it appears that aside from ensnaring one in its illusions and leading to a silent demise, it possesses no other malevolent attributes. It seems the issue lies with the gun's tip. With this thought, Lin Feng addressed the venerable Wan Hua, inquiring, Grandfather Wan Hua, what exactly is this gun's tip? Are you aware? Wan Hua nodded and replied, the materials used for the gun's tip are indeed extraordinary and exceedingly rare. Regarded in the realm of artifact crafting as weapons that cannot be refined. Weapons that cannot be refined? If they cannot be refined, how can they be deemed weapons? This material is known as divine void steel. The term void signifies its characteristic of being undetectable by divine consciousness. It is named steel not because of its inherent nature, as opinions vary on whether it is stone or ore. The term merely emphasizes another trait, its hardness. The reason it is classified as an unrefinable weapon is primarily due to its exceptionally rigid nature, making it one of the hardest substances in existence, thus rendering it nearly impossible to refine. However, there exists a glimmer of possibility, that being the divine auxiliary material known as Star Abyss Stone. The Star Abyss Stone can transform the impossible nature of divine void steel into a possibility, which explains the tremors and absorption of thermal energy upon encountering it previously. The reason I previously overlooked the existence of the divine steel while probing the furnace was due to its nature of being imperceptible to divine senses. Now that I have forged this material into a weapon, should I employ it in combat in the future, this singular characteristic alone will bestow upon me countless advantages. Coupled with sinister elements for the spear's shaft, it holds great potential to transform into a formidable malevolent artifact. It is no wonder that the thunderous tribulation has descended. Boom. The long-anticipated storm of tribulation finally struck down. Above the East Sea Bay, dark clouds loomed ominously, and the sound of thunder reverberated. An overwhelming pressure lingered, seemingly brewing something ominous. In the Lord's mansion of Bay City, Du Shihai observed the gathering storm clouds above the East Sea Bay, his eyelids twitching. The more formidable the presence, the more acutely one senses the might of heaven and earth. Should I be struck by this thundercloud, I would likely face a perilous fate. With a tumult of emotions, he pondered whether to take the risk. Boom. At that moment, the thunder erupted. The overwhelming pressure coalesced into a primordial beast coiling above the East Sea Bay. Though it did not target Bay City, many of the faint-hearted were struck with terror, losing their composure at the thunder's roar. On the peak of a desolate mountain, an elderly man with flowing white hair stood, exuding an aura of decay. He gazed at the sky with a look of bewilderment, murmuring, "Tribulation? Is this the tribulation? Could someone be attempting to transcend?" After a prolonged moment, he shook his head and closed his eyes to resume his slumber. Numerous ancient beings across the Xianian continent also sensed the presence of the tribulation. However, after some investigation, they merely shook their heads, concluding that it was but the emergence of a precious treasure. The impending storm of thunder is undeniably more formidable than any that has come before. Yet, in the grand scheme of existence, it is merely a treasure. For these powerful beings, the pursuit of such precious artifacts is tantamount to squandering their very lives. No matter how potent the treasure may be, it cannot liberate me from the shackles of the cosmos, nor can it facilitate my ascent to immortality. Beneath the depths of the sea, beyond the confines of the four-symbol city, the long-anticipated thunderstorm finally descends from the heavens. A robust bolt of lightning emerges from the tumultuous clouds, clawing its way toward the eastern sea bay. Crackle, crackle. Wherever the lightning strikes, everything it touches is instantly obliterated. Centered around the city of Eastern Sea Bay, a 100-mile expanse of ocean is enveloped in the formidable power of the lightning. Within this radius, even the smallest fish and sea creatures find themselves turned belly up, floating lifelessly on the surface. In this vast marine realm, save for the most formidable of beasts, all have been eradicated. The heavens show no mercy, treating all living things as mere fodder, wielding their wrath without reason or rationale. Zzz. The mighty bolt of lightning pierces through the ocean, plunging into the azure depths where the water attribute essence of the azure dragon converges, striking the cold seven spear that lies dormant within. Boom. As the lightning strikes, the cold seven spear awakens as if from a deep slumber, standing erect with an overwhelming aura of power, seemingly resisting the deadly onslaught of the thunderstorm. Crack. The dark substance that Lin Feng had coated on the spearhead is instantly dispersed. This was a technique Lin Feng had learned from ancient texts during his time on Earth, designed to distinguish the spearhead from the shaft during the tempering process. This application enhances the blade's sharpness upon completion of the forging. The black substance has been shattered, yet the spear remains completely unscathed. The long spear appeared unperturbed by the impending thunderous tribulation. Instead, it languidly stretched its form, the blade emanating a melodious laughter. Subsequently, the spear began to rotate amidst the tempest of lightning. Hiss! Under the nurturing embrace of the thunderbolts, the cold seven spear accelerated its spin, the ethereal steel of the spearhead and shaft gradually melding together. During this fusion, faint impurities wafted away, only to be obliterated by the strikes of the lightning as they seeped from the spear's body. Lin Feng, within the confines of the four-symbol city, observed this astonishing spectacle. The cold seven spear remained unscathed, suggesting that it might indeed transcend the tribulation, transforming into a legendary divine weapon. Ha ha ha, splendid strikes, splendid strikes. Lin Feng was indifferent to whether the cold seven spear would become a nefarious weapon. His own spear, even if it were to metamorphose into a demon, would always be his companion. Sensing Lin Feng's elation, the cold seven spear ceased its rotation amidst the lightning. It then executed 3 elegant somersaults in midair before thrusting its tip towards the oncoming thunderbolts. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous sound, causing the creatures of the sea within 100 miles to tremble, their bodies cracking and blood seeping forth. As the lightning was pierced by the cold seven spear, its ferocity momentarily waned, yet the spear was jolted back a mile. Feeling its authority compromised, the tempestuous lightning surged towards the spear once more. The cold seven spear halted, gazing defiantly at the approaching bolts, exuding an unwavering momentum as it charged forward to confront the lightning again. This scene rendered Lin Feng and the Elder Wanhua speechless. The weapon indeed possessed an uncanny aura. Boom. This time, the cold seven was merely pushed back 300 meters. Again. Boom. 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 In the midst of the clash, the might of cold seven spear seemed to intensify, and the distance of the shockwaves grew ever shorter. At this moment, the 100-mile expanse of the East Sea had morphed into a veritable sea of blood, the bodies of fish, shrimp, and sea monsters shattered by the reverberations of the collision, flesh and bone reduced to mere fragments. The vast ocean was steeped in a gruesome atmosphere. Boom! The final strike echoed. Cold Seven's spear stood resolute, while the thunderous force was repelled 10 meters away. As the thunderclouds gradually dispersed, it took several hours before anyone dared to venture out for a glimpse. After dispelling the thunder tribulation, an ethereal energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards Cold Seven's spear. As one who withstands such divine punishment ought to be rewarded by the heavens. Bang! The earth-shattering might of the spear radiated once more. As Cold Seven's weapon appeared as if it had transcended to divinity, countless streams of multicolored light blossoming from its form. In the depths of the sea, Cold Seven's spear shone like a beacon, illuminating the entire aquatic realm. Behold! Radiance erupted from the seabed, signaling the emergence of yet another treasure. Indeed, the last time the city lord and the king of killers returned with precious artifacts, it seemed the East Sea concealed a wealth of treasures beneath its surface. Shall we go and investigate? Very well. The spear's brilliance pierced through the water's surface, reaching towards the heavens, capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Having narrowly missed seizing treasures in the past, they were determined not to let others claim them this time. In the city lord's manor, Du Shihai gazed at the dazzling light filling the sky, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. With the thunder tribulation dissipated, it seemed an opportune moment to explore. Whoosh! Du Shihai vanished from the manor. Chapter 203, the first appearance of the eternal tribulation in the deep sea. The Cold Seven long spear underwent a baptism of heaven and earth for a full incense stick's duration. Upon its conclusion, the surrounding brilliance swiftly converged into the spear's body, leaving the sea once again shrouded in darkness. After absorbing all the radiant light, the Cold Seven long spear remained still, quietly observing Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled softly and nodded. With Lin Feng's approval, the Cold Seven long spear was filled with uncontainable joy, gleefully frolicking in the waters. As it danced, the blood waters in the vast sea began to stir, seemingly converging towards a single point, which was none other than the Cold Seven long spear. The blood waters, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, were eagerly absorbed by the spear. Witnessing this spectacle, the Elder of Transformation was momentarily speechless, yet he murmured, "This entity actually feeds on blood. Is it a peerless weapon of destruction or a divine artifact? Lin Feng, you must remain vigilant." Hearing the Elder's anxious tone, Lin Feng shook his head with a light-hearted smile, saying, "Grandfather Wanhua, there is no need for concern. This Cold Seven long spear was forged by me. It absorbs my blood, and its quality has been intertwined with me since its inception. It shall undoubtedly remain under my control. Most importantly, I had already subdued it with the guiding technique before it fully formed, marking it with my seal. Every action it takes aligns with my intent. As for its consumption of blood water, I only discovered this after its subjugation, yet I find no cause for alarm." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the Elder Wanhua nodded gently. He was also familiar with the technique known as the instrument summoning art, which was the experience of a craftsman detailed in various treatises on artifact forging. By employing this technique, one could separate a thread of their consciousness and infuse it into the crafted item, ensuring that the resulting artifact would resonate with their intentions, thus making it more intuitive to wield. The appearance of Lin Feng in the realm of long spears was indeed the result of him utilizing the instrument summoning art. However, while the spear was steeped in blood, Lin Feng appeared unperturbed. Elder Wanhua, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" For a moment, Elder Wanhua found himself at a loss for words, as Lin Feng's perspective was not without merit. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled himself with the thought that after such a long period of cultivation, he understood that only through personal strength could one rightfully engage in discussions of good and evil, right and wrong. The rest of the time should be devoted to growth and the preservation of one's life. It was fortuitous that such a formidable weapon was now in Lin Feng's hands, for it would undoubtedly amplify his strength manifold. After the passage of 2 incense sticks' worth of time, a swift motion ensued as the Cold Seven spear materialized beside Lin Feng with extraordinary speed. With a decisive grasp, Lin Feng seized the Cold Seven spear, solid, steady, ancient, natural, fitting, and intimate. A cascade of sensations flooded into his neural pathways. This was the weapon I had long desired. Gazing at the surrounding ocean, The once sanguine waters had transformed into an astonishingly clear expanse, devoid of any trace of blood. The atmosphere was eerily silent. For within a radius of 100 miles, Lin Feng stood alone, with no other beings in sight. In the span of merely 2 incense sticks, the blood of the vast sea was devoured, truly a sight of terrifying peculiarity, yet I find it delightful. Haha. The spear's form remains identical to its predecessor. Yet the tip has transformed from a pitch-black hue to a radiant gleam, exuding an enhanced elegance. The shaft, rustic and natural, reveals no extraordinary features, and the juncture between the spearhead and the shaft is devoid of even the slightest gap, as is the spear's grip. Now, the entire spear appears as a seamless entity, a harmonious whole. Lin Feng's spirit delves into it, and still, he perceives no trace of a fissure. The 5 elements dictate that metal conquers wood. Yet these inherently conflicting materials have astonishingly fused into a singular masterpiece, seemingly a reward bestowed after enduring the thunderous tribulation. Indeed, the thunder was not in vain. Haha. In truth, the spear that Lin Feng now wields has shed the icy demeanor of its previous incarnation, resembling a return to simplicity, devoid of any semblance of spear intent. However, Lin Feng understands that the essence of the spear resides within his heart, as well embodies the spear's intent. In a balanced confrontation, the key lies in discovering the opponent's vulnerabilities and ultimately achieving victory through unexpected means. Should the spear be drawn before invoking its intent, the adversary would be able to mount an early defense, rendering it less than beautiful. The spear twirled in his grasp, creating a flourish of motion. Bang! With a casual strike, it shattered the air, producing a resounding sound of rupture. Gazing at the long spear in his hand, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with an overwhelming satisfaction. The spear weighed a staggering 38,800 pounds, with 129,600 as a unit, and 19,600 as a smaller unit, perfectly aligning the spear's weight to 3 small units. The myriad of creations in the universe rendered the name Lung Qi no longer fitting. Henceforth, I shall call you Wanjia. Whoever encounters you shall face their calamity. Is that agreeable? With a flick of the spear, a joyous emotion resonated forth. From that moment, the spear was named Wanjia. Haha, splendid. With a solitary spirit, I shall traverse the world, wielding Wanjia to battle the heavens. With those words, he leaped from the confines of the 4-symbol city. Standing alone with the spear amid the deep sea, all currents of water parted around Lin Feng, coalescing before him. His heart felt ethereal as the might of Wanjia gradually emanated from his grasp, accumulating like a tangible force, dividing the surrounding seawater. The spear's power surged like a mountain, soaring into the clouds. At last, the force reached a critical threshold, and Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The wave soared to the heavens, a double wave. With great vigor, Wanjia lunged forward, piercing the air. As the spear thrust forth, a translucent spear aura emanated from Wanjia, relentlessly pursuing its target. Boom! The transparent spear swept outwards, cleaving through the ocean's depths, sending water flying 3 miles away, causing countless waves to erupt in chaos. The channel carved by the spear did not immediately merge, revealing a 3-mile-long and 7 to 8 fathoms wide passage in the deep sea, reminiscent of an underwater corridor from a bygone Earth. Yet, the corridor beneath Wanjia appeared even more vivid. Before the seawater had a chance to reunite, the spear trembled once more. Boom! Another transparent spear shot forth, this one appearing even more solid and imbued with a hint of spear intent. The newly emerged transparent spear moved with astonishing speed, instantly reaching the depths of the corridor 3 miles away. Upon arriving at the corridor's depths, the transparent spear faced no obstruction and launched another assault towards the deep sea. With a resounding slice, this time was even more dramatic. The surrounding seawater erupted, and the force radiated outward like branches extending from the corridor, with the dispersed water remaining separate, much like the corridor itself, refusing to merge. A loud bang resounded as the second transparent spear shot forth 6 miles, revealing a corridor nearly 10 miles long before Lin Feng's eyes. Is this the power of the second wave? Gazing at the corridor before him, Lin Feng was filled with awe. The pressure of the deep sea was sufficient to shatter the foundation of a cultivator. Yet the attack forged by his spear technique was capable of piercing through nearly 10 miles of ocean. If this attack were unleashed upon an opponent, even a moderately weaker adversary would surely be obliterated by such a strike. Suppressing the joy swelling within him, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of spear intent manifesting upon the Wanjia spear. As the spear intent emerged, the Wanjua instantly transformed into a chilling weapon, an overwhelming killing intent swirling around its tip. Despite the intensity of the killing intent, Lin Feng remained unaffected. Calmly observing the depths of the corridor, he exhaled softly and then proclaimed in a resonant voice. Waves surged to the heavens, triple wave. With Lin Feng's declaration, a radiant light flickered at the spear's tip, and he immediately felt his spiritual power deplete by more than half. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the triple wave. Caught off guard, the Wanju's spear nearly slipped from his grasp. Humph! With a muffled grunt, he commanded the Wanju's spear to execute a series of techniques, culminating in a swift twist of the spear tip, followed by a sudden and forceful thrust. A resplendent spear of solidified brilliance emerged from the depths of the eternal calamity spear. The formidable aura of this spear surged through the corridor, conjuring a gentle breeze from seemingly thin air. Lin Feng, after a moment of careful contemplation, suddenly declared, "No, this is not a breeze. It is a force of suction." As his words fell, the surrounding seawater, which had initially retreated, was inexplicably drawn towards the solidified spear. Logically, one would expect the spear to be submerged instantly by the encroaching water, yet an extraordinary scene unfolded. The water splashes encircled the spear without adhering to it, swirling around the luminous orb of solidified light. In this maneuver, Lin Feng harnessed the power of the flowing waters. In a mere instant, the spear, enveloped by the currents, traversed 10 miles, transforming the water within 100 zhang into a protective barrier for the solidified spear. A radiant spear, stretching an astonishing 10 miles, now stood defiantly in the depths of the ocean. This colossal water spear cradled the solidified spear, navigating effortlessly through the abyss. With an aura of boundless strength, the spear honed in on a singular direction and surged forward. 20 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles. In no time, the spear reached 50 nautical miles, 80 nautical miles, until, upon reaching 100 nautical miles, the immense spear unleashed a sudden, cataclysmic force, erupting with a thunderous roar. The surface of the sea erupted violently, causing towering waves to rise and cascade outward into the distance. However, in the depths of the sea, centered around the point of the spear's explosion, several flow lines emerged, a testament to the overwhelming force of the spear that forcibly parted the surrounding waters. As the essence of martial arts mingled with the ocean, Lin Feng, observing the turbulent waters, found himself momentarily speechless. The fact that such an effect could be achieved even 100 miles away in the deep sea left him in awe. Is this truly my power? Gazing at the now tranquil depths, Lin Feng mused. The first wave is uniformly mundane. The second wave's attack power doubles, while the third wave is a staggering tenfold of the second. I have merely infused my understanding of the principles of water flow into this technique. Such an assault would likely daunt even the most ordinary cultivators of the Purple Mansion, wouldn't it? Instantly, a surge of pride emanated from Lin Feng. For this was a technique he had devised himself, and a remarkably potent one at that. Casually, he reflected on his accomplishment, astonished that he had managed to compose 600,000 words. He quietly applauded himself. It is rare for a novice to produce such a lengthy piece still unpublished, isn't it? I kindly ask for your support and recommendations. Thank you. Furthermore, many more characters will soon emerge. I wonder if anyone will come forth to support me. You may share either your real name or a name of your choosing with me. I have just realized how challenging it is to name characters. After rambling on, I'm unsure of what I have said. Nevertheless, I hope everyone can show their presence and offer recommendations, as reading my novel incurs no cost. Perseverance is a virtue. Diligence is an attitude. Keep pushing forward. Wishing everyone a joyful weekend. Additionally, feel free to connect with me on Xiaomi 837908785. Chapter 204. Capturing the city and setting sail, just as Lin Feng was basking in his own satisfaction. The voice of the elder Wanhua resonated once more. The way of water is merely a branch of the greater waterway. Should one fully comprehend this path, all waters in the world shall be at your command, summoned with a mere gesture. Summoning all waters? Lin Feng began to envision that scene. Observing Lin Feng's reaction, Elder Wanhua chuckled softly and continued, moreover, the way of water is but a branch of the 5 elements' heavenly path. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements' heavenly path. Esteemed as one of the 10 heavenly paths, it serves as the very foundation of the material world. It is said that those who fully grasp the 5 elements' heavenly path can truly stand on equal footing with the heavens. Of course, this holds true not only for the 5 elements' heavenly path, but also for the other 9 heavenly paths. To be aligned with the heavens means that one's words manifest as reality, and one's utterances become truth. However, such contemplations felt distant to Lin Feng, as they were merely the fanciful musings of Elder Wanhua. Resolving not to dwell further, Lin Feng turned to the elder and inquired, "Grandfather Wanhua, does my recent achievement of the 3rd level of the Tide Surge technique qualify as a form of the Way? The Way, imbued with the essence of the Great Path, transcends mere spells, representing a far deeper layer of mastery. When the Way manifests, all entities belonging to that path are subject to command, naturally. The extent of this command is contingent upon one's comprehension of the Way. The deeper the understanding, the greater the force of command." The venerable Wanhua nodded gently and remarked, "The 3 waves of the rising tide can be considered a fundamental technique. However, your comprehension of the water principle remains somewhat superficial. Were it more profound, the effects would be markedly enhanced. Nonetheless, achieving this level at your current stage is indeed impressive. And the approach you have taken with this spear technique is sound." Encouraged by Wanhua's affirmation, Lin Feng felt a surge of elation. The rising tide could be regarded as his own creation. The first 2 waves unleashed formidable attacks through the force of spiritual energy, while the 3rd wave ingeniously combined the essence of the Tao with spiritual power, resulting in an unexpectedly significant increase in offensive capability. This spear technique was born from Lin Feng's insights into the water principle, embodying the belief that each wave surpasses the last. Now that the 3 waves exhibited such potency, one could only imagine the spectacle should he attain the 10 waves, 100 waves, or even the myriad waves. Indeed, in Lin Feng's perspective, the rising tide holds limitless potential for development, which explains why Wanhua regarded Lin Feng's vision as correct. With his spirits lifted, Lin Feng twirled his spear, which swiftly vanished into his dantian. Nourished by the spiritual energy emanating from the colorful essence within, a small tree radiated flecks of light, orbiting around the myriad calamities spear. Utilizing the power of his dantian to enhance his weapon's quality is one of the methods by which a cultivator's lifebound artifact ascends in rank. Sensing everything in harmonious operation, Lin Feng smiled softly, then turned his gaze towards the 4-symbol city beneath him. It was time to depart. Bang! With a single foot planted firmly, Lin Feng soared into the skies above the vast 4-symbol city. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed down upon the immense city below. His hands danced with intricate gestures, and without any other visible movement, the city beneath him began to tremble. A thunderous rumble echoed as the vibrations intensified. The mesmerizing hand signs Lin Feng performed dazzled the onlookers, while streams of spiritual energy shot forth, striking various points and corners of the city, even piercing the void around it. As the tremors grew ever more violent, the 4-symbol city astonishingly began to rise from the depths of the ocean, slowly ascending toward the surface. Lin Feng stood steadfast atop the city, impervious to the chaotic quaking beneath him, his hand gestures becoming increasingly enigmatic. The city continued its relentless ascent toward the water's surface. Suddenly, a thread of mysterious energy surged from Lin Feng's hand, encircling the city in a swirling embrace. Shortly thereafter, a soft sound resonated from within the city, as if a certain barrier had been unlocked. The sounds of unlocking multiplied, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Feng's brow, just as the city was about to break free from the ocean's grasp. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. With a single claw-like gesture, he commanded the city, "Gather." In response to his command, the city trembled once more, yet did not resist. Instead, the entire structure began to shrink rapidly, ultimately condensing to the size of a mere palm and settling into Lin Feng's grasp. Remarkably, he had encapsulated the entire 4-symbol city within his hand. Observing the 4-symbol city in Lin Feng's hands, the elder Wanhua remarked, "This Xia Wenming is indeed formidable, having managed to refine an entire city into a weapon. This treasure requires no elaborate methods of manipulation, merely casting it forth, relying on its weight alone, is likely to inflict significant losses upon adversaries." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "I discovered this within the Panlong Ring, a city refined into a weapon, coupled with numerous formations laid out. Collecting it was certainly laborious, but fortunately, I had previously dispelled many of Xia Wenming's formation seals. Otherwise, it would have demanded even greater effort." With a flick of his hand, he stored the 4-symbol city within the Panlong Ring. Bang! Lin Feng soared above the ocean's surface, having submerged for nearly a year, and finally breathed in the fresh air once more. "Look, There's movement over there. Meanwhile, the brilliance emanating from the Wanju spear, having received the blessings of heaven and earth, attracted numerous cultivators from the East Sea Bay, who believed another precious treasure had surfaced. They hastened towards the East Sea Bay, eager to dive beneath the waves in search of this coveted prize. However, shortly after their arrival at the water's edge, the radiant light abruptly vanished, leaving many bewildered, unsure why the brilliance had disappeared. Was it claimed by someone else? With this thought, some lost their enthusiasm, while others remained steadfast, patiently awaiting the return of the luminous glow. Their wait was not prolonged. Suddenly, a surge of waves swelled, crashing towards the coastal city, sweeping many cultivators off their feet. Witnessing this unforeseen tide, hope rekindled within the hearts of the crowd. Perhaps this was the work of the elusive treasure. Consequently, numerous individuals sought to continue their quest for treasures, gradually scouring the surface of the sea for any hint of valuable information. Some even descended into the depths of the ocean, emboldened practitioners displaying remarkable skill. While the marine beasts of the Eastern Sea Bay are not particularly numerous, they are certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Meanwhile, the Lord of Eastern Sea Bay, Du Shihai, discreetly observed, ready to seize any information should these cultivators uncover valuable leads. Amidst the fervent search, a splash erupted as Lin Feng soared from the depths of the sea. Look! There is movement over there. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the Eastern Sea Bay was abuzz with activity. At least 1,000 cultivators were engaged in exploration on the water's surface, utilizing flying treasures, aerial vessels, and even harnessing spiritual energy to search. It was, in essence, a grand gathering of cultivators upon the waves. Just as Lin Feng intended to inquire of someone regarding the situation, he noticed that many cultivators were converging towards him after a loud shout. Their cultivation levels suggested they had failed in their underwater treasure hunt, leaving him momentarily elated for naught. The individual approaching was unfamiliar, prompting Lin Feng to recall his exceptional memory amidst the sea of cultivators. He was certain he would remember each one. "Speak quickly, from whence do you hail?" he demanded. Although the individual spoke with conviction, those surrounding them dispersed with disinterest, inwardly lamenting the tedium of the encounter. However, concealed within the city of Bay City, Du Shihai instantly recognized Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with intensity. He had believed that this young man had perished within the palace's array, consumed by its intricate formations. To his astonishment, he beheld Lin Feng once more, now having ascended to the Dan condensation stage. In such a brief span, he had remarkably advanced 2 significant tiers. Surely, he must have acquired considerable treasures. Despite his surmising thoughts, Du Shihai refrained from hastily subduing Lin Feng, opting instead to observe quietly. As the crowd prepared to depart, the cultivator who had initially questioned Lin Feng found himself in an awkward position, contemplating his own exit. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng's voice rang out in inquiry. "Esteemed friend, I have noticed that you all are in search of something. Might I inquire what it is you seek?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the cultivator's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was evident that Lin Feng had indeed emerged from the depths of the sea. Nearby, several perceptive cultivators also caught wind of Lin Feng's inquiry, their expressions brightening, though they did not rush to confront him. Instead, they discreetly focused their energies on Lin Feng. For if he truly had returned from the deep, he undoubtedly possessed knowledge of invaluable treasures. Lin Feng sensed the subtle energies directed at him, yet to him, they were exceedingly faint and easily disregarded. The questioning cultivator approached Lin Feng, speaking in hushed tones. "Young brother, is it true that you have come forth from the deep sea?" With a nod, Lin Feng affirmed the inquiry directly. Upon witnessing his confirmation, many cultivators' faces lit up with renewed hope, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of what this revelation might entail. The cultivator who inquired about Lin Feng was filled with delight, inwardly exclaiming that he had stumbled upon a treasure. He then glanced around at the other cultivators, cautiously approaching Lin Feng to whisper, "You must be aware of the treasures hidden in the deep sea, right?" This time, the cultivator spoke even more softly. Despite the lowered tone, Lin Feng clearly discerned his words, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes as he replied, "Treasures? Were they not seized over half a year ago? What treasures could possibly remain?" Indeed, he had entirely relocated the 4 symbol cities. There were no treasures left. The cultivator appeared momentarily stunned, then retorted, "Step aside. If you know nothing of the treasures, why waste my time with such talk?" Yet, Lin Feng wished to inform him that there truly were no treasures left in the depths of the sea. However, he soon realized that the cultivator had already drifted away. With no time to spare, Lin Feng hastened to the Eastern Continent's capital to attend the selection of immortals, feeling no inclination to linger. In an instant, the cloud-soaring vessel materialized before Lin Feng, stretching 3 zhang in length. It was ample for his solitary journey. Many present possessed flying artifacts and spirit ships, and Lin Feng's emergence with the cloud-soaring vessel did not dampen their enthusiasm in seeking treasures. However, in a secluded corner of the Bay City, Du Shihai's eyes glimmered with surprise. Without the support of the formation, let us see how audacious you can remain. Lin Feng, seemingly sensing this, offered a subtle smile in Du Shihai's direction before steering his vessel out of the Eastern Sea Bay. Chapter 205, Confrontation with Du Shihai Wush. Guiding the cloud-soaring vessel, Lin Feng swiftly exited the confines of the Bay City, heading directly towards the Eastern Continent's capital, Dongzhou City. Lin Feng stored hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones in the cloud-sailing boat to sustain his relentless journey. As he calculated the passage of time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that this journey would consume over half a year. With just over a month until the selection event for immortals officially commences, I wonder if I will make it in time." Standing at the bow of the boat, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, he gazed at the gradually diminishing Bay City, feeling a profound sense of reflection. He had initially come here merely to broaden his horizons, yet unexpectedly, he found such rewards. However, Lin Feng was aware that his knowledge of formations and their arrangements was rather superficial, had he not previously encountered such matters. The outcome of this journey might well have been uncertain. Casting his eyes toward the horizon, he pondered, "Father, Mother, I wonder where you are. If you knew your son possessed such abilities, you would surely be pleased." A faint smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he mused. Suddenly, that delicate curve vanished, and narrowing his eyes, he calmly remarked, "Have you been following me since I left Bay City? After all this time, can you no longer contain yourself? Or do you have some sort of leverage here?" Many cultivators in Bay City were in search of treasures, and as a cultivator at the condensation stage, few would dare to trouble him. If there were indeed an audacious individual, it could only be one person, could it not? Lord Du? As Lin Feng departed from Bay City, he had not sensed anything amiss. He merely felt an extremely faint consciousness probing from a corner of the city, and he was uncertain whether it was directed at him. Thus he paid it little mind. However, after years of being an assassin on Earth, I have become acutely aware of tracking and counter-tracking. With my heightened senses, I perceived a faint aura following me as I departed the city. Now, after careful calculation, the one who trails me becomes evident. At such a tender age, not only is my mind astute, but my cultivation surpasses that of my peers. You discern my use of the shadow technique and even deduced my identity. Impressive indeed. Before I even reveal myself, my voice has already emerged. Gradually, a figure materializes 1,000 zhang away from Lin Feng, clad in resplendent robes, wielding a jade-green longsword, with hair cascading down and a dignified visage, exuding an ethereal aura. He gazes at Lin Feng with a faint smile. It is none other than Du Shihai. Blocking Lin Feng's path, Du Shihai's intentions are clear. Lin Feng, with his foundational cultivation, harbors no fear of a purple mansion cultivator. Now, having successfully ascended to the Dan formation stage, he remains unruffled, even when aware of Du Shihai's motives. Maintaining his composure, Lin Feng casts a glance at Du Shihai and remarks with a light chuckle, "When you, Lord Du, sought to end my life in Sihuang City, I intended to engage you in a contest. However, it seems you fled in fear when my back was turned. Today, I shall see how you plan to escape." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Shihai finds himself somewhat confounded. "Am I not the one who has come to seek you out? Escape is not on my agenda." Just as Du Shihai is about to respond, Lin Feng raises a hand to silence him, stating earnestly, "Lord Du, there is no need for mercy. I have borne with you for long enough. And pleas for mercy will avail you nothing." At last, Du Shihai could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Lin Feng, "I beg for mercy." With that thunderous cry, he surged towards Lin Feng. The mere utterance of a few words had provoked such a formidable cultivator from the Purple Mansion to resort to foul language, which was quite remarkable. As Du Shihai charged forward, a flicker of disinterest crossed Lin Feng's eyes, if he could not withstand just a couple of sentences. Then his prowess seemed utterly wasted. Du Shihai approached, unleashing his yuan force. Just as he neared Lin Feng, he brandished his azure longsword, emitting a resonant clang. This azure sword was none other than the Qinglong sword, seized during the conquest of the Four-Elephant City, a symbol of his identity as the Qinglong envoy. The Qinglong sword was also a yuan artifact. The yuan force entwined around the blade, and with a single sweep, all the energy transformed into a long, piercing sword aura that sliced towards Lin Feng. The force of the sword aura was immense, disturbing the very air around it, causing the flora to sway in its wake. Being a purple mansion cultivator, his full-force strike was indeed magnificent. The sword aura, like a long serpent, lunged fiercely at Lin Feng, just as it was about to strike. A cerulean lotus blossomed at the point of impact, resulting in a thunderous collision. Observing the shattered cerulean lotus, Lin Feng shook his head gently after his recent enlightenment. His understanding of the water path had improved, yet his grasp of the wind path remained stagnant, and the realm of the cerulean lotus lake had not changed. Unable to withstand even 3 breaths against the onslaught of the purple mansion cultivator, with a swift motion, Lin Feng evaded the attack, surrounded by trees. Even the air was under the influence of the sword aura, yet Lin Feng remained entirely unaffected, effortlessly evading the attack. As he dodged, the eternal calamity spear materialized in his hand, a glimmer of light blossoming at its tip. Du Shihai wielded his longsword, unleashing a sweeping surge of sword energy. However, this once formidable force was unexpectedly halted for 3 breaths by a blue-green lotus. Although the lotus ultimately shattered, Du Shihai was taken aback. He was merely a Dan condensation practitioner, yet he had conjured an ability to withstand his own assault. Moreover, his longsword was a primordial artifact. How could this be? It was no wonder Du Shihai was astonished. In the realm of practitioners, even a fleeting moment could sway the outcome of a battle. Just as he pondered this, a glimmer of light erupted, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Crack! Before he could ascertain the source of the light, Du Shihai heard a faint shattering sound. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt in his hand. His longsword was unexpectedly blocked once more. Upon glancing over, he beheld Lin Feng, who brandished a spear devoid of tassels. Effortlessly resisting his sword aura, the spear appeared unremarkable, with only wisps of spiritual energy swirling around its blade. Lin Feng's expression was one of serene composure, as if he exerted no effort at all. Yet, to Du Shihai's astonishment, a fissure appeared in his sword aura, precisely at the spear's tip. What manner of spear possesses such resilience? This was the first thought that crossed Du Shihai's mind as he beheld the scene before him. He hardly considered the matter of Lin Feng's spiritual energy. The ethereal presence of power seemed nothing more than a jest. Upon this realization, Du Shihai's expression revealed a trace of a cold smile. Regardless of your weaponry, in the face of absolute power, one can only succumb to being crushed. Boom! A torrent of primordial energy erupted from his body, completely replenishing the fractured sword aura. Sensing the formidable strength embedded within the sword energy, Du Shihai addressed Lin Feng with a sinister grin. I hope in your next life you possess better discernment and refrain from provoking just anyone, for otherwise. However, his words trailed off abruptly. Lin Feng had astonishingly evaded once more under the oppressive force of his sword aura. The long spear emanated wisps of azure and cerulean energy. And observing this ethereal flow, Du Shihai furrowed his brow, questioning, this is not spiritual energy, nor does it align with primordial energy. What is this force? Why can I not perceive its essence? Lacking enlightenment, he remained oblivious to the concept of Tao and could not sense the power of its essence. Engaging in pretentious theatrics, with a disdainful snort, he prepared to unleash his sword aura against Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, unfazed by the approaching sword energy, proclaimed, "Celestial crane asks heaven." With that, a resounding crane's call resonated through the air. As the sound echoed, Du Shihai's eyes flickered with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. A fragrant note just moments ago, and now a bird's cry emanates from where? Yet, his long sword showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its relentless arc towards Lin Feng. Fool, this is the crane's call. Just as Du Shihai's words fell, Lin Feng's voice rang out. A celestial crane, adorned in shades of azure and cerulean, soared towards the sword energy. Its fierce gaze glinting ominously, claws poised to strike directly at the oncoming sword aura. At that moment, the sword energy itself seemed to writhe and flare with ferocity. Its chilling light radiating outward, fiercely aimed at the celestial crane. As the celestial crane took flight, Lin Feng did not pause. The divine art of creation within him surged with incredible speed. Gathering his spiritual energy once more, he cast a cold gaze upon Du Shihai and declared, "Let you be the first to test the waves of Lang Chong Tian." Waves of Lang Chong Tian, first wave. The celestial crane, having just escaped the long spear, felt the tremendous influx of Lin Feng's spiritual energy converging towards the Wan Jialong spear. Bang! The celestial crane, though a mundane martial technique, lacked the framework to sustain energy operations. Lin Feng forcibly imbued the essence of the Tao into the body of the crane. Yet upon colliding with the Azure Dragon Sword Qi, it dissipated after merely 5 breaths. Undoubtedly, the celestial crane's contribution was not insubstantial. It not only afforded Lin Feng 5 precious breaths, but also caused the sword Qi to fracture. With the emergence of fissures, the primal energy within became unstable. The inability of the celestial crane to withstand the sword Qi was, however, within Lin Feng's expectations. Thus, as the crane soared away, he amassed his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash Lang Chong Tian. Observing the dissolution of the celestial crane, Lin Feng remained unfazed, coldly addressing Du Shihai. Waves of Lang Chong Tian. First wave. Whoosh. A spear's aura shot forth with remarkable speed towards Du Shihai, its velocity so great that the surrounding air was violently displaced by its potent energy. On the other side, although Du Shihai had successfully shattered Lin Feng as celestial crane, a sense of foreboding began to settle in his heart. Lin Feng's execution of the technique appeared effortless, indicating that he still possessed considerable reserves of strength. Should 3 celestial cranes converge simultaneously, his sword Qi would undoubtedly be shattered. The simultaneous release of 3 celestial cranes, though demanding of oneself, posed an undeniable dilemma. Sensing the threat posed by Lin Feng, a cold light flickered in Du Shihai's eyes. He resolved that the only way to eliminate this menace once and for all was to slay the young man. With a fierce shout, a brilliant light emanated from his Zifu, releasing an immense amount of primordial energy that converged into the Azure Dragon Sword. Since his last treasure hunt, Du Shihai's strength had significantly advanced, and his mastery over primordial energy had become increasingly refined. Coupled with the Azure Dragon Sword in his grasp, he was confident that this strike would surely vanquish Lin Feng. As the colossal primordial energy surged into the Azure Dragon Sword, the blade emitted a chant reminiscent of a dragon's roar, exuding an extraordinary aura. The waves surged skyward, a single tide. The spear's essence and the sword's aura erupted simultaneously, each carrying the might to shatter the heavens, revealing the superiority or inferiority of their powers in an instant. In this new week, I find it necessary to request a brief respite as I settle into my new abode. Though the move is nearing completion, I regret to inform you that I had no opportunity to write yesterday and, unfortunately, lack any backlog. With over 600,000 words primarily in raw updates, I sincerely apologize. Good morning to all. Now, I shall take this moment to refine the plot of the Immortal Selection Conference. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. As for the novel Lord of 10,000 Paths, a new week has begun, and I would like to take a leave. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The updates for Lord of 10,000 Paths will resume today. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 206, The Annihilation of Du Shihai. The confrontation of gun and sword energy clashed fiercely, each intent on overwhelming the other to the point of annihilation. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. Bang! Crack! Crack! Whoosh! Both forces were immensely powerful, resonating with a thunderous might as they collided, producing a deafening roar. The arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and sand. Yet Lin Feng and Du Shihai could clearly perceive the conditions at the point of impact between the sword energy and the gun's force. In that moment, only the solidified sword aura lingered suspended in the air, its surroundings shattered, while the agile azure currents within appeared listless, evidently suffering from a formidable assault. As for the spear's might, it had transformed into a myriad of dissipating spiritual energy. Observing this, Du Shihai's countenance darkened. This maneuver had amassed an immense amount of primordial force. Although he had shattered the spear's might, it was, after all, a synthesis of spiritual power. And he wondered when such energies had become so potent. Despite his victory in this instance, Du Shihai felt no exhilaration. His gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly frigid. As long as this youth remained unvanquished, his heart could find no peace. The intent to kill surged within him as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Although the sword aura had been injured, he could still unleash its might and eliminate Lin Feng without a second thought. However, at that moment, Du Shihai was taken aback, for he noticed Lin Feng still bore a relaxed expression. This could not continue. He must annihilate him this time. Lin Feng, sensing Du Shihai's murderous intent, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Do you wish to kill me? I fear you are not yet adequate." Before Du Shihai could wield his sword, a fierce light surged in Lin Feng's eyes as he softly commanded, "Wave of the heavens, second wave." The first wave merely served to probe and test the waters, while the true lethal strike commenced with the second wave. Hearing Lin Feng's soft incantation, Du Shihai's eyes widened in astonishment. A second wave? Even after centuries of cultivation. His heart raced uncontrollably at this moment, nearly causing the sword aura in his hand to falter. It seems your mastery of the sword's essence is still insufficient. Upon observing Du Shihai's demeanor, Lin Feng let out a light chuckle, choosing not to utter any further words. With a deft flick of his eternal calamity spear, the spear's aura surged forth once more. How could it be so swift? Realizing that Lin Feng's spear was coalescing into an even more formidable aura, Du Shihai felt his heart sink like a stone. Would this strike withstand the sword energy? As the spear aura manifested, Du Shihai instinctively channeled his life force into the Qinglong sword, fully aware that if he could vanquish his opponent, all of Lin Feng's secrets would be his for the taking. The waves crashing to the sky was inherently a standalone spell. The initial wave and the subsequent surges required little time to execute. Each wave followed the last, increasingly powerful and ceaseless, wielding boundless might. Whoosh! The newly formed spear aura appeared beside the sword energy in an instant, akin to teleportation, rendering its trajectory nearly imperceptible. Du Shihai was once again rendered speechless, gazing at the sword energy that continued to surge. His mind was filled with questions. How was this possible? How could he possibly contend against such power? He was merely a novice in the core formation stage. First, the formidable spear artifact had effortlessly cleaved through his sword energy with mere strands of spiritual force, and now, an incomprehensible energy had once again thwarted his blade. He had initially thought that the spear aura he conjured was his greatest achievement, enough to take pride in, as it shattered his opponent's sword energy. However, now he found himself confronting a spell of astonishing might, known as waves crashing to the sky, one he had never even heard of before. This power was overwhelming. He realized he was outmatched. Despite the turmoil in Du Shihai's mind, the newly refined spear aura remained relentless, advancing towards the sword energy without pause. And with a decisive thrust, it struck forth. Crack! Boom! The power of this strike was considerably greater. Upon merely grazing the sword energy, it began to fracture. However, this time the sword energy did not persist in its defiance, shattering after a brief moment and dissipating into the vastness as ethereal power. Bang! 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 As the sword energy was shattered, Du Shihai staggered backward, overwhelmed by the formidable might of the spear's aura. A surge of blood rushed to his heart, nearly causing him to expel it, but he managed to suppress the discomfort, retrieving a pill and placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its medicinal potency activating at once, offering him a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, Du Shihai sensed an anomaly. Instinctively, he raised the Qinglong sword to shield his chest. In that moment, a tremor of golden light enveloped him, resembling an iron armor, undoubtedly providing formidable defense. Clang! A tremendous force was instantaneously transmitted to his hands, pressing the Qinglong sword firmly against his chest, while the golden light of the armor flickered incessantly, seemingly bearing immense pressure. This overwhelming force seemed to possess a lingering intensity. He had thought that once he withstood it, he would be safe. Yet, unexpectedly, another wave of immense power surged forth from the initial blow. Crack! The golden armor shattered. Gush! After the golden armor was obliterated, the colossal force directly impacted Du Shihai's body. This time, he could not contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he rapidly retreated. He staggered back a full 100 feet. Steadying himself, Du Shihai coughed up another mouthful of reverse blood, gazing at Lin Feng in astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? As if aware of Du Shihai's unspoken question, Lin Feng chuckled softly and replied, "This is merely the second wave of the waves crashing to the sky. Would you care to sample the essence of the third wave?" The third wave? Listening to Lin Feng's tone, Du Shihai understood that his words were not mere fabrications. The impending onslaught of the triple wave would likely leave him utterly obliterated. With a hand pressed to his chest, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. Was today to be the day he met his demise? Lin Feng approached Du Shihai, speaking softly. On that day in the four-symbol city, you harbored intentions of murder towards me. My initial thought was to vanquish you and use your essence as an offering for my spear. However, I now present you with a choice. If you acquiesce, you may preserve your life and perhaps regain your freedom in the future. What say you? In the past, Lin Feng would undoubtedly have chosen to eliminate any who dared harbor murderous thoughts against him, for such individuals would invariably face retribution. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng had other designs. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Du Shihai's eyes. He realized he was no match for Lin Feng. What cultivator wouldn't desire to prolong their existence? Nevertheless, Du Shihai refrained from displaying his eagerness too overtly and coolly replied, "A choice? What choice? To serve as your lapdog?" Casting a sidelong glance at Du Shihai, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, letting out a soft snort. "I advise you to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. Should you refuse to compromise, I shall end your life. Do not maintain such lofty airs, lest I change my mind and you lose even this final opportunity." With a gulp, Du Shihai felt his heart race at Lin Feng's dismissive sound, realizing the palpable aura of death surrounding him. Without further ado, he declared, "If you wish to preserve your life, then you must acknowledge me as your master. Should you decline, prepare to become my offering. You have 10 breaths to ponder this." What? You truly intend to make me your servant? No, this was the first thought that crossed Du Shihai's mind. How could a dignified purple mansion cultivator deign to serve one of mere core formation? What face would he have left if word got out? Yet, the alternative was death. After 20 breaths, Du Shihai, wearied and disheartened, turned to Lin Feng and asked, "What can you offer me?" Observing his demeanor, Lin Feng knew he had acquiesced. However, Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "One must not be insatiably greedy. I grant you life. What more do you desire?" With the finality of his words, a sound pierced through the air, resonating within Du Shihai's body. He gazed down at the spear embedded in his chest, an overwhelming wave of regret flashing through his eyes. Trembling, he looked at Lin Feng, desperately wishing to articulate his thoughts, but no words escaped his lips. His strength waned, and his blood ebbed away rapidly. Why? Why not grant me another chance? I do not wish to die. Yet, life gradually slipped away, and the light in his eyes faded into obscurity. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold voice rang out. "It is solely because of your insatiable greed that you are of no use to me." Withdrawing the spear, all that remained at the sight of Du Shihai's demise was a splendid robe, his blood, flesh, bones, and even hair having been completely drained by the malevolent spear, which absorbed subtle energies to replenish Lin Feng's own essence. Truly, it was a wicked weapon. As if oblivious to the scene, Lin Feng picked up the Qinglong sword and stored it within his panlong ring. In contrast to his previous spatial pouch, Du Shihai's Qianquan bag contained a considerably larger expanse, filled with an abundance of treasures. Among them were over 700 high-grade spirit stones, and even more of various other spirit stones, alongside a few tomes and magical artifacts. Though none of these piqued Lin Feng's interest. Having undergone the treasure hunt in the Four-Elephant City, Lin Feng's horizons expanded. He was no longer the naive youth who had just emerged from a mountain village. After vanquishing Du Shihai, he steered his cloud vessel onward, his emotions undisturbed, as it was within the realm of normalcy for him to slay a Zifu cultivator. Following Du Shihai's demise, the capital responsible for managing the Donghai-based city dispatched personnel to investigate the cause. However, after extensive searching, they could only uncover Du Shihai's garments, with no further clues. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he calmly maneuvered the cloud vessel towards the eastern continent. This journey lasted an entire month, during which Lin Feng maximized the flying vessel's speed to cover distances of 1 million kilometers daily. Despite this, he spent a month traveling, and even the eastern continent was several times larger than Earth. The eastern continent is a land of immense prosperity. Throughout his travels, Lin Feng passed by numerous bustling cities, each teeming with vitality. The closer he approached the heart of the eastern continent, the more he could sense the pervasive atmosphere of cultivation. The upcoming selection of the Immortal Assembly promised to gather many exceptional cultivators, and Lin Feng's anticipation for the event grew. The Eastern Prefecture, situated at the very center of the eastern continent, though referred to as a residence, was, in fact, the largest city in the region. Beyond 100 miles from Dongzhou Prefecture lies the forbidden airspace. Lin Feng retracted his cloud vessel and made his way towards Dongzhou Prefecture. For cultivators, A distance of 100 miles is negligible, and he soon arrived at the city gates. Due to the impending Immortal Selection Conference, a multitude of cultivators were gathered, forming a long queue to enter the city. Lin Feng quietly stood at the end of the line, attuning his senses to locate Lu Fei and the others. With Lu Fei present, Lin Feng was not overly concerned about their well-being. Chapter 207. News of Parents Creek. The courtyard door swung open, and just as Lu Fei was about to speak, Fei Wu immediately interjected. Lu Xiu Shi, grant me the opportunity to approach Fairy Eye, and I shall ensure your lifelong wealth and prosperity, providing you with boundless elixirs to forge your path in cultivation. What say you? Another attempt at temptation? Lin Feng scoffed internally, and Lu Fei, dismissing the proposition, smiled gently at Fei Wu and replied, Young Master Fei, I fear your journey may be in vain this time. Fairy Eye is currently unwell and resting, and she is not to be disturbed by outsiders. Bang! As he gazed at the firmly shut courtyard door, Fei Wu's smiling visage gradually darkened, and he coldly remarked, just a rustic bumpkin from the countryside, daring to act so brazenly. Just you wait. Hearing Fei Wu's words, a follower behind him cautioned, Young Master, this Lu Fei is a late-stage core formation cultivator, slightly stronger than I am. He is not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Dongzhou Prefecture is currently focused on preparing for the Immortal Selection Conference, gathering countless talents from across the realm. The family head has instructed us not to provoke unnecessary trouble, lest we bring calamity upon our clan. After hearing this, Fei Wu smiled gently. It is precisely because the selection of immortals is taking place now, and my family is preoccupied, that I have this opportunity. However, Lu Fei presents a dilemma. I must devise a plan. The attendant wished to say more, but Fei Wu chose to disregard him, flicking his sleeve as he departed. In the East Continent Prefecture, at the Drunken Dream Tavern, Lin Feng's countenance was somewhat agitated as he clutched a piece of yellow talisman, which shimmered faintly with light. This talisman was obtained after he had posted a task at the Knowledge of the World establishment in Enyang City. The old shopkeeper had informed him that should there be any news concerning his parents, they would contact Lin Feng directly, and this talisman would serve as proof of that communication. After nearly a year, has news finally arrived? He carefully stored the talisman in his dragon ring, and without a moment's delay, Lin Feng exited the Drunken Dream Tavern. After some inquiries, he located the Knowledge of the World outpost established in the East Continent Prefecture, the first auction house of the East Continent. Lin Feng murmured as he stood before the massive structure. Initially, he had presumed that Knowledge of the World would opt for a more inconspicuous location for their outpost, but after thorough investigation, he confirmed that this was indeed their stronghold in the East Continent Prefecture. The audacity to claim the title of first in the East Continent suggested that Knowledge of the World possessed formidable power. Without further contemplation, Lin Feng stepped into the first auction house of the East Continent. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight before him. A 10-foot-high golden toad statue stood majestically in the hall, its mouth agape facing the entrance, symbolizing the gathering of wealth and treasures. Such a grand display was indeed a high-tier spiritual artifact, a testament to their significant investment. There exists a myriad of implements, among which the most prevalent are weapons of offense and defense. Additionally, there are various other types of instruments, such as ritual vessels, musical instruments, and utility tools. However, this particular golden toad serves as a utility tool, primarily for the purpose of stabilizing fortunes. This stabilization pertains to safeguarding the fortunes of the first tower of the Eastern Continent. With the presence of this golden toad, wealth and good fortune will coalesce without chaos, remaining steadfast and undisturbed. The jade seals utilized by emperors throughout history represent a form of utility tool, tasked with safeguarding and gathering the fortunes of a nation. As Lin Feng contemplated these matters, a server approached him, a young woman who greeted him with a smile. She inquired, "Welcome to the first auction house of the Eastern Continent. May I ask where your interests lie, sir?" Lin Feng responded in a low voice, "To comprehend the world." The woman smiled gently and replied, "To comprehend the world is found in the Bing Hall of the Fifth Wing. Please follow me." As Lin Feng followed the woman through the first auction house of the Eastern Continent, he was struck by the grandeur of the structure. Indeed, even with his experiences on Earth, this edifice remained the largest single structure he had ever encountered. From the outside, it appeared immense, yet upon entering, he discovered that the interior space did not align with its external appearance. A flash of violet light sparkled in his eyes as Lin Feng smiled lightly, recognizing the spatial formation arranged primarily with the use of shimi stones. The craftsmanship was commendable. Although the journey to the eastern sea bay seemed to have consumed nearly half a year, Lin Feng's understanding of formations had exponentially increased. The moment he stepped into the building, he sensed the presence of the formation. His enhanced mastery allowed him to quickly discern the operational techniques of the formation within the structure. This formation primarily governed spatial dynamics, while secondary functions included offensive and defensive capabilities. Soon, the female attendant addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Very well, young master. You have arrived at the 5th hall of the Bing section, where the organization known as Knowledge of the World has established its stronghold in the eastern continent." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng produced a medium-grade spirit stone and handed it to the attendant before entering the hall. Upon stepping inside, Lin Feng was immediately struck by the essence of knowledge of the world. The room was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, and enveloped in an unusual silence. A single oil lamp emitted a faint glow, casting the space in dim light. At the counter sat an elderly man, who observed Lin Feng's entrance with a gentle smile and said, "As you come, you are a guest. Please take a seat." Seated, Lin Feng refrained from idle chatter and directly presented the yellow talisman to the elder. Accepting the talisman, the elder retrieved a box containing a piece of transparent crystal, placing Lin Feng's talisman within and closing it. After a brief pause, the elder reopened the box and handed the talisman back to Lin Feng, stating, "Infuse it with your spiritual energy, and the answers you seek will manifest." With that, the elder fell silent, seemingly concluding the service. Lin Feng pondered over the information. Lin Feilong, from the village of Maple Tree in the Chongyan Mountain range of Qifeng County, and Feng Lan, the daughter of the Feng family's patriarch, had departed from their homeland 6 years prior to journey to the Qingfeng Pavilion in the eastern continent. 5 years ago, they were last seen in the city of Yunqing at the Deng family's estate, after which there had been no further news. After reviewing the details, Lin Feng carefully placed the yellow talisman into his ring. Although the text on the talisman was sparse, it provided a glimmer of insight. The Deng family, in Yunqing. They had vanished without a trace within the borders of their homeland. The Deng family was not one of the 24 prominent cultivation factions in the Kingdom of Li? His eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light. Subsequently, Lin Feng rose and presented 350 spirit stones to the elder, which were the remaining stones from the previous task, yet to be dispersed. After handing over the spirit stones, Lin Feng inquired, "I seek a comprehensive dossier on all cultivation factions within the Li Kingdom, including the royal family." A glimmer of opportunity sparked in the elder's eyes as he chuckled. "For information on the Li Kingdom, a mid-tier nation, the cost is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones." 1,000 high-grade. Lin Feng shook his head in denial. "Then I shall settle for the information regarding the Deng family." "Very well," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The elder wasted no time. He retrieved a box containing crystals and placed a jade slip within it. Without any visible effort, he soon produced the jade slip once more, tossing it towards Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng grasped the jade slip, transferred the spirit stones to the elder, expressed his gratitude, and departed from the first auction house of the eastern continent. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Feng's breath grew somewhat labored. His parents had vanished 5 years ago, yet they had not sought him out, perhaps. Lin Feng dared not dwell on such thoughts. He retrieved the jade slip obtained from the world knowledge and perused the information concerning the Deng family within the Li Kingdom. The history of the Deng family was not extensive, and Lin Feng swiftly concluded his reading. As he set down the jade slip, a furrow formed on his brow. The Deng family was a low-tier cultivation faction, with their ancestral patriarch being a mid-stage condensation Dan cultivator, reigning over Yun City for several centuries. However, a year prior, the Deng family had been obliterated by an unidentified force, with no survivors remaining. This mysterious force vanished without a trace following the annihilation of the Deng family, which explained why the information from world knowledge concluded abruptly at this point. As for the identity of that enigmatic force, the jade tablet contains no records. Perhaps this pertains to other matters, or perhaps even those who are well-informed are unaware of its true nature. Who could have eradicated the power of the Deng family? Might there be a connection? During his visit to the realm of knowledge, Lin Feng returned with a sense of regret. The realm was currently investigating the identity of this faction, yet there were no updates available. However, the elder did share another piece of information. Not only had the Deng family been annihilated, but other cultivation forces had also been wiped out without any forewarning. All exceedingly bizarre. Thus, he resolved to participate in the selection of immortals. Perhaps, Just perhaps, his parents were still alive. With a gentle shake of his head, he acknowledged that the venerable Wan Hua was urging him to awaken. Lin Feng understood these truths. It was not the words of others that could liberate him from his predicament, only his own efforts could effectuate that change. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. A look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, Lu Fei? What has transpired? Why the urgency? Lu Fei and Lin Feng had established a master-servant bond, allowing them to sense each other's presence. Naturally, Lu Fei could perceive Lin Feng's existence, but this required Lin Feng's consent. Conversely, Lin Feng could sense Lu Fei's presence at any time, as long as he remained within an effective range. At that moment, Lin Feng felt Lu Fei's anxiety, which he had previously suppressed, and immediately followed the sensation to locate him, his heart gradually quickening. Chapter 208, The Rescue of Lu Fei. He hastened towards the direction of the sensed presence. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at a narrow street, replete with filth and populated by numerous beggars. Ignoring these destitute souls, he traversed the alley and entered a courtyard, where laughter echoed. With the cultivation of the late stage of this time we've struck gold. We shall fetch a handsome price. Fortunately, thanks to Master Li's dispersing fragrance, many troubles have been averted. Alas, that exquisite maiden was taken by a worthless wretch. What a pity! Suddenly, amidst their revelry, the courtyard door swung open, revealing none other than Lin Feng. The unexpected entrance startled everyone, yet Lin Feng paid them no heed. Directing his gaze towards a corner of the yard, there, Lu Fei was bound, his hair disheveled, his clothes tattered, and stained with traces of blood. His complexion was pale and his lips cracked, evidently having endured severe torment. The residents of this place were notorious for their brutality, and in their eyes, even the sons of noble families were mere pawns to be exploited for their spirit stones. Observing Lin Feng's silence, one among them bellowed, "Brothers, let's go." In an instant, 7 or 8 individuals surged toward Lin Feng. His mood, already heavy with oppression, found an outlet in this confrontation. Without drawing his, he calmly regarded the approaching throng and murmured, "Merely commoners, yet they dare to commit evil and endanger cultivators. What audacity!" With a collective roar, the group charged at Lin Feng. Though they sensed his extraordinary presence, it was rare for cultivators to venture into such squalid realms, leading them to underestimate him. Lin Feng sought to vent his frustrations without resorting to spiritual energy. As he unleashed a powerful punch, a gentle breeze swept through the air. A burly man, attempting to strike Lin Feng, was momentarily dazed by the wind's caress. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng's fist, as unyielding as iron, shattered the man's skull, sending blood splattering across the scene, causing the others to shudder in shock. With a single blow, he dispatched the giant, revealing his formidable prowess. One among the remaining assailants, his eyes gleaming with malice, bellowed, "He is but one person. Let us attack together." Despite having eliminated one opponent, Lin Feng remained composed. Yet the ferocity in his gaze intensified, perhaps stirred by the scent of blood, awakening his primal instincts. Transforming his fist into a claw, he lunged at the remaining foes. With swift precision, 3 more fell victim to his lethal grasp, their hearts crushed before they could even approach him. Such brutality was unnecessary for dealing with mere mortals. Yet Lin Feng was engulfed in a tempest of rage, and given the unsavory nature of his adversaries, he felt justified in his actions. Mere mortals, easily dispatched at his hands. After vanquishing the last of them, a voice resonated from within the confines of a nearby building. Such a young boy, yet so ruthless. He is a menace that must be eradicated. Lin Feng had long sensed the presence of another, a practitioner of the condensation of qi. No sooner had the words been uttered than a figure emerged from the shadows, garbed in a flowing crimson robe. Upon observing this individual, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he remarked, surrounded by an aura of blood, "Is this what constitutes an evil cultivator?" He then shook his head, recalling the words of his grandfather, who had warned that true evil cultivators would not be so overt. "Your sanguine aura betrays your excessive bloodshed, reeking of malevolence. Your wicked deeds warrant your demise." Humph. How ridiculous it is for one so young to speak so condescendingly about others. Should I take you seriously? Observing your delicate and tender form, entering the arena would be futile. You might as well offer up your heart to nourish my strength. Lin Feng's cultivation surpassed that of the crimson-robed cultivator, who had not previously utilized spiritual power in battle. Thus, this cultivator mistakenly assumed Lin Feng to be a mere novice, possessing nothing more than rudimentary martial skills, which posed no threat. After speaking, the cultivator launched a punch at Lin Feng without employing any spiritual energy, evidently brimming with confidence in his physical prowess. Whoosh! The speed of this punch was astonishing, the wind generated by it howling fiercely. In an instant, Lin Feng discerned that the man's physical strength was extraordinary. Yet, to Lin Feng, he seemed no more formidable than a child playing with dolls, staggering and utterly weak. With a slight tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the crimson-robed cultivator's blow, simultaneously extending a hand to grasp the fist. You two possess a method of refining the body. What of it? Allow me to demonstrate what true body refinement entails. As Lin Feng seized the punch, the crimson-robed cultivator remained unperturbed. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes. Spiritual energy coiled around his arm, and Lin Feng observed keenly as the man's fist began to glow an intense red, the veins bulging ominously, lending an impression of immense power. Concurrently, a foul, sanguine aura emanated from the body of the crimson-robed man. The potency of his blood was substantial, yet utterly murky, suggesting he had resorted to the vile practice of devouring others' blood to fuel his training. Not wishing to linger in this entanglement, Lin Feng decisively twisted the man's fist apart. Witnessing his own fist being pried open, the red-clad cultivator was filled with disbelief. Previously, he had faced a leopard-like beast and felt that with his fist. He could contend equally with it. Why, then, did he feel as powerless as a child in this man's grip? Even when he attempted to break free, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Suddenly, the red-clad cultivator's eyes widened as he sought to exert all his might to escape Lin Feng's grasp. Yet he could not budge an inch. After prying open the cultivator's hand, Lin Feng seized one of his fingers and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The finger snapped cleanly. The flesh no longer tethered, revealing the crimson bone beneath. Lin Feng nodded slightly, noting that the bone refining indeed took place, albeit with rather unimpressive results. With a gaze still filled with malice, he reached for another finger. Boom! At that moment, 3 streaks of crimson spiritual energy hurtled towards Lin Feng's head, propelled by the red-clad cultivator, who, in a state of agony, unleashed all his power in an attack. Simultaneously, a gritted voice echoed from him. Die. Little did he know, Lin Feng showed no concern for the 3 strands of energy, continuing his relentless assault on the fingers. A scream pierced the air as another finger broke. Whoosh! The spiritual energy surged viciously towards Lin Feng, yet his body absorbed it like a sponge, assimilating it effortlessly until it was rendered inert. Witnessing this scene, the red-clad cultivator's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. What? He is also a cultivator? Why can I not sense his cultivation level? How can someone so young surpass me? The selection of immortals. Suddenly, words emerged in the mind of the red-clad cultivator. The selection of immortals was indeed a grand event that gathered numerous talents from across the realm, and it was not uncommon for prodigies to appear. However, how could a cultivator find themselves in such a tainted place? To his astonishment, he realized he was utterly defenseless before his adversary. The recollection of his earlier bravado, boasting of annihilating his opponent, filled the red-clad cultivator with even greater dread. In a moment of desperation, he implored Lin Feng, "Spare my life, esteemed immortal. I am the Hall Master of the Thunder Tiger Gang. If you grant me mercy, I shall reward you handsomely." Lin Feng calmly inquired, "Where is the woman?" The woman in question was, of course, a Yi. Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the red-clad cultivator's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. He beseeched Lin Feng, "If you allow me to leave, I shall divulge everything, withholding nothing." However, Lin Feng was not inclined to negotiate. Casting a dispassionate glance at the red-clad cultivator, he remarked, "I shall grant you one more chance." Gulping nervously, the red-clad cultivator felt a chill as he met Lin Feng's indifferent gaze. Striving to seize the opportunity, his eyes reddened. Realizing that speaking would undoubtedly lead to his demise, yet remaining silent might afford him a glimmer of hope. Trembling, he began, "Esteemed immortal." Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself rendered speechless. With a swift motion, Lin Feng crushed the red-clad cultivator's heart, maintaining an expression of calm. With a flick of his finger, he released Lu Fei, who had been restrained nearby. Upon being released, Lu Fei gravely addressed Lin Feng, "Young master, I am a fool for failing to safeguard Miss I." Lin Feng felt reassured in trusting Ida Lu Fei, a seasoned veteran who was not easily deceived. Little did he know that this time, I had been lost. In truth, Lu Fei had not anticipated such treachery from Fei Wu, especially since their previous encounters had been marked by courtesy. It was shocking that the last interaction had devolved into underhanded tactics, catching Lu Fei off guard, leading to ice abduction as well. Lu Fei had been brought to this location by the same group, and along the way, he sensed Lin Feng's presence, promptly calling out. Which is why Lin Feng felt that connection. Upon hearing Lu Fei's account, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What is the strength of the Fei family? He inquired. Lu Fei shook his head, responding, I am not entirely certain of their exact capabilities, but to establish a foothold as a minor power in the Eastern Prefecture, they must possess considerable strength. And what of the Thunder Tiger Gang? Lin Feng pressed. I have some knowledge of that, Lu Fei replied. In the Eastern Prefecture, there are 5 prominent families, the Tang, Su, Ming, Qi, and the Royal Kong family. These families wield immense power, unassailable by others. The Thunder Tiger Gang, however, appears to be on the verge of rivaling these 5 families. The gang boasts numerous skilled fighters, and their most lucrative ventures include several illicit enterprises, with the most profitable being the largest casino in the Eastern Prefecture, where the most popular attraction is the fighting arena. When Lin Feng first arrived, he had heard mention of the fighting arena, and now Lu Fei brought it up again. What exactly is the fighting arena? Chapter 209. Ice Escape in the Arena. Individuals or beasts are placed within, either to engage in mixed battles or solitary contests. Those who participate in these combats are referred to as combat slaves. I had previously fallen victim to their schemes, and my ultimate destination was indeed the arena, a stronghold of the Thunder Tiger Gang in this vicinity, specifically designated for the transfer of combat slaves. The red-clad cultivator I encountered earlier was the overseer of this establishment. At this juncture, Lu Fei exhibited a semblance of embarrassment, for he was a core formation cultivator yet had been outmaneuvered by mere mortals, a rather humiliating predicament. Was this akin to the Roman Colosseum? He gently shook his head, then exited the courtyard, inquiring, where will Fei Wu take I? Lu Fei, still visibly flustered, responded, I am uncertain, perhaps to the Fei residence. Before long, Lu Fei escorted Lin Feng to the courtyard he had previously acquired. They proceeded in the direction indicated by Lu Fei. Soon, Lin Feng halted before a tavern. Entering with purpose, Lu Fei followed closely behind. Though he remained silent, he pondered why Lin Feng would venture to this tavern instead of the Fei household to seek someone. Upon entering the tavern, Lin Feng approached the counter and inquired of the proprietor, which room did the young master of the Fei family enter with a lady just now? The proprietor, taken aback by the inquiry regarding Master Fei, hesitated, aware that offending too many patrons could jeopardize his business. He cast a troubled glance towards another group within the tavern. Following the proprietor's gaze, Lin Feng noticed 7 or 8 individuals rising and slowly approaching him. At that moment, Lu Fei exclaimed, It is them, the attendants of Fei Wu. With Lu Fei's confirmation, Lin Feng was assured that Lu Fei's powers had waned, and it was now up to him to take action. Without further ado, he dashed towards the group, for time was of the essence. As a practitioner at the late stage of Dan condensation, he surpassed even the leader. At that moment, a newly advanced follower in the late stage of Dan condensation spoke solemnly, Do not be afraid. He has absorbed the dissipating fragrance, rendering him powerless for 7 days. We must subdue him to prevent any disruption to the young master's plans. This individual was indeed the leader of the followers, having attained the late stage of Dan condensation himself. Just as the leader finished speaking, he noticed Lin Feng advancing toward them and smirked, saying, A mere novice in Dan condensation, seeking death. Stand aside and allow me. The other followers stepped back, sneering at Lin Feng. Bang! A spray of blood erupted, and the followers' expressions brightened, internally marveling. The boss's strength has increased again. Just as one individual was about to flatter the leader, a crimson fist flew towards him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he lost consciousness. Upon reaching the group, Lin Feng was suddenly jolted awake, realizing that the blood splattered on his face belonged to the boss. A practitioner at the late stage of Dan condensation had been decimated by that single punch. Gulp. A profound silence fell over the crowd, broken only by the sound of swallowed breaths. Where is your young master? Lin Feng asked coldly, his words shattering the remaining defenses of the followers. One trembled as he stammered, In room A1. Meanwhile, in room A1 of the tavern, I found herself bound hand and foot, her cries stifled by the cloth lodged in her mouth. At that moment, her spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, rendering her unable to struggle. Fei Wu stood nearby, chuckling as he said, Dear fairy, do not resist. If you yield to me, I shall surely provide you with resources from my family to aid in your cultivation. With my family's support, your progress will undoubtedly soar. I remained silent, her expression one of disbelief. Observing her, Fei Wu rubbed his hands together in a rather lewd manner, hesitating to approach, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he exclaimed, "What could be more delightful than sharing a lovely evening with a fairy, enjoying a small drink together?" With that, he produced a wine cup and filled it with fragrant wine. Simultaneously, he retrieved a small packet from his sleeve, opening it to reveal pink powder, which he then poured into the cup. With a swift motion, he inhaled the powder, savoring the taste with a look of ecstasy as he gazed at Ai. Shaking the cup in his hand, he advanced towards her. Ai's face reflected alarm as she watched him add the powder, instinctively knowing it was no good, though she could only whimper in response. "Dear fairy, are you anxious? I am on my way." Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Fei Wu, unfazed, frowned and barked, "Get lost." The knocking persisted. With a heavy sigh of annoyance, he declared, "No matter what you want, you are doomed." Upon learning that I had been taken into a private room at the tavern by Fei Wu, Lin Feng did not hesitate and swiftly approached the door. His consciousness swept through the space, confirming Ai's safety. He exhaled slowly. Had he arrived even a moment later, the situation might have spiraled out of control. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Feng refrained from forcefully entering. When he opened the door, Fei Wu was met with an unfamiliar face, not one of his attendants. His expression growing ever colder. "Who are you?" Suddenly, without warning, Fei Wu felt a sharp pain in his groin. Before he could utter a cry, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, stifling the scream that was about to escape his lips. His face flushed crimson, tears welling in his eyes. Bypassing Fei Wu, Lin Feng released Ai. Upon seeing her master approach, Ai's eyes brimmed with tears as she threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace, unable to articulate her emotions, only sobbing softly. I understood that Lin Feng disapproved of her tears, yet this time, she could no longer hold back. Feeling Ai's slight tremors, Lin Feng's heart ached deeply. He gently patted her back, assuring her, "It's all right, it's over now." After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Fei Wu, and with a single gesture, ensnared him within a blanket, dragging him out of the room. As they exited the tavern, neither onlookers nor Fei Wu's attendants dared to approach, leaving Lu Fei to carry Fei Wu away into the distance. The remaining patrons hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed from Dongzhou Prefecture. As for the Fei family, they only learned of Fei Wu's disappearance several days later. Upon investigation, they discovered that Lin Feng had abducted Fei Wu, leaving no trace behind. The search for Lin Feng and his associates proved fruitless at first, for Lu Fei and Yi typically led a reclusive life within the courtyard they had rented, and few were aware of their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Fei Wu lay quietly in a stable, devoid of any breath. Had a coroner arrived to examine the body, they would undoubtedly declare it a case of death from exhaustion. The grievous wound beneath him bore no apparent cause, while 5 magnificent steeds stood nearby, whinnying mournfully, their feet scattered with remnants of pink powder. The scene was a tragic tableau, heart-wrenching in its brutality. In stark contrast, there existed a place of ethereal beauty, radiant with colors and serenity, where 3 colossal characters loomed in the sky, Tian-Yi Palace. The world around was awash with misty hues, the sun and moon casting their luminous glow, occasionally revealing golden dragons soaring or phoenixes heralding auspicious tidings. The harmonious melodies of celestial music resonated perpetually, and the fragrant mists wafted through the air, embodying a veritable paradise on earth. A majestic mountain rose high, piercing the clouds, its grandeur stretching for hundreds of miles. At its summit stood a resplendent golden palace, surrounded by ethereal cranes in flight and spiritual deer drinking the morning dew, exuding unparalleled tranquility. The inscription above the palace read, "Lingyu Palace." In the rear garden of Lingyu Palace, blossoms flourished in abundance, while spiritual beings flitted about. One could observe a figure clad in a flowing white gown gracefully weaving through the flowers, either trimming the branches or watering them with sacred water, embodying an effortless beauty that was simply breathtaking. Had Lin Feng been present, he would have noticed certain similarities between this person and the Tang Lang he once knew. However, the individual before him was now adorned in feminine attire. Upon closer inspection of her visage, one would perceive her starry eyes sparkling with life, her delicate nose, and an unmatched beauty that surpassed the blooming flowers surrounding her. Her demeanor exuded grace and elegance, Accompanying her was another woman, though not as striking, still undeniably enchanting. This companion appeared to be a maid or perhaps a sister, engaging in casual conversation with the former, devoid of any constraints. This attendant was none other than the maid who once served by Tang Lang's side. The maid spoke up. "Miss, the selection for the Immortal Gathering is imminent. There are over 100 cultivators registered from the 12 states, all named Dutsong. I have their credentials in my possession. Yet there is none among them who bears the Tianni token you bestowed upon Dutsong. Does this mean he will not participate in the gathering?" Upon hearing this, it became evident that the person before Lin Feng was indeed the Tang Lang he had once met. Tang Lang chuckled lightly, replying, "If he does not wish to participate, then so be it. I have stated before that he has his own life to lead. He will come if he chooses, and if he does not, it cannot be forced. Who says that only by competing in the Immortal Gathering can one showcase their abilities?" The maid shrugged, expressing her confusion. "I fail to comprehend why you would choose him." Tang Lang shook her head, responding, "There is nothing more to it than a sense of familiarity." The maid was taken aback by her mistress's nonchalance. Is this merely following one's intuition? Could this not be rather hasty? Tang Lang tilted her head and inquired of the maid, "Do you believe in fate?" The maid promptly replied, "I do believe. Fate is difficult to defy. Yet it must prevail. However, I do not believe in fate. I merely trust my own instincts. If it feels right, then it is right, and there is no need to ponder further." Yet, the response from the young lady left the maid utterly speechless. Soon after, Tang Lang gently smiled and remarked, "Very well. Continue to keep an eye on his whereabouts. As long as he appears, he will undoubtedly stir the extraordinary, but do not interfere with any of his actions." 8 days later, within the Eastern Prefecture, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the city at the hour of Chun. Each beat resonating with the hearts of the cultivators in the Eastern Prefecture, for the long-anticipated selection of immortals was officially commencing today. Alas, the recent plot twists have been somewhat arduous, and I find myself almost at a loss for words. However, I am reassured by the notion I once heard from an author. Writing is akin to sitting on the toilet. One cannot hope to achieve anything if not in the right place. Just like now, I remain seated in front of the computer. The venerable of 10,000 paths, alas, I am currently typing. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, simply refresh the page to acquire the latest updates. Chapter 210, The Spirit Moon Token. All cultivators participating in the selection of immortals within the Eastern region hasten to the competition grounds at Dojo. For the selection of immortals shall officially commence at the 2nd hour past noon. All cultivators participating in the selection of immortals from the Eastern continent are summoned to the Du Prefecture Arena. At precisely noon, the selection of immortals will officially commence. Instantly, a commanding voice resonated throughout the Eastern continent, igniting excitement among all participants, while some were consumed by anxiety. For this was a rare opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate. If grasped well, it could lead to remarkable progress in the future. For many, this chance was exceedingly precious. In the Qi family estate, there were 50 individuals qualified to partake in the selection of immortals, having successfully advanced past the preliminary rounds into the semifinals. Young Master Qi Yu stood prominently in the front row, flanked by 2 dashing cultivators whose presence was equally formidable. The family patriarch stood upon the high platform, addressing the 50 disciples below. "You are all esteemed members of the Qi family. With the selection of immortals at hand, I hope you will work in unison during the competition. Those who make it onto the Eastern continent rankings will be rewarded with a high-tier spiritual artifact and access to the family's vast resources, along with numerous incentives for encouragement." High-tier spiritual artifacts? Vast resources? The disciples of the family were electrified. Such artifacts were rare treasures. To possess one would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities. Not to mention the immense resources of the Qi family, a formidable entity within the Du Prefecture, overflowing with wealth. The patriarch then turned his gaze towards Qi Yu and the 2 others, stating, "Should any of you reach the finals, you will be awarded a foundational elemental artifact and 3 city territories, thus positioning you as candidates for the family patriarch." The eyes of Qi Yu and his 2 companions gleamed with excitement. Nothing else mattered. The candidate for the family head was exceptionally radiant. To date, there were only 2 candidates for the position. Should he become a candidate himself, the likelihood of ascending to the role of family head was quite promising. The mere thought of leading a family filled him with exuberance. Indeed, the 3 exclaimed, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, other families and factions were urging their disciples to strive harder. The Tang family boasted 48 disciples, nearly on par with the Qi family. The Su family had 53 disciples, while the Ming family had 51. The Royal Kong family had a remarkable 90 disciples participating in the selection for immortals, yet only one led them. The Thunder Tiger gang had over 30 disciples, with the leader being the son of the gang's chief. At that moment, the drumming from Dongzhou Prefecture quickened, heralding the imminent commencement of the Grand Assembly. Lin Feng guided Yi to the competition center of Dongzhou Prefecture, while Lu Fei seemed to have lost his way. This was an expansive square capable of accommodating at least 1 million spectators. Above the square, a multifaceted crystal, measuring 100 feet, hovered in the air, surrounded by numerous onlookers, reminiscent of the throngs of fans watching a match on Earth. Gazing at the multifaceted crystal, Lin Feng surmised, "Is this the projection crystal? With 100 facets, it certainly saves considerable manpower and resources in constructing viewing stands." The projection crystal palace, with its 100 faces, could display diverse images, corresponding to the 100 competition platforms in the center. During the contests, all activities on the platforms would be showcased through the multifaceted crystal. Surrounding the area were numerous cultivators clad in various uniforms, diligently managing the scene to prevent any chaos. It was evident that this was the assistance provided by the top 100 cultivating factions of Qingzhou. Having established this event, they were determined to protect it fiercely. Any disturbances would undoubtedly tarnish the reputations of these esteemed factions. Subsequently, I led Lin Feng towards the competition center, as the contest was about to commence. Most cultivators eligible to enter had already done so, resulting in a relatively uncrowded entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Feng produced his identity token. Observing Lin Feng and Ice approach, one of the guards addressed Lin Feng, inquiring about the identity token. This token was awarded upon successfully passing the preliminary selection and contained all pertinent information about the participant, making it impossible to counterfeit. With a swift motion, Lin Feng revealed a medallion inscribed with the characters Ling Yue, a token gifted to him by the gentleman known as Tang Lang, indicating that it allowed Lin Feng to bypass the preliminaries and proceed directly to the semifinals. Lin Feng had pondered the meaning of Ling Yue, but had yet to grasp its significance. Perhaps it was the name of Tang Lang's faction. Believing he would smoothly gain entry, Lin Feng was taken aback when the guard barked, "You were told to present your identity token. What is this you are holding? Do not cause trouble without the proper credentials." Ice's heart raced with anxiety. She was well aware of the origins of this medallion. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the air as a cultivator in a gray robe struck the guard. Simultaneously, the gray-robed cultivator admonished, "Useless fool. In the blink of an eye, you nearly brought calamity upon us." After imparting a lesson to the guard, the gray-robed monk immediately smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "The Tianyi Linghua token allows one to bypass the preliminary selection. Please register here, my friend." Lin Feng gently nodded, registered his information, and then led I into the competition center. "Non-participants are not permitted to enter," one of the guards shouted as he observed I entering as well. Slap. Another crisp sound resonated, clearly indicating that the guard had received another slap. "The tokens of the top 100 powers have emerged. No one shall obstruct their passage, and all conveniences must be provided. Remember that." Hearing the words, Lin Feng nodded lightly and proceeded with I into the competition center. As soon as Lin Feng and I entered, the earlier gray-robed monk swiftly moved to a concealed location, casting a spell that summoned a transparent bird, which then transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. Haha, I actually received the news about the Lingyue real person's token at the first opportunity. A great reward is certainly in store. Glancing at the entrance of the competition, the gray-robed monk chuckled softly, saying, "Only at the initial stage of Dan condensation. And yet daring to plunge into this vortex. By then, there may not be even a trace left of him. However, that does not concern me." He then instructed others to guard the entrance while he himself entered the competition center. Meanwhile, spies from various factions in the eastern continent observed Lin Feng producing the token and hurriedly disseminated the information to their respective masters. At the Tianyi Palace, within the Lingyue Hall, a maid rushed into the garden, addressing Tang Lang, saying, "Miss, it has arrived. Your token has appeared." "Oh?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Tang Lang's eyes sparkled with delight as he inquired eagerly, "Pray tell, what is the specific situation?" The maid responded with a soft acknowledgement. Du Tsang-san is indeed not his true name. He is actually called Lin Feng. His cultivation has ascended to the condensation Dan realm. The last time we met, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and in just over a year, He has remarkably advanced to the condensation Dan realm. His speed of cultivation is astonishing. And now he has appeared in the Eastern Prefecture. The Eastern Prefecture, as expected, Tang Lang chuckled softly. Let us remain vigilant for any news regarding him. After a brief pause, he added, let us venture to the Eastern Prefecture. The maid, taken aback by her mistress's swiftness, wondered aloud. Did you not say to let things unfold naturally? Yet before she could finish, she noticed Tang Lang deflate slightly, conceding, very well then. Observing her mistress's demeanor, the maid suddenly bowed respectfully towards the heavens, realizing that only the palace master could sway her mistress in such a manner. At the summit of Tianyi Palace stood a resplendent palace adorned with colorful glazed tiles. The residence of the palace master. A distant, ethereal voice echoed from within the palace. Gather all information regarding Lin Feng for the palace master's perusal. Understood, came the reply from the void, followed by an eerie silence. In the depths of the state's underground palace, a robust man with fiery red hair radiated an overwhelming aura, seemingly at odds with his own immense strength, struggling to contain the power within him. At that moment, he held a jade slip containing records of Lin Feng's activities in the Eastern Prefecture. A fierce and turbulent energy emanated from his eyes as he scoffed. Humph. Condensation Dan realm? Merely an insignificant ant. I cannot fathom why Lingwei would choose him. Once I successfully refine him, I shall see what manner of person he truly is. I sincerely hope he does not disappoint me. After uttering these words, I once again entered the secluded chamber within the underground palace. Lin Feng was unaware that by taking out the token, he had already attracted countless gazes. At this moment, he was wandering around the competition center with I. The competition center was vast, taking on a spherical shape, surrounded by rows upon rows of spectator seating, which were now filled to capacity with eager onlookers. Each seat required a significant expenditure of spirit stones to acquire, leaving those unable to afford them to observe from the outside via multifaceted crystals. The audience area could accommodate at least 1 million spectators, and as far as the eye could see, there were heads aplenty, creating an uproar that reflected the fervent anticipation of the crowd. In the center of the seating area lay an open space with a diameter of 3,000 zhang, which surely served as the competition stage. The seats closest to the stage were reserved for participating cultivators and were nearly full at this moment. So many individuals are competing? Do they all meet the criteria? There were at least 20,000 participants. Previously, in the city of Anyang, only 3 spots were selected from the entire city, and those would still require further competition in the county. With such a multitude of talents in Eastern continent, one must wonder about the entirety of the Xinjiang continent. Are geniuses so commonplace? However, upon reflection, the Eastern continent is several times larger than Earth. These individuals must indeed be the result of rigorous selection. Perhaps 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 1 million. It seems entirely reasonable to expect at least 1 genius among 10 million. After securing a spot for I, Lin Feng proceeded to the area designated for the participating cultivators. At the stroke of 2 o'clock, the moment swiftly arrived. Just then, a resounding symphony filled the air, instantly elevating the spirits of the audience, heralding the imminent commencement of the competition. The participants, upon hearing this harmonious melody, clenched their fists in anticipation. A sudden drumbeat echoed, and the symphony continued to resonate for a full incense stick's duration before gradually subsiding. As the arena fell silent, a beam of white light illuminated the center of the stage. Shortly thereafter, a figure began to materialize within the glow, an elderly individual with flowing white hair, yet vibrant. Penetrating eyes, casually holding a whisk upon his arm, gazed calmly at the assembly of cultivators. Another figure emerged, following the esteemed brothers, revealing a friend silently offering flowers, expressing gratitude to the primordial chaos. The new week has commenced, heralding the official start of the selection of immortals. While I, the author, should be diligently crafting my words, unforeseen circumstances have caused today's update to be postponed until the evening. I humbly beseech your support through collections and recommendations, for which I would be eternally grateful. My dear friends, may this new week bring you joy and fulfillment. As the new week unfolds, work is actively underway. I kindly ask for your patience. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to access the latest developments. Chapter 211. The cunning old man. The figure of the old man gradually materialized, ultimately transforming into his true form. The assembly of cultivators gazed in astonishment, wondering if this was indeed a miraculous transformation, ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd. Once his form was fully solidified, The old man smiled and addressed everyone, stating, "I am Zhongzi of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. I have the honor of presiding over this selection of immortals in the Eastern continent." Upon introducing himself, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. The Sun and Moon Divine Sect? That is among the top 10 cultivation forces on the Xianian continent. In the realm of the Sun and Moon Sect, it is said that each individual's Dao title holds significant meaning, categorized into 5 tiers: heaven, earth, man, mysterious, and yellow. The designation for individuals, at the very least, corresponds to those who have attained the rank of Purple Mansion cultivators. Yet, the title of human among men suggests an exceptionally exalted status within this hierarchy. As for Lin Feng, he was largely unaware of the intricacies surrounding human among men, but through the analyses of the surrounding cultivators, he gleaned some insight. Resolving to ponder no further, he redirected his focus to the competition stage. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept across the arena, bestowing clarity upon all present, silencing the previously cacophonous atmosphere. It was human among men, who lightly waved his whisk, allowing the refreshing zephyr to permeate the venue, a testament to his formidable prowess. Once tranquility was restored, human among men commenced reciting the purpose of the selection of immortals, offering an overview of the foremost 100 cultivation factions, with particular emphasis on the Sun and Moon sect. After all, the participants gathered were all prodigious individuals, and each sect was tasked with recruiting disciples of exceptional caliber. This preliminary exposition consumed a full hour. Clearing his throat, human among men continued, "Now, I shall elucidate the rules and rewards of the selection of immortals. This event is designed to identify unparalleled talents rather than stifle them. Thus, while injury is permissible during the competition, killing is strictly forbidden. Should one party concede, the other must cease all forms of attack. However, if an individual recklessly seeks their own demise, no considerations need be made. Furthermore, during the course of the competition, no external interference is allowed. Violators will be expelled from the arena. The competition presents but a singular opportunity. Thus, I urge all participants to refrain from concealing their true abilities. Should one be eliminated, there shall be no further chances to partake in subsequent contests. Moreover, numerous esteemed sects of cultivation are observing your every move. Even if one cannot advance to the finals, being noticed by such sects is indeed a remarkable opportunity. As for the rewards, there are a total of 31,062 participants from the Eastern Prefecture. However, only 100 cultivators shall ultimately grace the final arena of Xianxing Prefecture to compete in the decisive round. Participation in this final contest will yield corresponding rewards, the nature of which will be revealed in due time. Do any of you harbor doubts? In response, Yun Zhongzi called out to the heavens, "The trials of Xianxing shall bestow fortune upon us, and the heavens shall not forsake us. We shall strive earnestly, hoping that the heavens do not disappoint our aspirations for Xianxing. Let the selection of immortals commence." Boom, 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 boom. With his resounding roar, dozens of towering platforms materialized around him, each spanning 100 feet in width, enveloped in layers of shimmering barriers. Though transparent, the formidable power contained within these barriers left many present in awe. Only those of the Purple Mansion could hope to breach them. It seems this concurrent competition across 100 platforms is a cherished tradition, Lin Feng mused. As the revered figure surveyed the contestants, he announced with a resonant voice, "All participants, take your positions. 100 arenas shall commence simultaneously, with competitors facing each other in pairs. The actions permitted during the contest are boundless. However, it is imperative to note that each match will last only the duration of a single incense stick. Once the incense has burned out, the outcome is final. There are no ties in this competition, only victors and vanquished. The arena is graced by 100 judges from various factions. Should a match conclude without a clear result after the incense has extinguished, the decision on whether the participants may continue in subsequent matches rests with the esteemed judges. This decision adheres to the principle of eliminating the inferior while promoting the superior. Thus, I must declare that it is in your best interest not to conceal your true abilities." Having stated this, the figure once more scanned the contestants and, seeing no objections, concluded, "If there are no dissenting voices, let the grand event commence." With a resounding thud, the announcement was punctuated by the reverberating beat of drums, infusing the arena with a lively atmosphere. Concurrently, the radiance of the 100 arenas dimmed, awaiting the competitors to take the stage. As the shimmering veil receded, 200 cultivators swiftly ascended the platforms, each a paragon of exceptional talent, determined not to lag behind their peers. Yet Lin Feng remained unperturbed. With so many participants, he feared not the lack of adversaries. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Once the contests began, the withdrawn veil would swiftly seal again, remaining so until the results were declared. At the heart of the competition, there existed 200 exclusive viewing chambers, 100 of which were occupied by judges from the foremost sections. While evaluating the matches, these judges also bore the esteemed responsibility of scouting for outstanding disciples for their respective sections. After all, no one can predict who will emerge as the triumphant savior in this grand contest. In one of the viewing chambers, a judge observed the cultivator on stage and remarked, "Indeed, this jade tiger is a prodigy from the Jade Forest Mountain, possessing both internal and external refinement and exhibiting exceptional swordsmanship. At the age of 47, he has already attained the late stage of Dan condensation, a commendable talent." He then addressed the attendant behind him, saying, "Should he persist through 3 battles, ensure an invitation is sent forth from our sect." The attendant bowed respectfully, acknowledging the command. Such actions were mirrored across the numerous viewing chambers, albeit with diverse records in hand, for not every cultivator could simultaneously garner the favor of 100 sections. In another chamber, distinguished guests quietly observed the contest, ready to extend an olive branch should they encounter a worthy contender. The competition had truly commenced. At the outset, all cultivators unleashed their utmost strength against their opponents. As one participant aptly noted, there can only be one outcome on the arena. To conceal one's capabilities is to invite defeat by cunning adversaries. Thus, vanquishing one's opponent swiftly would render subsequent battles far less arduous. Bang! No sooner had the contest begun than a resounding crash echoed from a high platform, drawing the attention of the audience. They heard the referee announce, "On platform 78, the contestants are Jade Tiger from Jade Forest Mountain and Lang Wen from Hongming Lake. The first match concludes with Jade Tiger as the victor." An astonished spectator exclaimed, "What? It has only been a quarter of an hour. And both are talents of exceptional caliber. How could the battle conclude so swiftly?" One individual chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the audience, and remarked, "You are unaware that the Jade Tiger, having battled countless beasts since childhood, possesses a blade technique that is truly transcendent. His ferocity is unparalleled, and his name was changed after triumphing over 100 beasts, signifying him as the king of beasts. This is because his opponents are unworthy of facing his blade. He can effortlessly vanquish them using only the claws of the beast king he has forged himself." Oh, the crowd finally comprehended. In the judge's viewing chamber, the judge who had just mentioned the Jade Tiger displayed a look of satisfaction and instructed the attendant behind him, "There is no need to wait for the 3rd round. It can be announced shortly." "Understood," the attendant replied respectfully. After the conclusion of the 76th arena, results were rapidly declared in other arenas, revealing the true prowess of many cultivators. Observing the unfolding battles, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and commented, "They first generate considerable hype, and then establish such rules, undoubtedly. Capable cultivators will emerge, rising steadily and attracting significant attention. It is indeed an excellent platform." As he spoke, Lin Feng ascended to one of the vacated arenas. After presenting his newly acquired identity token to the referee, he noticed that another cultivator was already waiting quietly on the stage. The opposing cultivator had small, beady eyes, a furrowed brow, and a diminutive, frail stature. His nose was pointed and small, an unmistakable sign of a shifty character. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, his opponent sneered and said, "Humph, at the tender age of 19, you have reached the stage of forming a Dan, undoubtedly relying on the resources provided by your family. Young fool, you should withdraw promptly to avoid unnecessary suffering. It will not end well for you." Seeing Lin Feng's blatant ignorance, the cultivator chuckled derisively. "Humph. What use is it to put on a brave front? Just don't come begging for mercy when the time comes." With that, the cultivator unleashed a fierce shout directed at Lin Feng, sending a black whip hurtling towards him. The whip moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Even Lin Feng, caught off guard, felt a flicker of unease. This black whip was indeed peculiar. He swiftly extended one hand, attempting to seize the whip. Whoosh! The whip, almost sentient, deftly evaded Lin Feng's grasp and lunged straight for his chest. With a quick retreat, Lin Feng barely managed to evade the worst, yet the whip still struck him squarely, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. The whip recoiled instantly, choosing not to pursue further. Many spectators, witnessing the impact, turned away, deeming Lin Feng to be of no consequence, as he had failed to even defend against his opponent's initial strike. The audience and judges shared this sentiment. However, the shifty-eyed cultivator was taken aback. Others might be oblivious to his abilities, but he was acutely aware of his own prowess. Not only was his speed formidable, but the force of his attack was also exceptionally potent, far beyond what an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator could withstand. Yet, upon striking Lin Feng, he had not achieved the anticipated explosive result. Instead, it had left his own tail stinging painfully. This was precisely why he had retreated after his initial strike, not choosing to press the advantage. Having earned the title of Little Mouse King through his tail in the past, this was his first defeat, revealing that Lin Feng's physical resilience was indeed extraordinary. The recent updates have been somewhat irregular, as the Immortal Selection Conference continues. The recent updates for 10,000 Paths of the Heavenly Sovereign have been somewhat irregular, as the author is currently engaged in hand typing. Please be patient for a moment. And upon the contents update, kindly refresh the page to acquire the latest information. Chapter 212. A relaxed response after being struck by the Black Whip. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. It appeared that the whip was more ethereal than forceful, its assault not posing a significant challenge. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's perspective. My friend wields an impressive whip. Do continue. Lin Feng remarked with a light chuckle while watching the sullen countenance of the shifty-eyed cultivator across from him. As Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor, the shifty-eyed cultivator realized that his earlier unexpected maneuver had little effect. He extended both hands, encasing them with a pair of steel claws, cold and dark, undoubtedly formidable weapons. Humph, do not presume that physical resilience grants you the right to be arrogant. I hope you can still smile when the time comes. With that, the cultivator launched another attack towards Lin Feng, this time channeling all his energy. A pure essence of spiritual power enveloped him as his form transformed into a shadow, swiftly advancing towards Lin Feng. Just moments ago, the shifty-eyed cultivator, after repelling Lin Feng with a single strike, attracted numerous gazes. Observing his astonishing speed now, many were taken aback. Who was this individual? Such remarkable swiftness. Uncertain of his identity, they surmised that he possessed not only formidable physical strength, but also exceedingly pure spiritual energy, likely a disciple concealed by some powerful faction. There was no need for further inquiry. They resolved to investigate his background. If he posed no threat, they would invite him to join their sect once the event concluded. However, it was Lin Feng who felt the most significant impact. Oh, not only does the Black Whip possess incredible speed, but his own swiftness is equally impressive. This is indeed intriguing. The cultivator launched a rapid assault, yet Lin Feng did not flinch, confronting him head-on. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their strikes colliding in rapid succession until the cultivator retreated once more, his expression growing increasingly grim. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although he had not exerted his full strength, Lin Feng had not even employed his spiritual energy. Indeed, during their exchanges, Lin Feng relied solely on his physical prowess, battling the cultivator without utilizing any spiritual force. As the cultivator stepped back, his thoughts lingered on Lin Feng's remarkable physical resilience. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept by. What? The cultivator was taken aback. Yet before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, causing him to stumble backward for nearly 10 paces before regaining his balance. Once steadied, he felt a whirlwind of energy swirling within him, leaving him perturbed. Finally, unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of foul air. Such a single strike had caused his vital energy to surge uncontrollably. What just transpired with such force? Why was it so peculiar? The cultivator gazed at Lin Feng in utter astonishment. He never anticipated that Lin Feng's speed would be so astonishing, and although he had merely received a light slap, the discomfort was overwhelming. Had Lin Feng utilized a fist or a weapon, he feared the consequences would have been dire. However, in an instant, the shock in his eyes transformed into a cold glare as he addressed Lin Feng, stating, "Just now, I was careless. Come again." Lin Feng merely chuckled softly, offering no response. The cultivator, feeling indignant, charged at Lin Feng once more, this time with greater ferocity, his speed doubling as a menacing aura emanated from his being. Many beasts present were intimidated by this overwhelming presence, silencing their voices in trepidation. In stark contrast, Lin Feng remained composed, standing resolutely in the highest position, adopting the initial stance of Tai Chi Bang. Bang. Bang! The cultivator, already exceedingly swift, appeared before Lin Feng in an instant, launching a flurry of strikes. Little did he realize that the faster he attacked, the quicker Lin Feng's responses became. Boom! After one strike, he retreated. Again, after regaining his stance. The cultivator charged at Lin Feng once more, continuously shifting his position and unleashing his potential. Yet, his opponent's martial arts were akin to the vast ocean, effortlessly absorbing his strength and dissipating it entirely. The attention of numerous judges and spectators gradually became captivated by Lin Feng and his team. Although each high platform was fiercely contested, the performance of Lin Feng's group was remarkably exceptional. The contrast between movement and stillness was striking. However, the myriad of shadows could not obscure the figure in the esteemed position. Elder Liu, a judge, pondered for a long while before gently shaking his head and remarked, "Let us wait a bit longer. He has yet to employ spiritual power. If he relies solely on physical strength, he is of little use." At this moment, in the audience, many descendants of the Fei family were seated. One individual, upon observing Lin Feng, was suddenly struck by a memory. His eyes widened as he turned to a young cultivator beside him, saying, "Eldest young master, that cultivator on stage is the one who killed young Master Fei Wu. We have been searching for him outside, yet here he is before us." He gestured towards Lin Feng's competition platform. The person referred to as the eldest young master glanced at Lin Feng's stage. Despite the fierce battle Lin Feng was engaged in, he regarded it with a condescending demeanor, for he was already a cultivator of the Purple Mansion. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Even if he is worthless, he is not one to dictate to me. He is merely a rootless drifter. If he must die, then so be it." He then gestured behind him, and a figure clad in black swiftly exited. On the competition stage, a swarm of dark shadows danced around Lin Feng, encircling him. Yet, Lin Feng appeared unfazed, demonstrating a seemingly ordinary speed, effortlessly neutralizing each incoming attack. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a significant weight in his hand. The force of his strike had intensified considerably, and his speed increased. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the shadow, followed by a harsh voice declaring, "Kid, you are indeed formidable. You have not wielded a weapon from beginning to end. I underestimated you, but the battle has only just begun." Lin Feng reached out, only to find that the cultivator had halted his advance. Upon glancing back at the cultivator, Lin Feng was astonished to see a colossal rat lying before him. Could this truly be a rat? The selection tournament allows any being of talent to participate, not solely human cultivators, but also those from the demon, magic, and beast tribes. The primary purpose of this gathering is to seek out extraordinary talents, free from the bias of race. Moreover, among the top 100 cultivation forces in the Xinjiang continent, there are numerous factions from the demon, magic, and beast tribes, making their participation perfectly commonplace. On the arena, a rat towering over a zhang stood opposite Lin Feng. Its fur gleamed brilliantly, each hair resembling a steel needle, radiating a cold light. However, what captured attention were its two steel claws. Though the rat's arms appeared short and delicate, their strength was undeniably extraordinary. The claws were pitch black, sending a chill down one's spine at a mere glance. Finally, its tail swayed from side to side, seemingly gentle. Yet Lin Feng understood that this tail possessed remarkable agility and speed, its strength equally formidable, oscillating left and right, as if searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to its opponent. Observing the gray rat, Lin Feng remained utterly unperturbed, even as its aura doubled compared to its previous humanoid form. With a slight chuckle, he remarked, "It is quite the novelty to encounter such a large rodent. Your remarkable speed must surely have been honed during your thieving escapades, wouldn't you agree?" When it comes to disparaging remarks, Lin Feng had no intention of granting his adversary any leniency. Squeak! The gray rat, seemingly infuriated, scratched its ears and emitted a cacophony of cries. In a sudden display, it opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to rush towards it. With eyes widened, it coldly regarded Lin Feng as its fur, steel claws, tail, and entire body began to swell in size. Meanwhile, Lin Feng did not hesitate. The divine art of creation surged within him as he formed a vibrant sphere of spiritual energy in the palm of one hand. Roar! At the instant the energy sphere coalesced, the gray rat unleashed a fierce shout, sending forth a pitch-black sphere of energy hurtling towards Lin Feng. The energy surged like a fiery projectile, carving a long arc through the space. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Feng hurled the energy sphere from his hand and, in a flash, darted at the gray rat with astonishing speed. The rat, wielding its darkly glowing claws, retaliated with an attack aimed directly at Lin Feng. Boom! The two energy spheres collided with tremendous force, the sound of their clash resonating throughout the area, successfully drawing the attention of onlookers. Why was the energy sphere multicolored? What kind of technique was being practiced? Why is the colorful spirit orb so formidable, instantly shattering the energy sphere of the Qingli mouse? It seems to exhibit no abnormalities, and its destructive power and stability reach such remarkable levels. This individual's qi cultivation method undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelon. The multitude of spectators is captivated by the overwhelming nature of Lin Feng's spirit orb. The uniqueness of spiritual energy can be attributed to two primary factors, one being an extraordinary physique, such as that of a cultivator with multiple spiritual roots, capable of simultaneously emanating various attributes of spiritual energy. The second being a distinctive qi cultivation method, as such methods are fundamental in channeling spiritual energy. Naturally, the audience would not consider Lin Feng's unique physique as the cause. After all, with such a plethora of colors, it would be hard to believe that anyone could possess such an array of attributes. Therefore, the reason for this phenomenon must lie within the cultivation method. While multiple colors may not seem significant, merely dazzling, they are of little practical use. However, the astonishing destructive power and stability are directly linked to one's own strength. Thus, the many cultivators present could not help but be intrigued by Lin Feng's cultivation technique. Consequently, various sects of the immortal realm dispatched invitations for Lin Feng to join their ranks. For only by securing him within their fold could they truly claim him as their own. The novel The Supreme Lord of 10,000 Paths is currently being updated. Please wait a moment while the content is refreshed to access the latest updates. Chapter 213, Victory in the First Battle on the Competition Stage. The vibrant spiritual energy swiftly shattered the essence of the blue rat. After breaking through, the colorful energy seemed to have merely accomplished a trivial task, relentlessly advancing towards the blue rat. The blue rat, confident in its late-stage Dan condensation cultivation and the purity of its demon core, believed it would not return empty-handed. However, the outcome defied its expectations as a single strike dispersed its efforts. As the colorful sphere of energy hurtled towards it, a flicker of fear crossed the blue rat's eyes. Yet it stood its ground. Gathering its robust spiritual power within its claws, it unleashed a powerful swipe towards the colorful sphere. With all its might, the blue rat struck. Bang! The steel claw slammed forcefully against the colorful sphere, yet the result was vastly different from what the blue rat had anticipated. The sphere remained unscathed, neither dispersing nor yielding an inch, resulting in an unexpected stalemate in midair. However, this impasse did not last long. As a hint of panic flashed in the blue rat's eyes, crack! A minuscule fissure appeared in the steel claw that was opposing the colorful sphere. This was a prized spiritual artifact bestowed upon it by the Rat King, and now it bore a flaw. With no time to react, the other steel claw transformed into a fist, launching a full-force strike at the colorful sphere. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through the blue rat's waist, causing its entire body to recoil violently. Yet, Lin Feng kicked it aside. After sending the Qingli mouse sprawling, he refrained from pursuing the advantage. Instead, he directed the colorful energy orb toward the creature. After all, this was a competition, not a slaughter. Bang! The Qingli mouse had not yet touched the ground when it saw the vibrant energy sphere hurtling toward it. In a state of panic, it attempted to use its long tail as a shield, only to have it shattered by the energy orb, which then struck fiercely against its chest, causing it to cough up a mouthful of blood. Before the Qingli mouse could fully comprehend its predicament, it felt a massive foot looming larger before its eyes. Lin Feng gazed down at the subdued Qingli mouse with a light chuckle, asking, "Mouse, do you concede?" The Qingli mouse, infuriated beneath Lin Feng's foot, struggled in vain. Unable to budge even slightly, it glared fiercely at Lin Feng, proclaiming, "My true power has yet to be revealed. This outcome is merely a result of carelessness." "Oh, you dare to acknowledge your shortcomings. Quite commendable." Lin Feng regarded the Qingli mouse with a hint of admiration as he continued, "Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity to earn your respect." With that, he lifted his foot. The Qingli mouse swiftly flipped onto its feet, patting its chest, and transformed once more into the form of a gray-robed cultivator. Addressing Lin Feng, it declared, "Humph, I, the esteemed Qingli mouse, do not require a chance bestowed by pity. A defeat is a defeat. With that statement, it turned and descended the steps. Observing the Qingli mouse's retreating figure, Lin Feng smiled thoughtfully, saying nothing further. At this moment, the judge presiding over the arena proclaimed, "Contestant number 57, the cultivator Lin Feng from the eastern continent, competes against the young rodent king of the Qinglin forest, the green mouse." The first battle concludes, with the eastern cultivator Lin Feng emerging victorious. From the outset, the green mouse had boasted arrogantly, yet throughout the contest, Lin Feng exhibited no remarkable brilliance. Nevertheless, he effortlessly subdued the haughty green mouse in the end, capturing the attention of many spectators present. At the very least, Lin Feng's name etched itself into the minds of a select few. This was merely the beginning. In the observation chamber of the third judge, an elderly man clad in opulent robes sat, holding a jade slip in his hand. The green mouse, the young rodent king from its tribe, possessed extraordinary innate talent. Logically, he had the potential to rank within the top 1,000 or even 500 prior to entering the eastern continent. Yet, he was easily vanquished by Lin Feng. How intriguing. In the observation chamber of the fourth judge, another venerable elder sat, his eyes shining with vitality, his muscles subtly defined. Though aged, his robust life force remained undiminished. A cultivator completely overpowering a beast clan's leader, the young rodent king of the green mouse. Lin Feng is truly impressive, with a clear lineage. However, upon contemplating a particular reason, a look of regret crossed the elder's face. Yet his eyes sparkled once more as he gazed at the jade slip in his hand, seemingly seeking justification for himself. He mused, the previous match was too simplistic. We could not delve deeper. Let us wait a while longer. In another judge's observation chamber, a young cultivator with striking eyebrows held a jade slip in his hand, which contained the information about Lin Feng. Is this the one chosen by Fairy Lingwe? Lin Feng. Merely a condensation Dan cultivator, a mere insect. Though he uttered such words, the young cultivator continued to cast a cold, piercing gaze at the so-called insect, clearly harboring deep resentment within. On the competition stage, atop platform 57, Lin Feng sensed something and glanced towards the young cultivator's official viewing chamber. With a light chuckle, he descended from the stage and approached I. Taking a sip, Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Is it arduous?" "It's merely a matter of stretching one's limbs. The selection of immortals has only just commenced. At this pace, the preliminary rounds may extend for several more days." In the Eastern Continent competition zone, there were a total of 31,062 participants, competing simultaneously across 100 platforms. Each platform required 156 matches to conclude, with each match lasting the duration of an incense stick. Given that each platform could only host 4 matches per hour, even with continuous matches, it would take at least 4 days, not to mention the inevitable breaks. According to Lin Feng's estimation, the first battle would conclude in no less than 7 or 8 days. Observing Lu Fei, Lin Feng inquired, "How is it?" With a light chuckle, Lin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. One should have anticipated that the young master would be aware of such matters. Lu Fei continued, "I have gathered information regarding the Fei family. Their esteemed ancestor successfully established the Purple Mansion a century ago. However, there has been little news of him in this past 100 years, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Although some members of the Fei family possess cultivation skills, none have surpassed the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm." After a brief pause, Lu Fei seemed to recall something and addressed Lin Feng. "Moreover, the head of the Fei family has taken in an adopted son named Fei Ming, who, after successfully establishing his foundation 50 years ago, vanished without a trace. It is highly likely that he has been sent to another faction for further cultivation. Indeed, you should remain concealed for the time being, discreetly safeguarding eye safety, as you are more adept at remaining hidden." After having eliminated Fei Wu, Lin Feng dispatched Lu Fei to investigate the Fei family's affairs for safety's sake. The family's ancestor was a Purple Mansion cultivator a century ago. Should he still be alive, one wonders what his current level of cultivation might be. Just then, a series of knocks reverberated through the small courtyard. A voice called from outside, "Might I inquire if Lin Feng resides here? I am a messenger from Xianyun Mountain. I kindly request an audience." Upon seeing Lin Feng nod, I promptly opened the courtyard gate. Before her stood a cultivator clad in a long robe, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding an ethereal presence. His countenance was remarkably unremarkable, yet undeniably reflective of the demeanor of a distinguished sect. Noting that only a maid had come to greet him, the Xianyun mountain messenger furrowed his brow slightly. Despite having been invited to join their mountain, he was not met personally. Nevertheless, as this task had been assigned by his superiors, the messenger refrained from voicing any discontent. At this moment, the voice of Lin Feng echoed through the courtyard. Messenger of Xianyun Mountain, please enter. Upon entering the small courtyard, the messenger did not linger, leaving behind an invitation before departing. After the messenger's departure, Lu Fei turned to Lin Feng and remarked, Xianyun Mountain is a formidable sect. Although its power may not rival the top 100 cultivation forces of the Xianxin continent, it is certainly not to be underestimated. With a slight flourish, Lin Feng held up the invitation and casually tossed it onto the stone table. Suddenly, he inquired of Lu Fei, how does the strength of Xianyun Mountain compare to that of the Qingfu sect? Upon hearing Lin Feng mention this sect, Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically, not out of fear, but rather from an overwhelming sense of hatred. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head and replied, the Qingfu sect is inferior to Xianyun Mountain. This sect primarily recruits disciples with talent in talisman crafting. While its overall strength is not formidable, it is not to be trifled with. For the efficacy of spiritual talismans is boundless. Many sects and nations are in great need of them. Thus, although the Qingfu sect may not be as strong as Xianyun Mountain, it remains a force to be reckoned with. Where is this Qingfu sect located? Lin Feng asked. In the Qian Mountains, though I am not entirely certain of its exact location within the range. The Qian Mountains? Lin Feng mused, for he knew well that this mountain range was one of the 10 great ranges of the Xianxin continent, with 90% of its area consisting of barren land, characterized by an intense fire attribute and an unrelenting heat throughout the year. Despite the harsh and extreme environment, the Qian mountain range is home to numerous capitals, sects, and cities. Its greatest advantage lies in the abundant sources of fire, which are indispensable for weapon forging, alchemy, and fire cultivation. Thus, the Qian mountain range serves as a paradise for them. The Qingfu sect is also nestled within these mountains. Nodding gently in acknowledgement, Lin Feng has long remembered Lu Fei's request to eradicate the Qingfu sect within 5 years. As the first day of the preliminary round of the selection of immortals concludes, the competition has only just begun. While the central tournament has come to an end, the East Continent Prefecture is abuzz with excitement. This century-old event gathers numerous talented cultivators, creating a rare spectacle that can still be felt even under the night sky. With no pressing matters at hand, Lin Feng leads Ai out of the tavern to fully immerse themselves in the vibrant atmosphere of the East Continent Prefecture. Meanwhile, Lu Fei discreetly watches over Ai's safety. The streets of the East Continent city are brightly lit, resembling daylight, and the throngs of people evoke memories of bustling night markets from a past life. At a stall, Ai picks up a wooden hairpin, delicately placing it among her flowing locks. With a beaming smile, she turns to Lin Feng and exclaims, young master, do you think this hairpin is beautiful? Indeed, Ai looks lovely in anything, he responds with a grin. Just then, the stall owner interjects, Miss, you have a discerning eye. This hairpin is a rare treasure crafted by the renowned artificer Li Yan. It contains the full force of a qi condensation cultivator's strike, which can be invaluable in times of peril. Upon hearing this, Ai curiously inquires, how much is this hairpin? With a wooden hairpin in hand, Ai was filled with joy as she continued to accompany Lin Feng on their leisurely stroll. Just as Lin Feng and Ai departed, a group of individuals hastened forward, led by a man who, observing Lin Feng's retreat, chuckled lightly and remarked, the family head has entrusted me with avenging Fei Wu. You certainly possess a grand ambition. He then instructed those behind him, follow closely. This man was none other than the eldest son of the Fei family, who had made an appearance in the competition. Chapter 214. The Fei family's Fei Kai as Lin Feng and Ai wandered through the vibrant night market of Dongzhou Prefecture. They were stealthily pursued by the eldest son of the Fei family. With Lin Feng's keen perception, he undoubtedly sensed the presence of someone trailing him. Yet he felt no threat, merely a troop of insignificant clowns. However, the eldest son of the Fei family remained oblivious to the fact that in Lin Feng's eyes, he was nothing more than a mere jester. While Lin Feng was engrossed in his exploration, a sudden roar pierced the air. You there, hand over your possessions, or you shall not leave here today. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng turned to see a group of cultivators encircling a young, burly man, who stood a towering 8 feet tall, with a 9-foot iron rod strapped to his back. The young man began to protest in a simple-minded voice. I haven't stolen anything from you. This belongs to me. The first voice scoffed. Yours? Just look at your attire. Who would believe that? Before he could finish, another voice chimed in. Indeed, hand it over. In this chaotic Dongzhou prefecture, how dare someone engage in such petty thievery? It is nothing short of a farce. As he spoke, the man reached out to seize the burly man's belongings. Bang! Observing the individual approaching him, a powerful fist was launched, striking firmly at the center of the palm. To his astonishment, the man was sent flying by the robust figure's blow. Lin Feng noted that the airborne cultivator was merely at the initial stage of the condensation Dan realm. Astonishingly, he had been dispatched with a single punch, and not even a hint of spiritual energy was employed. The individual's physique was indeed remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, the Elder of Transformations in Lin Feng's mind chuckled softly, remarking, innate divine strength. A group of individuals, witnessing their comrade being sent flying, ignited with fury and simultaneously charged at the brawny man. The sounds of impact echoed as the robust figure faced the onslaught without a hint of trepidation, swiftly unleashing punches that resonated with thunderous force, scattering the assailants. A few among them, lacking sufficient cultivation, coughed up blood and stared in horror at the brawny man. The expressions of the crowd abruptly stiffened. They had initially underestimated the formidable strength of this man, fixating instead on the iron rod he bore, believing their numbers would prevail. Little did they realize they had encountered an indomitable opponent. The leader of the group commanded a retreat, and the others hastily followed suit. As the crowd dispersed, one individual emerged from the throng, addressing the brawny man. Impressive skills, my good sir. I am Wu Hong, a disciple of the Wu family from the Eastern Continent. I have observed that you have recently arrived at the Eastern Continent's capital, and it seems you may lack a place to settle. I cordially invite you to my residence for a discussion. Without a doubt, he perceived the extraordinary nature of the brawny man and sought to recruit him into his faction. As soon as he spoke, other agents from various factions also began to extend their invitations to the brawny man. Our Tianqing sect invites you to join us for rest. Our Lushui pavilion welcomes you to stay and recuperate. Suddenly besieged by numerous invitations, the robust man scratched his head and said in a hearty tone, the clan leader has advised me against accepting favors from others lightly, lest I invite a multitude of consequences. I appreciate your kindness, but I must follow my own path. With that, he departed, leaving a group of astonished cultivators in his wake. Who is this clan leader that would deter one from accepting benefits? Does he not fear that his clansmen may suffer in the outside world? It turns out his name is Sha Bu. What an intriguing individual. Indeed, Lin Feng had also been inclined to approach him, not for any ulterior motive, but rather drawn by the man's apparent integrity. Yet he had not anticipated Sha Bu's swift exit. Just as Lin Feng's figure vanished around the corner, the eldest son of the Fei family reappeared, casting a glance at Lin Feng's retreating silhouette, and remarked, what a foolhardy individual, venturing alone outside the city at such a time. How fortunate, within the confines of the city. He is hesitant to strike. With that, he hastened to follow. Upon exiting the city gates, Lin Feng's spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly into the distance. The Fei family's eldest son emerged, somewhat astonished, and exclaimed, Such speed. Impressive foundation indeed, but alas, after tonight, you shall never have the chance to showcase it again. With a swift motion, he pursued Lin Feng once more. However, it was not long before the Fei family's eldest son came to a halt again. For Lin Feng was standing not far off, observing him. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Are you aware that I am following you? Lin Feng chuckled lightly and replied, What remarkable prowess. A distinguished cultivator of the Purple Mansion actually stalking a nascent Dan practitioner. Truly admirable. Although he spoke with a tone of admiration, it was evident to all that a note of sarcasm underlay his words. However, the eldest son of the Fei family remained unfazed and chuckled lightly, saying, So, you intend to lure me here? Lin Feng glanced around and slowly replied, 100 miles away lies just beyond the forbidden zone of the Eastern Prefecture. Killing and plundering treasures do not contravene the city's regulations. Upon hearing this, the eldest son of the Fei family furrowed his brow, his consciousness extending outward, pondering if he had unwittingly walked into this young man's trap. Yet, he felt no presence of others. Observing the expression of the Fei family's eldest son, Lin Feng understood his thoughts and laughed heartily, saying, There is no need for concern, my friend. I am here alone. Realizing that Lin Feng had discerned his intentions, the eldest son of the Fei family's countenance darkened, and he coldly remarked, Heh, such audacity. Lin Feng's tone remained exceedingly relaxed. Yet the eldest son of the Fei family felt a surge of anger. A mere condensation pill cultivator. What need is there for elaborate preparations? Let's see how this unfolds. The ease with which Lin Feng carried himself ignited a wave of irritation within the eldest son of the Fei family, who yearned to eliminate Lin Feng immediately. As the spiritual energy swirled around him, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Hold on." Hearing Lin Feng's exclamation, the eldest son of the Fei family assumed Lin Feng was frightened, and his agitation dissipated significantly as he chuckled and inquired, "What is this? Are you no longer feigning bravado? Regardless, you shall meet your demise today." Yet, Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "After all this time, I still do not know your name. Even if we are to engage, allow me the courtesy of knowing who my opponent is." Originally you had no right to know, but in light of your impending demise, I shall enlighten you. I am Fei Kai, the outer gate steward of the Yulin Cave. The Yulin Cave, known to Lin Feng, ranks among the top 100 powers. However, upon hearing the name of this Fei family's young master, Lin Feng's expression grew peculiar as he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the brother of Fei Wu, correct?" Fei Kai chuckled softly, replying, "You are not without wit." Lin Feng, in turn, humbly remarked, "Not at all. I merely deduced that a father who names his son a waste or a failure must be rather rare, hence I presumed you two are siblings." After a prolonged silence, he finally spat out, seeking death. With a hiss, a sword's aura shot forth, chilling and swift. Indeed, the speed of the sword's aura was astonishing. Yet Lin Feng effortlessly evaded it, gazing at Fei Kai with a bemused smile and stating, "Let me see just how incompetent you truly are." With a single hand, he conjured the Wan Jielong spear into existence. What is this delightful fragrance? The moment the Wan Jielong spear materialized, Fei Kai caught a whiff of an enchanting aroma, one that was pleasing yet not cloying, captivating him momentarily. A swift bite of his tongue brought Fei Kai back to reality as he glanced at Lin Feng, who stood at a distance, quietly observing him with the spear in hand. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out over Fei Kai. Had he acted just moments earlier, he might have succeeded. Though it was merely a fleeting instant, it was sufficient. Drawing a deep breath, Fei Kai solemnly addressed Lin Feng, "I did not prompt you. Since you failed to seize the opportunity, prepare to meet your end." This time, Fei Kai exhibited no hesitation as a vast reservoir of spiritual energy converged upon the longsword. With a chime, an unusual strand of energy materialized, meandering amidst the multitude of spiritual energies, commandeering them all. This was the essence of Yuanli. It was evident that Fei Kai was merely beginning to harness the application of Yuanli, and this slender thread of energy was the culmination of his prolonged cultivation. This thread coalesced at the tip of the sword. As the long sword thrust forth, the Yuanli guided the surrounding spiritual energies, transforming them into a solid blade aimed directly at Lin Feng. Though his cultivation was inferior to that of Du Shihai, Fei Kai's understanding of spiritual energy and Yuanli was imbued with profound wisdom. While Du Shihai possessed a more abundant reservoir of Yuanli, he amalgamated it with spiritual energy indiscriminately, failing to showcase the formidable might of Yuanli. Conversely, Fei Kai adhered to the principle of utilizing the finest steel for the blade's edge, prioritizing Yuanli above all else, thus amplifying the force of his attack at least twofold. However, this detail was of little consequence. As the longsword coalesced, vibrant spiritual energy also emerged upon the Wanjie spear, rapidly condensing into a magnificent lance. With a swift motion, Lin Feng wielded the spear, transforming it into a 10-meter-long weapon that surged towards the longsword. With a resonant clang, the tips of the spear and sword met in midair, producing a melodious chime. The longsword flew from his grasp, for Fei Kai was brimming with confidence. A cultivator who had not yet condensed Yuanli could never fathom its true strength. Observing the confrontation between the sword and spear in the air, he revealed a cold smirk, then swung the longsword with intent to strike down Lin Feng himself. Intending to present his head to the family patriarch as a gesture of gratitude for his nurturing. Crack! At the moment he lifted his foot, Fei heard a shattering sound. He shook his head and smiled, appreciating the utility of his elemental power. Just as he was about to mock Lin Feng, he noticed Lin Feng was also looking at him with a smile. Was Lin Feng not afraid at this moment? Suddenly, he saw Lin Feng tilt his head, indicating the positions of the long spear and long sword. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's repulsive grin, Fei's earlier annoyance resurfaced. He furrowed his brow and gazed towards the clash between the long sword and long spear, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? The recent chaos on the website was maddening, and he truly wondered when it would come to an end. Chapter 215, The Death of Fei. How could this happen? At that moment, a wave of panic surged through Fei, his eyes filled with astonishment. Crack. Another sound echoed. Snap. Following that, the sound of shattering filled the air. Above, the long sword had shattered into countless fragments, which dispersed like ethereal energy across the sky. Meanwhile, the colorful long spear remained unchanged, as immovable as a mountain, effortlessly shattering the long sword as if it were merely a flick of a finger. After dispatching the long sword with ease, the colorful long spear twisted and once again lunged towards Fei. Clang! With a swift motion of his long sword, he deflected the spear, sending it flying towards Lin Feng. The colorful spear once again melded with the everlasting spear, a testament to Lin Feng's restraint. Otherwise, how could Fei Kai have so easily brushed it aside? Why was this happening? Fei Kai could not accept such an outcome. Silently pondering this question amidst the swirling spiritual energy, suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he turned to Lin Feng, coldly stating, relying solely on magical artifacts. I shall be the one to end you. Hey, cloud sky, sword technique. Upon uttering these words, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced upon the long sword, which split into three, launching an assault towards Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng wielded his spear with one hand, meeting the challenge head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The longsword collided with the everlasting spear, sending ripples of spiritual energy into the air. As time passed, Fei Kai increasingly sensed something amiss. The longsword, which was supposed to embody cunning, required him to confront Lin Feng directly with each strike. Moreover, he had to defend with all three swords simultaneously. Otherwise, he would surely be pierced by the spear. Fei Kai felt the immense force behind Lin Feng's attacks. Each clash reverberated through his palm, leaving a tingling sensation, though not painful. In stark contrast, Lin Feng appeared entirely at ease, exuding confidence. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Fei Kai's internal cultivation technique surged into action as he bellowed, "You have gone too far." Cloud sky, sword technique. With that exclamation, he flicked his wrist, sending another long sword flying forth, resulting in four swords now confronting Lin Feng's everlasting spear. However, what was this? Fei Kai had expended a fraction of his heart and soul to wield a single longsword. Yet, despite his efforts, for longswords could not gain the upper hand against the formidable eternal calamity spear. The spear moved with a fluid grace, ensnaring all the longswords within its embrace. Whenever the spear struck, the four swords followed suit, and at times it slithered through their ranks like a nimble serpent, displaying an exquisite dance of combat. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice cut through the air with a chilling tone. After playing for so long, I merely wish to see just how inept you truly are. It appears your name was aptly chosen. I must pay a visit to your father someday. He has indeed gifted you with a pair of fine eyes. Lin Feng delivered this statement with utmost seriousness, leaving Fei Kai visibly embarrassed. As a cultivator of the Purple Mansion, though newly ascended, he faced an opponent who was merely at the initial stage of the condensation pill. Could he truly be that inferior? At that moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed once more. Ah, has a single utterance shattered your mental state? If you lack the ability, do not masquerade as something grand. Perish. Boom. Fei Kai suddenly felt a wave of oppressive force wash over him. At that instant, Lin Feng appeared transformed, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of fear within Fei Kai. How could a cultivator of the Purple Mansion feel fear before one at the condensation pill stage? Clang. In an instant, Lin Feng's spear morphed into something as unyielding as steel, dispersing the four long swords with a single motion. While simultaneously intoning, "Wave surge to the sky, second wave." A surge of spear momentum surged forth, accompanied by the fragrant scent that had previously enveloped the air, ensnaring Fei Kai once more. As he inhaled this intoxicating aroma, an overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over him, and the turmoil that had been so difficult to quell moments ago dissipated in an instant. Bang! Just as Fei Kai was on the verge of awakening, the formidable momentum of the Wanjie spear surged forth, striking him with unrelenting force. A sharp pain coursed through him as he glanced down at his abdomen, realizing that the protective armor, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, had shattered. How could this be? Merely a single strike. Boom. After enduring the initial blow, Fei Kai was suddenly met with another wave of the spear's might, even more intense than the first. How was it possible to manifest a spear so swiftly once more? While still airborne, The newly formed spear reached his abdomen in an instant. With a sickening sound, the absence of protective armor meant that the spear pierced through his body with ease, its speed astonishing, accompanied by a slight rotational force. A sharp pang shot through his abdomen as his dantian was shattered by the impact, rendering his cultivation null and void. As he felt his recently established purple mansion begin to dissipate, Fei Kai's expression turned vacant. Suddenly, a gust of spear wind swept toward him. Struggling to confront it, he beheld the spear tip looming before him, accompanied by a familiar fragrance that wafted through the air. In that moment, the spear tip no longer appeared as cold and menacing as before. The closer it drew, the more potent the aroma became. Soon, Fei Kai forgot his pain, becoming entranced by the intoxicating scent. With a swift thrust, the Wanjie spear pierced his heart, absorbing every ounce of flesh and blood. Lin Feng, connected to the Wanjie spear, received a fraction of the energy absorbed from the Purple Mansion cultivator, approximately 1%. For an ordinary Dan condensation cultivator, that mere 1% of energy could significantly elevate their core, greatly enhancing their strength. However, Lin Feng continued undeterred, his primordial Dan resembling an abyss, with the divine techniques operating at an accelerated pace. Yet, the absorbed spiritual energy vanished as if it had sunk into the ocean, yielding no response. Even the energy harvested from vanquishing Du Shihai was merely akin to a slightly larger stone. The primordial Dan serves as a vessel. It must be filled to capacity before it can expand and grow. All of this effort is aimed at constructing a more formidable and stable purple mansion in the future, with an abundance of building materials. Sensing only a slight change in the capabilities within his primordial Dan, he sighed, recognizing the futility of the situation. In the heart of the mountains, the Yulin cave abode sprawled across a vast expanse. Though referred to as a cave, its territory was immense. Upon a small hill within Yulin cave abode, there were few inhabitants, and only a few structures could be vaguely discerned. At that moment, a child resembling a Taoist acolyte approached the main hall, cradling a shattered crystal. Upon reaching the entrance, the child called out to the great hall, "Steward, something terrible has happened. The newly appointed outer sect steward, Fei Kai, has perished. His soul crystal has shattered." With a resounding thud, the door swung open. A voice echoed from within. Fei Kai? The direct disciple of Elder He from the Abyssal Peak? He had just recently ascended to the rank of Purple Mansion cultivator. How could he have died? Bring in the soul crystal. Only upon receiving permission from the steward inside did the young acolyte bow and reply, yes. As he beheld the steward clad in a black robe, a flicker of reverence crossed the child's eyes, and he stood quietly to the side, refraining from further speech. The cloaked steward, draped in black, held the shattered soul crystal in his hand. Suddenly, a swirling mist of dark green energy emanated from his palm, encircling the fragmented crystal. Nourished by this verdant flow, an image began to materialize upon the surface of the crystal. After gazing intently for some time, the steward finally spoke. The tip of a spear? He gently shook his head and sighed, remarking, though he is called Fei Kai, he remains a disciple personally taught by the elder. Despite his demise outside the cave, it is imperative to unearth the perpetrator. Upon finishing his words, the dark green mist intensified, and the fissures within the soul crystal gradually began to mend. As all cracks fused seamlessly, a wisp of azure smoke appeared within the crystal. Who has taken your life? The cloaked steward inquired solemnly, gazing at the smoke. The azure vapor coalesced into a skull, which laboriously uttered, Dongzhou, Lin Feng. With that exclamation, the smoke dissipated instantaneously, and the soul crystal shattered once more into countless fragments. Lin Feng, he murmured softly. He then gestured with a single finger, summoning a gray dove that flew in and deposited the gathered intelligence into its beak. Once the dove took flight, the steward turned to the young acolyte nearby and instructed, "You may go now." "Yes," the acolyte replied respectfully. Observing the Fi family's cultivators encircling the small courtyard, Lin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to intervene as he stepped into the courtyard, where only Lu Fei awaited him. The cultivators outside were merely the hounds of the Fi family. How should he deal with them? Should he eliminate them all? Lin Feng chuckled softly and remarked, "There is no need for that. It is best to refrain from acting recklessly within the city. The Fei family is aware of our presence here, yet they dare not boldly create trouble. Why should we draw attention to ourselves? Let us simply continue our lives as usual." Lu Fei nodded gently in agreement. At that moment, a Yi emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she addressed Lin Feng. "Young master, where have you been? Come, come, "It's time for a late-night snack." Lin Feng replied, "Ah, late-night snack? This is what I brought with me." In the following days, the preliminary rounds of the Eastern Prefecture competition were ongoing, with many talented individuals making their appearances, and several formidable contenders were directly recruited into powerful sections. The trio wandered through the Eastern Prefecture for several days, primarily gathering materials for alchemy. In the eyes of the elder Wan Hua, Lin Feng's skills and formations had reached a commendable level. Moreover, Lin Feng had not abandoned his aspirations in alchemy. For the resources he required were vast. Without the backing of a formidable force, growth would be exceedingly difficult. During this time, Lin Feng also inquired about the elusive Deng family, a faction known for its secretive operations within the Li Kingdom. However, it was revealed that this organization was notorious for its stealth and disappearance after completing their tasks, leaving no trace behind. Lin Feng was not averse to embarking on a personal quest to uncover the truth in the Li Kingdom, but he understood that he might return empty-handed. If such a large organization as the knowledge of the world could not locate them, he was still insufficiently equipped. Furthermore, Lin Feng harbored a glimmer of hope that he might establish a reputation at the selection of immortals. If his parents were still alive, they would surely come searching for him. Chapter 216. The Alchemical Prodigy. 10 days later, at the Eastern Prefecture Competition Center. Yi accompanied Lin Feng into the competition center once more, this time with remarkable ease. Observing the ample vacant spaces in the contestants' area, Yi remarked, "Young master, I never anticipated that the preliminary round of this competition would span 10 days, with a staggering 31,062 participants. In the first battle alone, half of the contestants were eliminated. The opportunity presented by the once-in-a-century selection of immortals is so rare, yet it can be lost in a single clash. Ultimately, only 100 shall be selected, representing the Armée de las Armées among over 300 gifted cultivators. From another perspective, the caliber of this selection of immortals indeed justifies the fierce competition among so many." Lin Feng nodded gently, acknowledging that this event was co-founded by the foremost 100 cultivation powers of the Su-Inquing continent, and thus it was to be expected. At that moment, atop the elevated platform of the competition center, the figure known as Ren Zhongzi once again addressed the crowd, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "After 10 days, the preliminary round of the selection of immortals has concluded. Today marks the commencement of the second round of preliminaries. With a total of 15,548 contestants remaining, perfectly paired for competition, 100 arenas will host simultaneous matches, with the rules remaining unchanged. You may begin." With that, he ceased his discourse. Out of the original 30,000 cultivators, half had been eliminated, leaving 15,531. However, due to several exceptionally skilled cultivators who managed to endure for the duration of a joss stick's burning time and subsequently received the judge's approval to proceed to the second round, the number had increased by a few. This time, Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly commenced the competition. After a brief interval on stage, the judge of the competition announced the results. On platform 99, the contenders were Lin Feng, the cultivator from Dongzhou, and Tang Bai from the Tang family of Dongzhou Prefecture. The second match concluded with Lin Feng emerging victorious. The Tang family of Dongzhou is indeed a formidable force. Yet Tang Bai's influence pales in comparison to that of the Qingli rat. Lin Feng, not wishing to linger, swiftly resolved the matter and departed, as he had other pressing tasks to attend to. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Feng entered the training chamber. At the center of the chamber stood an alchemical platform, with a furnace positioned prominently atop it. Unlike the 100-pattern cauldron gifted by Lu Qingtian, this furnace was different. A firestone crackled gently, maintaining a warm flame. With a deft flick of his hand, a collection of herbs materialized before Lin Feng. Channeling his spiritual energy to regulate the heat, he extracted a specific herb and placed it into the furnace, igniting it with full martial fire while his consciousness remained vigilant over the herb's condition. The sound of inhalation echoed. Lin Feng perceived the herb as if it were breathing. This was the process of refining the herb, aimed at expelling impurities while preserving its essence. Determining what constitutes impurity and what represents the essence is a task reserved for the alchemist's keen judgment. Many novice alchemists lack an understanding of the properties of medicinal materials, often discarding the essence and retaining the mundane. This knowledge of discerning materials is indeed a worthy field of study. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as powdered medicine coated the furnace, an indication of failure. Yet, Lin Feng did not lament. Instead, He chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Nearly 80% of the impurities had been eliminated, a significant improvement over the last attempt. With renewed determination, he retrieved a red brush and inscribed a few notes in a small book, documenting the insights he had gained from this refining process. 80% impurities. If other alchemists were to hear Lin Feng utter such a claim, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, for the art of refining elixirs is not a skill easily mastered. Many alchemists are content to eliminate merely 50% of impurities, and some even settle for a mere 30% before commencing their work. Yet, Lin Feng possesses the remarkable ability to control the flames and refine the herbs, successfully removing nearly 80% of impurities, thus enhancing the quality of the elixirs he produces. With each iteration of adding the herbs, his techniques gradually became more adept. Upon completing one action, he was poised to initiate the next without delay. During the selection process, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized each herb, ensuring there were no errors and that they met his stringent standards. This diligence is a habit ingrained in alchemists. Such habits are easily formed yet challenging to alter. Habits can be categorized as beneficial or detrimental, and good habits can significantly amplify one's efficiency in any endeavor. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, failures ensued, yet Lin Feng persevered. The art of alchemy demands not only physical strength, but also precise control over spiritual and soul energy. The mastery of spiritual energy primarily dictates the control of heat, while soul energy is crucial for monitoring the conditions within the alchemical furnace. The infusion of herbs and the solidification of the elixir are both governed by the manipulation of soul energy. Due to the stringent requirements, Lin Feng's abilities gradually improved despite the repeated exertions. 2 days later, Lin Feng emerged from the alchemical chamber. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he stretched his body and remarked, "After 2 days, I have managed to stabilize the impurity removal at approximately 85%, with occasional peaks at 90%. However, the probability of meeting the standard remains dismally low. It appears that as one approaches the final stages, the challenges of refining elixirs only intensify." The final statement holds true. As one approaches the end, the process of refining medicine becomes increasingly arduous. After all, in the later stages of purification, impurities are elusive, and even when discovered, they may not be easily eradicated, thus complicating matters further. However, the preceding remarks are indeed contentious. Lin Feng remains unaware that other alchemists may require months, even years, to achieve a modest improvement. This is particularly true for those of commendable caliber. Yet, he has managed to enhance his skills remarkably within a mere 2 days. Besides his diligent approach, his mastery over spiritual and soul energy plays an equally crucial role. Should others become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy. Gazing at the Yayansi's notes in his hands, he murmurs, "This Yayansi is rather peculiar. I have perused numerous insights on alchemy, all asserting that achieving a 50% refinement is entirely sufficient for the creation of medicine and solidifying pills. Yet, he contends that at least 90% refinement is necessary for materials to be deemed of high quality. After all, medicine is fundamentally a double-edged sword. These impurities are the primary source of toxicity, misguiding the disciples, indeed. Should anyone discover that Lin Feng's relentless pursuit of mastery in refining medicine is inspired by the writings of an obscure alchemist, they would surely condemn this individual for their lack of pedagogical acumen. What mentor would impose such demanding standards upon their apprentices? It is likely that many renowned alchemists would struggle to achieve a 90% purification rate. Furthermore, who decrees that impurities are unfit for consumption or cannot be ingested? Impurities merely affect the quality of the elixirs. Consuming a bit more 1T result in death. So what if there is a little extra? Clearly, those who voice such opinions are merely envious of Lin Feng's refining techniques. In less than half a month, the technique of refining medicinal pills has been honed to such an extent that one may not claim to be a genius in alchemy, yet certainly one could be regarded as a prodigy in the art of pill refinement. Another day has passed, concluding the second round of the preliminary competition. The third round now approaches, and from the initial 30,000 competitors, only a little over 7,000 remain. The third round continues to feature 100 platforms competing simultaneously. In this battle, Lin Feng once again triumphed effortlessly. For him, the Qingshi mouse was the only worthy adversary, as the others were not even his match. However, with the dwindling numbers, the pace quickened considerably, and many participants had sustained severe injuries in the previous round, leaving them with no opportunity to compete again. Thus, The competition accelerated even further. A day later, the third round concluded, and out of the 30,000 initial contestants, only a little over 3,000 remained, each a standout among the best. These 3,000 individuals were all warriors, each daring to strive for victory. Consequently, in the fourth round, the majority of cultivators began to push themselves to their limits, becoming more ferocious as they sought to overwhelm their opponents through sheer momentum, cunning, and intimidation. Those who successfully advanced to the fifth round would garner the attention of numerous formidable sections. As the fourth round came to a close, many of the advancing cultivators were utterly exhausted. Yet, regardless of their condition, there would be those eager to recruit them, all belonging to powerful sects of immortal cultivators. Upon reaching the fifth round, only a little over 1,500 competitors remained. Among these, with a few exceptions, nearly all bore wounds. However, despite their injuries, their spirit remained unyielded, their gazes resolutely fixed upon their opponents. Such is the demeanor befitting true masters. Among the crowd of over 1,000, Lin Feng spotted Shabu, the towering man of 8 feet, wielding an iron rod. When questioned about whom he was searching for, he shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. The clan leader stated that only he can save our tribe, thus I must find him." The bystanders could only sigh and shake their heads. Even the individual involved did not know whom to seek, which complicated matters considerably. Soon, the sixth round concluded, leaving nearly 800 participants remaining on the stage. Despite the numerous battles they had fought, each individual exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, they radiated a fervent excitement, invigorated by their strength. The prospect of reaching the top 100 drew near, and all aspired to surge forward in one breath. As for Lin Feng, he had scarcely unleashed his spear throughout the matches. Many assumed he was arrogant, unwilling to deploy his weapon casually. Yet he understood that the moment his long spear was drawn, it often resulted in death. However, the preliminary rounds prohibited any fatalities unless the opponent sought their own demise, which was a rarity among cultivators. Thus, Lin Feng chose to conceal his Wanjielong spear. Naturally, the spectators believed that Lin Feng's prowess warranted a certain pride, especially since there were only a few who had persisted to the sixth round unscathed. During this time, numerous individuals extended invitations to Lin Feng to join their factions. Yet he declined each one. He felt unfamiliar with these forces and deemed it too hasty to align himself without proper understanding. What Lin Feng sought was not a faction of overwhelming strength, but one that resonated with his own spirit. As for Shabu, he emerged unscathed, his foundation remarkably solid. Although the earth attribute's spiritual power may not be striking in terms of offensive capability, its defensive prowess is exceedingly formidable. Moreover, his physical constitution surpasses that of many cultivators, rendering both his attacking and defensive capabilities exceptionally prominent. Notably, the iron staff he wields has remained untouched. Yet, the spectators comprehend this restraint. After all, his imposing physique alone is enough to instill fear. Should he unleash the iron staff, it is likely he would struggle to maintain control, resulting in potential fatalities, if not irreversible injuries. Nevertheless, he has refrained from employing it. This robust man is indeed a benevolent figure, a sentiment echoed by many spectators and even judges regarding Shabu. Chapter 217. Direct advancement to the top 100. The Eastern Region preliminary rounds of the Immortal Selection Conference proceeded as scheduled for the 7th round. However, due to the prevailing sentiments, numerous participants were reluctant to concede defeat, leading to instances where contestants were eliminated by their opponents. The audience, witnessing such tragedies, lamented the loss of life, for those who had previously shone brightly in the competition were likely to attract the attention of powerful factions. Since they could no longer achieve results, why persist in futile struggles? Lin Feng chose an empty platform and ascended, patiently awaiting the arrival of other participants. Yet, after a considerable period, no one approached. Casting his gaze upon the contestants below, Lin Feng observed that each one averted their eyes, seemingly unwilling to face him in combat. It is no wonder, after so many bouts, Lin Feng had sustained not a single injury and had consistently dispatched his opponents with remarkable swiftness. Many participants lacked the confidence to engage him, opting instead to forego the challenge. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, on the platform of the Lin Feng competition, the judge suddenly announced, "The 7th match at the 87th arena has concluded. Contestant Lin Feng from the Eastern continent emerges victorious, securing a direct advancement into the top 100. Is that it? Has he truly won and directly advanced into the top 100? Not only Lin Feng was puzzled, but many spectators and contestants shared a similar confusion. However, it was not long before someone stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Rin Zhongzi spoke up. According to the competition rules, if a contestant ascends the stage and no one challenges them within the span of a single incense stick, they are automatically granted entry into the top 100. After his explanation, Rin Zhongzi turned to Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Young friend Lin Feng, you possess remarkable skills. Might you visit the Sun and Moon Divine sect for a discussion sometime?" The Sun and Moon Divine sect ranks among the top 10 cultivation factions, a prestigious entity within the entire Xianqing continent. Although Rin Zhongzi did not explicitly invite Lin Feng to join the sect, it was evident to all present what his intentions were. Observing the situation, Lin Feng responded with a gentle smile and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Rin Zhongzi. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly take the liberty to intrude." With a nod of acknowledgement, Rin Zhongzi then addressed all the contestants present. One spot in the top 100 from the Eastern continent has been confirmed. The remaining 99 slots are still open, so I encourage everyone to seize the opportunity. With Lin Feng's direct advancement, many contestants refrained from voicing their thoughts, recognizing his capability. Yet, a few individuals who fancied themselves stronger than Lin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort, as this represented a chance to showcase their prowess. Following Lin Feng's example, the ensuing matches grew increasingly intense, as nearly all cultivators aspired to leave an indelible impression of invincibility in the minds of their peers. Achieving a state where no one dared to challenge them would afford them a century of self-aggrandizement. As for Lin Feng, he patiently awaited on the competition grounds. With the gradual reduction of participants, the pace of the contest was bound to quicken. Upon the conclusion of the 7th round, only a little over 400 competitors remained. In this phase, where hundreds competed simultaneously, the speed intensified significantly. Within merely 2 incense sticks worth of time, the 8th round concluded, leaving just over 200 participants. Those who persevered through 8 rounds of competition could undoubtedly be regarded as exceptional talents of Eastern Continent's high caliber. During their brief respite, numerous cultivation factions approached to extend invitations, including several of the more prestigious sections. After half a day of recovery, the 9th round of the Eastern Continent selection for Immortals commenced. The conclusion of this round would nearly solidify the list of finalists. Even before the contest began, the audience could already sense the palpable scent of blood in the arena. This was truly a battle of desperate beasts. Ding, ding, ding. With the resounding clang of the starting bell, the 9th round finally commenced, featuring 100 arenas opening simultaneously. Whoosh! Upon the unveiling of the platforms, 200 cultivators swiftly ascended, and the fierce competition was about to erupt. At this moment, a distinguished figure among the crowd stepped forth. Addressing all participants, "You have distinguished yourselves from over 30,000 cultivators, and I trust that each of you is a dragon among men. However, I must inform you that only 100 cultivators can be selected from each division. Only the most outstanding among you shall enjoy the resources and rewards. The significance of the forthcoming battle is clear to all. Furthermore, the duration of each match is now limited to 2 incense sticks worth of time. You may showcase your abilities to the fullest. With that said, you may begin." Although the words of the individual known as Rin Zhongzi may appear trivial, they conceal a deeper intention: to inform all cultivators that the time has come to exert their efforts. Should they choose to remain idle now, they would have to wait another century, and after such a lengthy interval, it is unlikely that any of those present would have the opportunity to participate again. Observing the arena, it is indeed peculiar that the unparalleled sword faces the formidable blade, as both possess the qualifications to rank among the top 100. As numerous competitors commenced their battles, a spectator lamented, seemingly a fan of the 2 mentioned participants. With so many contests underway, it appears that the formidable contenders are beginning to cultivate their own following. Who among us does not possess the qualifications to be in the top 100? What need have you to fret over such matters? Indeed. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that Tang Sanqian is undoubtedly the foremost expert among all cultivators. Observe the slender sword in his grasp. He dispatches his foes with a single strike, and none have managed to evade him. Have you not witnessed Shabu? With merely his fists, he vanquished his opponent. I have heard that the iron staff behind him is a formidable artifact, yet he has yet to employ it, suggesting that Shabu is certainly no inferior to Tang Sanqian. At that moment, another bystander interjected, stating, "While these individuals remain unknown, one has already secured a place among the top 100. I find this person to be exceedingly mysterious. Their prowess is likely extraordinary. Indeed, following this, all gazes turned to Lin Feng, seated among the competitors. His displayed strength may not seem particularly formidable, yet he was the first to advance into the top 100. It is precisely because his abilities are not overtly manifest that a veil of mystery shrouds him in the minds of the spectators, rendering him difficult to decipher. In the center of the arena, Lin Feng sat gracefully in the contestant's seat, quietly observing the conditions of all the competition stages. Previously, he had not devoted time to watching the matches, but the current situation was different. Every participant was showcasing their true prowess, and thus, the insights gained from observation would be far more fruitful. The Wushuang sword had already cultivated a sense of sword intent, its blade directed with precision, soaring towards the heavens with a singular strike. Although I may not possess extensive knowledge of swordsmanship, I can discern the masterful execution of each thrust. Each strike flowed seamlessly, penetrating every defense with fluidity, undoubtedly leaving opponents in a state of dismay. However, while the sword intent was indeed concentrated, it lacked depth. Although the swordplay employed cunning and deception, one must not overlook the importance of force. There remains room for improvement in the Wushuang sword's technique. The strength of Sha Bu was immensely profound, demonstrating a meticulous application of power. What appeared reckless could, in fact, deliver a gentle yet effective blow to adversaries. It seems that contrary to popular belief, Sha Bu refrained from wielding an iron rod not due to inability, but rather out of concern for causing fatal harm. Tang Sanqian stood as the foremost expert among the contestants from the Tang family, surpassing even Hong Shan, the notorious San Fei from Evil Man Valley. Known for his 3 flying daggers, each a superior spiritual artifact, and his life-s weapon, possessed formidable lethality. Young Master Qiyu. As the competition intensified, Lin Feng remained vigilant, analyzing each contestant with keen insight. Unbeknownst to him, while he scrutinized the battles of others, he was simultaneously enriching his own combat experience. All paths converge, and Lin Feng's understanding of spear techniques gradually expanded. Although the 9th round was captivating, it ultimately necessitated the determination of victors. 2 hours later, over 100 cultivators stood upon the central competition stage, some already beginning to tremble subtly. Out of this assembly, only a few would truly advance to the finals, a goal shared by all participants. The preceding round had indeed been brutal, resulting in 3 fatalities, and each individual bore wounds of varying severity, a testament to the perilous nature of that battle. As Ren Zhongzi surveyed the more than 100 cultivators, he approached them with a light-hearted demeanor, expressing his congratulations. Firstly, I commend you all for successfully reaching this critical juncture. However, only 100 cultivators may be selected from each region, which means that from your current number of 113, we must further elect 99. Everyone present understood the weight of his words, yet it was a lamentable reality. After coming this far, the prospect of not participating in the finals was disheartening for any contender. Observing the expressions of the gathered crowd, Ren Zhongzi reassured them, there is no need for concern. Should you be unfortunate enough to be eliminated, you will not be forsaken. If you do not mind, come and cultivate within my Sun and Moon sacred sect. The resources available to you will undoubtedly surpass your current provisions tenfold, even 100-fold. As soon as Ren Zhongzi uttered these words, the other judges on the panel expressed their discontent, indignantly declaring, Ren Zhongzi, this is an abuse of power. We still have 100 judges who have yet to voice their opinions, and he dares to. Alas, those closest to the water's edge often reap the earliest rewards. Rest assured, it is impossible for all these individuals to join his Sun and Moon sacred sect. It is truly a pity, as many of them are promising talents, some even surpassing the disciples within the sect itself. The host, Ren Zhongzi, remained oblivious to the murmurs of the judges as he continued to preside over the grand competition. Addressing the multitude of contestants, he proclaimed, we have 113 participants. Instead of competing individually, we shall select 28 cultivators to compete once more. What say you? A contestant queried. Only 28? What about the others? With a gentle smile and a stroke of his beard, Ren Zhongzi replied, the remaining participants will naturally advance directly to the finals. This prompted concerns from the contestants. Doesn't that put the 28 at a disadvantage? How shall we choose? With a light-hearted laugh, Ren Zhongzi reassured them. How could it possibly be a disadvantage? The opportunities one provides are equal. It is merely a matter of whether you possess the strength to seize them. Seize them? How shall we do that? He chuckled softly, then gestured lightly, prompting the attendants below to withdraw, seemingly to fetch the necessary props.